Welcome, guys, to ILW Pod. I'm your host, Justin Wright. Today, I am here with Axel Rico. How are you doing, man?
Woo! I am feeling and looking great. I am Axel Rico, Victoria's Secret, and I'm nice to meet you, my friend, and I'm ready to pot it up.
So, off camera, you mentioned you are getting married. I just want to say congratulations. Get that
Thank
out of
you.
the way. It's
Yeah,
a,
yeah,
it's a, it's an important part of life.
yeah. It's wonderful. My fiance, she's been my manager at sometimes in the professional wrestling biz. She goes by Torn Page, and even through the crazy lifestyle that I chose to live, which is wrestling and the theater and the squared circle and stuff, she still likes me a lot to get married to me. So it's pretty wild.
As a wrestling podcaster, which some may argue is crazier or just equally as crazy as being a wrestler, my fiance supports me just the same.
Appreciate it, man.
um, I'll start with the easy stuff. Do you want to, plug any social medias, any upcoming dates,
Oh man,
merchandise, stuff like that?
I mean, obviously, Axel Rico. I'm the only Axel Rico on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, X, or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, that has like a shirtless dude or a guy doing a drop kick. So that's me. I always post all of my wrestling shows on my socials and stuff. So make sure to follow me there because, I don't know when this is going to drop because I've got so far like a bazillion shows until the end of the year. I'm almost at 100 shows. So I'm trying to see how close I can get to it. But yes, follow me, Axel Rico, on everything.
Okay. Any merch?
Yeah, I've got a pro wrestling tees website where I have all the shirts and stuff. Right now I'm getting a whole bunch being made for local shows, so make sure to either hit me up. I'm always a big fan of fans hitting me up or friends hitting me up, being like, "Can I have a medium?" and then getting that to them or whatever, because I've gotten a lot of logos since I started into like newer stuff now, and I've got the only one with the computer that can make all the past and future designs and all that stuff come out. So hit me up or come to a show. That's the best time to get a shirt.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. In person is always the best time to get merchandise.
That's true because you get to have a conversation. I might give you a sticker. You know what I mean? Like that's just you don't get that anywhere else.
No, not at all. Um, Speaking of that, going to shows and seeing everybody is all, one reason we love this. But we all have a reason or a moment where we said, "Hey, I fell in love with wrestling." Uh,
Yes.
can you tell us whenever you knew?
Yeah, dude. So I was born in Puerto Rico and born and raised. I pretty much came to uh, the United States, even though Puerto Rico is still technically it's been a territory. But we moved to Texas. But before that, my uncles were always kind of fans for like local independent wrestling to the point where they would go to so many shows. They actually like befriended one of the wrestlers. And being that I was like the first boy in our family, I don't have any brother or I have like cousins and stuff, but I was like the first. So I'm like the oldest of my cousins. And that was, for 18, 20-year-old uncles. They're like, oh, he's hanging out with us, every chance he can. So I remember we would always go to that guy's house and we would watch WCW, Raw, like during Raw's War, like during those early 2000s. And one of the first VHS tapes, I don't know if you know what that is.
Yeah.
Um, one of the first VHS tapes that I was gifted was Halloween Havoc, where it opened up because those WCW VHS tapes were so like not like lined up like how we have like Peacock today. They would like throw in matches like if it stunk, it would just they just like skip it. So the first match on there was Eddie Guerrero versus Rey Mysterio with the giant pumpkin in the background. And ever since that, like once I saw how crazy, and my the opening match like that I pretty much have in my head is Eddie Guerrero versus Rey Mysterio in WCW. And then after that, I became just like a hardcore super fan. Like I wanted to watch everything that I could. I watched SmackDown when it was on. I would see Raw. I never got into ECW until a little bit later, and now I've just, it went from like being a fan, and then once I became like a wrestler, I saw it differently and started to study more and see what people would do. And overall, if you're a wrestler, you're more of a fan than most fans. I firmly believe. Yeah, that's definitely what ticked off. I think I still have that VHS tape somewhere. But seeing Eddie Guerrero versus Rey Mysterio during Halloween Havoc is definitely what kicked it off.
That's the Halloween Havoc where Eddie rips Rey's mask, right?
Yeah. With the whole purple one, like
purple
jumpsuit that goes into the mask, which is insane.
Rey did the insane like moonsault DDT.
Yeah, somehow, over the top, Braun into DDT. Like when no one thought that was possible in general.
Match was insane. It's definitely a great first memory.
Yeah,
I wish I was alive during those times. A little young, but
hey, I would have been. It was a VHS tape, so it was obviously not. I wasn't like seeing it live. Not that old. Hey,
my
buddy,
bad.
watch it.
My bad.
Okay. Just kidding. But no, yeah, that it was a great way to kind of start into it, and that's gold. That's a memory right there.
Is that something like, because I've watched some of your matches and you definitely got that faster paced like style. Is that something you took from Eddie Guerrero, Rey Mysterio?
I always consider them, I think just secretly in my head, I always see them as like, I would consider them in my Mount Rushmore, but I think it is a little bit biased. I definitely try my hardest to be like, I see myself, I see myself as Axel Rico. But when I first started, I was like, I want to try to be as Eddie, I want to be Eddie Guerrero because when I would watch him just as, as a kid, as a fan, moving on, even past when, he died, rest in peace. Like I would see that he wrestled the likes of Rey Mysterio and it was awesome. He wrestled Brock Lesnar. It was awesome. He wrestled Kurt Angle, like the range, the guy could wrestle anybody. So when I became like a trainee, I was like, I want to be that guy. I want to be the guy who can wrestle the big guys. I want to be the guy that can wrestle the small guys. I want to be the guys that can wrestle the different styles and stuff. And so I very much saw myself and trying to be just like that guy in general, because I always thought Eddie Guerrero, no matter who it was, even if it was against The Rock or, like Juventud Guerrero, or even when he like wrestled in ECW or like, IWA, wherever he was, I wanted to be like that. So I always considered Eddie Guerrero's style of being able to work with anybody, even in his style, like something I wanted to do and be that guy.
Okay. Growing up, were you a sports kid? Is that something like, did you get involved in sports in high school or middle school?
Yeah, I was big into sports. I started like when I started growing up in suburbs of Illinois in the River Forest area. I would play baseball, basketball, soccer. Every year I would go back to Puerto Rico. I'd play volleyball. So I was always always sporty, always playing something. I think a couple times I even did a couple intramural tournaments of like ultimate frisbee. I did track and field. I was in state for doing the 4x4 because I had the best handoff time in my day, but not running can only get you so far compared to wrestling. So I was always like I always liked moving my body. I always liked doing sports, but it never really like clicked. I started in high school doing like theater, improv, and comedy. And being, still like exercising and like taking sports and all that seriously, but I kind of had more fun doing theater and comedy. but I still did sports on the side. But I was like, man, there's something there because like I liked the sports, but I didn't like how serious the coaches were. I kind of liked the laid back feel of like theater, but I also didn't like remembering all the lines, all the monologues. So I kind of had the most fun just doing like improv comedy. And then when I graduated college and all that, and I found a little school for pro wrestling, which is kind of like the best of both worlds. I really, kind of saw it and was like, maybe I can do it, and it just took off from there. So I was always into athletics, but I didn't like being pushed, so hard to be like the best in one single thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Where I really enjoyed being like a theater, like performing for like others to get laughs, to get an emotion out of it. But also I didn't really like, that little aspect, but it was the mixing of the worlds, which is, I believe, professional wrestling, of like athletics with theater, because our whole job is to make you believe in something. I consider professional wrestlers as professional liars, in a sense. And I kind of found that mixing of the world so cool. And I think that's what really got me to love it once I started actually doing it. And it also probably helped that I was a super big fan.
It couldn't hurt.
Well, it could hurt. It can hurt.
I could see it.
Yeah.
Going in, after college, what did the transition into training look like, and how did you go about finding the right school?
Yeah, so I was after I graduated, I very much turned into the like looking for a job. It was kind of boring because after college you're trying to like find that job that you're gonna, whatever you're after, you have to find the job for the rest of your life type crap, which I never believed in. I was still doing theater, going into Chicago, performing in Chicago every weekend. So the what we call in the wrestling base, the worker mindset is there of like, I need to just do my Monday through Friday or Monday through Thursday or Sunday through Thursday. And then the weekend is where I'm trying to get my trade in and try to get my, my face out there. And I actually met a friend at one of those like kind of like Comic-Con conventions. Okay. His name is Ari. He's actually a wrestler. His name's Ari Akuma, actually now one of my good friends in the local Chicagoland scene. And he told me like, hey, like if you really, want to do it, I went to the school and it's called CSW, Chicago Style Wrestling. Immediately messaged them. I met the legendary Steve Boz, and right there, the rest is history. He told me they meet Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays for training. I bought knee pads at a what's it called, like the Goodwill for Sports. I play sports or played against sports in Chicago. Found some shoes in the same bin, and then just rest is history. I still, those shoes broke off, and I remember during like just before COVID or during like COVID and all that stuff, the ones I cherish the most. A guy named Mustafa Ali would come to our, because he started in the Chicagoland scene. He saw that my shoes were going to going to SHIT. I don't know if I can swear here.
You're free to do what you need to, man.
But either way, he saw that my stuff was tearing apart. Because it was just like at a little Goodwill box, and the next day he bought me my shoes, like legit wrestling shoes, because he saw that I really cared about it. And it was definitely a challenge, because you're in most sports or wrestling or anything like that, your mind is like to not want to get hurt or fall down or like protect yourself. And then wrestling is almost, and sometimes quite literally, the complete opposite. You have to like train yourself to learn how to take a punch, how to take a bump, how to, do all these things that, you haven't done forever. And your mind has been like, don't fall down, idiot, so
It's
it was
like
a
how to
hard,
get hurt properly.
sure. Even that, like, it still turns into just like, I have to let this person who I don't know, just in this small, smelly locker room area place, like punch me in the face. Like, ugh, it's a little weird, but yeah, it's been an experience, and since 2017 to today, it's crazy to look at myself before that.
So, like you mentioned, Chicago style wrestling being where you started,
Yep.
and you still do shows there today. What does that company mean to you as a whole?
So that, they're my home. I call them like my home base. Like if I were to play tag, I'm always gonna be loyal to Chicago style wrestling. It was like the most important thing to me. That was like my World Series or my Super Bowl win. It meant that like I did what I worked so hard, for so long, and finally got to the top of the mountain, where I always wanted to be. And I have so much love for that space. I've even become a trainer there, so every Tuesday I help lead. So it's like it's my home. And it's one of those places that even when before I started, it was kind of like little, it was a little smaller, whatever. But now we're on IWTV. Now we're getting the likes of Matt Cardona. We're getting the Mooses. Like we're getting a lot of people wanting to be part of the show, and it's just so awesome of a place to just be a part of and be a main roster member of, and just in general to be with, because it starts from like a rinky dinky school into like, whoa, it's seen as, pretty up there in the Chicagoland scene, and it's just an honor at the end of the day.
As somebody who's also in the Chicagoland area, it's definitely I'd consider it at least top three promotions in our area.
Hell yeah.
It's something I see stuff for all
I
the
think
time.
there's a debate.
I haven't been able to go to a show yet, but it's something I always have my eye on because, I mean, looking at the cards, they're all outstanding. So I just props to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all got an outstanding product and something hopefully in the near future I get to go experience live rather than just on a computer or a phone.
Hey man, I'm telling you, it's one of those shows that you never like. Each show is, awesome. Everything is always to 100 because everyone in that locker room gives it their all, and you never know who's going to pop up. Like, I don't know if you remember this, but one day all of a sudden Will Ospreay just showed up. So it's just one of those shows that it might be worth a car ride over. Just saying.
Yeah.
And I'll let them know you'll be with me. You know what I mean? I'll be like, oh, it's okay. Don't worry. He's with me. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I'll have to keep my eye out. I got my eye on the calendar.
All right.
You were, I don't want to say lucky, but you were fortunate to win the CSW world title.
Yes.
I want to say in 2022, what Cage Match says. What does that win mean for you so far?
Well, kind of like how I mentioned before a little bit. It at that moment I felt like I did I hit like as high as like when I walked into that school in 2017 when I first started training. I was like, you know what, I want to be that guy, because the people before were like Marche Rocket, Vic Capri, and just standouts in the Chicagoland scene. And I saw them. I was like, that's who I want to be. So when I was able to finally do it, which that by itself took about 5 to 6 months, of going, getting the the people wanted to see me win. I was going against a wonderful wrestler and a very strong, amazing dude named Joey Avalon, local guy in the Wisconsin scene, going all over the place. We were able to tear it down, and when I finally won that, like I said before, I felt like, I'm going to Disney World. I was like on top of the world. The fans were losing their minds. People were out of their seats, and I really felt like, I did it. I accomplished that goal. And ever since then, I always have that in the back of my mind as one of the best moments I've ever had, like ever. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I'm happy with it. No one can ever take that away from me. And yeah, it was a very, very awesome moment. And I was so happy just in total, because it means that, my growth from just being like a local nobody into trying this professional wrestling thing out, and I got the confidence enough from my local promotion to be considered their top guy. So it was a wonderful, wonderful moment for me.
What is you mentioned being the top guy in that promotion. What is that pressure like?
It is it is a lot, like kind of like what I was saying, like with now how popular Chicago style wrestling has become. It is like, you're trying to grasp through the top in a crowd of like hundreds of people that want to be in that same spot. So it is very, very hard, but it really showed that like the work that I was doing and trying to be different, because it's so hard. Everybody from the likes of, we have people coming from the Black and Brave Academy in Iowa, people in Wisconsin, people in Indiana, people from even the likes of Chicago or places that I've never heard of just want to come in and just try to become a roster member. It's a tough, tough group, and a lot of talented people. So it was very, very stressful because, first of all, just getting, our crowd there, they're not easy. Let me also tell you, the Chicago style wrestling crowd is not easy. If you lay in a chop and it doesn't sound like it just made a shotgun blast, they will tell you you're weak. So on top of trying to be like the best professional wrestler and then the best performer for the people, and then also all that, and you have to fight with the guy next to me trying to get to the top two. It's very difficult. And I always tell everybody, like, you just gotta, it doesn't hurt to start from the bottom and just try to work your way up. As long as you continue and you show you want it, that's what Chicago style wrestling is all about, because every single other person in this locker room, in this show, wants it, and they're going to give it their all. So it's a lot of pressure, but I was ready for it, obviously, because I got it. That's just how it is. The pressure's hot. And my only takeaway was I forgot that usually the champion goes at the end, and our shows run like 2.5 hours. So just having to be there and just waiting and waiting. Sometimes it's like, dude, I'm like hyped up and I have to wait 2 hours, that was super stressful.
So in an instant like that, or any, time, what do you do to motivate yourself and get yourself pumped up and ready for a matchup?
Well, one of my things that I like to do is watch the show. I'm a big fan of watching our for the show. We have a show battle royal, all those matches beforehand, seeing what other people do, seeing all of the, maybe the Hall of Famers come in and do something. I just like watching the show and getting myself in the field, because our crowd is like there all the time, for people that they hate, for people that they love, for people just in general, for, they love saying the ridiculous chants. You know how wrestling fans are. They just come up with the silliest things, and it makes
Chicago's
me
insane.
Stay in the zone. Seriously. Yeah. So I always get the goosebumps, you know what I mean? Like the little butterflies in the stomach every time I get the gear on or the pants on and lace up the boots and lace up the knee pads and stuff. So as long as I still have that, I'm still in the zone. No matter what, I'm always thinking, just go out there, do what I do best, but staying in it, watching the show, seeing what other people do, enjoying it, busting my eyes open when somebody does like Rey Mysterio 450 onto the outside, catching it and doing a DDT. So that's kind of how I stay in the zone. And of course, once it gets closer to, the music is going out, maybe doing a couple push-ups, maybe hitting myself, screaming, who knows what. I've been doing so much just to keep myself psyched in there. But as long as I still got the little goosebumps in the belly, I'm always ready for a show.
Perfect. I was going to ask, where did the name Axel Rico come from? Where did that originate from?
Well, my name is Axel.
Okay.
I love my name. I don't think a lot of people have it. My mom is an 80s rock star and was a big fan of, bands like Guns N' Roses, Kiss, and a lot of those 80s rocks, bands. So she loved the name Axel. Growing up, I never really met a lot of people named Axel. So like right there, it's a standout name.
Okay.
And Rico, I love Rico. It's 4 letters, just like my first name, and it's just in general. Like I am from the beautiful island of Puerto Rico, and Rico means rich or in like heavy in spirit. So I'm just Axel, rich in spirit. So I'm just. Okay. It's a good combo of the name. I always, simple, easy, just Axel Sweet or Axel Rico, however you want to see it. It's just a good name, I think.
I like it. Not a complicated story, and it has some meaning to it. I like it. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I could go into specifics and make up a story, but I don't think you want to hear that.
I've had guys that have a 20-minute story just on their name. So it's a nice change of pace that it's just your name and you put your own spin on it, and it's cool. Doing my research.
Yeah, dude, because why let somebody write a. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, it was cutting in and out. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
Still there?
Hold on. I think I'm losing you, friend. Yes, sir. I can hear you. Let me.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My bad. Okay. I was going to ask not a couple years ago, but it might be. On the indie scene, there was a Warrior Wrestling, which is a series of, wrestling shows. You did one, a Fatal 4-Way with Sky Blue, Billy Starks, Gringo Loco, yep. All people who are well renowned in the Chicago area. What was that match like? And what was it like, I guess, losing to somebody like Sky Blue?
Well, that's funny because, I'll answer that question because it's secretly like 2 or 3 questions in one question. Yeah. So myself and Sky Blue, she started a little bit before me. She started in this training facility in Upper Illinois called PPW. And then she came over to Chicago Style Wrestling. So we actually trained together a whole lot. She was, like one of my first pretty close friends. And that day, because Warrior was huge before the pandemic, and the pandemic the pandemic's the pandemic, but when it was like hitting, I was always a big fan of Warrior. it's just a crazy show. You never know who is going to be there.
No.
And I remember the day I got asked to do it, I was moving. I was driving to a U-Haul facility to move like furniture and all that. And I got an email that morning saying, "Do you want to be a part of Warrior Wrestling today?" And I was like looking at my phone being like, oh my God. And I remember just typing, "When do you need me? How can I, where do I need to be? Holy crap, blah, 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 blah." So I had to quickly call a friend because still had to move out,
Yeah.
I was literally moving out of an apartment. Called my friend, and I was like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "I'm doing nothing." And it's like, "Okay, I'm gonna give you a lot of money, move my stuff out, but also drive me to Warrior, go back to my apartment, move out, move my stuff out, and then pick me up later." Like it was it was a very insane day of just, I thought nothing of it. I thought, like, wow, I can't believe I have to miss Warrior Day because I'm moving. And it was crazy. I got there and it was, super cool. First time I'd ever wrestled Gringo and Billy, myself and Sky. At that point, we'd wrestled, who knows, like 20 times. But it was a great show, a great crowd. Probably at that time, I don't remember what year that was probably the most people I'd ever wrestled for. But yeah, it was totally amazing. I'd do it again if the opportunity like that came up. But it was a great growing point because I met a lot of good people and friends from it, and got a lot of eyes on it through my friends like Wrestling with Unicorns. And just in general, it just helped as a great little social media push for like, dang, that was a big show and Axel killed it. And it was super awesome. Super awesome. Nice. Crazy, insane day, but like awesome day, if that makes sense.
And like from watching Warrior shows, they're always epic. Like the whole card is stacked with, Brian Cage and Casey Navarro and all these guys.
Yeah.
So like, I'm sure like going into a show like that, is there more pressure to perform at a higher level because you're on a card with guys like that?
Yeah, well, I always see, I don't know. I always get that mindset of it, but when I'm like in a show and I've already been asked to do it, I kind of have like that fangirl moment of like, holy crap, this is awesome. But then the second I'm in there, I am like, I don't know what it is. It's like I'm in an interview. Like I get very, very professional. I'm like, I know why I'm here, or what I need to do. So that's just, I don't know. That part never like clicks with me because I've done stuff, like extra work for like the AEW, the MLWs, the TNAs and stuff like that. And it's always like the day before I'm like, oh, this is so crazy. What am I going to, and then the second I'm in there, and they tell me what to do and what I'm supposed to do or what I'm doing that day. I'm like, yeah, so we'll do that. It's going to be awesome. We're, I never get nervous except for the general butterflies, but never really gets to me. I don't know why. It never has. It's like that professional, kind of like, exactly what I was saying, like set up for an interview, be all ready and stuff, and then just be confident. And, but yeah, it was one of those moments where I was like, this locker room is freaking stacked. This is so cool. Yeah, that was probably that was the first time I met Will Ospreay. Now I've met him like a whole bunch of times. I think he was wrestling Casey Navarro or something like that day. And yeah, that was super cool. But in that moment, I was like, oh, how are you? Oh, excuse it. We have to get this 4-way prepared. Like I was so professional and just still like shaking hands and was still just living in that moment, so it was super cool. Super, super cool.
Nice. When you're in a locker room like that with guys with experience like Osprey, um,
Uh-oh.
do you ever get a chance to go and pick a brain, ask questions, gain advice, things
Oh
like
yeah.
that?
Oh yeah. I love I like, you know, having that little like locker room chit chat with anybody and everybody because it's always like ones that I would never expect. Like obviously, if Eddie Guerrero was alive today and I was ever in a show with him, I would find a way to be like, sir, can I have 1 to 4 hours of your time? You know, to just pick his brain about wrestling and stuff. But sometimes I'll just like go into a locker room, shake hands, find, like people to talk to that I wouldn't, or just get to know in general. And I've had like those moments of like, just talking the shit with like one of the coolest ones was talking with Glacier,
Okay.
the former WCW guy. I was in catering for AEW. He like sat down in the same table. He knew this other guy who was doing extra work with us, started chit chatting, and then we told us, he was like, "Who are you? What do you, where are you from?" This, and we ended up talking like about everything, like how to structure matches, things to think about, and that was super cool. Another one I did a seminar with Chavo Guerrero. He was so cool. He just wanted to do like a little. He was talking a lot, and then we did like beginning stuff, and he very much liked my footwork. He was saying like the fact not a lot of people think about that, and he was able. After we had that little talk, when it came for the rest of the seminar, he picked me to like, so I want you guys to do this, and like, he was very cool. And afterwards, it was like, what do you do? What's show me your stuff? Another one like that was like EC3. He wanted to see like how I was doing with promos and all that. So it's really cool. But it's been always been like those people that I never expected to have those conversations with. And a lot of those other ones that are like people who aren't, super, super popular. Like one of my mentors, who I consider a very big mentor in my life, is Ricky Cruz. He's out of Iowa, but also born in Puerto Rico, done all the circuit in Puerto Rico. And we met up after COVID during, outdoors shows. And he like broke it all down for me, had those conversations. And a lot of people, I've had long talks with Mecha Wolf, and so many cool people, even with Sky, Dante Martin, and just being able to sit down and chit chat. It's just so super cool. And it's always those people that I just start little conversations with, and then it just gets to it. It's super cool.
As a podcaster or an interviewer, whatever, like we want to title it, I think that's my favorite part is just the conversation. Like not even going
Yeah.
in and saying, "Hey, I got an interview. I need to get this scoop." I just want to talk to this guy about wrestling. Like,
Yeah.
it's
You never know. Like, yeah, you never know what people have gone through. You never know who knows what, who knows this, or just what you'll find from it. So I always find it like when you hit me up, I'm like, I don't know who this is, but like, let's just help each other all out. We're both in the term starving artists, just trying to put our names out there. Why not just do that and also have a fun chit chat and get to know one another? It's always cool.
but and like I think the coolest part is there's guys I've had conversations with now that like if I'm not friends yet, it's somebody that I could see like, hey, I could be friends with this guy for a long time and just talk wrestling, which
Mm-hmm.
should be what the wrestling community is at. Like to the core, it's
Seriously.
just a family of friends talking about guys in their underwear.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that's the best way into friendship I've ever heard of.
You mentioned AEW. I
Mm-hmm.
noticed you had, I want to say either three or four matches with them on Dark and on Rampage.
Yep.
You want
Yep.
to, I know the two Dark matches, one was against the Bear Bronson and his partner. What was your
Yes.
dark experience like, and then what was your Rampage experience like?
I've done now I've kind of like lost count of how many times I've done just extra work in general with AEW. It's always been like jaw dropping because I remember the first time I went was uh, in the Wintrust Arena in Chicago. Went through security, and the first person who like it was like elevator doors opened up, and it was Mark Henry, and I was like, whoa, like this is so cool, and every single time that I went, I like kind of just found the experience of it, even just like even if I didn't get a match or whatever, I just found the experience and the conversations, whatever, so much fun. Because when I first started, they were still doing the dark tapings in the Universal Studios.
Yeah,
So like we would do something here in Chicago, and then we'd be asked to do like our extra matches and stuff at Universal, and everyone would be like so excited. It's like, oh my god, what do I have to do? How many more push-ups? And I'd be like, oh my god, that's where Scott Steiner was doing that equation crazy promo over here. And then here's where like Sting, and I'm like over here being like TNA, like, oh my god, they did that
all the
promo
spots.
he like that. Like I'm like, this is so cool, and they're like, hey, we need you to wrestle Jora Joel, or like whenever I got tagged up against the Bear Country, I'd be like, yeah, cool, but like, whoa, like, and then of course like meeting like some of the people, like meeting Serpentico when I was a kid in Puerto Rico, like, and he was just an indie guy, like he was like a really cool, awesome luchador wrestler, and I was like, holy crap, I watched you when I lived in Puerto Rico. And he was like, oh, that's so cool. Shake hands, and, meeting Big Show. And like the cool thing about that, I've been doing it, since like the dark days, or I don't want to say it like that, but like when they did dark, not like the
Yeah,
dark days of
the AEW
is
Dark
that like
program days.
program days, yes. Was that the like landscape and like the roster has like changed so much, and like as a dude who like just experience is like all about experiencing moments in life and all that stuff, like I had a conversation with Jeff Hardy, like, but this was like years after, like it was so cool, and I was like, hey man, we're like walking, it was during the Vegas one where it was like the Double or Nothing or one of them, and we were walking the same hallway, and I was like, hey, I'm gonna be an idiot if I don't say anything, but I am Axel and I'm a huge fan. He's like, oh cool, and like we were able to walk for 2 or 3 minutes, and he still was like asking me questions. And so the fact that like it was ranging from when I've done it, and every time I do it I will say like absolutely put me in whatever. And yeah, the most recent time I've officially done everything, so I've been on Dynamite, Rampage, Dark, and I don't know if I was like a security guard for ROH or something like that, but it's just cool to get that. And then when I know every time I've gone out, it's like my phone blows up of like fans of like, whoa, there you are in that corner. You were right here. If I freeze frame, you're right. And like that's the coolest thing ever. And the matches themselves were super cool. Everyone that I wrestled, I first wrestled George Joel. He was super cool, nice guy. Bear Country, they were so, like it's always like the biggest guys that are like the nicest sweethearts. They're like, oh, cool. What do you guys like to, blah, blah, blah. That was super cool. And then Rampage that one was like a resume maker because I was able to work, oh my God, what's the name?
The Acclaimed.
The Scissor Boys.
The Acclaimed.
Yes, the Acclaimed with Billy Gunn. So yeah, that was like super cool. And when when we were talking out the ideas and stuff, and they're like, so we're gonna do that to you, and then they pointed at me, it's like, hey, do you want to like take a whole bunch of moves from us and then have Billy Gunn do like and have all of us pin on you? I'm like, yes, like, are you kidding
Please.
me, dude? I used to like get I used to get in trouble for doing what you did at my school, like abso-freaking-lutely, man. Like, and no, yeah, it's always been just fun doing stuff like that. And yeah, getting thrown into like barricades from Marina Shafir and John Moxley was super, super cool. Yeah, it's always just fun doing stuff like that. And I would do it again every time that they ring over to me.
Definitely. I've met Billy Gunn once whenever I was like, I don't know, I want to say like 6 years old, and he was the coolest guy ever. Like,
Nice.
and I'm like, Dad,
Yeah.
it's Billy Gunn, it's Billy Gunn, it's Billy Gunn. He's like, son, just let him give you your autograph. And I had my dad. I want to say I had two or three. I had the old WWF world title, and I think I had him sign it like three times
Cool.
because I just kept saying, Dad, we got to go back, we got to go
Nice.
back. Um,
No, yeah,
it,
he's a cool dude. That's awesome.
it's just definitely like those are moments you'll never forget. Like even laying down for Billy Gunn, that's check it
Sure.
off. um,
Why not?
W doing extra work. I've heard like I've talked to guys like Chico Adams, who's known for doing extra work everywhere.
Mm.
That a lot of the guys in those situations kind of are set back. They're quiet. They try to stay out of the way. Is that how you approach doing extra work, or are you trying to pick minds, figure out what's going on, trying to get involved, things like that?
Well, it really depends. Kind of like I've said, I'm a very sociable person, but of course, I treat everything like if I help out or make a new thing at a new promotion or stuff like that, I'm always dressed nice. I'm always very professional. Because sometimes I've been in, like when I did TNA in Chicago, that was like the night that they were being all secretive because Jeff Hardy was coming to help Matt and they were going to reunite and stuff. So we had to be very shush shush. So sometimes I've been, sometimes like, okay, I get it. Everybody's on high alert because they don't want anybody, like posting a selfie or, you know what I mean? And so I was like,
Yeah.
I get it. Some days it's just been like, you know what, we got nothing for you, but, feel free to chill out in catering, talk to people, whatever, whatever. Or some days it's just been like, okay, we need you guys here. We need you guys here. We need you guys here. We need you, like, and be ready at this time, be in this specific spot. And, just in general, I just kind of roll with it.
Okay.
I know it is like, don't get me wrong. It is, like if it is very intimidating because it is like, you don't want to mess up. You don't want to, do anything. You don't want to step on, you don't want to step on a wire that all of a sudden turns off all the lights and now they can't do a show. That's always those paranoid little like things that you're thinking of. But I always firmly believe, like you're here for a reason. They ask you to be here for a reason. And why not just be you? I'm not over here, live tweeting and be like, here I am next to Ruby Soho. I'm so cool, but just being like, oh, hello, good to see you again. How are you? Just not being being the fly on the wall, experiencing that moment, but also like, be you because you don't want to be known, like if you're doing extra work, especially I'm trying to be a wrestler and I am a wrestler. I'm not trying to be like, oh, I don't want to say anything because then how do they know who I am? So don't be afraid to be you in anything in life.
So you'd say you try to mix it up. You try to meet a happy medium.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. That whatever. Usually it depends on the whatever the heck is going on or however I feel that day. Maybe if I haven't had a lot of caffeine, maybe I won't be as social. I don't know. Who knows?
Fair enough. Upon doing research, I noticed you did some work with the NWA. You've done a couple matches. One of those was a win over or not Billy Idol, Brian Idol. What was that experience like,
Yes.
and what was it like working Brian Idol?
Well, so that's, it was another one of those things where, I found out that NWA had kind of done some shows in the Chicagoland scene, which is like really cool because I always believe in like if like a place like Chicago style wrestling could like tour, that's like what you want. You want to be a part of a promotion that goes all over the place because that's a way to see show different audiences yourself and like with that same name. So I was like, oh, that's super cool. Like, may it be the number 4 or 5 promotion, whatever the legit number, whatever your opinion is on it, that by itself as like a person trying to put their name out there is freaking sweet for anyone. Because I firmly believe if like you need to make your name known on TNA or MLW or New Japan, like go out there because that's going to give you different eyes. So when like Chicago was like one of the territories that they decided to start making the territory days, I'm like, that's pretty cool. I'd love to be on it. And then I got asked to do it. And I'm pretty sure that week, it was pretty much, it was quick. It was one of those things of just like, hey, you want to do this? I was like, yeah, duh. And then probably 2 days before the show, they're like, also, you're going against an NWA signed guy named Brian Idol. I'm like, whoa, okay, that's pretty nuts. And the fact that, whatever if you ever see the match or whatever type of, either way, I got his shoulders down is all I'm trying to say. 1, 2, 3. And to be able to like say I've got more wins in NWA than losses is pretty impressive, if I say so myself.
Yep.
And it was a very fun experience. I'm a big fan of everyone I've met, to the point where they did a Riot Fest show when they were here in Chicago. Like they had NWA sponsor like wrestling all throughout the weekend. And I was able to wrestle like, people like him again, and there's champion Alex, Loserman, and the likes of people on Sunday and whatever. And then I did their recent show where I came up victorious again. And, it's very cool to be on the email with people that get the same email from like NWA. And, it's very cool to, I'm a big fan. Reach out again because right now, I've got more wins than losses. So like, I feel like at least a text or two of like, hey man, we need to do something with you. Hopefully
it's in the near future.
Hey man, they just got on the CW. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, it is. And somewhere like that, you never know what to expect.
That's true.
Upon doing research, another big promotion or like historic promotion you worked for was OVW. I believe you did one this year. What was that like? And I know like right now, Al Snow has a lot to do with OVW. And did you get to interact with him at all? And just tell us a little bit about the OVW experience.
Yeah, so I've worked with Great Lakes Championship Wrestling, which is GLCW, which is a pretty big promotion in Wisconsin, with people with wrestlers like the likes of Cal Hero and Drew Hernandez, and a lot of people who have been or are currently with OVW. So when they came to the Milwaukee, they reached out and I said absolutely, because they saw that I've wrestled Cal Hero and wrestled a lot of guys that they wrestled with. I got to wrestle one of EC3's students, 2 of them. Or that weekend I got to wrestle 2 of them, and it was super cool. It was very fun. One of the first times I had met Al, but in a not just like a fan expo type thing. I actually met him like in a promotion. So it was very cool. I shook his hand. I asked, picked his brain. I was like, thank you so much for being here. What do you need from me? What do is there something to look out for? And he just said, just, we brought you here for a reason, do what you do. And it was really fun. It was very cool. I got that I forgot the name of the place, but right there in Milwaukee, it's just a legendary area right there by where the Bucks play. It was super cool. And it was around people who I knew. And even that day, I made a lot of friends from working. EC3 came up to me and was like, that was awesome. That's what it needed to be. Thank you so much. All this. And it was very cool. It was one of those moments where I like went through the curtain and people came up to me, and that like meant the world, because it's, OVW has that reputation of like, it used to be NXT, and it's got so much connection with all over the wrestling world. So the fact that I had, that type of audience coming to me and shaking my hand, and it meant the world.
Definitely. It's got to be heartwarming going to somewhere like OVW and getting recognition for what you've done and worked so hard to do.
Woo! Yeah, and especially with everyone's journey, to just even like just have anyone come up to you and be like, good job. That's what it's all for.
Great Lake Championship Wrestling, they do the Blizzard Brawl every year, correct?
Yes, they do.
Okay. I've been to 2 of them, and those are excellent shows every time.
Yes.
Something that like is plug worthy on the aspect from like a fan. I met X-Pac, Road Warrior Animal, Hornswoggle.
Yep.
I sat next to Angelina Love, which isn't crazy. Like, so, definitely an experience that is well worth it, and I think it's coming up soon.
Yeah, no, this is going to be, I don't know if I'm going to be part of it, but I know I've been asked to come help out. So it's going to be my first ever Blizzard Brawl. Last year I was out, I was cleared, but I had just been cleared from, I shattered my clavicle. I don't know if that's on the cage match or whatever. The year before that, I had just started my relationship with GLCW, so I didn't want to step on toes and be like, put me in it. I know I just debuted, but like put me at the top. But now this is going to be like my first, official one, being, like a main roster member for GLCW. So, and that show's just huge. The lineup, the fact that they have, like Scotty 2 Hotty and his son going against Al Snow, and like the fact that Zila Fatu is going against my best friend Joey Avalon, and just all these like big star matches, and like Sabu is gonna be there, and like the laundry list that they always get every year. Woo! Like to even be a part of it, and to be able to like pop in and out of the locker room of that caliber, that's gonna be nuts.
And I can tell you, like as a fan, they make the $25 ticket price well worth it. Like,
yeah, 100%.
Even like as far, you mentioned Sabu, like talking to Sabu is not a cheap adventure. I know personally, not a cheap adventure. So being able to go as a fan and say, hey, I get to buy a T-shirt from Sabu, have a small conversation, go talk to, I think Wendy Richter's on there. Just great names that, and experiences you'll never, like, I got to do a crotch chop with X-Pac and wear Road Warrior Animal's shoulder pads, which my dad was so pissed because I put the shoulder pads on, and he was like, I watched the Road Warriors growing up, not you. Yeah. I was like, Dad, I'm putting them on.
I had that moment with Great Lakes, because the show before this Blizzard Brawl one, they had the tribal king be there, Haku.
Ooh.
And I was able to like shake his hand. And my uncle in Puerto Rico used to be a blackjack dealer. So one day after like WWE was doing like a house show in Puerto Rico, him, Haku, Undertaker, and all these other people came to his table. And they played for like an hour or so. And then my uncle was a big fan of like Haku and the like the crazy, the head shrinkers or whatever I think their name was or whatever. And they have like a picture of him like trying to like squish his head and bite it. And so I took a picture with him, and my uncle was the first one to be like, "Hey, dude, what the? You weren't even there, man. Like, what the heck? You can't just get a cool picture with him, like."
Yeah,
And that was, yeah, that's super awesome, and I can't wait to be a part of, like the bigger of the shows. But every time GLCW has something, I'm going over there again.
100%. Something I glanced over earlier, which I meant to ask.
Sure.
You mentioned being able to go to shows and stuff in Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
What's the difference between a Puerto Rican crowd and an American crowd?
Well, I'm trying to, because I've been to the first ever like show I went to was when I was like 4 years old. So to remember all the way back like of that, I probably was like, like, yeah, this is cool, like not really paying attention, you know what I mean, in comparison to now. But this last January or December into January, I celebrated Christmas and New Year's with my family. My fiance came to meet my family, and I was able to like, as a wrestler, go to like a training school and see a show. And to actually, that was like actually see, you know what I mean? Like not remembering it
Yeah.
as a 4 year old, and I do see like there are similarities, but it is different. I don't know if you saw the like WWE pay-per-view in Puerto Rico where like
Yeah, with
Bad
Bad Bunny
Bunny.
and Damian Priest.
So it's like that, like it's like the similar energy of like you gotta still work them. You know what I mean? They're not just gonna give the everything to you. Like you gotta, like the guys who did it, obviously most of them were speaking in Spanish, but like you still have to be clever, you still have to be entertaining, and like they still give you crap. You know what I mean? Like the second you buy a ticket, it pretty much means like you can do whatever the hell you want. So like they're, even if you're saying like, yeah, they love me, they could still be like, boo, but they're gonna say like bad things in Spanish, like and like instead of like the clap, 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 it's like, you hear the wepa or like the ooh which is like not a lot of one of my friends, like when that was going on, was like, what the hell are they saying? It's like, well, you don't know, like like it pretty much means, something like ooh ah is kind of like as if you're going for something and you're like winding it up and then bam, but it's such
The
a
wind up
it's
noise.
just like yeah, something like that. It's like as if you're like working, like the crowd's giving you that momentum to land it. They want to see it, and
Okay.
but it is very similar, like to like a normal wrestling crowd. Being that I've worked lucha shows, American style shows, and like stuff in like Michigan, Las Vegas, and Florida. Like everybody, I always consider every crowd and every show different. It all has their similarities. You still gotta tell a story out there, But I thought Puerto Rico is, like every other crowd, but just they're what they normally see and experience is different than what we see and experience. So like, instead of just going like you suck, they'll just say like, bendejo, like it's just there's similarities, but just slightly different.
Okay. Um, I've heard like they can be like, I don't know how to word it. Maybe what am I looking for? Like they can be a rougher crowd. Like
Sure.
they're
Oh
they're
yeah.
harder. They can either be harder to please, and they kind of like a wild Japanese crowd. Like they know their stuff. They know what they're looking for. They're not casual fans. They pay attention.
Yeah,
Um,
I believe I can see that. You know, from what I've seen, like obviously, like like if I were, because I know like Spanish or I know how to say stuff, like I can respond to somebody. Like if like if I'm at a lucha crowd and somebody says something in Spanish that like, maybe like someone like yourself or just someone who doesn't know, the lingo or the like, like that's
the
something that
slang.
isn't, the slang and stuff, like I can quickly respond to it and all that. And but I will say, like, it's very much like a lucha crowd in the sense that, like, if you lay in a chop, they're gonna say do it again. Or if you lay like a very impressive move, they're gonna be like, all right, that was good. You're slowly getting me. Like it's just I think like the way to put it is like every show you start back at zero, if that makes sense. You got to work me back into liking you, if that makes sense. A little bit more than
Okay.
an American.
That makes sense. Because, like here, for instance, one crowd sees you as a baby face. They're going to continuously, they're going to remember that. It's not like you took the memory card out, and not that they don't remember you. It's you gotta gain back all that progress.
Yes. But I will probably say, like, the one thing that I would do remember is like one person in a match like chopped somebody, and it wasn't as like I said, as loud as a shotgun. And I remember, like, in the intermission and stuff, like a fan went up to that wrestler and was like, "You chopped better last show," and then just walked away. I'm like, whoa, dang, man.
He remembered.
Wow, that's bogus. But hey, dang, man. Like, so crowds are crowds. Crowds are crowds at the end of the day.
I think it's one of those that, like, the audience is keeping the wrestler on his toes. Like, hey, we watch you, we remember these things. Like, don't half-ass it this time because you didn't last time.
Yeah, that's right. That's true.
Okay. I was gonna ask. We mentioned Eddie Guerrero, Rey Mysterio. In wrestling, there's so many guys. There's so many characters. Who would you say are like some of your biggest inspirations? And if you had to pick, one or two, like, dream matches, who would you say those guys would be?
Well, obviously, like I've given all the praise to Eddie Guerrero. Like, if he was here today, or if I had like a way to manipulate time and space and get it so that I could wrestle him, hands down, would sell my soul or cut a finger, whatever I need to put in the witch's cauldron to make it happen. Absolutely. And I do think, obviously, just because it's in the brain of like my first ever memory that got me to love wrestling. I'd love to wrestle Rey Mysterio, now or in his prime or whenever. I just think that would just be like another one where it's like my first match ever was seeing one of these two, and one of them is still alive and killing it. You know what I mean? And still has the opportunity to wrestle. That would be one. Obviously, like, I don't know if you're like a fan right now and you don't want to, like, as a wrestler, don't want to wrestle the likes of like Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock, then what are you? Like, if you had the opportunity, and if like both of them were like in a room with you, it's like, hey, so I need you to do this, you just tell me when, why, how, like,
what are we doing?
Exactly, right? Like, if you're a fan, right, and like I still think, like, even if you're only like 13, 16 years old, who The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin is. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I firmly believe that. But I think for me, because when I remember like watching the SmackDowns and all that live, I thought the coolest character that I'd love to wrestle, but just in like a specific era, would be like Red Mask Kane. I always thought he was the coolest character, the coolest dude, the strongest guy, could lift up Big Show and throw him over the top. I'd lose horribly in that prime Kane. Like, even if I like, started training now, and if I had 6 months, I'd still lose horrifically to that prime of a Kane. But I think that'd be coolest. So I think, something like on the likes of that, Eddie Guerrero, obviously Stone Cold or The Rock, Rey Mysterio, and definitely like when he had that red across the chest, just one arm out, red mask Kane. That'd be the coolest.
I like it. I like it. With that said, my next question, and always a fun question. You mentioned Mount Rushmore at the beginning.
Yep.
There's no right or wrong answer. What's yours?
That's always the hardest because it depends on my flavor of the week.
Okay.
For at least like the number 3 and 4 spot. Because for a while it was because obviously the two that I'm pretty sure you could guess right off the bat would be Rey Mysterio, Eddie Guerrero, for sure. Like those two would never move. The 3 and 4 always change. Like I always have like a cutting crew, like taking out one face and then putting on another one. Because it really depends because I always like to do every 2 weeks or 1 week or whatever. I'll kind of just like study a wrestler. So for like a while, one person who I like, saw a lot of his stuff, even in like Mexico, Japan, was Tajiri. I always thought he was one of the most entertaining, coolest guys to watch. Like the fact that in 2016, at like 50 years, almost 50 years old, he was still doing the Cruiserweight Classic where he was wrestling like, like prime, like Rich Swann and like all these other people. I'm like, that is hands down one of the coolest dudes ever. And I'd love to wrestle him. So he was on there for a while. But now I've kind of transitioned. I'm kind of in like a Shawn Michaels because he's honestly like probably one of the best entertainers and wrestlers overall. And then that 4 spot, usually it's whoever, it's the flavor of the week. It's either Stone Cold or The Rock because like without them, like those are my memories of like wrestling, like those are like the top guys that I saw as like that is the most entertaining or the best wrestler in the world. When I was watching it in the early 2000s, into WrestleMania 17, 18, So I'd probably say those. I think that's a safe Mount Rushmore of Rey Mysterio because, when right now, if anybody sees that mask, that's
You know
Rey
who it
Mysterio.
is. I got it right here.
Right? Like
right there.
in any, no matter the color, no matter the like how he spins it, the second you see that, if you're a hardcore wrestling fan, that. And he's made Lucha Libre known to the world.
It's mainstream because of Rey Mysterio.
Eddie Guerrero, that's for me. I think he's the best wrestler ever. I think if he was still alive today with, like if he had more time into like he'd be like maybe 54 right now. Could you imagine the likes of wrestlers we could have seen him wrestle,
I just want to say, imagine Eddie versus Dominic.
Seriously, I would love to see that right now.
Amazing.
I was always like nitpicking because during the time where he was awesome, AJ Styles was just starting. So I was like, oh, if I could, like those two would have knocked it out of the park. And then like just fantasy booking. I think Eddie Guerrero needs to be up there. 3 right now for me is Shawn Michaels because without him, I think that generation of into the 80s, 90s wrestlers, like he took it to a whole nother level, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because he, like doing that ladder match, for the first time in WWF that like took off, and then his Hell in the Cell, like his first, like he was the first person to be in a Hell in the Cell match with The Undertaker, like that.
And he can wrestle anybody.
Seriously, like anybody. Absolutely anybody. And then I think right there, 4th and, technically 4th and 5th, it changes. However, is The Rock and or Stone Cold. Hands down.
Okay. I'm gonna throw in a bonus question. All
right.
What is your favorite era of Eddie Guerrero?
Ooh. Dang, man, that's tough. Because like I said, I watched it during like the early SmackDown days.
I was gonna say like that 2002 Raw era when he was fighting Van Dam and guys like that when he fought The Rock.
Yeah,
that's my favorite.
Mullet Guerrero was pretty good. I'm probably gonna say around that time, but probably when he was Intercontinental champ, when he was messing with like the Big Show, and he was like when he was doing like Los Guerreros too, where he's actually
Okay.
showing that he could wrestle like the likes of Kurt Angle, but then the next week could make Big Show eat a burrito that made him constipated. Like, so the fact that he was doing amazing matches and still being like funny and endearing, like, and then being able to cut promos on like The Rock and all that stuff. So I think that, which is still in the same area that where you're kind of talking about, where he still hasn't really, where he cut his hair, but he's still kind of that still lying, cheating, stealing.
I think that
So
was right after he came back to the
yeah,
WWE.
one
So
of those times. But I think that I like all of them because like even when he was messing around with China, that was great. But
it was gold.
it was gold. But I don't know, man. That's tough. But I'm probably being right when he came back and he cut the mullet is probably just an inch over mullet Guerrero, just
Okay.
a little bit, just a little bit.
I lied. I'm going to throw in one more bonus question.
Oh my God, so many, so many, so much,
You're
dude.
it's a good interview, so I had to throw in another one.
Yeah.
So being inspired by Guerrero, have you used any of his antics? The hit the chair, throw it to the ref, lay down, any of that stuff?
Not like recently, but yeah, whenever I can, I always think like sometimes if like I know I'm wrestling somebody, and the fans have seen it, done a bajillion times. How can I incorporate it? Most of the times, if I'm like home alone eating a meal and I just want to put something on, I will like put on Peacock and just put in Eddie Guerrero and see what he did, January 19th. You know what I mean? Just like seeing what tactics and whatever he used. I have done the chair one. That I mean, but like that's like a crucial moment. Every wrestler should have that in the back of the head, and also like to consider like what if he does that? What do I do? And I think one of the ones that I think didn't go super well. I tried to do the like untying of the boot. Didn't really work out. That one's hard. That one's hard. But yeah, no, that definitely when I had a little bit of a run with my fellow Puerto Rican friends, their Caribbean Arrogance, Shuko and Jay Manny from Wisconsin. Lots of like, hey, look over here, guy slides in, belt shot, Chavo, Eddie, stuff like that. And it's always been like cool, but try to make it like using that influence, but also making it your own, if that makes sense.
Yeah. You mentioned the Eddie and China scenario, and immediately to my head came the flowers with the lead pipe in it.
Yeah.
Just a classic spot. And I was like, I wonder if he's ever tried to incorporate these things into a match, because everybody has their Eddie spot that they try or an attempt.
Yeah, I know when I told you my fiance used to be my manager. Sometimes she would throw a belt, in the ring, just so happened to, like very,
just so happened to find it.
Like, where'd that come from? And very much, those little things of hiding it, but of course, you don't want to set it up the same, if that makes sense. So like we would do it so that she had like a suitcase she'd come out with instead of the roses, and then the pipes there, make it, like I said, like using that influence, but then making it my own. That's what we've done.
I always end off on the show on a word, a word of advice to a fellow wrestler, to somebody aspiring to be one. You got any good advice for the fans?
So the way I think about everything when it comes that has helped me so much in wrestling is and in general and in life and everything is don't live with the what if you understand what that means.
Yeah.
So when an opportunity or anything shows itself and you think to yourself, oh man, that sounds awesome, but like right there, stop, like do it. Because I had that moment of like, but what, like whatever. And if I would have stuck with that thought, I wouldn't be a wrestler. Like that was to go into the school. That was to, and then I wouldn't have had the opportunities that I've had meeting the like wrestlers that I had and, meeting the likes of like people who I watched in wrestling, when I was a fan, like the Rikishis, the Chavo Guerreros, doing the seminars, working with OVW. Like if I like had that moment of like, but like, what if I, okay, maybe I shouldn't, like never live with those what ifs. If you have an opportunity or if you want to try something, of course, it's going to be hard. You know what I mean? Like if you were to just be like, today I'm going to be a wrestler and then WWE calls you, that ever happens, please tell me what the hell you did because I'd love to know what the secrets are. But it's one of those grueling processes. Some people get it faster than others. Some people don't. But how are you going to know unless you do it? Like why not take those steps? And then if it's not for you, it's not for you. But like taking that with life, like if this interview, I got an email for this interview. What if I don't, maybe I don't want to do like just it doesn't hurt, and it's, like if you find out at the end of the day, like, oh man, if you were at this one show, there was a promoter for WW, you know what I mean? Like, so that's why I always consider and try my hardest to not live with the what ifs, go out there, do it, because at the end of the day, this is like, I'm seeing through this, like, you know what I mean? Like, I love it when people post on social media, seeing their like moments and awesome experiences. It's like, you want to do that exact same thing. So like, go out there, take those opportunities and don't live with the what ifs.
Got it. Sounds good.
Yes, sir.
Axel, thank you a million times over. Great interview. It was a great time. I had a blast.
Me too, my friend.
Can we do part two?
Hey, you let me know maybe like whenever a couple months or whatever. So like I don't want to give you the same old interview. Hopefully some things have changed in between there and whatever. But absolutely, I'm always down. Like I said, from one starving artist to another, like let's just help each other, get ourselves out there, share each other's things. That's why like I always share my friends' posts on my Instagrams and socials because we're all just trying to do something with this crazy thing called life, So absolutely.
I love it. Can't wait. So we'll leave the fans off with, we'll see you next time.
Yes.
Welcome, guys, to ILW Pod. I'm your host, as always, Justin Wright. Today we are welcomed with quite the lawyer, Eric Schultz. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing just fine, brother. Thanks for having me on.
Of course. Just making my way into the Chicago scene as far as the podcast goes. And like I said, you were recommended, so I had to get you on here.
I'll take it.
Before we get into the thick of the questions, do you have any like social media plugs you'd like to throw out there or any merchandise?
Sure. Well, Bert, I am like, I had a first run of merch and I need to get back on that and like shirts and stuff. But at least at the very least, you can follow me on Instagram, which is Eric Schultz Lawyer. That's Eric_Schultz_lawyer. So, but that's pretty much it. Just I bet if you type in Eric Schultz Lawyer, it'll come up. So
Pop right up. That's actually how I found you.
Good.
Just said, hey, look up Eric Schultz.
Close enough.
Simple name. Found you right away.
Yeah.
So it's definitely, if anybody wants to get him, it's the easiest way to do it.
Yeah. Should be pretty straightforward. I'll be the one following and followed by a bunch of other wrestlers. So,
before we get into the wrestling questions, I gotta ask: is it a real law degree?
no, yeah, that's a great question. And I'll spill the beans and tell you it is not.
Okay.
That's a work. I am actually in sales. So I did go to school and I went to Northern Illinois University and I got my bachelor's in marketing. So I am a salesman. I got a sales certificate from Northern, but so that's what I do. That's what I do as a shoot from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday.
Sales and being a lawyer and being a wrestler kind of all go hand in hand if you think about
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I mean, I certainly I agree with that, brother. It's like it's all under the. I mean, ultimately, it's kind of all under the umbrella of like marketing, isn't it?
Yes.
It's sales. It's being able to just I don't know, just present yourself in a certain way. So, but yeah, absolutely, 100%, I agree.
Another question that I to start doing some research. It looks like you are from Canada. Is that true or false?
No, that's so the funny thing is I'm glad that came up actually. No, I'm actually from the area. I'm from Chicagoland. I'm from Joliet. Joliet, Illinois is where I was born and raised.
Gotcha.
And the Canada thing is actually my Super Wrestlers character. Super Wrestlers is a relatively new promotion. I think there are only 7 or 8 shows in. I've only done 2 of their shows, so I'm kind of a recent addition to their roster, but that's a very unique and a very fun promotion that's kind of cut from a totally different cloth. And it's kind of one of those things where I think they give for the most part, if they bring you in, they got their own creative and they got their own characters. So I work as Canadad at Super Wrestlers. So no, so I'm not from Canada, but that's where you probably saw the Canadian flag on
Yep.
my profile. Yeah. So no, that's a character of mine. So that's kind of a new one. That's a fun one. That's been like I said that just started in September. So I did a show in
Okay.
September there. They put on shows out of the Concord Music Hall on Milwaukee up in Chicago. It was really cool. It's a really cool venue. And then so yeah, I did have my debut in September, and I just had a show recently here, like about a week ago in just yeah December here. So yeah, I
Nice.
got 2 shows in there, but that's a fun show too.
You know, I always start on Google as far as doing research,
Sure.
and like actually that's where the first rumor popped up, and then going to your Instagram, like you got the little Canadian flag, and I was like maybe, but
I'm a liar, dude.
I believe he's from here. I gotta ask.
Yeah.
uh,
Well, I mean, and you can tell too because I'm still workshopping that Canadian accent. I'm having a tough time with it. So
it's a
I give
rough one.
myself away as being from the Midwest pretty good, and you'll probably tell more. But no, not a lawyer, and I'm not from Canada, so I'm a fraud.
It's part of that marketing. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
100%. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, just it's fun. Well, yeah, I mean, the fun of this thing is ultimately just being able to perform. It's a performing thing, and so it's fun to inhabit a character, even if it's not one I came up with. It's something somebody else came up with. It'd be the same as if I was an actor on a show.
Yep.
It's like I didn't write the character, but it's the character that I was cast to play. So it's fun to do that, and I've even in school I always was in theater. So I enjoyed doing like, plays and stuff and did in stage acting in theater or in school rather. And so I see this really as an extension of that kind of in my adult years.
Definitely, definitely. And what a fun way to spend
Oh yeah.
your weekends or your evenings. You got your day job, your shoot job, you're doing whatever, and then you get to go out and be Canadad
Yeah.
or a lawyer.
Mark Schultz. Yeah. I
um,
agree.
but as a wrestling fan, we all have a story behind when we fell in love with this.
Mhm.
Being in the Midwest, is it a Chicago tie for you, or is it something you
Mm.
came across, clicking through the channels?
Sure. No, excellent question, and I'll get through it as quickly as I can. Basically, I like most of us probably. I was into wrestling as a kid. My brother was actually, who's 10 years older than me, was always into wrestling back in like the Hogan Warrior era, like the late '80s. So when 10 years later, when I'm about that age, junior high in the late '90s, we're talking Stone Cold and The Rock. It was a hot era for pro wrestling, during the Monday Night Wars with Nitro and Raw. And I just remember that so vividly, like literally being one of those groups that would like switch back and forth between Raw and Nitro and Raw on a Monday night. And it was fun because we would go to like our buddy's house, and it was a very big to do. And it was so much fun, so memorable. But of course, come to 2000, now I'm in high school ish, and it's like I'm done. I'm done with pro wrestling. But my brother always kind of had a foot in it, always still kind of watched it, always kind of checked up on it. And it wasn't until all the way until 2019, just like what is it, 5 years ago almost, that he invited me over to watch WrestleMania, and I just was like WrestleMania 35 in 2019. So I said, sure, you don't have to be, keeping up on the weekly product to kind of enjoy WrestleMania. the matches are always great, and they have guest stars, and it's always a great show, you know. So I went over and watched WrestleMania like in April 2019, and I just really enjoyed it. Like it took me back, and so much so that like later on that year, I started kind of tuning into Raw because I enjoyed WrestleMania so much. I was like, oh man, I guess I'll check out Raw a little bit more. And it was August of 2019 that I kind of got the idea to check out a local indie show. I had never done that in the late 90s when I was growing up. It was always just whatever was on TV. And I went to a Raw, or no, I went to a Nitro once. I went to one Monday Night Nitro, so I got that to my name. And then I know, right? I was like 12, you know, but at the United Center, it was awesome. And then went to Judgment Day, the 1998 Judgment Day. So that was kind of my two, live events growing up. I didn't really go to a whole lot of live events, but those were the two. But all that to say, speaking of live events, I said, wait, why don't I go to one of these local indie shows? And it was a freelance underground show at Church Street Brewing in Itasca. And I was like, oh, this looks like fun. And I got my buddy to go with me, and we went up there. And I just remember watching the show, and it was there wasn't a lot of people there. You know, there's probably 40 people in the crowd. There's probably just as many people putting on the show as there were watching the show. But I just remember thinking immediately, almost like, oh, this is what I want to do. Like, I don't even like want to watch the rest of the show. I just like want to figure out how I can be a part of it. And then the wrestlers were, you know, at their merch tables between matches, naturally, just kind of working their gimmicks. And so I remember going over there between matches or at intermission and just kind of chatting them all up and just asking them like, hey, like, how old are you? Like, when did you get in this business? Because I was 32. I'm 37 now. And I was 32 when I got into the biz. I just thought I was way too old. I was way too old. You know, there's kids starting out at 16, 17, you know, they got 10 years of experience and they're still younger than me. And I just thought I missed it. I thought I missed the boat, but it was actually Pat Monix, local indie wrestler Pat Monix, that was like, he could kind of detect. I could tell he could detect like what I was probing for and why I was asking those questions. And he was like, hey man, you're never too old to get in the business. And I just never forgot him saying that. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Cause you could tell he knew what I was, you know, searching for. So after that, it was the end of 2019. I started researching some schools, and at the top of 2020, January 2020, I signed up with CSW and started training. And so that's kind of the start of it all.
Okay. At the time, was Steve Boz still the head trainer?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I walked in on a Tuesday night. Now, Boz doesn't teach on Tuesday nights. He doesn't run classes on Tuesday nights, but that was the night I walked in because I knew they worked. They ran practices Tuesdays and Thursday nights. So going on Tuesday night, and one of the kids right away was like, "Oh, you knew, you're looking to get started. Well, that guy over there is the guy to talk to," and it was Boz. So I went up to him and I just says, "Hey, man, I'm looking to start training too." And he goes, well, hey, why don't you come back on Thursday? I run my class on Thursday, and then just kind of watch the class, and I'll talk to you afterwards and see what you think. And I said, sure, you got it. And I did that. I went back on Thursday, and I liked it. He pulled me aside that night and was like, hey, what'd you think? I said, dude, I'm dying. I want to get in there with you. 2-3 hours of watching you guys. I'm like, I want to get in there. So he's like, well, awesome. Just, show up with your, some shoes and some pads, and we'll get going on the next Tuesday. So that's kind of how it was. But really quick too, I'll tell you a cool thing about Boz. Speaking of marketing, I asked Boz, I said, hey Boz, I checked out a couple areas or a couple schools in the area, a couple training facilities. I said, well, what would you say sets you apart from anybody else? And he said two things. He says, look, I'm going to teach you how to tell a story, and I'm going to teach you how to do it safe. And I just thought, again, 32 years old, I was already like, well, I'm pretty much not going to be taking any crazy bomb. I'm not doing any high spots. I'm not going to do any really high risk stuff. I can't move like the kids, that the young kids can move, how they can move and stuff. So it's like, so to hear like, hey, I'm going to teach you how to tell a story, and I'm going to teach you how to do it safely. And it was like, those were literally like the only, like I said, I got the drama background. So it's like, that's all I really wanted to do was tell a story and do it safely and be able to not kill myself joining this business at 32 years old. So that always stuck out in my head. So that was kind of a cool thing about starting with CSW and Boz.
Definitely.
Yeah.
How long, like, did you actually stay like in your fundamental stage of training
Mm.
before you expanded out?
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. So all of 2020. So
Okay.
you'll remember in 2020, we the world shut down for about 3 months or longer, depending on what, how you want to perceive it. But for me, it was about 3 months because it was I started in January and then February and then halfway through March. They said, "Hey guys, we can't run practices anymore. We got to take a little time off," and that ended up going until July. So it had gotten to a point where I had stopped training longer than I had been training. Like we had taken a 3 month break after my 2 month start. But then July 1st of 2020 comes along, we get shows going again, and it's so many limitations. And it was kind of a brutal time for indie wrestling because it was a brutal time for pro wrestling, because there's
Yeah.
no crowds. And that's such a critical part of pro wrestling. What are we doing if not without crowds?
There's nobody in the building. What are you doing it for?
It's 100%, and I totally agree. And I mean, even like at practice the other day, I was putting on a match with some guys, and I said, this is tough. I said it's tough to kind of do what we're doing right now without a crowd because so much of like what we do is just kind of what's the crowd responding to, what are they reacting to, and it's just feeding off of them. It's a give and take. So if there
Yeah.
is no crowd, then you're just kind of giving your canned, match and just hoping that it's people like it. But yeah, so it was all of 2020. It was just kind of just training for the most part, and the funny thing is, brother, I was even like at the top of 23 because I was just training for all of 22. Let me try that again, brother. I was training for all of 2020. I'm sorry. So for all of 2020, I was just training, and at the top of 2021, I was almost getting ready to like call it quits because like I wasn't getting booked. Guys that had started like right around the same time I started were like already getting booked on shows. And I was like, maybe this isn't for me. And so I was kind of starting to slow down at practices. And sure enough, that's right around the time I got the call that they were like, "Hey, do you want to do?" Or it was Boz. Boz was like, "Hey, are you good for the 21st of February?" I was like, "Yeah, what do you need me to do? Like set up the ring?" He's like, "No, I need you to wrestle." I was like, "Oh, okay." And of course, that was a change. That was a turning point too. It was just kind of like, again, it was training, 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 training. This is getting a little stale. But then once I started getting into some shows and started doing some matches, it just kind of the world kind of opened up even more to me, and it's just been kind of it's been just kind of like the rest is history since then. And actually, that first match wasn't even CSW, it was LLT Lucha Libre Total, and then I did like some LLT shows. I was doing the Futures Battle Royal at CSW shows. And then I was doing some Northland Pro Wrestling shows. And then I think later that year I was doing Crash Tested Wrestling, which is out in Indiana, which was out in Hobart. So there was just like it was a slow start, but it was the growth was certain. It was like sure, it was like it was there. Like there was definitely a steady progression of like getting like more work and getting more exposure. So yeah, I would say about like 2020, 2021.
Okay. Was that phone call from Boz what made you realize that you wanted to stay?
Yeah. Yes, you
Okay.
nailed it. That's it, man. I mean, well, like I'm telling you, I just felt like it wasn't for me. I was like, obviously it's not, something's not clicking. And then when I
Yeah.
got the text, it was like, okay. And then I went out and I did that show. And of course, the first one ever. Funny thing is, the first show, or my first match rather, at LLT was against Boz. I wrestled him. How cool is that, right? I get
That's
to wrestle my
badass.
trainer. I know. But now it wasn't a singles though. So it was me and Jax Johnson, my buddy T, as a tag team versus Steve Boz and TJ Steele, which at the time they were doing the Bruise Brothers. So
Okay.
I got to work those two, and then of course TJ ended up being a great friend since then. Jax is a great friend, so it was just such a cool debut to be able to debut against with my trainer, and then his tag partner who became a good friend, and then my tag partner who became a good friend. So it was really a cool, and like I said, from then it was just like okay, yeah, now we're cooking. So yeah, there was never ever a thought of stopping after that.
Definitely. Doing research, it looks like early on in your career you got to actually tag with a legend, Pat Tanaka.
Yeah.
Um, what was that experience like? And were you given any like sort of feedback afterwards?
Sure. Yeah, with Pat, that was a CSW show. We were at a weird venue because we were supposed to be outdoors and it was raining that day, so we ended up calling an audible and running to like some other venue kind of last minute.
Okay.
And it was a four-way tag match. So you had you had eight bodies and four tag teams. And so it was a lot. It was a lot going on. And of course, I was probably the greenest dude in there. So I was taking heat, I'm taking the heat. And I just remember, um, again, everybody in there is like pretty much was like a veteran. I mean, everybody was a veteran compared to me at that time. But I mean, even like some of the other guys in there were like have been in the business for years and years. So I just had my ears open. I was just like, I'll do whatever you guys say, because this is kind of a little bit out of my comfort zone, just or whatever. So I'm just gonna listen. And so I remember listening and just kind of taking their stuff, and I'm selling, doing the best I can, selling. And the big thing was like I wasn't fighting back. And they kept I remember during the match, like guys like would be just be kind of like fight back, like trying to conceal their communication. They're telling me to fight back. And I was just so stinking green. I didn't know like what do you mean fight back? I don't get it. But the idea was I needed to stay alive. I needed to show that I was still like, even as a babyface taking heat, there's still life in you. If you're just taking heat for 3-4 straight minutes, you're going to bore people. They're going to turn to their phones and start playing on their phones. So that was that. So yeah, it was a fun experience to work with Tanaka, but also that is a lesson I'll never forget from that match was just to, make sure you stay alive and keep fighting back, keep showing some hope. The heels will cut you back off.
Yeah.
But at least you're showing some fire, showing some hope. You're showing that you're still alive and that you're giving something for the fans to keep, wanting to cheer for you instead of just getting thrown around like a 200-pound sack of potatoes. So, but yeah, that was definitely one of a fun learning experience working with Tanaka.
Definitely. It's got to be, somewhat probably overwhelming at the time to be in there with such a legend, especially like you said, for an insider term, you said you were green. So it's got to be like crazy to just think, hey, I'm in the ring with this guy. He's done it for who knows how long.
Yeah.
So
I was green as goose poop, as they say.
You mentioned Northland Pro Wrestling.
Yes.
Early on, it looks like you did a lot of work there. You would eventually hold their world title.
Yeah,
what does that company mean to you, and what does that championship mean to you?
Ooh, yeah, great question. So yeah, Northland was always kind of considered like a developmental promotion for CSW. So they have connections with CSW, but a lot of the students who needed to get some ring time, but maybe weren't ready for a CSW show, would get booked at Northland. It was like the NXT of CSW, if you want to call it that.
Okay.
So it got to a point where, Cody James, who ended up going on to NWA and did some, cool things there. He was the champion at the time. He was kind of from that area. So he was really big, babyface, super over in that kind of Woodstock area. And then eventually it got to a point where like he and I were feuding. And I think just between him and the booker there, they decided, hey, why don't we put the belt on Schultz as a heel champion? And so that was a lot of fun. It was the first time I ever got to have a championship title. So I did that and got the belt. And then we just had a really fun kind of like long reign of like heel wins, kind of like almost Roman Reigns-esque with like lots of like shenanigans. No match was ever real clean. It was always kind of real dirty. And that was the fun of it. It was just constantly winning by cheating, basically. And so it was fun for the crowd to see, hey, is this guy finally going to get his comeuppance this show? No, it wasn't this show. It's going to have to be next show. Was he finally going to get his comeuppance this show? Oh, so we was just constantly playing with that. Northland slowed down their shows this year in 2024. So there wasn't as many shows in 2024. I'm thinking maybe one or two. And so I'm still the Northland Pro Wrestling heavyweight champion, but that's only because, I've only had to defend that thing like twice in
Yeah,
2024. So I won it October 1st of 2022. And now it's coming up to 2.5 years of having that belt in my room, collecting
that's
dust. No,
crazy.
it's not collecting dust. I wipe it down. But yeah, no, that was fun. That was kind of, yeah, like I said, that was just kind of a fun moment and just a kind of a red letter day for me. And but yeah, it was definitely an interesting experience.
Definitely. Um, Something else that like I found really cool was your CSW like main card debut. What was it like getting your first chance on, I
Yeah,
presume, IWTV and
sure,
to a wider audience?
sure. Yeah, so I debuted. In all of 21 and early 22, I wasn't even doing Schultz. I was doing a character called Kaiser Kickdrum, and I was in a tag team with Dakota, and we were Neon Noise, and so we were doing just kind of like an '80s like rock star,
Throwback.
just kind of an '80s rock star gimmick, and had, like I said, just with kind of the neon, and I was a drummer. Dakota was doing the guitar thing. And so that was just kind of some of the fun we were having, and we would only do the Futures Battle Royal again. So we were going to CSW shows and being a part of it, sort of, but only in the Futures. Um, and then I remember the booker for CSW reached out to me and says, "Hey, we'll bring you on to the main card, but do you still want to do the rock and roll gimmick? Or, because I see you're doing Schultz. I was doing Schultz everywhere else except for my home promotion at CSW. And I liked Schultz better. It was a funner character. And he goes, you keep wanting to do like kick drum or you want to do Schultz? I said, well, I want to do Schultz. Like, the character I'm doing everywhere else is where I want to do here. And
Yeah.
so he's like, okay, cool. I think I can work that in. I'll pair you up with Mario. And I guess he'll need a lawyer for some of the shenanigans he's getting. And I said, perfect. So I think it was like April of 22. I debuted at CSW as Schultz, and yeah, that was a lot of fun. Just tagged with Mario for a little bit, and yeah, man, it was just the rest is history. Just had a lot of fun matches at some of my, not even some, the best matches I've had, like the most notable matches I've had have been at CSW. So like my match with Sky. I had a singles match with Sky Blue, and that
I
was a
was gonna
great
ask about
match.
that one next.
Yeah, we'll get to it. That's obviously like that was a red letter match for me.
Yep.
Got tons of views. I think it's the number one video on the CSW YouTube channel. By which I mean the most views. So it
Okay.
has the most views. Our match has the most views on the CSW YouTube channel. Um, I think Conan Lycan and Speedball Bailey are like they're number three with a bullet. I think so. They might be on their way to being number one someday, but currently I think it's still me and Sky. But and then of course, I think a year later, so that was August of 22. And then August of 23, I got to tag with my buddy Inestra, Vic Inestra, against again Boz, but this time Tommy Dreamer. So that was
Yeah.
a fun thing too, getting to work with. So those are kind of my two noteworthy matches, or I should say noteworthy opponents, like Sky with some television fame, of course now, and then of course Tommy Dreamer, an
Yeah. A legend.
ECW legend, of course. And so that was really cool just to share a ring with him, and again it was in a tag match capacity, so it's not like we got to tell like a single story, kind of a one-on-one thing, which would have been really cool, but I'm not complaining. I'm happy to have just been in the ring with him in a match, and I think I gave him a shake, rattle, and roll, and I hit him with a
Okay.
drop kick. So that was it. That's all I can remember. Is I hit him with a drop kick, and I hit him with my shake, rattle, and roll. And so there you go. That's my only offense I get on a Tommy Dreamer. But and he
Hey.
gave me his Death Valley driver for the finish. So that
Oh.
was cool. Yeah.
Okay. That's
So yeah,
great.
it was been CSW's been great ever since I got to start out as Schultz there.
You mentioned Sky,
Mhm.
Sky Blue. How did that match come together?
Mm.
And how did you feel like afterwards the reaction was? Was it what you guys expected
Yeah,
or was it more?
that's a good question. Well, I think who knows, how it came about. I thought it was kind of an interesting booking decision. I go, oh, me against Sky? Like there's a lot of other guys and girls on the roster that could probably be a little bit more of a compelling opponent for Sky Blue instead of just me. And again, I was still so green. So this is still 22 here, August of 22. But we were in like mid 22 to the end of 22. The CSW group, we were all kind of like hanging out and being buddies. And Sky was in our circle of friends. So I think it was just kind of like a friend thing. I honestly think the booker for most other wrestlers, they're like, hey, here's what you're doing, and here's what I want. But I think with Sky, it's more like the bookers are like, "What would you like to do, Sky? Like, I'm happy to accommodate you." So I think she kind of probably said, "Well, I'll work Schultz. He's a buddy." So then that's kind of how that came about. And I'm speculating. I really don't know. But that's my guess is that she was just kind of a buddy, and I think the booker asked her what she wanted to do. But anyway, we went in, and I remember just like asking veterans like Vic Capri, the Ice Pick Vic Capri. I said, Vic, if it were you going up against a female and doing an intergender match, what kinds of things should I change, or like what are some things to avoid, or things like that. And he had some great advice for me. Because I was so green, I didn't take it. Because I panicked. He told me some things like, don't, I wouldn't throw any punches, just don't throw any, you could do so much of the same stuff, treat her like a wrestler or whatever. We're all just wrestlers, but, don't throw any punches. And of course I threw some punches because I'm dumb and I panicked. And it was like one of those things I had been doing in matches all the time in heat. And so like, again, in the heat, when it's live, I was like, I didn't know what else to do. So I just started like throwing straight punches. Sky Blue, half my size. Sure, that looked great. That's a great visual. Right? So, but still, as green as I was, it was a fun match. I remember thinking like during the heat, I was kind of losing them. I'm like, I'm not being entertaining enough. I'm kind of losing them. But my brother was there, and he was like, "Oh no, dude, you had him." Everybody was into that match because Sky's so over. So it made my job so much easier because she was so over, and we could have done anything, and probably it would have been a great match. And the funny thing is, now even watching it back now, like, oh, it was not nearly as bad as I thought it was when I first. Not that I thought it was bad, but like it just aged well. Like it looks better now. Like I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm very proud of that. And here I was kind of real nervous about it when I was all done, but no, that was a fun one. And yeah, like I said, I think like 58,000 views on YouTube. Ooh. And I mean, if you said, what's your second most viewed anything? I'd be like, dude, I don't even know if I'm in the thousands. And that's in like 58,000. So I know, like I said, it was just very cool for me to have that kind of exposure, because I remember popping open my my Instagram like shortly after that match, and it was like, dude, it was like every 15 minutes I would open up my Instagram and I'd have one or two new followers. And I'm not used to that. I don't even have 1,000 followers on Instagram. I know some of the girls got, they got 50,000 followers or whatever, 250,000 followers on Instagram. I don't know what that world's like. I don't even have 1,000. So for me, So for me, after a match and seeing like, my gosh, I still have new followers. Like, that's awesome. And the funny thing is, even after the Dreamer match, I was kind of hoping for the same thing. I was thinking, oh man, after my Tommy Dreamer match, I'm getting a good bump of followers. Nope. I didn't see that. Didn't move the needle at all. That didn't move the needle at all. But that match with Sky sure kind of got me a few new looks. So that was pretty cool.
I with the Dreamer thing, I kind of relate. Actually, on the podcast, I had Sabu on here.
Oh,
somebody I was super excited for. It was a great interview, very fun. But in my head, it was one of those, this is gonna change the game. This is gonna change the game.
Oh, yeah.
And it did what every other video does. And I was like, okay,
yeah,
keep going, keep pushing. But I was like,
it's funny what gets over and what doesn't get over, and what goes viral and what doesn't go viral. Because again, I've been being in the business now 5 years. And again, for me, it's not even the years, it's the mileage. I'm in the business 5 years. You could give me somebody else that's been in the business 5 years, But if I'm working 4 times as much as they have been in the 5 years, then it's not an apples to apples comparison. You know, 5 years is 5 years for both of us, sure. But dude, I've been working 4 times as many matches as you have in those 5 years. So like I feel like I got 4 times as much experience. But yeah, all that to say, it's funny what gets over. Even we talked about super wrestlers briefly. I think all the characters on Super Wrestlers are funny and they're clever and they're well written. But there was an article recently written just about one character, about the Steven Flow character, who's kind of like a Pearl Jam Eddie Vedder gimmick. Like he comes out to Even Flow, but it's Steven Flow. And like he got a whole article written about him. And it's like, so all the wrestlers, of all the clever,
everything on the show.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Of all the clever stuff that's going on there, that was kind of the one thing that sticks out to people. They love that. So it's just like you said. It's just you never know what catches. So
And it's always usually what you wouldn't think is going to catch that catches.
Yeah.
It's like the least likely
that's an
thing
interesting
creeps
point.
up, and then it
Yeah,
shoots up. You're like, oh, really? Like that I didn't see that coming.
you gotta,
I guess,
and then you
like,
got to run with it. You know, then it's
exactly.
like it's not enough just to say like, oh, that's interesting. It's like, well, now we got to capitalize on this and like take advantage of it.
That we got to put the rocket on them.
Yes,
Otherwise, it's going to get rejected.
Yeah.
Like I think a good example is like Daniel Bryan.
Yeah.
Like somebody that got himself over and was forced him to get to the position where he deserves to be.
Exactly. Great example.
Getting into some other things I've had on here, Moondog Murray.
Yeah.
Somebody I've seen you've been connected to here and there throughout your career. What is your feelings toward Moondog, whether it's, compared to the beginning, whenever it seems like you guys were pretty good friends, compared to when he attacked you at CSW?
That's right. So Moondog, I think he posted recently too, the matches, or I'm sorry, the opponents he has worked the most with. And he had it that he has worked with like Joey Mayberry the most. Like it was like 15 matches at the time. I think Mateo Valentine, same thing, like maybe 13 or 14 matches. But then I was third with 12. Like I had worked Moondog about a dozen times. And so I just think that's so funny that, because he keeps stats like I do. I like to keep stats of the matches. So obviously he keeps stats of his matches too. So yeah, we worked together about 12 times. But he's great. I consider him very much a peer. He trained at CSW when I was training at CSW. He has a really great character. He's got a better character than I do. So it's just kind of like he's marketable. He's people like him. Powell put the strap on him at one time. I know he was like earmarked to get strapped at other promotions, but his schedule was so busy that he had to decline. So again, like people wanted to work with him and have him be their champion. But no, he's very easy to work with. I even remember recently we worked for our friend Lucia at her promotion, Ultimate Combat Gauntlet. She runs out of Bedford Park. And this was probably the most recent time Moondog and I worked together. And it was just so funny because I remember getting there and just thinking like, oh, me and Moondog are working together. Oh, this will be such an easy night. And again, not that we phone it in or anything, but just, we're just so comfortable working with each other. And again, we trust each other's education because I know where he came from. He came from CSW and as did I. So, again, plus we worked together so many times before. We just know kind of, we kind of have good energy together or good synergy. So, but no, I just saw him last night too at Galley. He was at we were both on the same show at Galley, so that was fun.
That's great. It's nice to see guys that have, you're still growing, but that started the business and can grow together and work together, whether it's across the ring or together. It's just cool to see that.
Oh,
Another guy that you've been tied to, I mentioned him earlier, is Axel Rico. You've done a lot of tags. What's your feelings towards Axel, and how has he helped you in the ring?
Yeah. Oh man, good stuff. Well, I love Axel. The one thing I think about Axel is he always puts me over. And I don't necessarily mean in a match. I'm not saying if we wrestle each other, I always win. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, he always puts me over. Like he just always thinks highly of me. He was the one who kind of introduced me to Carlos at Galley, and he's the reason I'm at Galley. Wouldn't be there if it wasn't for him. He is just, and he's obviously passionate about the business. Even does these Comic-Con conventions where he'll go to like a comic convention or like an anime convention and put on a wrestling show. And those shows are so cool. I did one of them. He's had a number of them since then, but I was only ever able to do one. But it was so much fun because again, I think when you work for a non-wrestling crowd, they're actually way more generous than wrestling crowds.
Yeah.
Like the layman who doesn't give a crap about pro wrestling, once they start seeing like live pro wrestling and they start hearing that mat get hit and they see anything, they see an arm drag and they'll go
It's a
nuts.
different
Yeah.
feeling live than on TV.
Oh yeah. I mean, because again, most people still will probably be like, wrestling, that's so silly. But when they see it live, it's fun and it is quite intoxicating and like enticing. And it's like I remember working for Galley. We went to the Lakeview Taco Fest. So this is just like a summer fest where they're walking up, the streets are closed off, bunch of vendors, everybody's getting tacos, getting drinks and stuff. And we set up a ring again. Nobody was paying admission or anything. I mean, they were paying admission to the fest, but they weren't like buying tickets for any wrestling. But we had our ring set up and we just put on like, I don't know, like five or six matches. It was nothing. And but people were drawn to it. And I'm telling you, like I said earlier, they were popping for like anything. They were popping for arm drags. So it was just so much fun to work for a crowd like that because they're so giving and stuff like that. But anyway, back to Axel. So it's just been like that with that's how that Comic-Con crowd was. Like again, they're not used to pro wrestling, so when we were doing pro wrestling, they were going nuts. But anyway, all that to say, yeah. So we tag now together at Galley. We've worked together at other promotions before. But yeah, so I consider him another like OG of CSW, just like I would with Moondog, or just I could name probably a handful of just kind of like solid buddies from CSW. But Axel's definitely one of the first ones. We just had good chemistry right off the bat. In fact, I'll tell you the quick story too. In when COVID was running rampant and we had that big break.
Mhm.
Some of the students of CSW just kind of would still meet and do some kind of filming. And we called it Proving Grounds. And I think Axel has like continued that name along with his little like, when he goes to these Comic Cons.
Okay.
Proving Grounds is what we called it. And so and it was just a way to like keep doing what we love, even though the world had shut down. And it was so funny because, we just thought we were making use of the time, of the free time. And like looking back at some of that footage now, it's like gold. It's like precious, precious memories. It's like they're so funny just looking at like how different we looked back then, like how thin or how skinny we looked. And I was like, man, we all kind of beefed up a little bit since then. But it's just so much fun. And he was kind of one of the main like creative heads for that little venture. But I mean, and again, it was a collaborative effort. But if I don't think if it was for Axel, we probably wouldn't have happened. But no, he's always been just so much stinking fun, and always a pleasure to work with. And he always puts me over.
Something I think is like one of the most intriguing things about Axel is he's a man that's in a variety of different tag teams, but the
Mhm.
way he forms to whatever teammate he's with
Yeah,
is insane because like he could be a
it's
different
incredible.
character with each guy, and it's great. Like right now he's with Doom,
Yeah,
and Doom's great. I got to talk to Doom one here,
I
but
saw
like
that. Yeah,
the way they're able to work together, and
yeah,
then
yeah.
like with you, he'll dress up like a lawyer too, and
Exactly,
kind of act
exactly.
like you, and it's just great the way he's able to he's like a sponge. You can just soak in with
That
anybody.
that is a very great observation because I just was thinking about that the other day too. Because when I was at the CSW, were you at the CSW show? You were at the CSW show
Yep,
Friday.
yep,
So yeah, I just noticed at the CSW show Friday, he got like bicycle shorts to match Doom's
yep.
because Doom's got
And he's
kind of
got the face paint on,
yeah.
and
Oh, right, that too, of course. But even as I mean that's easy. because Doom's already got the spray bottle, and I could with the gear I have on, be like, hey, hand me that spray bottle, and then I spray a little bit of blood on my face, and then I'm good to go.
And you're good.
But Doom went, or I'm sorry, Axel went even further and got like the black bike
The
short,
gear made.
Axel on the back, just like Wyatt's say Doom on the back. And then again at Galley, he chooses to kind of dress the way I dress. So I give him the shirt, the suspenders, the tie, and now we look like a team. With him and Doom, they look like a team. I bet if you worked with Moondog, it'd be the same thing. You'd probably find a cut off flannel shirt and cut off jeans and stuff.
But
But
the
no,
bandana on.
yeah,
Like,
exactly. But that's an incredible observation, and I agree. I noticed that about him too recently. It actually was Friday night. I noticed that.
it's something that since my conversation with Axel, I've realized like I probably should get him back on here so we can discuss his
Sure.
different various tag teams. But it's just incredible. Is that something that like I've heard he does a little bit of training? Is that something
Oh
like
yeah, yeah,
that he teaches? Like, does he try to give little hints like that, or is he more of a
yeah.
fundamentals guy?
Yeah, no, so it's a good point. So when I started CSW, I told you, Boz was running the practice on Thursday nights,
Right.
but I think it was actually Chris Miller was running the
Okay.
practice on Tuesday nights. But somewhere along the lines, Axel took over Tuesday nights. So actually, if you were a CSW student, or if you became a CSW student and you started going on Tuesday nights, you would learn from Axel. And he brings to the table a lucha influence, so which is I think is important and interesting. So you get a little bit of the lucha flair to his approach, but still very much American style and still very much fundamentally sound. But another thing too I like about Axel is a lot of times practices are very physical. It's an hour of warm ups, it's an hour of wrestling, and then maybe an hour of doing practice matches. So
Okay.
just a lot of working. But with Axel, he might even take the last hour to maybe instead of doing practice matches, let's work on promos, which is so interesting because you don't really think about that when you think of training. You just think of the physical stuff. But how important is doing promos in pro wrestling? It's one of the most important things there is.
You got to
And
work a crowd.
dude, or just being able to cut like a 30-second like video promo for one, and then
Yeah.
of course like you said, to your point, promo live promos of course, but still being able to get on the mic or being able to look at a camera and cut a promo is a skill, and it's a skill that can be developed if you just work at it. But it's funny, if you're not cutting promos in your car while you're driving to a venue or in your mirror at your house at night, then you're probably not doing as many. And so to incorporate that into a practice, like a Tuesday night practice, hey guys, we're gonna take an hour of our 3 hours here and just kind of work on promos. And we're gonna go over the principles, like, hey, let's you got to do the when and the why and the where and things like that, and just kind of get that out of the way, but also keep it short. That's kind of my big thing with promos is it's easy to get going and get too long-winded, like I get all the time. So it's like, again, you got to keep it digestible, under a minute, sometimes maybe even under 45 seconds. You just got to get what you got to get out, and then maybe a little bit of character work. And then by then you're already done. It's already done.
Yep.
If you go past a minute, people aren't watching and they're already done. So, but yeah, that's one of the things I learned from him. And that's another different thing too. He brings to the table is just that more theater. I think he has an improv background. He came from like the improv world,
I
which
think so.
makes so much sense because, and I think he met other wrestlers, that is to say, in the improv world. I think Jack Moody was, I don't know if you know him, but he's a former CSW tag team champion. But I think they were both in improv together. So that just makes so much sense that, that they came from that world into pro wrestling because they bring so much of that into pro wrestling, and it works for them. Like they definitely use it to their advantage for sure.
Um, Moving away a little bit from Axel, even though we love him here.
I do.
I want to dive a little bit more into that Dreamer and Boz match.
Sure.
You tagged with Inestra.
Yes.
I guess while we're here, shout out to him. He did get hurt at the last CSW show.
Yeah.
For purposes, I will put the GoFundMe up in the description.
Sure.
This will remind me. But no, shout out to him. Phenomenal performer. But you was lucky
Incredible.
to tag with him. in
Mhm.
this specific match with Tommy Dreamer and Steve Boz, which two would argue are two legends in this business.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
what was it like going into that match? And once again, did you get any good feedback from either Boz or Dreamer
Yeah,
regarding what happened?
sure. Well, I was definitely nervous. Obviously it's kind of like, oh boy, this is the big one. This is Tommy Dreamer. And I was again thinking like this will be another Sky Blue situation where it could be a great exposure for me. It could be great exposure, and this could be good. And
Yeah,
so I was excited. But again, man, working with Tommy, I was nervous. He put on a seminar before before the show, and it was among the more pricey seminars I've ever had to pay for. But whatever. I remember my brother was like, "Just do it, man. You're working the match with them. I think it'd be cool if you do a seminar and then you're in the match with them later on. You're just in front of them that much more." And I
yeah,
said, "All right, good point, good point." And what a rare opportunity anyway. So what's the big deal? So I remember doing the seminar and just kind of listening to him and uh and then, now we got to put our match together. And so, Boz and Vic and, and I and Tommy were all kind of, waiting to kind of talk this thing out. And what are we going to do? And, no offense to Tommy Dreamer, if he's ever going to listen to this, I doubt it, but, no offense to you, but, I don't know. But, he honestly, dude, he just kind of seemed like he wanted to be anywhere else but that place and that night. And that's kind of the vibe I got from him. And that's kind of sad because, Pat was so cool. Tanaka was so cool. Sky is a buddy.
yeah.
But again, Dreamers was like, he just seemed like
He wanted to get in and get
he
out.
didn't want to be there, man. That's all I can remember. I mean, I'm just being honest, and I don't know what his thought process was. I don't know what he was going through. It could have been something terrible, and I just don't know. But all I know is how I felt when I was around him, and that's that he didn't want to be there. But it was still still a red letter night, and I just remember just being as good of a student as I could around him. I wasn't trying to be showboaty. I was being real. I was trying to humble myself. I was just trying to be super, super humble. Like, oh yeah. What would you say? And so afterwards he did have some critique for me. I remember even just with that Death Valley driver he gave me for the finish. He was kind of looking at me. He's like, well, I guess I'll get you up for the Death Valley driver, but you're going to jump? You're going to jump for me? And I was like, well, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sandbag you, brother. So so because he made such a point of that, I remember I jumped like extra hard and he got me, he got me up there. And then when he goes to flip me and put me down, I kind of the same thing. I kind of
Push your way up.
made myself, like taut, and I kind of, tried to throw myself into it. And I remember he didn't like that. He was like, hey, don't do that. He says, you mess me up when I do that. If I'm going to flip you, I flip you on my own way. I'm like, oh, okay. I just remember you were like, make sure I jump for you. So I thought that was helping you too. But I didn't say that, of course, to him. I was just like, oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I remember one time too, I'm working him in the shine, or of course I was a heel, so he would have been the baby face. So yeah, I went to go shoot him off for something, and I kind of just called the spot. It was the spot we had called, but I was just like, yeah, give me the goozle. And afterwards, he was like, hey, you don't call spots for me. He's like, don't call my spots. He says, if I get lost, I'll grab you and ask you what's next. He says, you don't have to call spots for me. He says, I don't ever forget. I was like, okay, sorry, dude. Again, I just thought that was
Okay.
generally a good thing that wrestlers do. Is just just a quick little reminder. Hey, watch the whatever. But he didn't like it. So again, I remember too, my brother was there. Again, my brother, the big wrestling influence in my life. He went to Heat Wave, ECW Heat Wave in
Ooh,
Dayton, Ohio in 1998 and saw
okay.
Dreamer and saw
That was a big show for them.
I think that was the one where Bam Bam and Taz went through
Taz went through the ring. Was
the
it the
ramp.
ring or the entrance?
I thought it was the
Okay.
ramp. They they
Okay.
kind of did that thing to the ramp. But that was the show. I mean, what an icon! That was an iconic moment. My brother was there, and so how funny, a zillion years later, Tommy
The
Dreamer's
wrestling dreamer.
beating up his little brother. So his little brother comes out, or I'm sorry, my brother comes out, and got a picture with Tommy and even said like, "Hey, I think you're going to beat up my brother tonight." And Tommy Dreamer signed an autograph for him, I think for free. Like gave him an 8x10 and signed it for free. And my brother had some cash out, was about to give him the cash, and Tommy was like, "No, man, put it towards your brother's career. I don't, no big deal." And I got a picture together, and Tommy's got this big, cheesy grin on his face, and my brother's smiling. So cool, right? Well, I remember backstage, one of my buddies was like, "Hey, before we forget, let's quick grab some pictures, have Schultz and Tommy, let me get a picture of you." So I got a picture of Tommy Dreamer, and he had like a scowl on his face. Like, he's like, what was it about me? Did I rub this guy the
That's
wrong way?
great.
Like, he loves my brother, loves everybody else. He's like totally on in character for everybody else. He's like, just didn't want to like work with me for some reason. But
That's
anyway,
funny.
isn't it
You know,
interesting? Yeah.
it's crazy. I had a guy on from Pittsburgh, I don't somewhere in Pennsylvania. He works with the IWC, which is out of Pittsburgh. Tommy does a lot of work there, and
Okay.
he gave me the same kind of reaction. Like Tommy just didn't want to be there, and I was like, it's crazy because Tommy's just like the ultimate good guy. Like
I
everybody
know.
loves Tommy Dreamer. And I've met him. He did a Blizzard Brawl a couple years ago in
Mhm.
Wisconsin. They teamed with House of Hardcore,
Mhm.
and Dreamer was there, and I met him. I met him in Abyss,
Yeah,
and Dreamer was so cool. And
sure.
I'm probably a fan, so it's different. So like, I just wonder if maybe just who knows? He's a New York guy, so who knows if it's a New York thing?
Maybe so what you're saying is maybe the fans. He turns it on for the fans.
Fans,
But
and
for
then
people in the business, if you're a worker or you're an interviewer, it's like, all right, let's do this thing. Who
You
knows?
know, what's crazy is shout out to Matt Cardona for being at the show this week.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I went up as a fan. I got something, purchased something, but as a podcaster, I asked him to get on, and the switch changed, and he's like, "No, can't do it. Can't take a shit." And I was like, "Okay, fair enough." I went back up, was like, "Man, I really would love this," and he was like, "Hate to break it to you, kid, but can't do it." I was like,
I love it.
"Okay."
What did he say? He can't do what?
He can't take a shit. So he doesn't have time to take a shit, so he can't do this. Which I was like, I respect it. You're on the
Oh,
road all the
I
time.
see. I see what that's actually kind of funny. That's a funny
I
phrase.
laughed it off. But and as a crowd member, later we all get to chant F Cardona. I love
Yeah.
Cardona, but it was like, okay, you get your heat.
Now there's something being yeah, you got to put a little something behind it at that time.
Some
But
little extra, like
yeah. But you know what? I get it. And I get it that like, and ain't good for you for like being a little tenacious and like trying a second time, because
I
a lot of times
wasn't
guys will be impressed by that. They'll be like, "Hey man, I know I told you to F off before, but I
I
got to look
wasn't going
here."
to. I'm not gonna lie. My dad
Yeah.
was like, you better get up and go ask him
Dude, you got to
again.
shoot your shot. You got to shoot your
Well, and
shot
I
for
went up
sure.
when nobody was up there, and uh,
Yeah.
I I used the Miz against him,
Yeah.
honestly, because they're friends. And another podcaster, Chris Van Fleet, that's how he got his start was with the Miz. And I was like, man, you could be my Miz, I could be Van Fleet. We get on there, and he just shot it down. And I was
Oh,
like, okay, fair
man.
enough.
Well, I mean, you're obviously a great guy, but I got to imagine that he probably gets asked that,
All the
a
time.
ton of times every show he goes to. So, at some point, I get it. You got to kind of put your foot down and say, "Hey, I don't even have time to go to the bathroom. There's no way I can do it, brother." So, but
I
yeah,
could say
still good on you.
he didn't give me hope, which I respect it. And
Yeah, that's a good point.
he didn't take my card and make me, I don't want to say waste money on a business card, but he was just like, no, I'm not going to
Well,
do it. I was like,
it's
I
to your point, like
respect
you
it.
said, there's no false hope there. It's like,
Yes,
well, hey, brother, give me your card. Maybe I'll work something out. Now you're kind of on pins and needles, hoping he'll call you one day when he really just
they took
set your
it, probably threw it away.
expectations. Yeah, well, yeah, you just set your expectations right off the bat and just said, "Hey, man, I can't do it." Well, maybe
I
one day,
respect it.
brother, you'll get when you post my podcast and you blow up.
Yeah, when you're
Maybe
my sky blue.
I'm, I'll make you lose followers. I'm sure of it.
No, it's
Oh man,
just, I wonder if it's a New York thing, is what I was getting at. Maybe just
maybe
New York guys love the fans, but if you're trying to work them, they're
sure.
not playing the game.
I think yeah, it's very East Coast. East Coast, they're definitely to the point. That's for sure. But I also
Definitely.
think too, it's just like once you get a little busier. Like once your
Yeah.
career starts taking off and you get a little busier, I think it really does come down to a point where you're like, I just got to pick my spots. And and for a guy like me, I'll take all the podcasts and all the interviews that I can set my watch to and I can get my hands on, because for me, that's the name of the game. I just want to get as much exposure as I can. But if you're a
Yeah.
guy like Cardona or a guy like Dreamer, it's like, you're already got a ton of exposure. Now it's about the quality. It's not about the quantity of things you do. It's about the
Yeah.
quality of the things you do. So you got to kind of pick your spots. So I get it,
I
but yeah,
respect it. I can't
yeah,
be mad at him.
yeah. Like I said, good on you for going for it, man. I love that.
Um, Another, I guess, marquee talent that I've seen you, being able to get in the ring with. You've actually had a ladder match with Marche Rocket.
Oh yeah.
What was working with
Hmm.
Rocket like? I
Hmm.
know from talking to him a little bit, he seems like a great guy.
Yeah.
What was that like?
No, yeah, Marche's great. So I felt like I was being pretty honest about like my Tommy Dreamer experience. I didn't want to be too commercial and like just be like, oh, it was great. It was such a wonderful experience. Like I'll be real with you and tell you kind of what my real experience was, and I did. Having said that, my very real experience with Marche has always been positive because he is so I don't know. He's just such the life of the locker room is the only way I can put it. He's hilarious. He's got a great attitude. And he's a locker room leader. And I think even beyond his wrestling, he's probably got uh, like being an agent look ahead of him, and just kind of agenting matches and helping others put together matches. 'Cause he has helped me just even matches he's not even a part of. He'll help me put together and figure out finishes and stuff like that. Because he's got an incredible mind for that, and he really does like think it out and consider it, which is great. But no, he is hilarious. People gravitate to him like moths to a flame, man. I'm telling you, once he gets going, he'll start talking and just kind of be putting out pearls of wisdom, and literally people in the locker room will just start gathering around him and listen, and they'll have their ears open. And we'll all be laughing and we'll all be getting, like I said, little pearls of wisdom. So, no, he's wonderful. He's wonderful to work with. I got no complaints with Marche. I'll work with him more. I just want to be in every locker room he's in because he's just such a riot. He is so funny. I love him. And he's got, like I said, such a great attitude. Another man of God too. He's always been real bold about his faith, so I always admire that. And I could always take some lessons from him in that regard too. So just always was really inspired and proud of Marche.
That's great.
Yeah.
What was it like being in a ladder match? Those are you guys have
Yeah. So I
physical.
was in a couple before, and I remember thinking like, again, I don't take wild bumps and I don't do really wild high spots. So it had to be like very well crafted. Like, we got to do this
Mhm.
right. And again, I'm like totally like prude when it comes to doing some stuff like that. Like I'll get a little silly sometimes. I don't know if did you see my Instagram story when getting hit in the head with that trash can? That's kind of
Yeah.
an example. Like that was like sometimes wild things happen. But that match with Marche at CSW was awesome. Like I said, I just wanted to come up with a couple spots where we can incorporate the ladder. I wanted to come up with a couple spots that would be believable for a guy my size to be a legitimate threat to a guy like Marche and his size. But it was great, and we got to go out in the crowd a little bit. We went in the bathroom at CSW and worked a little bit in there. Probably a little too long. Probably a little too long. Again, the crowd's like, I can't see anything. I get that I can hear what they're doing on the microphone, but it was fun, and we went a little long. I thought, that was our ladder match was a touch over our time because I remember at the end we were really trying to rush through it just to kind of keep it on our time. But Cheap Heat Spot Fest clipped about 2 or 3 fun clips from that match, and so that's on my Instagram. So we got a couple good little memories there.
The cutter off the ladder was great.
Do you think so? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, because to tell you the truth, everything I do is derivative. Everything I do is derived from something else, and I kind of took that from
I
another ladder
figured.
match I was in. It wasn't a cutter though; it was a flatliner. I saw somebody get their foot caught, and then they did a big off the ladder
Nice.
flatliner. So I was like, hey, you know what? What if we just changed it from a flatliner to the cutter and do the same bump? And so that was, yeah, that was kind of the big, cherry on top at the end of the match. But yeah, so that was great. It's always fun to work with Marche. The first time we'd worked together was at Crash Tested, and we had, it was a singles. It was a singles match, and just want to put over a couple of Marche's philosophies. And the first one is this: he always told me, he says, "Hey, you know what? I think we can go out there, and I think we can get that crowd, and without having to kill ourselves." He says, "I think we can get them without having to kill ourselves." And I said, "Oh, I love that idea." And then he says, when I have a match, when I wrestle a match, I like to be able to drive home comfortably afterwards. And I says, "Oh, dude, that's my philosophy. Like you are like preaching to the choir, man. Like that is so like I want to be that. Like I want to be you, and that's how I want to work, man." So yeah, those were kind of like the things I remember. That was a red letter day for me. I always say that. I've been saying that a few times on this show, but that's a standout day. That day I worked Marche, like the way he put together his matches is the way, like, since then it has shaped the way I put together matches. So
It's great, and it's nice to see such a positive influence in a locker room. And
oh gosh,
from what
yes.
I've been able to gather, Marche is just that.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's just a testament to the time he's been here, or you mentioned his faith, things like
Mhm.
that, just have overall built the man. But it's just excellent. Somebody he's one of the, I don't want to say bucket list guys because it's so cliche, but one of those guys I definitely want to get on here just to pick his mind.
Well, he'll do it. I'm sure he'd do it.
My fun side story, I guess. Somebody I've been to two CSW shows, the last two. The first one, as soon as he came out, I was like, Dad, I got to get him. And he
Yes.
left before the show ended, and I couldn't find him.
Ah.
And this last one, I saw Hollywood Haley J walking
Mhm.
by, and
Mhm.
I went immediately and was like, I need to talk to you. Um, and my dad actually saw Marche go out the back door and immediately went out there and was like, "Hey, my son wants to talk to you. Here's my card." And I was like, so I didn't get him, but maybe my dad did.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you could too, brother. I'm sure, like, if
Yeah.
you
What?
probably wouldn't even need to be as persistent as you were with Cardona. I'm sure if you just it would just be a scheduling thing. I'm almost certain, and just figure out a time that works for both of you. But I'm
I
almost
just gotta
certain.
catch him. It's
Yeah,
that
yeah.
he's a mystical man. He's always dipping in and out. He's like, I,
But
I'll
man,
chase him down.
the information and the experience he's had, and the, like, again, the pearls of wisdom I'm sure he could drop on you are just would be totally worth the
Insane.
effort. So,
Getting into the most, I don't want to say the most recent, but more recent, as far as your career, you've been tagging with a young man by the name of Eldritch.
mhm.
He got kind of like a policeman like gimmick. It's really
Right.
cool.
Yeah.
Tell me what it's like working with him, and what's it kind of like getting y'all's two characters together.
Yeah. So that's a great question. So again, I had mentioned the promotion out in Bedford Park with our friend Lucia.
Mm-hmm.
And that is where she had just started that, and she was kind of wanting to get into putting on wrestling shows. And so she kind of dipped from just the pool of people she knew, which was CSW, and a little bit of Galley too. So a lot of the roster out there is, CSW guys and a lot of Galley guys. So I was a part of that, being part of both of them. And so it just so happened that she's like, "Hey, I'm going to pair you with Eldridge." And he's going to do a cop gimmick, and you're a lawyer. So she was like, I want you guys to be law and order." And I was like, "Okay, cool." But I'm too artsy fartsy, and I was like, "Yeah, I feel like Law and Order is a little on the nose, and I feel like there's probably like 16 other gimmicks in this country right now, probably currently going as Law and Order." So I just like, it was a little too like there, and so I said, we'll figure something else out. And Eldridge had always done this, like, storyteller gimmick where he always came out with a book. So I was like, and I'm a lawyer, so I was like, well, maybe we could do by the book, and that's kind of what we came up with for our gimmick. So
Okay.
he's the officer, and I'm the lawyer. and together we kind of just are like custodians of the law. But when we came out, he had come out, and he had the trunks on. He had the traditional like pro wrestling trunks, but with the shirt and the cop hat. And
Yeah.
I came out, and he came out to get. We came out together at that first Ultimate Combat Gauntlet show, and the crowd was going crazy. And I was thinking like, oh baby, and they're going crazy for old Eric Schultz. And then I was like, oh wait, it's for Eldritch. They were going nuts for Eldritch because he looked so like it was so funny to see this guy in a cop shirt, cop hat, and like a tie and a badge, but with like traditional pro wrestling trunks on. He looked like a stripper, looked like a cop stripper.
Yeah, it looked like a male stripper.
Yeah. And so like, people are laughing at him. And of course, he just does such a great job keeping like a real straight face and like, no, you don't laugh at me. I'm gonna write you a ticket. And oh, it's just that's comedy gold if he keeps a straight face and people are. And so I had my tights on that night and I thought, well, that's the last time I'm doing tights here. I'm gonna go get some wrestling trunks. So I did the same thing. I just copied them again, the derivative. So I got myself some wrestling trunks and did the same thing, put the suspenders on with the shirt and the tie, and we're coming out with our trunks on and our shirts on. It's just so silly. And so it's mostly, I mean, a promotion like that, which is like a buddy promotion, it's fun because you get to try some stuff you probably normally would never try. Like wearing trunks, or like I came out with a megaphone and it was just like having some fun on the megaphone. Again, just having fun, trying stuff out. It's super laid back. It's a super laid back show. And so I remember the booker, Hades or Jason, he had come out to one of Lucia's shows to support her, which I thought was so cool. And we had a match with our by the book gimmick, and he really liked the finish of it. And he's just like, hey, who came up with that finish? And so that was Eldridge, man. He came up with that. We had a really clever finish for that. And he really liked that. So I think ultimately Jason wanted to work Jason wanted to work Eldridge in to CSW. And he was probably thinking, well, hey, why not just do this officer gimmick that he does at Lucia's show? And, might as well bring in his tag partner too, which is me. I was already working, with them. So it's like, and I was already working at CSW with the brass, but, once the brass kind of stopped being the brass, it was like, oh, great. Now I just get to tag with Eldritch. And he even asked me too at that show Friday, he says, are you good with doing this thing with Eldritch? And I said, heck yeah, dude. Like he's a riot. Eldritch is so funny. He's so clever. And I just think we're just going to have so much fun with this gimmick. And I think it's going to get over. I think people are really going to like it. May not get as over as like Missa or Raffi.
Yeah.
Those guys are they're on another tier. But I'm hoping we can get more over than we were.
You mentioned the name by the book, and it reminded me immediately of it was like in the early 2010s in TNA. Eric Young had a gimmick where he came out with the book of rules.
Okay.
And like he'd enforce all the rules in like he'd be in a tag team. I forget who he's in a tag team with. But they'd always wrestle like the name was Inc. with Shannon Moore and Jesse Neal. But like they'd always be tagging and like he'd enforce his own tag partner's rules. Like if he wasn't holding the tag rope, he'd make him grab the tag rope or
that's
there's
funny.
a foot on the rope. And it was just great. So as soon as you said by the book, I was like, it'd be even cool if maybe like if you took a sprinkle of that because it's just that comedy stuff,
I'm gonna fish that lake.
Great.
No, like I said, there's nothing new under the sun. I mean, like I feel like even the Schultz, when I first started, people were like IRS, because they look so much like IRS with the short sleeve shirt, the suspenders, and the tie. It's just like everything's been done, and so it's like you try to make it your own as much as you can, but at the same time, like obviously, if some gags got over and are working, like I don't mind recycling.
Who knows if
put
you
it that
could do
way.
it? You could do it better.
Yeah, as we'll say, we'll just call it recycling. I'm not stealing. That's an ugly word, but recycling that tastes better going down.
Definitely.
So we'll recycle some of those gags.
It's exciting to see where stuff like that goes because
it is.
For instance, Cypher and Adam Stallion, who are great tandem, but like
Sure.
they just won the tag team titles. And
Hmm.
it's a duo. I think maybe going into that match, even that was like maybe the oddball. Like we don't know if they're going to win this. We have the odds on the other three teams, and they came out with
Sure.
the victory, which is great. So like you
Yes.
never know what could happen,
Great
especially with somebody
swerve.
like Eldridge.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a fun booking decision that night. And everybody loved it. You know, like I said, it was a great swerve. So but and like we had said earlier in this interview, you know, you sometimes just don't know what's gonna
No.
catch and what's gonna
Yep.
get over. So you do the best you can. I'm gonna be as entertaining as I can. And if as entertaining as I can doesn't really get anywhere, at least I was entertaining as I can. But again, you know, you try different things, you modify it or whatever, do a little course correction, and then, you know, hopefully again, you know, something will catch and maybe go viral or just get really popular. So, and that's always kind of the lottery with this. So, you know, it's like you'll never win the lottery if you don't buy a ticket. And, you know, in this case,
Exactly.
you'll never get over if you don't at least try some stuff. So it's fun just to at least try it and say, I can go to bed at night knowing, I never got over, but at least I stinking tried two, three, or four different things, you know, to the best of my ability. But you know, so that's the kind of the fun of it.
You know, that's I love that you said that analogy because that's kind of how I go about podcasting. Because like
Hmm.
I'll ask everybody because you never know
Yes,
who under
yes,
this sun might do
yeah,
really good, and the next thing you know, everybody does really good. So like
yeah,
you don't if you don't put your name in the hat, it can't get picked. If you don't,
yeah.
buy a ticket, you can't win the lottery.
Well, can you imagine if you'd like gone to bed last Friday night, and you didn't ask Cardona for the podcast?
It would have been all night.
It'd have been
What if?
eating you up. You're like, I should have did it. You know, I wanted to be cool. I didn't want to seem like a mark. So I didn't go up to him, you know. And again, he told you no, but at least you have closure and know that he just gave you a
He
flat out
just
no. But
yep,
you'd never have known if you didn't ask. He said, what if he said yes? I could have been so big, so much bigger. It could have like really propelled me. But you definitely got to, yeah, you got to put yourself out there. You at least got to ask. You got to kind of you got to allow yourself to maybe get a little bit embarrassed or maybe a little bit humiliated or humbled, you know, but that's kind of the point of it. Like, you know, it's that's kind of the risk. It's like, you know, I might look a little stupid doing it, but you know, who knows? It could actually end up getting really popular. So,
exactly.
yeah.
Before we wrap things up, I
Okay.
always got one more really fun question.
Sure.
With no right answer. The one of the biggest debates in wrestling is always a Mount Rushmore.
Ooh,
I
yeah.
always make it fun though. Who are your top four?
Yeah,
So
top
like,
four. I already got them. So I'll make
okay,
it quick. Top four for me will always be the ones who I consider to be the most commercially successful. And so for me it's Hogan, Stone Cold and The Rock, and John Cena. So
okay,
Hogan, Austin, Rock, and Cena. Because for me, those, you know, Hogan was the one that like brought, you know, he got into Hollywood. He got into like pop culture. He transcended just pro wrestling. Sure, he was big in pro wrestling, but he transcended pro wrestling. And same thing with Stone Cold and The Rock in the Attitude Era. They were just so stinking big that they transcended. I mean, look at The Rock. He's like the most followed man on the planet with social media. But even Stone Cold got into like, you know, movies. He transcended pro wrestling, and then Cena is the same way. And so again, you know, who's the top guy right now? You know, Roman Reigns. I haven't seen him in very many movies, you know, or who, you know, Ric Flair. Oh man, a wrestling legend. I haven't really seen him in pop culture all that much. Maybe like the
no,
Migos song, but
yeah,
you know, but even like Undertaker, dude, a legend, no doubt, and he's probably on a lot of people's Mount Rushmore. But for me, it's just those guys who were able to bring regular people into the world of pro wrestling.
okay,
And I think those are my four.
definitely. Man, Eric, I had a ton of fun here today.
Yeah, this is great.
It was great. I love having you on.
Good.
Um, Maybe I always leave the door open. If you ever want to come back on, we can shoot the stuff.
Yeah.
Who knows? We've gotten a lot of career stuff. Maybe we can get into some other stuff, or who knows what we could do. I'd
Dude,
love
there's
to have you
so
on for part
much.
two.
Every Tuesday night, or it used to be every Tuesday, every Thursday night, though, I drive down the training with my friend, and this is what it's an hour drive there, which means an hour drive back. So that's
Yeah,
at least 2 hours of just car time. And this is what we do. And so I mean, what we were on for almost an hour and a half, and it didn't feel like an hour and a half. And I feel like
No,
we could go hour with so much more content, so much more stuff to talk about. So anytime you
definitely.
want to do it again, I'm ready, brother.
Sounds good. I will leave this on. See you next time.
All right.
With Greg Maurice for ILW Pod. I am Justin Wright. We're just gonna dive right in, man. How you doing today?
I'm all right. Enjoying the day off. Then I'll be off to some wrestling training later.
I see you got a championship belt on your shoulder. You want to tell us a little bit about that?
It's the UWE Tag Team Championship out of Cadillac, Michigan for Universal Wrestling Enterprise. I believe that's what they're called. We always just call it UWE Wrestling. But yeah, it's out of Cadillac, Michigan. Me and my tag partner Trog had like a Money in the Bank kind of deal. We cashed it in and we won the belts. And unfortunately, the promotion's going on hiatus, which is the second promotion where I won tag titles and they go on hiatus. So I think if you're ever wanting to put tag belts on me, don't. It's I'm 2 for 2 with that.
So, with that, man, how'd you get your start in this crazy business? Is it something you've always wanted to do, or is it something that
Oh
just kind of
yeah,
popped up in your life?
absolutely. I didn't think I could do it, and so I just gave up on it by high school. I never did sports, never did theater, nothing. And 2020 rolls around, life gets all kinds of crazy. And so all those deals were like, life's short, let's give it a shot. Found a place out in Woodstock, trained out there. Again, no sports background or theater background. It was a very huge uphill climb. And yeah, I had to work a lot harder than most people. So I got to do that. And here I am now. I was like almost 300 pounds when I started training, and now I'm down to 225.
Nice.
So my weight's fluctuated in those years between. Like I was stuck at 250, then I was stuck at 240, then I was stuck at 230. Now I'm bouncing between 225 and 230, which is crazy because like I always think I'm a lot smaller than I am, and then I watch back the footage and I'm like I'm still hulking against some of the guys I wrestle. It's like, jeez.
So like in ring wise, what would you say like the difference is between, like starting off around 300 and then now you're down to 225, 230? Like, is it a big difference in like your style and how go into a match?
You can move and breathe pretty much. And I by that point when I got in, I accepted I'm a big person. I'm fat, so I'm just gonna live with it. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna train. Maybe I'll get the lungs of some of the bigger guys in the industry, like Adrian Adonis and Bam Bam Bigelow and Vader and all that. Like, yeah, I'll be that. But then, of course, I hit the gym so hard and I hit practice so hard that wouldn't you know, when you're exercising, you lose weight. So I ended up losing the weight and I'm still in the process and hoping to get to 220 and just leave it at that. We'll see what happens. But yeah, it's a major difference. Like people, even before that, people said it's crazy how quick you can move for as big as you are, which always blew my mind because I always felt like I was sucking wind every time I was out there. But now it's just it feels natural and like if especially something all wrestlers have to learn is just to slow down and breathe, when possible, of course, and choose your moments to get that breathing room. But like, I'm still guilty of it too, where you rush into something and then like, all right, let's go to the next thing or this, that, and the other, as opposed to like, grab it, hold it, take a breath. Okay, now the next thing. But we're all guilty of it. It happens. Or maybe you got the ref screaming and you're like, you got 5 minutes, go. I'm like, okay, fine. But yeah, it's the major difference, I'd say. And I highly recommend everybody to have uh some kind of exercise regimen to stay a little bit healthy and a little bit breathing easier.
So you've been at it for 4 years now, right?
Just about.
2020.
It'll be 4 years. Well, I debuted in January of 21. Had my first match then, and then I'll be 4 years in January of 25. So we're
Nice.
getting close. And
So,
about 250
sorry, go
matches
ahead.
so far.
250?
Yeah, which is a lot. I keep getting told that by people who have been in the same amount of time as I have, and they're like, "What?" Like,
In that 4 years, what kind of like adversities would you say you've gone through? I know this last 4 years we've kind of went through a resurgence in like the wrestling community. Like, have you faced any struggles, or has it been like easier to get booked and stuff like that?
Struggles is usually me. I'm my own worst enemy. Like I'm always like self-critical, this, that, and the other. Um, like you could be my worst critic, but sometimes those worst critics have like critiques in them, so like you can tell they're coming from a certain place, even if what they're saying is a little harsh. But like, there's no worse critic than myself. So that's pretty much it. Like, there's anybody that tries to be, a jerk off, whatever. Like, I'll get over it. Maybe I'll vent about it in the car on the way home, but nothing. Really, it's just like if I wanted bookings, I had to go. I have to go out there and get them. Pretty much, like that was especially when I first started. I had no matches under my belt. I barely had any matches under my belt, and I needed to get work. So what do? You hit up these shows and hey, can I help out with ring crew, this, that, and the other? Can I help with this? Can I help with that? Just pull up, hit them up on Messenger, like, hey, I see the show. I'd love to come and help out. And you just grind and grind and grind. I'm still grinding. I still got shows that I'm gonna pull up to and help out at, and because I'm not above it, and there's people who are on my level who think they're above it, and I'm just like, you're not, dude, it's wrestling, The minute no one's above it, so it's funny seeing people's um definition of self-worth being, "Oh, I'm not going to tear down." Okay. Well, there's times I don't tear down, and that's fine. But like, there's people who like just the idea of, hey, we're gonna get there early. It's especially if it's like a bigger promotion. We're gonna get there early. We're gonna help out. Like extra work. That's a great example. There's people who think they're above extra work. They think they should just get booked by TNA, and I think that's crazy. I'm like, are you serious? Like, all these guys, gals, and whatever they identify as, trying to get a TNA, and you just think, here's the way in, grunt work, and you're just like, bah, you know. For indie shows, I could get it, where it's like middle of nowhere, this, that, and the other, especially if it's like a smaller fed. Again, I get it, but it's like these bigger places like TNA to say you're above it, it's like, nah. Especially if you're trying to get it. If you get signed, of course, different story, different story.
Yeah.
You got signed, but it's just funny hearing people just show their true selves.
So, like, have you done any extra work with like TNA or
Mm.
even like AEW and stuff?
Yeah, I did TNA and NWA. Did NWA a couple times, eventually led to the tryout. Now I'm on the NWA Chicago shows. Um, TNA did a try not a tryout, extra work and got a role on TV as a waiter and it's PCO and Steph Delander's segment. You can see me, and everybody knows it's me. By the way, it's hilarious. You just see this beard come out, and at the time I had pink and blonde hair, so it's coming through the whatever outfit they had me in. It was people knew instantly. It's
Nice.
hilarious. But
What's it like getting to that point, man?
it's cool. I never thought I would. I never thought I'd make it to my first match. So the idea of getting extra work on TNA, and if Tommy Dreamer specifically points you, go, I want you to do this. I'm like, okay, sure. So he tells me, you're gonna be a waiter. That's all I heard. I walked out. The guy I was with, he goes, hey, good stuff, man. Got on the show, and I looked at him and said, what did he say? All I heard was waiter and because like I was just starstruck, I guess. And he said, oh, you're gonna be PCO's waiter for his date with Steph Delander. Cool, gotcha. All right, now I gotcha. And I remember during the little rehearsal thing, I stepped in front of the hard cake, which Rhino was like, "Don't do that." Like, okay, gotcha, sir. Yes, sir. And then went good. I think it went good. But just waiting on. Now I got a contact, so I just got to email this person anytime TNA's in town. Like, hey, can I help out with extra work? This, that, and the other. Go from there. I wanted to do the Michigan one, but I think I was booked up. I think I was booked up doing something. I don't remember. But anyway, yeah, it was a lot of fun. I honestly, if you can get extra work, just do it. Just take whatever thing on the chin and just yes sir, no sir, that sort of deal, and just get through it. And then you never know, it could lead to something.
So like, for instance, like I mentioned to you off camera, like I was pursuing a career trying to be a professional wrestler, tore up my shoulder and whatnot. Do they do extra work for guys that aren't necessarily, mat ready, or like maybe like manager work or backstage stuff? Like, is that things promotions do? Like for those individuals that may be hurt or can't do it but would like to contribute in another form?
Some people show up still banged up, like maybe they can't lift anything, but they show up to hang out. Um, if you can't move anything, you can't move anything. I highly doubt TNA does that.
Yeah.
Especially if like say you're just a fan and you want to help out. I don't I think you might get a him and a haw for that. But if you're like, if you're a wrestler and you're hurt but you want to go out and do something, I'm sure they'll find something for you. But like I've heard stories of guys pulling up to WWE for extra work and hiding injuries, and a guy got caught doing that, and he said he lost his. They didn't call him again for extra work because of it. So it's like, really, really be smart about stuff. Uh, but I mean, I don't blame that guy. I mean, he wanted to. He figured, look, I've hurt my body part before. I've worked through it. I can do it. But then of course, on WWE's end, that's them saying, well, like we're liable for that if you get hurt, if you get seriously hurt. So I can understand from that perspective. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure you can find something to do, especially if you're like a regular wrestler and you're just hurt, got nothing to do. Okay, I'm gonna go to the show and hang out with the guys.
Yeah. Um, as far as you as a character, would you like to explain to those who might not be familiar with you, what your character was and what kind of like stuff you get into?
So I was a Moondog for the longest time. I debuted as which the Moondogs were a tag team in the 80s, and they were also there was a guy named Moondog Mayne who's the original Moondog, who was a kind of like a poncho wearing hippie, talk crazy. But everybody remembers Spot and Rex because they were during the Rock and Wrestling era of WWE. So their characters were more accepted as Moondogs. Like that, when they think Moondog, that's who they think. And they were just two cavemen, pretty much. So of course, first thing, debuted as Moondog, was like the caveman character, but then was allowed to let myself evolve it. So it went from caveman to okay, he can talk. He's a beer drinking barroom brawler guy to the flannel hippie, as I called it, wearing the colorful bandanas and all this other stuff. But he was still a Moondog technically. Well, I knew eventually someone wasn't gonna like it and we're gonna want a different name. And I remember I tried to change it as the DFB Greg Murray, but the problem was it was pretty much Moondog. It was the same gimmick, same look, same everything. So I think it caused a lot of confusion, and I don't think people were ready for the change. So it flopped hard. It only lasted about 9 months. The character I am now, Maurice, came from Dysfunction up in ICW Milwaukee, and pitched me the idea. I said, okay, let's give it a try. So I gave it a try. First night, took the picture in front of the ICW banner, posted online, Twitter, couple likes, Instagram, couple likes, Facebook, my personal Facebook, it blew up, and I think my business Facebook too got some traction, but like my personal Facebook, it made a lot of people's heads turn like, whoa, because I went from flannels and colorful stuff, giant furs, bones and stuff to I'm in a suit. I'm in dark shades. I look like the member of the Men in Black. Like it was crazy. It was a crazy transformation, and that reaction, I was like, "Whoa, okay." So I dabbled in it, shot the character around to a bunch of people, and got brand new bookings, brand new. Like people are like, "That I want that. I want Maurice." Even the people who still have me as Moondog are looking down the road and say, "Okay, when it's time for you to change, it'll be uh it'll be Maurice." Which is awesome. So like the character worked, and very thankful. I'll forever be thankful to Dysfunction for that, because without him, that character wouldn't exist, and I'd probably be banging my head against the wall trying to figure out what to do, what to make different. But like for that to be presented to me, I was like, okay. So here I am as Maurice, and that's pretty much gonna be the future eventually. Because like I've already changed my social medias to Maurice, my Brainbuster T store is Maurice. Um, Facebook just will not let me change my business page. It just won't give it up. I've been trying to change it. We'll see if it does eventually. If not, I may have to just can that or just make a whole new business page. But we'll see what happens.
Um, so 250 matches in, is there anybody like as growing up or seeing other people in the indies that you got to face that kind of surprised you or came out of nowhere?
I got to not so much wrestle, but Eugene. I got to do a run in for Eugene's match to save him from Chris Miller, which was pretty cool because growing up, I started watching wrestling in 2008, so Eugene was pretty much gone. But like me and my brother wanted all the wrestling games, so anytime we'd hit up GameStop, we'd look through the clearance section and we'd find SmackDown vs. Raw this, SmackDown vs. Raw that, SmackDown, that sort of deal. Bought them up, played them, and that's how we learned about Eugene was through 2006. So to be able to interact with him was pretty cool. There's been a lot of seminars I've done, like with Mr. Anderson, EC3, Rhino, Tommy Dreamer, which I think the Tommy Dreamer seminar was how Tommy Dreamer recognized me at the TNA extra thing. And I don't know, that's just a theory. But yeah, it interacted with a lot of cool guys. One of these days I'm hoping to, wrestle one of them. But so far, um just wrestle guys with like some TV time, like Chase Stevens. He was on TNA and WWE for like a hot minute. Casey James, again, hot minute. Uh, really the big match that's coming up is against Marshe Rocket in a tag match for NWA because he's been on NWA tearing it up and he's been on TNA. So really, I think Marshe is gonna be the biggest name I'm gonna wrestle coming up here soon. And I hope I'm not forgetting anybody. I actually write down all my matches in a notebook, so I'm sure after this I'm gonna be flipping through this and going, damn, I forgot that one. But that's all off the top of my head.
So is there anybody that you're looking at as like, hey, I'd like to wrestle that guy, whether it's independent or anywhere? Is there
Yeah,
anybody that just
definitely Rhino, because like that's like the Midwest legend right there. Like the uh Rhino, honestly, any names in general. Like I would just I would just love the opportunity to just learn from that kind of a guy, just from working him, not just paying $20 for a seminar and sitting down and listening to him, but to actually wrestle them and to get that critique. Some of these guys do watch matches and give you critiques, like Matt Bailey or Mike Bailey, excuse me. Mike Bailey was good at that. When I did GCW, I was in that there's a scramble, and Mike Bailey, who's just there to hang out, comes up to us, goes, "Hey, I just over here, you guys talk. Hey, would you like any help?" And they're like, "We're gonna tell Mike Bailey no." Yeah, absolutely. So Mike Bailey
yeah.
gave us a rundown and everything, and we went out there, had a pretty decent scramble. Come back, Mike's like, "Hey, good stuff, man. Awesome." And yeah, he's a super cool guy. Mike Bailey's awesome, like genuinely nice person.
Good stuff. So you just mentioned GCW.
Mhm,
I just did an interview not too long ago with Madman Pondo. Um, he talked a little bit about the atmosphere over there.
mhm.
Did you enjoy working with those guys at GCW?
Yeah, it was under Effie. So
Okay.
Big Gay Brunch was running Chicago, and Mateo Valentine and Joey Mayberry got booked, and they said, "Hey, ride with us." So came up, went right up to Brett Lauderdale, said, "Hi, my name's so and so, rode with so and so, here to help out with whatever you got." And I'm sure Brett Lauderdale had heard that like 50 times that weekend, so he's like, "Yeah, yeah, go ahead and help out with chairs." Cool, sounds good. Here comes Effie. Okay, it was Effie's Big Gay Brunch, so. I go up to FELO, gave him the same spiel. Shakes my hand. He goes, "Okay, you got your gear? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think I got something for you." And I'm just like, "What? Okay." So that was my first big break was GCW, like with a major promotion. I consider GCW major promotion. It's the top indie, and if not America, the world.
Yeah, I agree.
So I was like, okay. So that's how I landed the scramble. A year later, Effie hit me up personally and asked, "You want to be a part of this tag match?" I was like, "Absolutely." So it was an eight person tag match. So it was like Team Midwest versus Team Northeast, which it was pretty much the CSW Academy versus I'm trying to remember their name, not T2T. I don't know, but somebody, a school out there in New York. But it was crazy car crash, 8 person tag. Um, but the environment it was, you know, so the world's top LGBT talent all together. So everybody was just happy to see. They're like, oh my God, it's finally nice to meet you, or nice to see you again, because we're all coming in from different parts of the country and the world. Like anytime I see Kid Bandit, it's an instant hug and be like, oh my God, it's so nice to see you. Same with Dark Sheik and Effie, of course. Um, but that's really my experience. It's always been fun, and I'd love to get back on one of these days as a regular, if at all possible.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I've heard a lot of good things about him, and like
Yeah.
I've always heard like it is the top of the indie promotion. You got guys coming through there like Cardona, and then legends like Matt Hardy, and there's too many names to count, but there's just plenty of people that go through there, and it's good to see. You've been in the business 4 years. Sometimes I've heard it's hard for people to get to those shows, even 4 years in, 5 years in. So jumping up the ladder is incredible, and
No,
I'm glad to
absolutely.
hear.
Yeah, it's
Um,
crazy.
where so you said you started in Woodstock.
Hmm. Woodstock,
So
Illinois.
Woodstock, Illinois. Um, I think I'm familiar with the academy you're talking about.
Hmm.
Do you ever still work with places like that? You never go back to your roots at all?
No, no, pretty much. Their rule was you can only wrestle for us, and if you wrestle anywhere else, you are. Uh, it was just one of those silly deals where like territories and such,
Fair enough.
which is it's 2020, which hearing that stuff at 2022 is ridiculous. Um, I, j- the dude was crazy. He would claim, I trained CM Punk, I trained Mustafa Ali, I trained Kalisto, this, that, and the other. And I was like, no, you didn't. Windy City trained them. Or Ace Steel trained Punk. I think Windy City trained Ali and Kalisto. But he would take credit for them because maybe he booked them once and maybe he had them come in for like a training session or something like that. Oh, I booked them. Or excuse me, I trained them, which is
Hey, I can tell
ah,
you that I've heard that same story actually
it's
from
terrible.
who I'm thinking of, which glad you cleared that up because I'm glad I
Yeah,
didn't go.
he's so full of it. Yeah, every now and again, I think deep down, I wonder if, like, maybe someday we could reconcile. Because, like, at the end of the day, he was the guy who started training me, but he's just so in his own world. He's such a narcissist and just can't look himself in the mirror and ask himself, well, why are all these guys leaving? Oh, it must be their fault. Can't be my fault. Well, you've had like an entire roster leave you, but it's their fault. It's ridiculous.
I see what you mean.
That's why I never say I was trained by him. That's why I say CSW Academy, Steve Boz, Jason Hades, Axel Rico. That's who trained me. Which pretty much, I mean, as soon as I walked in and they saw what they had to work with, they knew there was another uphill climb for me. So now they had to like really like tune everything up and really tune it up. And it's because of them I'm where I am now. That's why I don't wrestle at CSW anymore. I actually switched academies recently, but like I still reach out to those guys because they were my trainers, and I love their opinions and such, especially Hades and Boz and Axel. So I get their opinions on things, this, that, and the other. I'll send them a clip here and there. What do you think? And because forever, and I'm glad that none of them seem like the first guy all butthurt that I left. Like they are like okay, I mean, wrestling's wrestling. You got to move on. You got to spread your wings. You got to go away and learn a new hold. And I'm sure down the road I'll eventually go back. But right now, it's like just take a break from each other.
Yeah. So, but before I let you go, usually I like to try to get the audience a little piece of advice from whoever's on. So anybody that's inspiring to be in your spot or inspiring to be a wrestler, what would you tell them to do?
Just try. Because like that's literally all I went in was like, all right, I'm gonna try it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If it does, it does. Here I still am. Just walk in as a clean slate and be like, I don't know anything. Maybe you were watching wrestling for 20 years, okay, but still walking to go, I don't know anything. And that way they can coach you and teach you and stuff. Just give 100%. That way, again, you can try it and no one can tell you, oh, he didn't try hard enough. I was like, no, I tried hard enough, but it just wasn't for me, whether it be injuries or this, that, and the other. Just give it 100%. And if it doesn't click, it doesn't click. And just keep wanting to be the best, just keep wanting to be the best version of yourself and keep busting it.
Great. One last thing, is there anything you got coming up, soon, or any socials you want to plug?
Yeah, when's this episode drop?
It'll be out probably next Thursday.
Okay, so the big one is going to be uh, NWA Chicago, October 18th in Highland Park at Studio One. Please be there, show up. Hit up the Eventbrite page and use code Moondog1, all one word, no quotations. My mom made that mistake. And get a discount on your tickets and to tell NWA that, hey, I got his code. I see he sent me here, which it, tells them, okay, we'll keep him around because he's here, he is selling tickets. So please, to be completely transparent with you. So please, and it's in the Chicago area, so let's fill this studio up. Let's put on an awesome night of wrestling because like one of the coolest parts about regular indie wrestling fans, especially in the Chicago area, that hit up every show. I always love the ones who are like, I gotta go to this NWA show because they're seeing the people that they are watching on all these smaller indies get a platform, and I always think that's the coolest thing for them to do. So to y'all, I appreciate y'all, and to anybody that's curious or please, NWA Chicago, October 18th in Highland Park, Studio One. Hope to see y'all there.
Gotcha. Any socials?
Oh yeah, sorry. At Maurice_Russell on Twitter and Instagram. Facebook, it's still Moondog Greg Murray again. Still trying to get that process changed, but definitely keep supporting because we're I got some really cool stuff coming up. I believe I'll be wrestling in Texas next year, um, sometime in the winter. So definitely look forward to that. And then, like I said, it's got a lot of cool stuff. So definitely keep following and keep up to date with my tour schedule to see where I'll be near you in the near future.
All right. Thank you, man. Like I said, we appreciate you on the show. I'm glad to have you. Maybe we can do a part two sometime.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right. This was ILW Pod. We're here with our friend of the channel, Maurice, and we'll see you next time. Welcome, guys, to ILW Pod. I'm your host, as always, Justin Wright. Today, we are welcomed here with Chicago Style Wrestling Zone, FXB Black Sheep. How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. How about you? How you doing?
Excited, blessed to be here. Something we've been working on for probably a month now, actually, dodging each other back and forward.
Yeah,
It's the name of the game.
absolutely. Life don't stop. Gotta keep going.
Before we get into like any questions or anything, do you want to plug any like social medias or merchandise or upcoming events, stuff like that?
I guess I'll plug a CSW January 17th, the season premiere. I'm always selling my merch there. I'm always part of the show over there. And I know I'll be on the card. I'm not too sure what I'm doing yet, but I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's good.
You had a pretty decent spot at the last CSW show.
Yeah.
Something I enjoyed. I just like right before that show, I talked actually with Eddie and Jack,
Oh,
So
okay.
like I was excited for that match. I know I've known Jack for quite some time, but I was excited for that match and to see you and the whole Santa Claus get up and beat the crap out of Jack and Eddie was cool.
No, yeah, yeah. It was a good time from my end. Well, up until the end, but no, I loved it. No, it was. I had a lot of fun in that match. We we beat the hell out of Jack and Eddie. They were definitely marked up, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. I was really looking forward to the match. I wasn't sure how exactly it was gonna go. I already had a lot of ideas in my head of what I wanted from it and all that, and it turned out it was a lot of fun, and everybody really loved it. I mean, I couldn't be happier with it. Not everything happened the way it should have, but by the end of the match, it didn't really matter. The people loved it. We loved it. Everybody was up for it.
That might have been, other than the main event, which of course had Matt Cardona in it.
Yeah.
That was probably the hottest match of the night. Was the Chicago Street Fight.
Yeah, I don't like to say like I had the match at night or anything like that, but for that match, I did think we had the match at night. I think we all killed it. I thought we all went out there and we gave it our all. We went hard. And yeah. Yeah, the ending was just everybody was on their feet. Everybody loved it. I couldn't ask for anything more out of it.
Um, what's it like getting involved, like with, like for instance, Papa Grayson, Eddie Grayson's dad? What's it like getting involved with somebody that might be considered a fan, but he's also closely tied?
I love it. I love beating on civilians. First time we did something with a kid, or at a different promotion, Northland. If you ever been there, I got to hit one of the wrestlers' kid who was like 9 or 10 at the time with a chair, and so I'm not above it. I love beating on innocence and all that stuff. I absolutely enjoy it. I don't have any reservations when it comes down to that.
Okay. What would you say it's like working with two guys like Jack and Eddie, for instance, who are so young, not only in life but in the ring?
Oh man, like you said, they're young, so it just reminds me a lot when I was young, and I just look back on that time, and I just remember how dumb I was. Kids are dumb. Until you know, honest to God, I think all kids are idiots. Because I was an idiot too. But they're young and they got a long way to go. They're not. I'm sure they're ambitious and they're anxious to get ahead and ahead and ahead, but they got plenty of time ahead of them. I know Eddie just graduated, so and then Jack was like the year before, so they time's on their side right now, and they're doing it at their age, as long as they've been doing it, they're doing a good job, and they got a long road ahead of them. I know they're gonna do some good stuff. Looking forward.
Definitely. Usually I start with my next question. When did you find wrestling? Like, as whether it was a kid or later on, like when did you find this sport that we love?
I don't remember how old I was. I was young, and yeah, I don't know what it was. I've always known I've loved wrestling. Just because of one specific moment. I just remember being a little kid. I was just laying on my mom's carpet watching TV with my brother, and my brother was just flipping through channels, and he flipped to SmackDown. This one they still had the fist and everything. So it was a good while ago, and it was literally a nothing match. Everybody will say like, "Oh, Stone Cold and The Rock. This match got me into wrestling." It was Kane versus MVP on a regular episode of Friday Night SmackDown, and Kane won via disqualification because Mr. Kane. I remember it exactly. I'll never forget the moment. I'll never forget the match and everything that happened or the moment. But as Mr. Kennedy came out, attacked Kane. I don't know what it was. Something clicked from that moment on. I can't even tell you Kane's my favorite wrestler. He's not. But like I remember just seeing it on TV and like just as I don't know, I must have been 8 years old or something. And it's just I saw that and I was just like, yeah, I don't know what this is. This is just this is awesome. I know this is what I want to do. It's just I've always known since then. Like I've always wanted to be a wrestler. I've always wanted to be a wrestler, no matter what. Like I've always known what I want to do. I've gone like different paths just in case, not trying to make excuses or anything like that. But you know, real life, you got bills in real life and stuff like that, and but like I've always known, just like since I was 8 years old, John Cena was my first favorite wrestler. I was a WWE kid for a lot of my life growing up.
Definitely. I can relate.
Yeah.
What like about the sport would you say like whether then or now captivates you the most? Is it the characters or the in-ring work? Like what about it draws you in?
Everything. I like, for me, everything is important to it. Like down to the ref, down to the stage, to the entrance arena. I always tell everybody, like, I'm so, like, now at least now like I'm an independent, so it's like I keep I'm grounded with a lot of my stuff. But I always tell people, like, if I were to main event at WrestleMania, everything has to be on point. The character, the ring work, the gear. I was telling one of my friends the other day, like, if the WrestleMania stage isn't awesome and isn't cool, then it won't work for me, But like, everything has, like, for me, everything, like, down to the production, the lights, the entrance, just the presentation. I just love it all. Like, to me, it all plays a factor. I'm not a believer in it's just the ability and what you could do in the ring. It's important, trust me, but it's the stories and the characters and making it feel like something big. There's a big difference between having a great match, just for the fun of it, and then having a great match that feels big. It feels important.
Yeah. Were you a sports kid growing up? Did you participate in like football, basketball, anything like that?
Uh, I did. I played football. I wasn't good at it. I was a bench. I was a bencher, which is fine. I mean, I anything I would ever did. Sorry, anything I ever did in high school or athletic wise, I always kind of did it for wrestling, just because I know I had to get myself in better shape and I had to do all this stuff to be a wrestler and this and that. Uh, Truthfully, I don't really care much for sports or anything like that. I'll watch a Super Bowl or anything like that, or I'll go to a sporting event. That's always fun. But if I'm somewhere and there's sports on, whether it's soccer, basketball, football, I'd always much rather be watching wrestling. It just doesn't hold my attention like wrestling does.
As a wrestling fan, I couldn't agree more. Like I've done football, I wrestled in high school. I've thought about playing baseball, things like that, but
Yeah,
nothing ever stuck like professional wrestling. Like nothing. I was still wanting to watch Raw every Monday, SmackDown every Thursday, Friday, whenever it was. Like
yeah.
it just nothing else in life clicks like wrestling does.
No, absolutely. It's like, and I always support, especially Chicago teams and everything. I always support. Like, I always want Chicago to win or shit, anything like that. But yeah, at the end of the day, wrestling is my number one. There's nothing more. There's nothing more in this world I'd rather be watching than wrestling. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't always want to watch wrestling, but like when it comes down to sports or anything like that, wrestling is my number one passion. Like, yeah. It's just nothing sticks. Yeah, it's like you said, nothing holds for me.
What was your first like live experience? Do you remember?
Oh man, I mean, I didn't really have a lot of opportunities to go to wrestling shows coming up. I didn't go to my first actual, like, real wrestling show until I was already in college. Because I went to school in Miami, and I
Okay.
always go to a wrestling show, and I just never, I mean, I was a kid, so I had no money, but it's not like my parents ever took me. To be fair, up until maybe like 2 years ago, I'd never been to an actual Chicago sporting event. My wife was the one that took me to a Cubs game. Like I've never really gone to anything like that. And so I think in college, I really wanted to go. I really wanted to go see. It wasn't a live. It was a live. It was a house show. It was like an NXT house show. And I just remember we were in school in Miami, and we had to rent a car to drive up like 2 hours to Port St. Lucie. And it was like it was in the little high school gym. It was an NXT house show. I saw Adam Cole there. I saw Leo Rush there. A couple other NXT talents, but I think that was pretty much my first real live wrestling experience.
What's up? You mentioned going to college. Was that something that you thought to do first before you started training, or did you do any training before you went?
No, I didn't do any training before I went. I looked into it for like a second, but I never actually pulled the trigger for it. I don't know why specifically, but I always wanted to go to college. Even as a kid, I always knew I just wanted that to be something. It's something I want to do. I wanted just to get a degree, and then when I got older, I mean, it's just wrestling's always been like I said. I always knew I wanted to be a wrestler. I don't know. It was just I didn't know how to get into it. I don't know what I had to do, and I think Chicago. I looked into Chicago style wrestling once, but I don't remember if I don't know if you've ever been on the CSW website, but it's not entirely modern, and
Yeah,
so
it's a little tough to navigate.
yeah, and especially in high school, like it's just I looked it up and just nothing ever happened, and then I went through everything. I went to school, I did 2 years, got my associates, and I had a blast. And then that's where I met my wife, and we moved back to Chicago together because she's also from here in Chicago. And I didn't actually really take my first steps forward into wrestling until after we got married. And I always give my credit to my wife. Like she was the one who because I always used to say I'll pay off my credit cards and then I'll go to wrestling. I'll go train. Like I'll pay off my credit cards and I'll go train. And she was just the one who's like, you gotta do it now. You're not getting any younger. Just do it. See if see if it sticks and all that. And I did it. And to this day, I still haven't paid off my credit cards. So it's good. It is done.
What was it that, like, do you think that pushed her to push you to go do this dream?
She knew I loved it. She knew I loved it. Since day one, like she didn't think we'd be at where we're at now, as far as me being in it and performing and doing what I do in the ring and everything like that, and just trying to get booked up every weekend and not being around. But she knew I loved it since we first met. She knew I always watched it. Like I remember showing her wrestling. She actually wasn't a fan, and even to this day is like she understands it and she gets why we do it and why I love it and all this. But she's supportive, and that's all I really asked for her. But I mean, it's just she knew I loved it, and she knew I really always wanted to do it. And I guess she knew that maybe if I never did it, I probably would have regretted it. And I think that's what she wanted to avoid.
I could say I probably have a similar household, maybe to a lesser extent because I'm not a wrestler, but like even doing this podcast, it's something my fiance knows that I enjoy doing and I love wrestling.
Yeah.
The name of the podcast, but like, so she pushes me to do it more. And then like, I've even recently caught her, like, for instance, this last week, Dynamite was on HBO Max for the first time and I caught her sneaking a peek. So like, I get it.
No, yeah, absolutely. She's come a long way. I'll tell her all the time. She's come a long way because she'll even use like inside terms with me, and she'll say moves names, and it's really cool. And like every now and then, she'll watch it with me, and she'll see some of the things that we see as wrestling fans and as wrestlers, and just little things, and you know, she loves drama, and she gets the drama aspect of it, and so it's really fun. It's really fun to see how far she's come, and I think it's adorable when she uses word like she'll say heat and she'll say over and she'll say pop and all this other stuff and baby face and all this stuff. She'll bust it out every now and then. I think it's just the funniest thing in the world.
Throws out the insider baseball.
Yeah, it's just
That's great.
yeah. She'll use those terms and just I just think it's hilarious.
Is she somebody that's like goes to shows with you and helps you like at events and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. She doesn't make it to every show, which I mean, just realistic.
It can be tough.
Yeah, but for these bigger ones, especially CSW, because it's not too far from us. It's literally like a 15-minute drive. The school and the shows, so she'll be there with me. She helps sell my gear. She'll record my matches, if I ask her to. She absolutely, she's a big help for me. She does more, she does a lot, and I appreciate it a lot, to the point where even some fans recognize her and they know her, and they think she's a wrestler and she's not.
That's badass.
Yeah.
Shout out to your supportive wife.
Yeah.
May more of them be like that.
It's hard finding one like that. I know, relationships in wrestling don't really mix a lot, but it's just a lot of sacrifice, and I couldn't ask for anything better. She doesn't have to love it. For me, like, she doesn't have to love it. She doesn't have to be there for every show. She's just supportive, and she supports me, and she's like, she'll back me up.
That's what's up. So, was CSW where you landed first to figure out training and stuff like that?
Yeah, so I remember. So after we had that conversation, she told me, like, now get off your ass. I messaged somebody who he doesn't wrestle anymore, but he used to for Gali Lucha. His name was Psycho J. He had a kid. He doesn't wrestle no more, but he gave me a list of schools. It was Gali Lucha, it was Freelance, and then it was CSW. And he basically gave me the rundown. Freelance is he basically told me Freelance is more expensive. Gali's Lucha Libre, and then CSW just kind of a good American traditional school. And so I kind of figured like that's kind of more me, just more traditional wrestling. He gave me Steve Boz's number. I'm sure you know who that is.
Yep.
And I just messaged Boz, and we talked, and just talked about joining the school and everything like that, and just I came down to the school, and now I'm here. Like 3 years in training, and it's just I couldn't imagine a different world.
What was your first like interaction with Boz, maybe in person? What was that like?
I just remember being so nervous, and just Boz is he'll definitely work you. No, I love Boz. I just remember being so nervous. I was actually taking steps towards it, and so I always say I don't like to I'm easy to get talked into something. Like I don't like to be left around salesmen or anything like that, because like
I understand.
I always get talked to them. That's what I always say. Like, I gotta have my wife with me or something like that, because I'll get talked into. Like, if I went to a car dealership, I would come home with a brand new car because somebody would talk me into it, and then I'd just be at home like fuck. But Boz talked me into like a personal training lessons. What I did with him for like a year, which is just like working out and all that, and then I would also doing the school stuff too. But I love Boz. Boz is a good dude. He cares. He loves all of us. He cares for all of us. He takes care of us, and it's just You know, the first time the first time you meet Boz, he's cool, he's understanding. You know, he you could tell he loves wrestling, and you know he loves getting people into wrestling. You know.
Yeah. I've had two conversations with him in person. I've messaged him a little bit, but I've had two like interactions with him. The first one, um, it was trying to get him on the podcast, and it was immediately like, "Yeah, I'll do it." Just for one, we got to find time. For two, you're gonna have to find me. And I was
Yeah.
like, "Okay, I respect it." Which has been a lot of my interaction with people that have been in the business as long as him.
Yeah.
And then my second one was at the last CSW show, actually. And he really cares about what each person at the event thinks of the show. Like, there's probably three people in front of myself who were talking to him, and each one, what'd you think? How you doing? Can I do anything for you? Like, he definitely cares, which you don't see from a lot of promoters, especially anymore. Like that time to care about each person.
No,
It's unique.
yeah, no, he loves CSW. He cares for CSW. He wants CSW to be jam packed. He wants CSW to be number one promotion in Chicago. And to be fair, we all do it at CSW. I want it to be that way, you know. And you know, it's like he loves the fans, you know, because a lot of fans are there to see him. He has a good following there at CSW, but yeah, no, he absolutely loves it. And the shows lately they've been spot on. So you know.
Knocking him out of the park for sure. Um, how long was it before you got to get in the ring for your first like actual match?
Oh, I remember I had so I it's tough to think. I started I it's hard to remember when I started training. I know I had my first match 2023. It was in January. It was at LLT in Berwyn. It was a great match with two people I respect a lot, and I'm sorry, Adam Stallion and then Mateo Valentine. That was the first. That was the first real match I had because prior to that I had done some battle royals, um, like 2 or 3 battle royals, which I don't really count as like they were fun. Don't get me wrong, I had a blast doing them, but I don't really count them as like a match. But like the first actual match was like January 2023, so it makes it easier for that. That makes it easy for me to remember like just how long I've actually been in ring wrestling and all that. Training, I kind of get fuzzy with it because I know it's over the summer or something like that. I've been at it for like about 3 years or something like that. So
Okay.
yeah.
Has FXB been your character the whole time?
The Black Sheep has
Okay.
that that has always been that's been for a long time. I don't know when I thought about it, but at some I've known the Black Sheep for a while. FXB is it's just my initials. You know, it's my initials for my actual name. And prior to that, so the reason I go as FXB is because prior to that, the name that I had had since I was 8 years old, or that I always wanted since I was 8 years old, like if I'd played in WWE, like my character's name would be Extreme, just Extreme. And then I got older and I was like, it can't be really. It's not gonna. It wouldn't work as a name, like realistic.
Yeah.
I had to think of anything else. I honestly couldn't think of anything else, and so I was just like, you know what, FXB, they're not bad initials, so you know, I'm just gonna go with that. You know, and it's just yeah.
Where did the face paint come from?
Same thing with the same thing as the Black Sheep. I've always known I wanted to do face paint.
Okay.
I like one of my shirts, one of my early shirts has a character drawn on it, and it has like my smile like that. I've drawn that character for years, just in different variations. It's always been that type of pose. It's always had the jack-o'-lantern face. I've always known I wanted to do face paint. You know, it's just when I finally got to do it, I was just nervous of whether or not I was gonna look good or not. And then I did it, and I was just like, I loved it. It was exactly how I wanted it, and it was cool actually. just the first time, just like putting it on, it was just cool. I just loved putting it on just because it's like, I mean, I've just imagined it since I was a kid, just drawing it on paper, just the same smile, the eyes, the mouth, everything like that, and just to see it on my face, it's like, yeah, it was awesome.
Is it? Would you consider it unique to do the face paint and also play a heel or bad guy character?
I think it helps. It definitely helps. Something that a lot of people will tell you is like, you know, it's like if you saw yourself on a poster, would you want to go see? Would you want to go see that show? And people, you know, I always tell people like, yeah. If I saw myself on a poster, I'd want to go see that wrestler because I think it looks cool. And I'm definitely a fan. Not to toot my own horn, but I definitely love the face paint. And as a heel, yeah, I think it helps. And you know, it's just it. Me being a heel or a bad guy is just me kind of just it's just me being me, but just kind of a little just the most would just no moral codes or anything like willing to do anything. Like I said, I hit a kid with a chair. I'm not above you know, it's just me being just like the most me is what I could say. And you know, so it definitely helps with that. As far I mean, I also think the face paint looks cool. You know, I think everybody really likes it and enjoys it. So it a lot of times when I'll make my entrance at places where it's like my first time there or people don't really know me, then I'll get cheered because of the look and because of the face paint and because of my gear. And then I start acting the way I do, and then it kind of it turns over eventually, you know.
Okay.
So I kind initially I think people want to cheer it. I think people want to like it. So I initially I always have to kind of set that bar. Just like nah, I'm kind of a dick. So
Okay. Um, like, would you? What would you say like the inspiration is from it? Like, is there anybody like growing up that made you think face paint, or is it something that you just decided, hey, I'm going to do it?
sorry, that's my dog.
You're good.
I honestly can't. I honestly don't recall if anybody inspired it. Um, when I was a kid, I was a Big Daddy. I was a Big Daddy guy. If Daddy told me to cheer, I cheered. If they told me to boo, I booed.
Okay.
I didn't really start thinking my own until like high school and stuff like that. But I don't know what I honestly don't know what inspired the face paint. I
Fair
know
enough.
what inspires me now is kind of just so I'm not the most athletic person in the world. I think I'm pretty fairly athletic for as big as I am and you know all that. I think I could do some cool stuff. Um but I try to take as much inspiration. I take a lot of inspiration from people like Undertaker, people like Stone Cold. I'm sure you can see them in moveset. Just as far as aggression goes and I do like to be a bit flashy. I am dramatic. I am you know, I do like certain things that are a little bit more flashier. So if like I always tell people, it's like if I could mix wrestlers into myself from the past, I'd say I'm a little bit of I don't know Stone Cold, Undertaker, and Shawn Michaels is probably the three people I'd want.
Clump,
Yeah,
clump together to make yourself.
yeah. Those are my main inspirations for how I try to I craft myself. Just you know, it's just like just the attitude, the athleticism, the you know, just the aggression and stuff like that.
Okay. What like so far? I've seen you in street fights, ladder matches, bull rope matches. Like, do you prefer being in stipulations, or do you like that one-on-one singles match?
I like singles matches because I get to show what I can do more. I love a good stipulation. I love stipulation matches, especially something like a TLCA, Extreme Rules match. You know, um, Even something like a bull rope match, isn't which isn't a stipulation I was always a fan of as a kid. But now I'm older, I could appreciate a little bit more, and I appreciate the challenge that comes along with that, and try to in making it good and making it just appeal to people and all that. So I appreciate those. I appreciate the different types of stories you can tell in these certain type of matches. Because I, I had a ladder match once, and I wouldn't say it was perfect. There was a lot of things I'd probably change up in it and change in it, but I always I always like the just the challenge of it, just making it an actual good match of working with what you got, and just it's like, especially in these stipulation matches, and it's not just hitting people and being violent. There has to be something in it to really get the people involved.
Yeah. Like, what would you say, or who would you say has been your biggest maybe rival so far in your couple years in the business?
Oh, I wouldn't say rival yet, but I know Rafael Quintero. Yeah, I know me and him, we have great chemistry, and I know come the opportunity that if we were to tell a story together, I know it could be great. I know it'd probably be one of the best stories that anybody would see, because I know what we can do together. I know, like, if we got out there and we just let loose and just win the balls to the wall, then then we would kill it.
What is it about Quintero that like you think gives you guys such unique chemistry?
Honestly, I have no clue, because I remember the first day I ever met Quintero. I could tell right off the bat we had good chemistry. It honestly, when it comes down to him, it's just natural. There's no tricks to it. We just kind of flow good together. He's not the only one. I've also had not the greatest chemistry with everybody. I know Lizardman, Nathan Nile. The very first time we wrestled, we didn't have that chemistry, but I think we wrestled. We wrestled at MCW less than a year ago or something like that. We had a great match, but that came from us both growing and learning and gaining experience and really, really developing ourselves as performers. That we were able to pull that off. But the first match we ever had together was not great. We talk about it all the time. It wasn't a great match. But we were also a lot younger. We were a lot greener, and it just didn't work out like that. But there's some people I have good chemistry with, like Jack and Eddie. I could work with them. We have good chemistry together. There's a couple other wrestlers, and then there's just some that I don't. But I mean, we could work things out, and just put on a good show.
Um, we just got out of 2024, so it feels only right to ask, what would you say is your maybe lowest point in 2024 and your highest point in 2024?
Highest point, I'll say highest right now. Just probably it'd probably either be the beginning, because the beginning started off really. I had a blast because my birthday is at the beginning of the year, so it's the 6th of January. So I remember starting 2024. Uh, I had a show on my birthday, which is honestly just probably the best way I'd want to celebrate my birthday. Is wrestling, and that was great. That was actually a really fun night. My family came out. I won the match. Um, I wouldn't say it was a banger of a match, but it was a fun match. I had a good time. I faced Kyle Kelly, and that street fight, is just the way it went. It was a hell of a way to end the year and everything like that. Um, I'm trying to think as far as lowest. Um, there might. Mm, I don't know. There's nothing that points out too much. Maybe just some matches that weren't great, but I try not to beat myself up too much. Like, I did that already when those happened, but it's just whether I was just mentally off or just life was just really having his way with me. It's just that's probably it. Just being in my head for certain times and all that. But I mean, other than that, it's just I can't say there was any real low moment. I wasn't seriously injured. And there was I didn't hurt anybody, anything like that. Overall, it wasn't a bad year. It could have been. One second. Oh, okay. Sorry, that was my dog.
You're good.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, it was a good year overall. Was it perfect? No. Can I say it was my year? No. I mean, but that's what I look forward to now. Is just keep going and going and going.
Of course. Going into this new year, what can we expect from FXB?
Just expect me to work harder. I'm trying to get on bigger shows. I'm trying to get on more shows. This 2024, I was working a lot as far as shows wise goes. But I could always get booked more. That's basically the goal is just be around more, go out more. I want to go out of state for sure, which I have been out of state, but I want to get out of the Midwest region.
Okay.
I would love to go either of the coast. It's just I'd say just expect that from me, just working harder, trying to prove myself more, really trying to put myself on the map. Just trying to make myself more recognizable and just build a bigger fan base. Also, I got to work media. I'm not great with social media. That's definitely been I hate social media. I know it's important for wrestlers. It's very, very important, but I'm not great at it. So I'm getting better at that.
It sounds funny as a podcaster because my job is social media, but I hate it too. I don't know. The internet nowadays is the most toxic place to be. And it's tough. It's so tough. But I agree with you in the goal of being better on social media, my personal self. Wrestling fans can be tough too.
No,
It's
absolutely.
a tough crowd.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's not even what bothers me. It's just I'm just lazy with social media sometimes. I don't like posting. I've always been a little bit more of kept to myself type of person. So it's never been natural for me just to post and post and post. So I'm definitely getting used to it. I want to make more content, more entertaining content, just to show more aspects of my character and everything like that. But yeah, it's just. Yeah, I gotta get better.
Something that coming through your social medias and stuff that I have noticed is you've done kind of little commercials for merch.
Yeah.
What goes into making them? They're very entertaining. So where'd that come about?
Just like I said, I try to show different aspects of my character. I don't look at my character as just a one note person. I kind of look at him like I said, I take inspiration from Stone Cold and Undertaker and Shawn Michaels, but at the same time, I also like the aspect of him being like a Joker, Deadpool character. There's nothing. I try not to limit my personality. I'm somebody who could be mean and could be aggressive and could be a bully, but I'm also somebody that it's like I said, because of the way my personality is, just I'm willing to do anything. I don't shy away. I don't care what other people think as much. So I'm willing to say and do things that are, just be just some wild stuff to say, or it's just I find humor in something. I love dark humor, and so I'm always willing to laugh at some terrible stuff, and I just kind of like my character being like that. It's just my character can transform into anything he needs to be. It's just why do I always advertise my merch and things like that? Because of money. Because my character loves money. My character loves exposure. He loves advertising himself because himself as number one. So, so it's like I just love showing those different aspects of it. It's not just dark and brooding. It's comedic, and it's just so outrageous and degenerate, so much outrageous and degeneracy that it's entertaining.
Yeah. Something new in wrestling news that's happened recently is WWE announced the ID system. We've been fortunate to have somebody in the Chicago area get called out for that. Is that something that you have your eye on?
Oh, absolutely. God damn. Yeah, I would love that more than anything. No, yeah, absolutely. So I know the and I don't know what it's called. The NIL program's been around
Yeah,
for all that stuff, and just I've always wanted to see something for just independent wrestlers, just because it's independent wrestling, and I love seeing independent wrestlers make it to the top. Because when you're wrestling on the independents, I mean, you got to do it because you love it. You can't tell me it's because of the money, because there ain't no money. So it's just like you gotta love it. You have to love it. I love it. All the people I work with, they love it. They love wrestling. So yeah, no, absolutely. I would love to be part of the ID program. I could probably charge more money. Um, but it's just yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to the futures. I think it's a good sign. I think it's positive. It's just I know people don't really know what it means yet or what's how it's gonna play out, but I'm excited. Hopefully more opportunities like that get passed out to Chicago wrestlers.
definitely. I mean, there's a lot of great talent in the Chicago area. So it's about time that we get the recognition that we deserve, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. No,
Um, Go ahead.
no, go ahead. You're good.
I was gonna say, I was gonna wrap it up. Usually I end on a fun question. There's a debate always. I don't know if debate's the right word, but there's always a toss up of who the Mount Rushmore can be.
Okay.
So if you have four guys that you personally would put on there, who would they be and why?
Oh. See, I love wrestling, and I love wrestling history. Like, so when I always say like who I consider to be the like a Mount Rushmore, I always consider the people who did the most for wrestling. Who really impacted it the most. So shit, I've never actually had to put one together. I would say Stone Cold's on there because of his impact. I'd put the Undertaker on there. Uh, I'd put I want to say Hogan, but I'm gonna put Ric Flair on there, and then I'll put Lou Thesz on there just because he played a very important role in wrestling, just in those early days. I know a lot, just when it comes down to territories and stuff like that, he was somebody who helped build that system, and uh, I think he had a very important. I think he had a very impactful and important role in just the world of professional wrestling where it is now.
Definitely, I like it. I've actually never got Thez on here, so that's cool. It's one that you'd think might be more might be on there more often. It's a surprising one.
No, yeah, I love wrestling history, man. I love history in general. I think that's the thing. I'm getting old because it's just yeah. I don't know if you watch Shane Gillis or anything like that, but he says it's like you start watching World War II documentaries and Fox News is like when you're getting older. Uh, he says it's early onset Republican, so I, I love wrestling history. I love the way it was formed. I love reading about wrestlers that nobody knows about who helped build it. People like I don't know Mildred Burke or Buddy Rogers, original Nature Boy, or Antonio Rocca. Just these wrestlers nobody knows. But they're in his. I just love history. I think I respect it and just it's just yeah. I think you can't forget it.
And whether you're a wrestler or a podcaster or whatever, like knowing the business makes sense. And like being a student of the game makes sense. So it's nice to see somebody that also dives deep for those little wrestling bits of knowledge.
Yeah, no, yeah, I love it. Like I said, wrestling consumes my life. Like it's all I do, all I care about. So I try to. I'm always studying. I'm always doing something with wrestling. There's never a day in my life where I'm either not watching wrestling or a video about wrestling or hearing about wrestling. It's been there's been my life every day for like the past 20 years as far as I know. So, it's just yeah, man, it's life, is love, is everything.
Definitely. Man, I really do appreciate you being on here. Thank you so much to yourself. And I want to just give a special shout out to everybody at CSW.
Yeah.
You guys are like, it's a nice community of people to get into. So I'm glad that I've been able to kind of break in that barrier and start talking to you guys. I just want to show my gratitude to not only yourself but the CSW family.
No, absolutely. And good luck to you on your podcast, brother. I had fun. It was a blast.
Thank you. Maybe we can get you on here maybe a little later in the year or something.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. It's just, I'm planning to make this a good year. So, just stick.
Sounds good.
We'll see what happens.
All right. I'll leave it off on see you later then.
All right, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Welcome, guys, to ILW Pod. I'm your host, as always, Justin Wright. Today, I am welcomed by Chicago's own Jack Valor. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. It's good to be here.
Excited. I'm excited to talk to you. I went to a CSW show not too long ago, and I met you for the first time, and I was excited to get you on here.
Yeah, man, for sure. I'm excited to do this. We got a professional little setup going on.
I try to look the part. It's
Right.
about 50% of the thing is looking the part, and then the rest comes with the work. So,
Right.
before we get into the meat and potatoes of the podcast, would you like to go ahead and give a shout out to like your social medias or upcoming events, stuff like that?
For sure. So my Instagram is Jack_Valor_wrestling. That's how most of my social media goes. I got Chicago Style Wrestling December 13th coming up if you wanted to come see me. It's a big show coming up. They got names like Matt Cardona, Hollywood Haley J, Gringo Loco, B-Boy coming in. And then if you want, also my Instagram, link to my bio is my merch site, jackvalorwrestling.bigcartel.com. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Just a CSW plug was because we got a pretty big match coming up. So
Definitely. That's a show I'm excited for. Like I said, I was at the last one. Cardona is a big guy. I've never seen Cardona in person, so somebody I'd like to go see. Definitely exciting. Exciting stuff at CSW.
oh yeah, I'm excited.
Would you say that's like your home?
Yeah, so CSW is where I was trained out of. I was trained by Steve Boz and Jason Hades at Chicago Style Wrestling. And I grew up going to the shows, so being on them now is kind of a full circle thing. And yeah, I would say CSW is definitely my home.
Definitely. We'll circle back to the training part. When, like, as a kid, did you find out that you enjoyed wrestling, or like it was something that you knew would be a part of your life forever?
So I know a lot of people like would say like they grew up with wrestling, like they would say they started watching it around like when they were like 3 or 4 years old. But I actually kind of got into it a little later. I didn't start watching wrestling till I was about 9 years old. Um, my cousin used to watch it, and I just never picked up on it from her. But a lot of the kids at school were just always watching it and talking about it. And they had like the action figures and they just go on and on. And I was like, all right, well, I guess now I have to watch it. And I think my first like match or like thing I saw was the Money in the Bank. I want to say it was 2014 or 15 when they did I think it was 14 when they did the ladder match for the World Heavyweight and the WWE Championship with
Where
like
Cena won.
yeah, with like
Yep.
that just had everybody in it. So that was like my first like WWE experience, and then from there I was just hooked. And I just kept watching, and then because my dad grew up with it, so when he found out, when he seen that I liked it, he just started giving, like, telling me everything. He started showing me more stuff, and then eventually, my brother got into it. And we went to like shows, and it was just like it took off from there.
Okay. Were you like in school? Were you a sports kid? Was you involved in, your footballs or basketballs or
Yeah,
soccer and stuff like that?
I played sports growing up. I mean, I was never like the greatest. I'll say, I was uh I was usually a bench warmer. 12th
Okay.
at bat. You know, uh I wasn't the greatest. So like, when I found wrestling, it was like I finally found like that one thing that like I'm good at, essentially, if that makes sense. You
Okay.
know.
Um, so like going into training, like how old were you when you started?
So I started training in March of 2023 when I was 17.
Okay.
Um, and then I made my debut I think it was October of last year. So I was still 17 at the time. Um,
Nice.
and yeah.
How did you get to meet like Steve Boz and I'm terrible with names. How did you meet
No, you're good.
Boz
Yeah, yeah.
and the other guy that trained you?
Yeah, so uh Boz, so it was obviously Boz wrestled at CSW. I went to the shows. I didn't know they had a school, and I didn't know that they had like uh you know what I mean? I didn't know they had a school, and then
Yeah.
I was just asking around, and then I found out that Boz was like trainer, and then I
Hmm.
talked to Boz at one of the shows. I think I talked to him when I was like 15, and then um yeah, I just kept in touch. He said to wait, and then yeah, and then eventually he said when I turned 17, he'd let me start training,
Gotcha.
and yeah, went from there.
What was your like initial reaction meeting Steve Boz?
My initial reaction, I don't know. I guess like I mean younger. I mean, I was more of like a mark, for everybody. So I was just like, oh yeah, he's cool. I was kind of like talking to everybody. I mean, yeah, but I guess Boz is everything I imagined him to be. Um,
Yeah,
yeah, Boz is my trainer, so I love Boz. Good guy.
he's definitely like I've got to have a conversation with him after the CSW show I went to. And he's definitely his character. Like that guy that's in the ring is
Yeah,
the same
yeah.
guy outside the ring. Like
Oh yeah.
there's no
Right,
off switch, which isn't a bad thing.
right.
Uh, actually, somebody maybe soon I can get on here. We maybe trying to work something out. I guess sneak peek for the future. But no, I'm Boz is somebody that, for lack of better words, is intriguing because
Right.
he's got a like a mystery kind of about him. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
I'm interested to crack that open. And he's been in the sport so long.
Yeah.
Um, so like it was only what, like a year before you debuted?
It was a yeah, so from like May, June, July, August. Yeah, it was like 7 to 8 months.
7, 8 months. What the initial 7, 8 months of training look like? Was it just all basics or was you trying to learn in like
So
some stuff?
I'd say Boz's training is like some of the best. I say CSW some of the best because they really teach you everything.
Okay.
Um, so like how the layout is like Tuesdays we have Axel Rico. He does a lot of like cardio and lucha spots, all that kind of stuff. And then Boz on Thursday, he'll run through like the basics and like all that, and then there'll be days where we're doing moves, and um he sort of bases his training around like um the structure of a match. So there'll be
Okay.
one day where we'll do an opening spot, and then there'll be another day where we do like a comeback or we do heat or stuff like that. And then Jason Hades is actually the promoter of CSW, and he stops by the school every now and then to teach us more technical based stuff, which is always good to learn. Um, so yeah, getting a mix of like all three of those, I think, is just like really good at CSW, and you just it's a small space, but you got a lot to work with. And you get to stay there for a while. Like most days, I'm there from 4 o'clock to 9 o'clock, just
Okay.
training. So yeah, CSW is a great place to learn.
It sounds like it. And
Yeah.
my I guess my into CSW was actually through Axel Rico. I reached out to him
Okay.
to do an interview. Um, as recording this, it'll come out tomorrow. But Axel is just great. Like I
Yeah.
remember I even setting up the interview, there was some timing differences, like we was gonna do it, and then I had a interview later with Jake Christ, who ended up canceling. So Axel moved everything around for me. Just such a sweet dude.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
that's great.
and the conversation was great. He's so knowledgeable, so down to
Mhm.
earth. So it
Right.
just, I guess, the reason for that is a shout out to him.
Mhm.
Um, somebody like I was really excited to see in person.
Right.
Would you say like somebody like Axel, does he do like the majority of the training, or is Boz doing the majority of the training?
I would say it's Boz majority.
Okay.
Um, but Axel does obviously play a part in teaching a lot of new things. Um, and I say a lot of the things that Axel does teach is stuff that we do need, um, especially cardio, because you can't you can't like you can't get in shape for wrestling cardio by doing normal cardio in the gym. And a lot of people say that there's no like wrestling cardio, like in ring cardio, like running the ropes and all that stuff. So I think he has like a lot of good like cardio stuff for in ring, and I learned a lot of like I took a lot of my move set from him teaching us things on Tuesdays,
Okay.
um like like the arm drags and the ranas and all that stuff. So
What went into making like the character of Jack Valor?
so the name is obviously Jack is my first name,
Hmm.
um and Valor, um that was just something like I had come up with. Like I just thought it sounded good. And then, when you look up the name Valor, like the definition is like, bravery and all that stuff. And like I kind
Yeah.
of wanted to go for like, since I'm a smaller dude, I kind of wanted to go with like that underdog kind of
Hmm.
persona, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, I guess the character is just myself. Um, the Chicago kid thing was something I just thought I needed as a moniker. But now it's like, I don't really necessarily need it. And I'm just gonna kind of see, or I just kind of want to see where everything takes me now. Um, because like I did this speedball Mike Bailey seminar, and he said that he just went by Mike Bailey until, someone gave him the speedball name, like it just came to him.
Yeah.
So I kind of want something like that, and that goes for me and Eddie Grayson, our tag team name. We're just trying to let that come naturally because we've thought of so many different names, but none of them really clicked. So we're just kind of waiting for something to come naturally.
Um, is Eddie somebody you met at CSW through training?
Yeah, actually, me and Eddie both grew up going to CSW shows, and we just kind of like got met and got in touch through CSW shows, and we became friends before we started training.
Okay.
Um, so we went from going to like CSW shows to we would go to like AEW and WWE and stuff like that, and we were just friends. Um, we were always friends like that, and then I was like we were texting. I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna start training, and then he started training in May of that year. So like 2 months later, he got in, and then we were just kind of thrown together as well because everyone was like, oh well, they're friends and they're young, they should be a team.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, we just kind of clicked. I feel like us. I really like us as a tag team because I feel like both our minds kind of like um we kind of both have like we have different views on things, but then like we come together with ideas, and I think that's really good for coming up with a bunch of things.
So, like, when you debuted, was it always planned for you to work tag, or did you like start in singles?
So when I debuted, I my first match, me and Eddie were a tag team, but after that, I did a lot more single stuff
Huh.
until, more recently, me and Eddie were like, we want to be an established tag team. Like we want to start doing more tag team stuff.
Mhm.
Um, and that was around, I want to say like over the summer, we realized that we really wanted to like stick as a team. Um, and then we started getting a lot more because the independents they obviously there's a lot more singles wrestlers and tag teams.
Yeah.
And so we started getting a lot more bookings as a tag team because these places were like, oh, we need tag teams. So, we just the one thing that's like not holding us back essentially, but like one thing that we do need is a name. And like I said, we're just trying to let that come naturally. But I really do love teaming because I love tag team wrestling as it is.
Mhm.
And I love coming up with tag team stuff. And it's one of my favorite things that I'm doing right now.
So, like, you mentioned not having a name yet. So, like, when you go to a promotion as a team, and you let them know, hey, we don't have a name, do you also let them know, hey, if there's something that comes naturally, uh, we might adapt to it?
Yeah, that's really how it goes because like they'll be like, oh, like how come you don't like have anything yet? And we're just like, oh, we're just like kind of waiting for something to come naturally because right now we just kind of go by our last names. We just go by Grayson and Valor. Um,
Okay.
so it'll usually be like, yeah, we're just kind of waiting for something to come naturally.
What's a promoter or the booker's reaction to something like that?
They usually understand it, because
Okay.
usually they're just like, yeah, you want to find one sooner or later, but we get it.
And like I guess with you guys, you're very young into your career, so it makes sense. Like you don't want to,
Hmm.
tackle a moniker at the beginning and it not stick. And
Right,
so
right,
I guess it makes sense to make something come natural, and then maybe, especially if you guys are in this together for the long haul, like that name will stick for the
right,
long haul.
right, right.
Um, but you never know. You could be like an Edge and Christian and always just be known as
Edge of
uh,
Christian, yeah,
Grayson and Valor. For like, it could work that way too.
right.
Um, as a tag team, like, what would you say, or who would you say are your biggest inspirations as far as forming like your team and the structuring of your team?
It's a lot of like a mix of like older generation, newer generation. Like we take a lot. We hear a lot of people like a lot of commentary stuff I hear is like we're like the Hardy Boys. We obviously take inspiration from them, one of the greatest teams of all time. Um, like newer, we take a lot of inspiration from the Young Bucks as well. Um, I'm a big fan of Private Party. Um, what's it called? I'm trying to think of the teams, but yeah, it's a lot of like we take a lot of inspiration from a lot of people, but we also try to make it our own in a sense. So
So would you say it's like more of the flashier, uh, like faster paced teams that you try to take stuff from?
yeah, I would definitely say that. Yeah.
Um, so I'm guessing with that, and I think you said this earlier, but like, is it a game of how can we try to take maybe a modern move and make it our own and put our own spin on it?
Right.
Just
Yeah. Like we try to like come up with our own like sequences and combos and stuff like that. Like if we see something and we're like, oh, we kind of like that, but I think we can make it better if we do this and switch that with this and like add this instead. If that makes sense.
yeah. Has there been any that like have stuck in you, like any sequences that now are just like a main part of your
Yeah. So
repertoire?
one of our one of our tag team finishers is like we if we have I have him in a ripcord position and I
Okay.
ripcord him into Eddie. He grabs him for a German and I give him a clothesline. That's one of our finishers. We do like we do something where like Eddie has him on his shoulders for like a attitude adjustment, and then I come off the top rope with a double stomp to like their upper
Ooh,
back, and then
okay.
oh yeah, and then one of our like really things that gets like a big like reaction is our tag team comeback is when we have a guy in the corner. We do a bunch of strikes in the corner. We go back and forth, and then I do a monkey flip. The guy
Mhm.
lands on his feet, and then Eddie gives him a spear, and
Ooh,
that is one of our really big like moves that we
okay.
came up with.
That sounds cool.
Yeah.
Um, have like being from like a CSW show, like you said, you went there, watched it, then you go there, you train. Was there any thought of, hey, like whenever we do our first matches or we start coming in as performers, was you ever worried that you wouldn't get a reaction? Or like,
Oh
you already
yeah.
know the crowd, so like,
Oh
was
yeah,
it
for
one of
sure.
those like, hey, I think we'll get a reaction?
Right. Especially when you're starting out, you worry. Like, um, yeah, I definitely worried before, but that's why like when CSW, before you get on the main card, they have you do the battle royals and
Hmm.
pre-show matches. And eventually, once you get over on the pre-show, um, they'll have you do it was like, yeah, because it was, we got over there and then they had us do a main card match where it was me, Eddie and Lizardman versus FXB, Chris Miller and Doom in May. And it just kind of took off from there, because that was that was a big test for us. And then the month after that, we had another pre-show match. But then the month after that, we were back on the main card, and we have been ever since. And I'm really grateful for that.
Um, would you say like our goal would be for you guys to be tag champions?
Oh, for sure. Especially since growing up watching CSW. Yeah, it would be an amazing goal to get the tag belts there. And I really like where the tag team division there is at right now. Like for December, we have that big fatal four-way tag match. It's gonna be awesome. You have
Yep.
Yabo and Ruffo, Joe and Sierra, Cypher and Stallion, and Axel and Doom. Um, and yeah, it would be really awesome to win the tag titles there.
What do you think of like teams like the Brothers of Funstruction and like guys like that who are on NWAs or at JCW? Like they're at bigger shows. Like, do you think it helps Chicago style wrestling grow, bringing those guys in?
Yeah, I think it always helps a promotion grow. Obviously, bringing in a bigger name. I think it's actually pretty cool that Yabo and Ruffle got the tag belts.
Yeah,
Um, you know, Winning them off Joey and Sierra was definitely a cool move. Because everyone loves Yabo and Ruffle. The stuff they do in their matches. Um, but
they're
yeah, like
great
with that,
guys off camera too. Just
right, right. Yeah, no, they're good people. And yeah, like with the NWA thing, because me and Eddie, we just faced the Country Gentleman at NWA. Um,
oh,
that was a cool match to have. And yeah, I think always, bringing in a bigger name helps the promotion grow. Um, but you always just have to play your cards right. Um, yeah, I think it's really cool that they won the tag belts. I think that's awesome.
you did the tag match at the NWA Chicago show, right?
Yes.
What was that like? How did you get in touch, or how did they get in touch with you guys, and what did that
So
look like?
that was a thing that Daisy Kill reached out to Steve Boz about doing territory for Chicago for NWA, and they started doing shows like a year ago. They did one show. Every show we do, like they space them out, so the crowd is always pretty packed. And yeah, I mean, ever since like they've just started getting more and more of us guys on the card, like because at first it was only a few of us, only a few CSW guys who got on. And then, you know, consistently, more and more guys get on the card, like me and Eddie and, Lizard Man and, Rafael Quintero. He faced Homicide a few shows
Oh,
ago. Like, so, yeah, these are the shows that like, that could really like help you. And Billy Corgan is there as well watching you. That's the whole reason me and Eddie got on it, because we had a tryout match in front of Billy Corgan.
okay.
And he wanted us on the show. So those are things that cool experiences, and you get a lot out of them.
What what does the tryout look like, whether it's for an NWA or wherever? Like,
So it's funny. We kind of like knew that we were gonna get it, because Boss told us the day before. But like we were there, and then Boz didn't really, or Daisy Kill came up to us and was like, "Hey, can you guys do a tryout tag in like 10 minutes?" And we were like, "Oh shit!" So we had to run, get all our stuff on, you know, and then figure out what we were gonna do in like 10 minutes, and then we had a 5-minute match, and yeah, just kind of went from there.
who was it, an NWA team that you went against?
No, it was two other CSW.
Okay, so you knew the other team.
Yeah.
Does that make it easier or relieve some pressure?
Um, yeah, in a sense, because I know them and I knew that like, what they were gonna do was, gonna be it would make sense. Because we were facing two, more vets. Um, and I knew having them would make it easier. Um, yeah, no, definitely stressful in the moment.
Definitely. I mean, you got to think somewhere like the NWA, it's over 76 years of
Right,
history. There's got to be uh some anxiety,
right, and
going
that was
into.
like that. Besides, like being on the main card of CSW was one of my first like big opportunities. So, and those don't come easy. So it was really awesome.
How do you handle pressure?
Um, a lot of people say that if you don't get nervous before your matches, um, then you're not really excited to wrestle, if that makes sense. Like if you don't get nervous, then like the thing is you should be nervous. Before you go out there, you should be. Um, and I those things you just kind of gotta you're gonna have that feeling with the butterflies in your stomach, and you just kind of gotta let that happen, and you gotta let it sit. But once you go through that current, that's when the adrenaline kicks in. And that's when that feeling goes away for a moment, when everyone's cheering for you. Um, because right before you go through that curtain, that feeling is really intense, but right when you get out there, it goes away.
Definitely. I know I can relate maybe to a lesser extent, even doing podcasting. Like there's sometimes
Right.
um I'll get on here and I had Sabu one. I don't think I was more nervous than
Oh
anything in
yeah,
my
that's
life.
oh yeah, I'd be nervous too.
And like usually I prepare like for that. It was like a 10-minute thing. He messaged me, it was like, "Hey, I can do it right now." And I was like, "Oh shit." Like usually I book these a couple days out. I can do some
Mhm.
research. Was not able to. And so like pressure was on.
Right.
Um and so like I get it. And then like I've had like guys like Alex Kane on here. Great guy, but like
Oh yeah.
the pressure's on, world champion on the
Right.
screen. Like even talking to like you, um, somebody I've had my eyes on and somebody I've watched. So like it's maybe the fan in me is just like
Right.
it's still
Yeah.
nervous. I got to get over the mark part of me, I guess.
Right. Right. No, I get that.
It's even like something recently, like um, going to a show and talking to somebody and trying to set up an interview is something new. It's like really easy to text somebody and say, "Hey, you want to talk?" And
Right.
like
Right.
going to wrestlers and saying, "Hey, I just watched you get your ass like kicked or go out there and whoop ass, but would you like to talk to me?" Like
Right, right.
it seems weird, maybe because I've been a fan so long. So like I can understand like being behind that curtain must be insane, and then walking out because you never know what that reaction is going to be like. And I've heard guys be like, I've done this for 20 years. You never know when that time you're going to walk through the curtain and there's going to be nothing.
Right.
So I can only imagine. And maybe someday I'll get to live it. Um, I was doing, some research looking through your stuff. I noticed you won a couple championships. I saw you won one out in Iowa. Um, what's it
Yeah.
like for one, winning a championship, and for two, what's it like traveling, getting out, and branching in the Indies?
Winning my first championship was more of a special moment to me because when I won it, um, obviously I was happy, and then like all my friends got in the ring, and then my family and friends were in the crowd, and they're all cheering, and that was a little emotional because I was just like, I was just happy. I was just genuinely happy, just tears of joy. It was awesome. It was a great feeling. Um, then the one, and then yeah, like branching out to these places is always good because I don't, obviously I'm based in Chicago, but I want to get out there more. Like something me and Eddie are trying to do is get to more states in 2025. Um, because as good as Chicago is, and as good as and as many promotions as they have here, we also want to get to more places and face more people. Um,
What's the farthest or you've like branched out, or is it just in the surrounding areas?
the farthest I went was it was Minnesota.
Okay.
That was a cool one. Um, I think I was supposed to go to Ohio. I don't know if we are. I don't think I am anymore. One of my buddies was thinking about taking a trip down there. But yeah, that's definitely Minnesota was probably the farthest because I think that was like 6 hours. Um, but yeah, that was a fun one.
Is that like feeling of like being anxious, like does it intensify going somewhere outside of the state to where like you've definitely never been there before?
Um, I wouldn't say I get anxious going to a new place. I think I'd get more like excited, like okay,
Okay.
like great, get to like Destination Six recently was like one of the new places I was really excited to go to. Um, yeah, no, like that was just more excitement. That was just like, man, I can't wait to wrestle here, um, and stuff like that.
Definitely. Something new I've been talking to people about is, recently WWE started doing the WWID system. Um, I know like this last weekend at the AAW show, Freedom Ramsey was there. He's been ID'd.
Mm.
Um, is that something, being young into this game and you got to think WWE's probably a goal of yours? Is that something that you look
Oh
at
yeah.
and is makes that goal more achievable?
Uh,
You still there?
yeah, dude. Sorry, my mom walked in. I don't know if you could cut that out.
You're good. Yeah, I can cut it out.
All right, my bad.
You're
Yeah, I
good.
didn't mean to just mute on you. Um, yeah, no, the WEID thing is obviously very awesome, right now because I feel like the Indies is more popular than it's ever been. And to see some of these people get ID'd is awesome. But yeah, obviously the WWE is a dream, obviously. Hopefully one day we get there.
Um, have you got to interact with anybody that's been ID'd yet?
Um, trying to think. Yeah, Freedom Ramsey was a cool guy. Kylie Ray. I haven't. I mean, I'll see her in December at CSW, but I haven't really. Obviously, I know who she is. From Chicago.
Yeah.
Um, I wouldn't say because a lot of these people aren't from around here. Um, I'm trying to like pull up the ID thing right now. So, uh,
There hasn't been too many in our area. Like I know
yeah, the
Ramsey's
only
not really from here. Kylie's
right.
probably, or yeah, she's probably the only one that's from the Chicago area. I think most of them
Hmm.
are on the East Coast.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. No, some of the people that I was like, okay, that's like Marcus Mathers. That's awesome. He's a good one. Jackson Drake. That was
yeah,
dope. Zeta Steel. She does Dreamwave, which isn't too far out from here either in LaSalle, Illinois.
okay.
Um, yeah, those guys are awesome. Uh, there's another one who's like I'm trying to think of like the first ones. Oh yeah, Cappuccino Jones. That's
He's
a dope
great.
one. Jack Cartwheel, awesome. Um,
That's one that surprised me. Jack Cartwheel. That one
yeah,
came out
yeah.
of
He's
left
he's
field.
really he's really been everywhere though.
Yes,
He's literally done it. He's been on NWA, AEW,
everywhere.
ROH. He's
He
been
does some
everywhere.
crazy stuff too with the
Right.
cartwheels. Like he's so
Yeah.
inventive with the cartwheels. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's great for him. And then you got Bryce Donovan, Wrestling Open. I remember watching him on GTS, which is funny. So
Yeah.
good for him.
Um, I was gonna say like, what would you say like your goals are going on? The next couple years. Where do you want to be before you're 25?
Before I'm 25, because that's still so much time from now.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know. I don't want to say anything. I don't want to jinx anything. Before I'm 25, uh, I definitely have a lot of goals. I'm not, I don't know per se if I'm gonna get, signed or not. Um, Obviously I'd love to be.
Yeah.
But a lot of goals. I definitely want to do a lot of the bigger indies. Like I would love to do GCW. I'd love to do DPW. Um, I'd love to do like Defy. Um, Maybe getting flown to wrestle, that's a goal. Um,
Okay.
I would love to do like a AEW like dark. Um
Or like extra work.
yeah, like a
Okay.
or a ROH if that makes sense. And then
Yeah.
maybe like a TNA explosion would be awesome. Like a lot of those things would be great.
Speaking of explosion, like Maggie Lee, who's on CSW shows all the time. She just
Yeah.
made her debut in TNA for Explosion. The champion, the CSW champion. Terrible with names, man.
Conan Lycan,
He's
yeah.
yeah, he's about to make his Explosion debut. Um, is that something that seems like it could be on your radar soon with people like that? I know I don't want to say you're low on the card, but they're at the top of the card. So like
Right.
obviously there's steps on the ladder that would have to be climbed, but does that seem feasible?
Um, Depending on your definition of soon, because right now I'd say I'd still have to get my name out there more.
Okay.
Um, and yeah, those things come with just like experience too, and I'm still like a year in,
Yeah,
so I'm still very new to this thing, and I still have things to work on and things to do. Um, but for the foreseeable future, that is definitely a goal of mine. Yeah.
definitely. Being just, a year or so in, would you say training is still something that you focus on all the time?
Oh yeah, I still train 2 times a week.
Is that the maximum that like CSW does, or is there more that you could go do?
CSW does train 3 days a week. They do
Okay.
Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday morning. But Saturday morning, it's harder for me to get to that because of either like work or just like going to having shows that I have to like leave for.
Yeah.
Um, stuff like that. So,
Would you say you do a show or two, three shows a weekend? Like, how does that usually look for you?
um, yeah, usually it's like two to three. Like, if I'm lucky, I'll get a triple shot every weekend here and there. But usually, um, for the past like few months, it's been like at least two shows a weekend, maybe three. Um, but like coming up in December, like the 6th, 7th, 8th, I got, and then like the 13th, 14th, 15th, I got shows like that's, and then so
Have you got to wrestle during a like WrestleMania season yet?
no, I haven't actually. That is also something I'd love to do. I'd love to go wrestle where WrestleMania is at. That'd actually be awesome.
I was gonna say because like really like no matter where you're at in wrestling, but like that January to April, March, whatever is usually the hottest time for everywhere. So you gotta think maybe that spices things up, gets more people. Like that's when the most shows are. So is that something you'd say you're excited for?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Um, getting towards the end of this, uh, I usually ask like a couple just fun questions.
Okay, yeah.
One I'll go with, what would you say like your favorite match has ever been? Whether I'll make
Oh,
it a two-parter, one that you've been in, and then one that you've watched.
man, this is hard because I've actually had people ask me both of these questions. And I never really give a specific answer because I have a lot of like favorite matches.
Yeah,
I don't have one favorite. Um, oh man, this is a good one.
I started with the easy of the questions too.
Right. Yeah. Uh, a lot of the recent tag matches I've had have been so fun. Um, Me and Eddie have had some really good matches recently. Like we faced Rafael Quintero and Lizardman at Iron Spirit Pro. That is probably one of my favorite matches I've had. Um, we faced and then we faced that we did that match again, but Twist and Flip were in it as well at Pro Wrestling King. That was a fun match. Um, both matches that we've had with Lizardman and FXB at MCW were awesome. Um, Facing the new guys in the Gates of Hell at Destination 6, that was an awesome match. Um, yeah, a lot of my CSW matches are favorites of mine as well, but a lot of the tag stuff I've been doing has been really fun.
okay. Um, do you have a favorite match you've watched?
Oh yeah, watched. I think just because I was a kid and I was so invested at the time. My favorite wrestler is Finn Balor and was. I think watching him for Seth Rollins at SummerSlam for the Universal Championship, just because I
Okay.
was just so into it. Looking back, I was so invested. So for me, that's one of my go-to answers because Finn Balor is also a favorite of mine.
Okay.
Obviously there's better matches, but you know, you
It's
can't you
it's high
can't
up there
beat
on the list.
right. You can't beat the feeling of being invested. So
No, not at all. And like I would argue, like I guess not argue, but like one of my personal favorites was it was just on Raw, but Punk versus Cena going into WrestleMania 29 when Punk hit the power driver
oh yeah,
was probably one of my favorites. And like watching it live on Raw, like I I was a Punk kid, like well, I
yeah,
was a Cena kid first, but
right,
after the
right,
pipe bomb, I was a Punk kid.
yeah,
Um, And so, like, I was just like, I saw Rock versus Cena last year. It was okay, but Rock versus Punk was a lot better. So I was like, I'd rather have that again at Mania. And, I might have been a little disappointed at the end, but it was like I just love that match so much,
yeah,
especially from like an investment standpoint. Like, I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. It was great stuff. Um, Before my last question, I'm gonna hit you with another two-parter. I always
All right.
I always do a Mount Rushmore.
Okay.
So
Oh,
since you are a singles guy, I'll go with singles, and then you're a tag guy too. So
oh.
we'll do both.
Okay. All right. Singles Mount Rushmore of all time. Um, I want to say John Cena. Um, it's probably Stone Cold. Oh man, this is so hard. John Cena, Stone Cold. Shawn Michaels.
Okay.
Oh man, this is hard because I got like three more to choose from. But I'm gonna go with Bret Hart.
Okay. Can I
Yeah.
ask why? Can I ask why those four?
John Cena because he's probably one of my all timers because he was my first like he was my first like you know he was my first guy um when I started watching. Um, Stone Cold because I think he did so much. He did so much for the business, like in so many aspects. Um, like in a lot of people, Stone Cold's a legend because a lot of people could relate to Stone Cold on a personal level.
Yeah.
Um, and I think that's what makes him so great, and he's just himself, and I think that's great. Shawn Michaels because I think he sets the tone for a lot of heels nowadays. And I think he's an all timer, and with Brett, he's also an all timer for like being just a great wrestler. Um, Brett has had amazing matches. And like a lot of the people, like before I've like mentioned their character work, everyone's a great wrestler, but Bret Hart is probably the best wrestler out of all of them.
Yeah.
And that's why I think he needs to be on the Mount Rushmore just because he's a great wrestler. Um, okay, tag teams. Okay. I got two in mind already. I'm gonna say the Hardy Boys and the Dudley Boys.
Okay.
Because those are two teams that also just like so great in their own ways. Um, so memorable. I'm also gonna go with the team you mentioned earlier, Edge and Christian. Um, because
TLC.
they just right, yeah. You gotta hit. I literally named the three teams. Um, and then it's so funny because like I would have those three teams, and then I'd say the Young Bucks, but but also because I think Young Bucks have also done a lot for tag team wrestling. Like they have done a lot. Like um nowadays there's no tag team wrestling without the Young Bucks, and they've just done as much as people hate on them, they've done so much for the business. Like, there's no AEW without them, which is, one of the one of the greatest things to happen. You know, and yeah, I think the Young Bucks have definitely paved the way for a lot of modern day tag teams. Um,
Yeah.
like
They
me and Eddie.
definitely continued I could say the revolution started maybe with the
Right.
machine guns, and
Oh
then
yeah.
and
Oh
then the
man,
Bucks took it.
my dumbass left them out. You know what? Replace the Bucks with the machine guns because machine guns basically also set the tone.
I would argue they definitely set the tone
Oh yeah,
for this generation of tag teams.
yeah, no for sure. I can't
Without
believe I
them,
left them out. I'm an idiot.
hey, shit happens. um, Before we go, I always try to leave off like a word of advice, a way to give back. Is there any advice, I mean, you'd give to anybody that wants to be a wrestler?
Yeah. Ooh, let me see. I want to make this meaningful. I say everything happens for a reason. Um, I think that's a good way to go about it because you're gonna have your moments and you're gonna screw up. But it's okay. because at the end of the day, you're just learning from that mistake. Um, and I think that, you're going to have your good days, you're going to have your bad ones, but just know that, it's just the beginning and you got your whole life ahead of you. This is just kind of things that I kind of say to myself too. I'm still so young,
Yeah.
just, um, yeah, I think that's just a good way to go about it. Everything happens for a reason.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And it's the advice from somebody who is really just getting started on this journey. You've just started the path. So it's exciting to see where it goes because I mean I've seen you got to see you once so far in the ring. You're pretty good. It's exciting to see what's
That you,
next, especially with the tag team. I haven't got to see you guys in tag action yet. Something. Hopefully I get to see soon.
oh yeah, December 13th. It's gonna get crazy. Hopefully they announce the match soon, but it's gonna
Okay,
get pretty
so
crazy.
it's already in stone.
Yes.
Okay, I'm excited. I'll be there.
Hell
Um,
yeah.
thank you, Jack. Once again, I appreciate it.
Oh, of course, man. Thank you for having me.
Uh, Anytime. I always leave the door open, so if you want to come back on here,
Oh,
maybe
for
after you
sure.
get those CSW Tag Team Championships or something,
Hopefully.
we'll bring you on here with the title. How's that sound?
That sounds great, man.
All right, I'll see you soon, Jack.
All right, you have a good one.
We are welcomed here today with Chicago's own Eddie Grayson. How are you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. Excited to be here. As I told you off camera, I talked to your tag team partner earlier today. So it's good. We got back to back. These will be back to back episodes. Got you both on here. Good stuff.
Heck yeah.
Um, before we get too far into things, you want to give any shout outs to any social medias, merchandise, upcoming events, stuff like that?
Oh yeah. So my Instagram is Eddie Grayson _PW. Pretty sure it's the same for my Twitter. Yeah, Eddie Grayson _PW. That's my Twitter as well. And then my Facebook is just Eddie Grayson. Find me on there. And yeah, those are the three I'm on. I probably should do a TikTok. I haven't gotten to that yet, but I haven't really. I think those are like the main three that are good for wrestling. I'm not really. I see everybody's like hopping on the Blue Sky thing, but I'm not really familiar with that yet, and I don't really see it lasting, to be honest.
No, me neither. That's why I haven't
Yeah,
even made one yet.
yeah.
Any upcoming events? I know there's a CSW show coming up.
Oh yeah, CSW is coming up December 13th. This Wednesday actually. Galley Lucha Libre is having a show out in Blue Island, Illinois. If anybody's out that way, and upcoming more in December, we got Iron Spirit Pro. That's out in Normal, Illinois. There's a few Galley shows going on, but yeah, December is kind of lighter because like Christmas season and stuff. Not a lot of people run shows and stuff, but next year should be pretty good. Got a few promotions that haven't been announced yet, but should be soon for the next year. So that'll be exciting.
Nice. Sounds exciting.
Yeah.
Especially from what I understand, you and your tag partner Jack Fowler are pretty young into your career, so to see the traveling and getting out there, getting busy is nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, I always start the podcast with the easy go-to of like we all have a story for when we found wrestling, fell in love with wrestling. When did you find it?
Pretty young I was actually. I think I was like probably like 3 or 4 years old, and my dad, because he was a huge fan, like growing up, and his dad introduced him into it. So my dad just showed me it on TV. He bought me all the action figures. I don't really have like an exact first memory per se, but like I just kind of like remember it always being there in my life, wrestling, and like never really going away. Like it was just like the first thing that I was like very, very interested in growing up.
Okay. Uh, what do you like remember your first like live experience?
Yeah, so which is pretty funny actually. My first show I went to was a CSW show. That's how long they've been running, and I was probably around. I want to say I was like 3 years old maybe, and it was a show with Cole Cabana, and he came out of the crowd, and he was just a baby face, and he actually picked me up and like threw me up in the air and caught me or stuff like that. And I actually remember that happening. So that was like my first live event experience of wrestling, like at an actual show. And it's just crazy now because now I'm wrestling at CSW
Yeah.
like 15 years later. So it's pretty cool.
Did you go to a lot of CSW shows growing up?
Oh yeah, for sure. My dad and Steve Boz, who was like one of the main wrestlers in CSW, they're pretty tight friends. So like I would always just go, and like it was kind of like almost like a family thing. Like I've seen a lot of people come and go, and there's some people now like Chris Miller, if he's on the CSW roster, like he's known me since I was like little as hell, and like now we're wrestling each other, so it's pretty crazy.
So is that where you met Jack at the CSW shows?
Kind of. So what actually started was I know you mentioned earlier you knew Jack through social media before, and that's kind of how I knew him too. But I didn't know he was like from the area. So I remember I saw in his story he posted he was at a CSW show, and I remember I slid up and I was like, "Oh no way, dude! I go to those shows too." And then like
Okay.
from there we kind of just like talked a little bit, and then I think it was AEW was coming into town in Chicago, and we were both going. We're like, "Yeah, we should meet up and meet each other," and we did. We became friends since then. And then I remember him telling me that he was going to train at CSW to become a wrestler, and that was always my plan as well. So that was basically where it started from there with our friendship.
That's badass. It's a cool
Yeah.
story.
Yeah.
It's nice to see, like, wrestling. Sometimes I feel like it gets a lot of pushback, but it's a wholesome story, and
Yeah,
it looks
for sure.
like it's a friendship that's prospering pretty good today.
Yeah.
So like, when did you like decide that you was going to start training and actually getting into the ring?
Pretty much my whole life I wanted to be a wrestler. Like ever since I saw it on the TV, like me and my brother would always be on the trampoline, on the couch, wherever, just trying to replicate what we saw on TV. And then once my dad started doing like personal training with Steve Boz, because he's one of the head trainers at CSW, but he also does like personal training for working out and stuff and lifting weights. And one day he let me just kind of like run around in the ring, me and my brother, while my dad was working out, because like the weight room and the wrestling ring, they're in like the same place. So one day when my dad was working out, he kind of just let us like run around in the ring a little bit, and it was like very fun. And I was like, yeah, I definitely want to do this. But then he told me, he's like, well, once you turn 16, because that's like the minimum age with like parents' consent and stuff. So I was like, basically like my whole life I was just waiting till I turned 16 to be able to do it. That was like
So how long ago was it now since you started training?
I recently it was about the summer of last year. So I just hit a year recently in wrestling training. And then in October of 2023 was my first match. So yeah, like about a month ago, I hit my first year in wrestling. It's pretty
Okay.
crazy because it doesn't feel like I've been doing that long.
So how long would you say before your first match was you actually in training?
So I started training in like June, I believe it was. And I think I had a battle royal in September, and then my first
Okay.
actual match was in October. So yeah, about like 3-4 months it was about.
Nice.
But everybody in wrestling moves at their own pace. I feel like I moved a little bit faster than others. So like there's some people that have been training for years and haven't got a match. So it's all just different. It's like you never know. Everyone moves at their own pace.
I've heard of some schools like trying to do like maybe, hey, I'll train you for a year and then we'll put you on a show. I've heard of guys being in, training for a week and are already on a show. So I've heard like the differences. So I'm always intrigued on what the process is between each training facility, because
Yeah, I think
there's so many different options.
like I said, I think it's kind of just like moving at a pace, because like for me at least, I had an athletic background. I did football, I did a little bit of amateur wrestling, did baseball, basketball. So I feel like it helped me a lot, like with some of the basics, like rolling and stuff, like a lot of the basics in wrestling training. Like it kind of came naturally to me a little bit. So I feel like that can be very helpful to some people, whereas other people maybe have never played a sport in their life or not really done a lot of physical activity, so it could take them longer to try to get these things down.
Okay. So, like going into training, is it just Boz that trains you guys, or I
No.
know Jack mentioned like Axel Rico does some
Yeah.
classes, stuff like that.
Yeah, so Boz does Axel does Tuesday practices and Boz does Thursday practices, and there's also Saturday open ring. But we have like every once in a while there's a guy named Jason Hades who's very knowledgeable in the business. He'll pop into practice and he'll kind of take over sometimes whenever he's there. So it's a lot of different stuff going on at the CSW Academy. Yeah.
Have you ever done any what are they called? Like the little training sessions that, like, let's say a Mike Bailey will come to town. He'll do
Oh, like a seminar. Yeah, yeah,
yes,
yeah.
that's the word I was
Yeah,
looking
and
for.
I've done a Speedball Mike Bailey seminar before.
Okay.
He was very very cool to learn from. I've done a lot of them recently. I just did Gabe Sapolsky last week. That was the most recent one I did. He's like
That's
the head
badass.
ID guy for WWE. Yeah, so that was very cool to get his perspective on things and hear what he had to say.
So, like, what would you say like the main difference is between actually going to training every week and doing one of those seminars?
Actually going to training every week is kind of like it's kind of just keep working on your basics and stuff. Like so, like every practice we start off with what we call warm ups, which is just like the rolls and bumpings. So it's kind of just like the fundamentals of wrestling. So you like don't get rusty at them. And then like with seminars, it's kind of like you're learning what they have been taught. Like a lot of seminars is more talking because like say you talk to somebody like a Speedball Mike Bailey character and he'll kind of break down the psychology of a match and stuff like that. Like what makes sense in a match and what doesn't. Whereas in training, it's kind of like just more so like perfecting your craft in the ring.
What went into creating the name and the character Eddie Grayson?
So my real name is Eddie. That's always been my real first name. And then I was kind of looking for a last name, and then I was scrolling on WWE 2K, and I was like I already had the first name Eddie in, and then I just was scrolling down through the list of last names. And I was like, I saw Grayson, and I was like, I like the way that sounds. And then I had like a few other ones, and I got other people's opinions on it, and everyone liked Eddie Grayson the best.
It's funny you mentioned 2K because that's actually where I came up with my podcast name.
Yeah.
First name's Justin, and then you just go through the random right just flowed. So I was like, we'll
Yeah.
go with it. So it's I've had a couple people say that. They're usually younger guys, but I'm glad I'm not the only one that uses 2K to generate my
Yeah.
persona.
Yeah.
Um, and then another thing that I thought was cool by watching you guys is your style. Like,
Mhm.
how did you go about adapting a style and a move set that fits both of you?
Honestly, it's kind of just messing around in the ring and seeing what you think like you're good at. Like, so like before practice, say practice starts at 6 o'clock, you can get there as early up to like 4:30, and you'll just have the
Okay.
open. You'll have the ring to yourself. And there's a good buddy of ours who we would always come with and like come early with, and we would honestly just be like messing around, just seeing like what we can do in the ring, and like just practice that and see like or we would like watch videos and be like what can we put our own twist on something like so it's honestly just getting more and more ring time and just for me at least it was just seeing like what moves I like to do and if I can do them well because there was a lot of moves I've tried that like I wanted to try that ended up not looking good at all so I never went through with it so you just never know and I feel like your move set expands as you go on you got to keep trying new things until you perfect what you feel is like good for you.
Definitely. And like something I noticed about your guys is you guys already got quite the repertoire when it comes to a move set. Like y'all do some decently crazy stuff. So it's exciting to see what y'all might be able to do 5 years
Yeah,
from now.
yeah, yeah. It's
Um,
honestly it all depends on the match itself because like when you're working with people you see how your styles mesh together. And like for me at least, like I always like doing some different stuff, but then there's obviously the stuff that I do that I know I'm good at that I'll do like every match. But like I can do dives and I've done them before, but I don't do them every match. So it's just kind of like how it'll flow in the match and seeing if if it'll make sense for that match.
Do you prefer working with bigger guys or people around the same size as you or smaller?
Uh, I've never really had like a preference, I guess. I think probably same size because when you're working with somebody bigger, you kind of have to like you gotta tell a story in the ring of the guy's bigger than you. He's that you're not going to be bumping him, stuff like that. So I think probably same size because then it's like you're less limited because obviously like I'm not going to be German suplexing a dude that's like 7 feet tall and weighs like 300 pounds. So like probably guys more my size if I had to choose.
Yeah, Eddie Grayson's not German suplexing Cypher on CSW. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. I actually that's who I was thinking of in my head. Yeah.
So, what was your initial reaction for your first match, like coming through that curtain?
Honestly, it was just kind of like at first I was kind of like, oh, what do I do? What do I like? As soon as I hit out the current, I'm like, what do I do? Do I scream? Do I just do I do give high fives? What do I do? Circle around the ring? It was kind of just like you freeze a little bit. You're kind of like, oh, what do I do? Especially the first time I ever worked heel. Because as a face, I believe it's easier. You can kind of scream and get the people going. But as a heel, for the very first time, I had no clue what to do when I walked out. Like I legit, if you could probably, I could probably find a clip if I really looked hard for it. But like I legit walked out there and just had a blank face and didn't say anything, and it was like the crowd was like crickets. It was bad.
So, like, how do you go about fixing that? Like, is it
I
just
feel
you
like
start
it's just,
talking
I
trash?
feel like it's time. It's just time because I feel like you get more and more comfortable working in front of like crowds and like bigger crowds, and then like as you have more and more matches in your entrances, you see, oh, okay, what works, what gets the crowd going for you. Like you just gotta always try new things. That's the number one thing I've always been told, and I really try to like do.
Definitely. Were you always planned to be a tag guy, or did you think about doing singles?
Okay, so somebody asked me this before, and it was kind of like basically because me and Jack came into CSW training around the same time. He started like a month or two before me, and when I came in, everyone kind of knew we were friends because we were around the same age. And we talked to each other like we were always talking to each other at practice. And then one of our trainers, Boz, he was running a show, and he said they were going to do a tag team gauntlet for our first match. And then so like everyone kind of already associated ourselves with each other, like I said. So he said we were tagging, and then we tagged, and like we posted the pictures and stuff. And I think everybody kind of just realized we were tagging or thought of it as that. So like we started getting hit up for bookings as a tag team. We're like, okay, well, this is getting us a lot more bookings, a lot more notice because they're like, oh, the two young kids together. That's how they know us as. So it was kind of just like that. We kind of just like got put into a tag team, but it's been pretty good so far. I think we both enjoy it.
I know he was mentioning like he gets a lot more bookings for the tag stuff. Is that
Yeah.
something you could relate?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. I've gotten a lot of like recently I noticed I've had a few more singles matches, but like it's definitely when we were first starting off, everybody put us together. And like still that's kind of how it is now, but now it's like we're actually trying to get bookings together as a tag team, so it's like we're trying to establish ourselves as a team. So that's kind of like that's just kind of how it's going to be.
Definitely. Would you say a goal of yours? I know he mentioned it, but like, would you say a goal of yours would to be CSW Tag Team Champions?
For sure. That's definitely probably my biggest goal right now in CSW is because I've been going to the shows for a while. I've seen a lot of people hold those titles. The belts in general, the company has a great reputation, and I just think it would show a lot of hard work paying off, being like a homegrown talent from there and getting those titles. And that's like probably like our biggest company, I guess, we work for right now. They're on IWTV. They bring in a bunch of big names. So just being able to represent ourselves as the champions would be a big accomplishment, I feel like.
So, like with that said, is there any teams that you say, "Hey, I need to go against them first before I get there"?
Um, yeah, I mean, I have a list of teams that I just want to face, but I don't know about like having to face them to get there. I think there's some teams in CSW like Joey Avalon and Sierra, like going up against them would really test ourselves. The Clowns are the current champions. Like facing bigger name teams like that, because we've already faced a couple tag teams in CSW. We faced Big Mood. We were just in the ring with the Brass, and we were able to do some stuff with them in the Ring of Destiny match. So like some of the bigger name teams that have held the titles before, I feel like we faced Big Mood already, and so like stuff just facing more of the former champions, I think would help us build ourselves up to that point of being champs.
Definitely just knocking down the former champions until you get to the title picture.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you think guys coming in like the Brothers of Construction, who are the current tag team champions, Matt Cardona, Kylie Ray, um, even Warhorse, you think those guys bring eyes to the promotion and help get eyes on you guys?
Definitely, yeah, for sure. We just wrestled Warhorse back in October. That was a great learning experience for sure because he's done a lot more in the business than we have so far. And I think yeah, as a company and whole in CSW in general, it helps get a lot of eyes on us because they give us the platform to be on the shows and like we're like last show we legit wrestled or the October show we legit were the match right before Conan Lycan and Moose. So like people see us right before them, so it's like it definitely helps give us a bigger name for ourselves. And like the promotion is like I said as a whole, it would be that's why I would love to win the CSW tag titles because I feel like the company has so many fans and has such a good reputation that it would mean a lot to win those titles.
I've heard some people refer to CSW as like at least top three indies in Chicago.
Yeah, I would agree.
It's definitely got eyes on it. I know talking to Axel, that's kind of the assumption he gave. Like, maybe freelance AAW and CSW, they're all fighting for that
Yeah,
number one
I
spot.
would say those are the top three right now for sure.
Definitely. Have you got to do any work for the other two?
Uh, I've not been to freelance, but I've been going to AAW. I actually was just there on Friday when Riddle was there and Josh Alexander.
I was too.
Oh, okay, you were there, yeah.
That was a
So
good show.
yeah, we did a little bit of like security stuff. We have not wrestled there yet. That's definitely a goal because AAW is another company that has a big legacy. Like a ton of huge names have came out of there, and like so that's just something else we're working towards right now. We've just been going to those shows, trying to help out best we can, and hopefully get an opportunity there at some point.
Definitely. It. I went there, like I said, last Friday. Great show. Met Riddle. Met Josh Alexander. But like the atmosphere is crazy there too. Like the crowd's
Oh,
definitely into it.
dude, I was like,
100%.
I'm watching the show. I'm just chilling on the stage. I'm watching the show, and like the commentator Tyler gets in the ring, and he freaking like the whole crowd's just yelling AAW. That was legit giving me like chills, like because it's such like the Berwyn Eagles Club. It's like a smaller building, but like once there's so many people in there, like it just feels like such like a wrestling place.
Definitely. And I don't know. Like I've noticed the buildings, like the Eagles Club there is all wood. So like everything just echoes back at you, and the crowd was
Yeah,
hot. And like, how could you not be with Riddle or Josh Alexander on the card? It was just crazy.
yeah, no, it was a great show. I really just enjoyed watching it. Sometimes like when I'm going to these shows and like I already wrestle and then I just come out and I watch the rest of the show, I just feel like a fan. Like AAW, like I'm just sitting there like trying like that ladder match was insane.
Oh,
And like
yes,
yeah, and like Quintero, he's one of our good friends. So like just watching him go out there and kill it was like it just gave me a happy feeling like being happy about watching wrestling.
definitely. Um, and like that was one of those shows where it was probably the first time me as a fan, I went up to like a promoter and was like, hey, this atmosphere is so crazy. Like, I've had so much fun. And I was like, what can I do to help? And he's like, you want to help? And I was like, yeah, actually, like, can I set up the ring or something, help do security, something?
Uh-huh.
And like, they were like, yeah, actually, just hit us up on Facebook. So, like, maybe I'll see you at one of those shows we put up the ring together or something.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm planning on going back there in December, I think it is.
Yeah, they got one. I think I talked to Maggie and she said it was the 28th, I want to
Yeah,
say.
yeah, I believe it's the 28th. That sounds about
Yeah,
right.
it's exciting stuff. I lost what I was going to say. Oh, so talking to Jack, he said that you guys got to work with NWA a little bit when they was in Chicago.
Yeah, yeah.
You got to work a match or two. What was your experience like working, with NWA and Billy Corgan and stuff like that?
I think the NWA is really cool. I've said it before because it was like one of their they're trying to bring back the territory shows, and
Yep.
I think it's very cool being at the NWA because it's like you could definitely feel the difference of working for a company like them and just working for an average indie company because they're by far more they're a lot more professional with the way they handle things. Um, a lot of like the work like they have like agents for matches and stuff. Like we were back there in June, it was the first time we had a match for them. Like homicides backstage giving advice about matches and stuff. Like so it's really crazy like just seeing the way it is because it's like contracted wrestlers too. Like we worked the country gentleman last show and
Yeah.
like it's just very cool and unique because then it's like you see like the stuff on social media, like they're like a verified account and like they have followings and stuff, and you're just like, oh dang, like it's pretty cool. I got to work with them, and like just seeing like my dad always talks to me about this, like being in the same wrestling for the same company that like Ric Flair has been in is it's pretty cool.
Was there any sort of like pressure going into a show like that with the lineage of the company?
Oh yeah, I mean I get nervous before every match, but like I definitely felt a lot more nervous going into that because especially when the last show because we were working their tag team champions, the
Oh,
AJ Kazana, yeah. And
that's nice.
so like and just seeing like and like Billy Corgan's legit watching the show on the stage. So like I'm just like, oh man, I'm feeling the nerves. I got to go out there and do my best and look my best. So definitely you feel a lot more pressure than usual.
Did you get to have any interactions at all with Billy?
Yeah. I've talked to him a few times before, and he's given me some advice about wrestling before. He's a very very cool dude. He keeps to himself though quite a bit, so like he's not kind of like the dude you have like a 30-minute conversation with, but like he's also not like unapproachable if that makes sense.
Okay. So like he's one of those he'll probably talk to you if you initiate conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, Another thing I like to ask sometimes is like you mentioned, um, like it's natural to get nervous before every match. Like it's you should be, I guess.
hmm
Um, what do you do to ease that feeling?
Well, it's gonna sound funny, but like I usually get like a nervous stomach ache before I have a match. So I usually like go to the bathroom and just kind of and let it out. And then before that, I like to just like sit. Like I'll usually like sit or lay down before my matches. And
Okay.
then now it's kind of gotten better. Like I feel like I don't like have to go through a whole ritual because like I said, you get more and more used to it. But I kind of just like relaxing before my matches.
Gotcha. Um, I and this next question might just be more towards like a CSW show, but
hmm
like, is there anybody in particular, like either before or after your match, you'll go to talk things over and uh, like try to figure things out with?
Oh well, I've asked. I always go to Marche Rocket about advice a lot of times. Like he'll watch.
Okay,
I ask him to watch my matches, and he will, and he'll give me critiques and stuff. And Jason Hades is another guy, but he's also like he's the man in charge, so he's watching everything. And then at the end, he'll let you know what he thought. But those are two guys that I always try to go for because they're honest and they've been in the business for a long time and they've done a lot. Like Mark J. Rocket's been signed to TNA and stuff like that. So I always try to go to those two people because I trust them a lot and I feel like they always have my best interest.
Definitely. Before we get going, I always end with a couple little fun questions. One is both of them are two-part questions.
Mhm.
One, what's your favorite match you've had, and what's your favorite match you've watched?
My favorite match I've had, probably I faced Rafael Quintero one-on-one at
Okay.
Honor Among Wrestling in Iowa. That was probably one of my favorite matches just because, like, he's one of my best friends and, like, we train together a lot. And we've been, like, we always, like, ever since we first started training together, we always kind of wanted to wrestle each other one-on-one. And that was the first time. And it was, like, it was just really cool because I think he's going to be a big superstar one day. And like, I'm just, it was just being cool being in there with my best friend. And, like, we got a "This is awesome" chant and, like, all the crowd was standing after. So, like, it was just fun. Like, I just enjoy having, like, good matches where we're just doing crazy stuff.
Okay.
And then favorite match I've watched, probably Will Ospreay versus Bryan Danielson because I was there
Okay.
live. I was there live in St. Louis at the pay-per-view, and, like,
Ooh.
those are two of my favorites of all time, Ospreay and Danielson, and, like, the atmosphere of just, like, because I've said this before, like, I just love the art of wrestling in general. Like, the storylines are cool, like, but that's never been, like, my go-to, like, reason why I watch. So, like, just seeing that whole match being built off who's the better wrestler and then them staring down and the whole crowd on their feet just because they knew that those two were going to put on, like, a class. So, like, just that made me very excited, and the match itself was amazing. So that's something I really like to watch.
Definitely. Another thing that's always my my last question, if that makes sense, is Mount Rushmore. So, like,
hmm
I'll ask you who your favorite Mount Rushmore is, both singles and tag, since you're a singles and a tag guy.
Yeah. So with singles, what is your criteria, like, based off the biggest stars or, like, in ring?
Well, I leave that up to you. Like most,
Because
I consider it my favorite. I'm gonna be honest,
yeah,
because if I did most popular or most the there's probably like 10 people that'd be answered all the time. So
yeah,
like
because
you're four top.
a lot of people ask me this question. I'm like, well, if it's in terms of, like, the biggest stars of wrestling, I would go, like, Cena, Rock, Austin, and Undertaker.
Yep.
But, like, if it's, like, my favorite, probably Jeff Hardy, AJ Styles, Will Ospreay, and can't really think of before. Probably Bret Hart or Kurt Angle.
Can I ask why?
I love Will Ospreay because he's just like that dude's just like a real life freaking anime character. Like, just what he does is insane. AJ Styles, another like reason why. Back in the day, like in Japan, in TNA, I thought he just looked so cool. And then Jeff Hardy, he was like my first favorite wrestler, probably. Like, I just love the way he looked with the face paint, the swanton bombed off the ladders, like the stunts he would do is insane. And then Kurt Angle, I love his move set. Like, I love the whole perk angle thing. I love it. Like,
He's overpowered.
yeah, I just love everything he would do in the ring.
What about for tag?
Tag teams, definitely the Hardy Boys for sure. I probably get hate for this, but the Young Bucks, I don't care. Like, they changed tag team wrestling, and I think they just changed wrestling in general. I'm like the biggest Young Bucks defender. And who else? Hardy Boys, Young Bucks. Probably DX, Triple H, and Shawn Michaels. I just think they were like one of the most charismatic teams of all time. And probably the Briscoes. I love the Briscoes, and
Haven't heard them yet, and I'm so glad you said it.
yeah, they're just like, because for me at least, like I remember it was the first ever GCW show I went to. They were like in the main event and like a deathmatch tag team. I just loved their characters. I loved the way they looked, the way they wrestled, everything about them. And now, like when you go back and you watch all their old Ring of Honor stuff, and even like the whole trilogy with FTR, which was kind of recent, like
Yeah.
they were just such a great team. And I rest in
I,
peace to Jay.
Jay, yeah. I think their matches with Stanerico, Kevin Steen, and El
Yeah,
Generico were some of the best tag team matches I've ever seen.
yeah,
Like, I don't know if four men put it all in the ring more than those four guys did in their matches, if that makes sense.
yeah, definitely.
Before we go, I always end last question with do you have any advice for somebody that might want to be a wrestler?
I would say do research before you go into it. Make sure maybe like go and watch a practice at the school that you're going to train at first, and then I would say if you're really passionate about it, don't give up. You cannot, because there are many times, because it's really true. There's going to be so many ups and downs in wrestling. There's going to be so many times where you're going to question yourself if you even want to do it. But if you're really passionate about it and it's been your dream, I would just say keep going no matter what, no matter how much pain you're in, no matter how mad you are about it. Like just keep going.
Okay. Thank you, Eddie, once again. I really do appreciate you coming on
Yeah,
here.
thank you, man. Appreciate it.
I told Jack this, but maybe after you guys win them tag team titles, CSW can get both you back on here.
Yeah. We just did a tag team interview together, and that was pretty fun. I would definitely be down to doing a one together.
Definitely. So I'll leave it with the doors open. Anytime we want to get you back on here, we can chat some more.
Yeah. So you live in Chicago then? I didn't even realize that.
I live about hour and a half away from Chicago, so
Okay.
not far.
You should come out to
Yeah.
CSW the 13th. That's gonna be a really good show.
I should be there. My brother right now is going regionals out in West
Okay.
Virginia. So if he makes it to state, I might have to change up some plans. I don't know about that. We'll see. But the plan is to go there because I'd love to see Cardona. I've never seen Cardona in person. And I was told you guys might be wrestling tag.
Yeah, we should be having a pretty big match there.
Okay. So I gotta come. I gotta come see you
sure,
guys.
dude.
But I'll leave it with the doors open and I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Welcome, guys, back to ILW Pod. I'm your host, as always, Justin Wright. Today, we are welcomed with the gentleman barbarian, Mr. Bruss Hamilton. How's it going, man?
Hey, it's going good. Happy to be here. Thanks for bringing me on.
I just want to point out before we get started, you have great facial hair. Something that captivated me immediately. The mustache is just something I was like, I got to get him on. He looks presentable.
I appreciate that. Yeah, actually, a long time ago, back before pro wrestling, I had a beard that was probably down to my mid chest. It was not presentable. It was crazy, but I have to have the gentleman aspect of the barbarian, so I had to clean it up a little bit.
Like it. It definitely enhances the look. Before we get into the meat and potatoes, so to speak, are there any social medias that you'd like to plug and get that stuff out of the way?
I tell everybody, on X, Facebook, Instagram, it's all the same. It's either Bruss Hamilton or Bruss Hamilton Pro. Just give me a follow. And I'm posted almost every day, every other day on there.
Sounds good. Easy. I like it. I always start at the same place with every podcast. This is the I Love Wrestling podcast. As wrestlers, wrestling fans, we all fell in love at some point in time. When did Bruss find or fall in love with professional wrestling?
So I actually didn't. I found wrestling forever ago, and I've answered this a couple times because it kind of comes as a shock to people, especially since I'm on the independent scene. That I was not a fan of wrestling. I watched it as a kid, really young, Attitude Era. I could tell you about Stone Cold, The Rock, and Undertaker, Kane, and that was basically all I knew. So I didn't really watch too much. So I didn't really fall in love with it and become like a true fan until I was training. And I realized what it took, because I got into pro wrestling as a financial decision to try to make money using my body and my physical abilities that I've been weightlifting for over 16 years, and trying to make money with that somehow. And I thought pro wrestling was a good avenue before I knew anything about it.
Okay.
And then got into training and just fell in love with it there.
All right. Um, with that, I was going to bring up your weightlifting. You've won competitions. How did you get into that field? Like, is it something that you grew up and you was working out all the time, or is it something you found later?
No, in school, I was a band nerd and a drama kid. I
Okay.
played tuba. Not very athletic at all, and still am not really athletic. It just turns out that I'm strong. I enlisted in the Marine Corps, and when we were in boot camp, even though I wasn't like very physically gifted, or at least I felt I wasn't physically gifted, and I didn't really train or anything, I was still in like not ahead of everyone, but ahead of most. And I was still not stronger than everyone, but stronger than most. And this is me being just some video game kid partier. I was a bad kid, so I made a lot of poor choices. My body was still able to perform like that. And then when we got out of boot camp, out of combat school, and I went to my first like a real schoolhouse for my MOS, that's where we had a lot of downtime, a lot of gym time. So I went to the gym just to see what I could do, and I just started lifting. And I was just kind of, other than like the avid gym goers, guys that have been going, did sports in high school and everything. Other than those guys who've been training, for 5, 6 years, um, I was stronger than everybody, just kind of walking in. And so I thought, hey, there might be something to this, and I just kind of kept pursuing it. And then I got stationed in Havelock, North Carolina, at Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point, and 30 minutes away was a town called New Bern, and they had this Gold's Gym with like this giant cage outside of it, just this chain link area, roof and walls. And they had all these big rocks and tires and crazy things to lift, and there was like a strongman community in that gym. And so I joined it and tried to see what I could do, and just fell in love with that sport and never looked back.
So, if you had to guess, how many competitions have you competed in?
Oh, it's not that many. These competitions, you have to, if you take it seriously, the way that I did, trying to get ahead as quickly as I possibly could, you have to peak your body for the competitions, because I didn't get into the sport with a strong enough foundation to just be contest ready whenever,
Hmm.
until I was like, 6 years into it. But I couldn't tell you the number. Um,
Fair
because
enough.
there were some years where I would have like 10 of them. There were some years where I would do like four. It was just random like
And
that.
you did that for 16 years?
No, no, weightlifting for
Okay.
16 now this year. But strongman, I started way back then in like 2011, 2012 time frame, and I ended up getting a really bad lower abdominal and back injury, and that kind of knocked me out for like 4 or 5 years. And then I tried it again here in Indiana with a much more serious approach in the fall of I want to say 2018, and then
Okay.
that's when I started taking the sport really serious and going.
How many competitions have you won?
One, oh, quite a
Oh,
few.
good.
Most of the time, I didn't, I've been, and when I won my major titles, that was in the under 265-pound class. But I used to compete because I didn't like weight classes. I just wanted to be the strongest man. And
Okay.
so I would compete super heavyweight. And like, so I won the Indiana strongest man one year overall. And then most of my other wins are all in the under 265-pound class. I've had a nationals appearance as a super heavyweight, and I was doing really well at nationals in the under 265 before I had a leg injury on day two. Um, and then there's of course, the one that I use for the wrestling gimmick is I was the World Strength Games champion, 2023 under 265 pounds.
I just noticed you highlighted a couple, and in that amount of time, um, and I've went and watched some of them. It seems like you did put in the work, and you won a lot, and you were very adamant about succeeding in that. So like what shifted to where you wanted to wrestle?
When I won the World Strength Games, and then the whole environment in the under 265-pound class, you know. So I'm 33 years old when I win the world title. I'm competing against a bunch of guys in their 20s. I'm competing
Mhm.
against a bunch of guys that don't, you know, there are a few here and there that are like approaching 30 or a little over 30. There were a few here and there that were married with kids, but I'm married with 6 kids. You know, I'm working 12-hour shifts and I'm going to a gym 45 minutes from my house in one way. So, like, I'm gone all the time. I sacrifice and my family sacrificed a ton for me to be successful in that sport. And there was no reward for it. There was no money in it. There was you know, it was great. I won a world title, but um outside of the sport and even to some inside the sport, it just didn't matter. So it matters to me, it matters to my family. And so when I won that title, and I got a pro card with the word professional spelled wrong and a pat on the back, I was like, okay, I think I'm going to be done now. And that's when I started looking, what can I, you know, I've spent all this time building my body into what it is. What can I do to make all that time and effort worthwhile? And that's when I started looking into professional wrestling and thought maybe that would be a possibility.
And upon looking, like what brought you to find a training school? And I guess was your original training school was that with Black and Brave or did you start somewhere else?
No, I started at Black and Brave. Yeah.
Okay.
So I wanted to, again, it's just like you said, you watch my videos of me working out and stuff, right? And
Yeah.
doing my competitions, and I have a very serious approach. And so I have to reiterate again, I'm married and I have 6 children. I am a family man. I have a 9-acre homestead. I have a lot of things going on at home. And if I'm going to choose to do something that takes me away from them, then I owe it to them to put 100% of my effort into it. And that means that I have to go find a school that I think is worth my time, that I think I'm going to get the most out of, that I agree with the structure so I can find the most success. And that was Black and Brave. And again, and that started with a simple Google search. And really, there weren't a lot of schools at the time. This was 2021, I think, when I started looking.
Okay.
Because it was a 2-year waiting list. I was like, there was really no schools in my area in the Midwest, and so I told my wife, I was like, you know, if we're going to do this, I'm probably going to have to go far away from the house. And I was like, and I don't think I'm going to be able to drive back and forth every time. So Black and Brave had housing where I could live in Iowa, in Davenport, you know, for the 3 months that I was there.
Okay.
And then we would have every other weekend off, so I would drive home those weekends and be with my family for a day or two, and then head back to, you know, on Sundays we had to clean the gym.
So after Black and Brave, did you pursue any further training or did you
Yeah,
just hit the ground running?
no, well, both.
Okay.
Simultaneous, right? So I immediately started getting bookings anywhere I could, and wrestling anywhere that I could. And then I paid for one of those one-on-one consultations with Gabe Sapolsky
Okay.
and asked him what I could be doing. Did he have any outreach in the Indiana area of people I could get with? And he set me up with a gentleman named Jake Oman down at White River Training in Indianapolis. And he's got a great program down there. And while my schedule didn't necessarily allow me to join his classes, he was willing for me to go and do one-on-one. And he taught me a lot of the advanced stuff. Where Black and Brave is fantastic for fundamentals, basic psychology. Basically, you can, I'm an example of that. I can go into the school not knowing a thing of wrestling at all. And I can walk out and I can give you a 5-minute basic match. Won't be the world's greatest match, but it will be a match.
Yeah.
And then I went to Jake Oman for a few months there. I would go like once a week or once every other week. At some points, I was going twice a week, and I would get with him, and he really fine-tuned and helped me detail what Bruce Hamilton was and how to be that gentleman barbarian and everything. So there was some training there, and then, you know, I'm never going to say no to a school if there's an opportunity to learn something new. Freelance Wrestling Academy is one that I'm looking to try to get into a couple classes just to get in there. And I went to one of their shows, and it was like nothing I'd seen yet. And so I went, oh, I want to learn how they do what they do. And so, I'm always willing to learn more.
Definitely. There's a segment on here where I run down not a bunch, but like 5 or 6 promotions you've worked for. I'm gonna
Sure.
ask you a question brought up by a friend of the channel, a friend of yours. Mr. Brandon Beretta, wants to know how much Fairlife chocolate milk do you intake in one day?
Yeah, that's Brandon's favorite question. But you know what? He's right, because I do love talking about it because I'm a big nutrition guy. I actually switched off the chocolate milk to fat free now. However, my daily intake of milk in general is I drink a gallon of milk a day.
So a whole gallon.
1 gallon of milk every day. Yep.
Okay.
And I do Fairlife because I'm not lactose intolerant by any means, but when you drink a gallon of milk, yes, you are. There's just not, your body just starts to, react to that. And it adjusts, it adjusts after a few days, but it's just too much to worry about. And, you can gas out the whole room. So, my wife doesn't appreciate that. So I went to Fairlife because it's lactose free, and 1/2 gallon of Fairlife has 76 grams of protein in it. And
Okay.
so I can get half of I eat 300 grams of protein a day. And so when I drink a gallon of milk, that's half of my day is just done.
Okay. So it just makes it easy. It gets that
Yeah.
chunk out of the way.
Yep.
Okay. I like that. Now I'll do this promotion rundown, as I like to call it. I'm going to start with where I found you, where I became acquainted with you. Just give us a little brief phrase or sentence or whatever about it. Chicago style wrestling.
Fantastic production.
Okay.
Is that short? Do you want longer?
That's good. That's good.
I've got a lot to say about all of them. Yeah.
We might dive into that one a little bit more here in a minute.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll go with that's fine for now. SCW Pro.
Home promotion, where I started.
Okay. AAW.
Well, that's Danny Daniels, right? That's the guy who trained my trainers, and that's the big time show that's on the upswing.
Okay. OVW.
Oh, fantastic place to learn, obviously. A lot of history there.
Did you get to work there with Al Snow?
I did. Yeah, he runs the whole show. Nothing happens there without him putting his thumb on it.
Before I get to the last place I'm going to ask you about, is there any advice that you've got from Al that stuck out in particular?
There was never one thing, that sticks out, because it all stuck out. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Al obviously with his record, has a great mind for wrestling. And he has a great way of teaching you how he thinks about it to where it's retained. Him and Doug Basham both. I spent a lot more time with Doug than I did Al. However, both of their, and Al, still Al as well, their words left lasting impression.
Okay. Last on the list, so to speak, is Pro Wrestling Revolver.
Oh, the really, really good production. Sami Callihan knows how to run a show. Fantastic.
I found it really interesting when I saw you work there. I've actually had the opportunity to have Jake Christ on here. Great guy. And I talked to him for like an hour and 40 minutes on here. And I didn't even get to touch really on what he's done in Revolver. And that's probably some of his best work is what he's done in Revolver. So Revolver is somewhere that I'm very interested in. Is there, looking into the future, is that somewhere where you plan to do a lot more work at?
As long as they have me. Sammy keeps telling me to come back, and he may not always have a match for me, but I'll be there to help their program for sure.
And that's in the like Dayton, Ohio area, correct?
They travel. I know that they go to Des Moines, Iowa. They do Dayton, Ohio. They have a show in Indianapolis the day before the Rumble, January 31st.
Okay.
And that show that I first did with them was in Indiana. I can't remember the town's name, but they really travel the Midwest, really.
Okay. So is that something that makes it easier for you, especially like with family life and stuff like that? Give or
Oh,
take?
there's nothing easy about this for the family. Like this week, I leave Friday morning. I won't be home until Sunday night.
Okay.
You know, that's just that's just
Fair enough.
that's the way this goes. You know.
Yeah, it's something I'm learning. I'm still new to the podcast game, and it's something even doing this that I learned. It makes it hard. Um,
Yeah.
how has your family, responded to you having to travel so much and focus on wrestling?
They've all taken it really well, and I think that's because mostly, we got slowly put into me being gone like this with strongman. Like I said, I'd work a 12-hour shift, and I'd drive to a gym 45 minutes from my house. So they would wake up, and I wasn't here. They would go to bed, and I wouldn't be home till 2 hours after they went to bed because of work in the gym. So I may not have had a competition every week, like I have a show every week. But I was training 4 times a week like that. So everyone just kind of got used to it. They understand that this is a selfish desire. This is something I'm doing for me. And I've asked them to take on the burden, and they have been more than willing to do it because I really do have full support. Everyone thinks that just like in strongman, the support has come into wrestling where they think I can make it. They think I can get signed with any of the major companies, and then that's the goal, right? So that it makes it easy when they all think I can actually do it.
That's badass. I know personally speaking, a supportive family goes a long way
Yeah.
in pursuing any dream. So it's great that they've had your back throughout Strongman, and now they have your back in professional wrestling. Um, a little bit about CSW, like when did you get started with them? And what would you say your goals are within that promotion?
So CSW is one of the first shows that I started. Again, like I graduated from Black and Brave in March of 2024, and I think I started going to their shows in April or May. Like just whenever I graduated, they were one of the first ones I started going to do ring crew, set up, tear down, get into the Future Royal to get a rep in and learn how other people work and how to communicate in the ring. Um, so they were definitely one of the first. And Hades, there's a few Black and Brave guys on that show, and so they were very encouraging to me to get me there. I can never say enough good about these boys from Black and Brave because they've really helped me on every step of the road I've had so far. Um, and so and CSW being the first one where they really were like, hey, this kid's taking it seriously. Like, let's try to help him out. And then, Hades, I think he took notice of me in the first the first Futures Royal, and then had a couple of different ideas for me. And we went back and forth. Some dates didn't work out with another guy because I was going to be in a tag team. And that didn't formulate. So while we were waiting for that tag team to happen, he put me just like in a scramble, and he's like, "Hey, let's just get you on the show and let's see how this goes." And I think that I had such a reaction from the crowd in the scramble that he scratched the tag team and just made me a solo. And my goals within the company, I think my goal within every company I'm in is to try and get their big title.
Yeah.
I'm looking to win all the major titles and keep advancing myself in the promotion.
So, like right now, for instance, the CSW World Champion is Conan Lycan, another former Black and Brave. Would that be something you'd like to see? Like you two big bulls lock horns?
I would love to wrestle Conan Lycan, and I'm willing to say that he'd love to wrestle me. Just because on the outside of the scene, I'm not much for kayfabe. I like to say that like we're actors, and in the ring you're going to get the show. Outside of the ring, I'm not. That's not who I am. I want to be able to talk freely, so I'll just be open about it. He's been a big mentor for me too. He's someone that I talk to weekly, every other week or so. We talk about lifting, decisions within each other's careers and family life and everything. His family's also super important to him. And I know just from a personal standpoint that at any point I can get in the ring with him would mean a lot to me.
Okay. Something newer that you've been able to be a part of is, leading into a big program in WWE between CM Punk and Drew McIntyre. There was that segment on Raw where they're inside that Hell in a Cell. You got to be a part of that in, security capacity. What did that moment mean for you? Like being able to be on WWE TV, and how did that come about?
Again, that all comes from Gabe Sapolsky. He's kind of the extra guy. Well, he wears a lot of hats now. At the time, he was kind of just running the extras, but now he's got a whole lot on his plate. And a lot of kudos and shout out to Gabe because he's been a big help to me too on the indies. He, he brings on all the extras, and if you're trustworthy and reliable, he'll keep bringing you on. So I've done extra work quite a few. So I did that cage segment. I caught Braun Strowman. I caught Bronson Reed. It's like I've got to do a few things with the extra work, and that just comes about with like helping out. And if you're somebody that's close by and he wants to book you, then you get booked on there and you show up, shut up, do as you're told.
Okay, fair enough. Before we get going, just a few more questions, a couple maybe. um,
Yeah, sure. We got a little time.
One, I want to ask, you are 8 months in, 9 months in. What would you say, like it being the beginning of the year, what would your like biggest goals be for just the year of 2025? Like at the end of the year, what do you want to look back and be like, I did that?
Get established. 2024 was the year of the debut. I went to every promotion I could, and I debuted on as many of them that would allow me, and then retained positions in most of them. And so now I would like to take that where they can run a story with me. They can establish something with me, and I can become a staple within all the promotions that I'm with because, I say, I'm in it for the money and everything. I say it's a business decision, but I'm also like a dog, like loyalty wise. And anyone that's given me that shot, that's decided that I was worth their money and worth their time and worth their effort. Now I would like to reward those promotions and say, hey, let's go put on a damn good show. Let's go out there and let me give you my best, whether there's 3 people or 700 people. Let's just go out there and try to make this company the best it can be, and I want to be a part of that. So that if at the end of 2025, I can look back and know that no matter where I'm at, like if I've advanced further, some magic reason it all happens that fast for me, which would be fantastic, or if I'm exactly where I'm at right now, either way is fine as long as that by the end of 2025, I can look back and know that I have brought some sort of improvement to whatever promotion I'm on. And all these promotions are great. So I know it's going to be tough to improve them because they're already really good. There's already really good talent there. And that just means that I've got to bring that next level effort that I know I can bring to try and raise it up.
Okay. Something that is relatively new in the news cycle is the WWE ID system.
Mhm.
Is that something, as a former student, once again, of Black and Brave, that is one of them training schools? Is that something that you pay attention to that might maybe potentially help you get to a bigger stage quicker?
I mean, of course, I'm going to pay attention to it. It's
Yeah.
there's all you never say never. I don't know with me being as new as I am if Gabe would ever look at me for that yet. Maybe after 2 or something years, but I'm not going to say no because,
Yeah.
like I said, I know my work ethic. I think it speaks. I think that my reputation that I've established in 2024, appearing all the places that I've appeared this quickly, in my career, I think speaks to my work ethic and how hard I'm willing to try and grind. And like I tell people, I've met wrestlers that have been wrestling longer than me. Now, and this isn't me like talking bad about them because it's all about different drives or anything. So I don't want anyone to hear this and take it negatively. But I sleep in my car. I can't. I'm green. I get green guy pay, right? So like I get I sleep in my car. I'm just now getting bookings this year where people are going to get me a hotel or something like that, but those are few and far between. And so like there are a lot of people that aren't willing to go the lengths that I'm going. Even with me, I say, oh, I drink a gallon of milk. I eat 300 grams of protein a day. Sometimes on Saturdays, Fridays and Saturdays, I may get like maybe 120 grams of protein, like maybe not even that much, just because you know what, this money that I have has to go into my gas tank. I can't eat today. I got to go wrestle. I'll eat when I get back home tomorrow, or something like that. And so you know, I forgot where I was taking all that. Did I go off on a tangent? I do that sometimes.
You're good. I guess to follow up that, do you think your dedication and the lengths you're willing to go, do you think that sets you apart from some others?
Some others, I will say some. But because of this level of dedication, it attracts likeness. And so I've been able to surround myself with other wrestlers, other performers in this industry that are doing the exact same thing. And so I try to keep myself, you surround yourself with people you want to be like. And so I try to surround myself around the people that are going to put that same effort into me. I know a guy that just for Wrestle Revolver, he drove from Davenport, Iowa to Dayton, Ohio, and then did setup. And then he stayed for the show and then did teardown. And then he drove back 7-hour drive. This guy drive 14 hours in one day
Just
just
to
so he can
tear.
show face at Wrestle Revolver. And that's the kind of people I want to surround myself with. That's the kind of effort that it takes to make it.
And I'd like to say those are the kind of guys that I want to hear about on the podcast, because those are the guys that'll make it.
Yeah,
Much
I
like
agree.
yourself, the guys that put in that hard earned work, not taking anything away from the guys that get, I don't want to say lucky, but get caught like early. But those guys that really grinded and really learned and really
Yeah,
established themselves are probably the guys that will make it the furthest.
yeah. And I'm also one of those guys that have gotten lucky. You know what I mean? I know that most of my bookings happened last year because of the way I look. Like I know that. The promoters made that clear. So it's like I understand. I think what separates me from somebody else who just looks good so you get in the ring is that the my appearance got me in the door. My work ethic and result of what I do in the ring gets to keep me at the promotion, if that makes sense. So while I recognize that I have been, I will say that probably handed some things that other people have had to work a lot harder for. It's because I put 16 years into my body, so it's not like I didn't earn that either. But on the other hand, once I got handed the ball, I said, hey, I can keep it. And now I'm being trusted with it.
Which makes a ton of sense. And I'm sure a lot of people, like, I'll put it this way, I'm sure it hasn't lost you any respect because you've still earned it. You still put in that effort, maybe not in the ring, but you spent 16 years, like you said, building your body. So I'm
I
sure
hope
that's
so.
taken in consideration.
Yeah, everyone, I said it on every podcast I've been on. The pro wrestling community has embraced me with open arms. Every single person. I don't think I've had like a negative face to face interaction yet. I've heard some rumblings, right, when I'm not around, but who doesn't? So
That's
it's
how it
one of
works.
those things. Yeah, who cares? But other than that, everyone has really supported me and helped me, and I've tried to do the same for them. It's harder for me to help somebody when I'm the one on the come up, but nonetheless, like I hope that I can return that favor even better when it does happen, because of just how well I've been treated in the community.
Definitely. Um, with those things said, I will follow that up with my final question. You have a plethora of life experience, and you may be new to the wrestling scene, but in life you've got a lot of experience. Is there any advice you'd give to somebody else trying to get into this industry, no matter age or size or anything?
It's the work ethic. It's the work ethic. It's the be willing to do what it takes, and what it takes is a lot more than you're going to be used to doing. The only reason why I'm kind of adjusted to it is because I did what it takes to become a world champion in another sport. And so that made it a little easier for me because this is the second time around that I'm having to grind like this. But if you're trying to get into pro wrestling, um, know that in the beginning, there's not going to be money. There's not going to be a lot of time for anything else if you take this seriously. There's going to be a lot of lack of sleep, and you better have either a vehicle that you can rely on with a buddy or a vehicle you can rely on with yourself, because there's a whole lot of driving and not a lot of people. Everyone's doing it, so no one's going to hear about your efforts and say like, oh man, that's tough. Well, we all know it's tough. We're all doing it. So
Yeah.
be prepared. Just be prepared. Have that mental maturity to know to keep your head down and push hard.
Okay. Russ, this was a great time. I really do appreciate you taking your time out of your schedule to come on here. Um, Maybe on the tail end of 2025, we can get you back on here, get an update.
Sure, just reach out. Yeah, reach out. Just like me starting out. That's why I haven't said no to a single podcast. You're just trying to make it like I am in a different industry, and I don't want to be one of those guys that's in the way. I'd rather get on here, and if I can get you 2 views, 3 views, whatever, more than you're used to, or just in general, I'm happy to help. So anytime you want me on, man.
Sounds good. I will leave this off with, I'll see you later then.
Yes, sir. See you then.
Welcome, guys, to ILW Pod. I'm your host, as always, Justin Wright. We are welcomed here with Mr. Doom Montgomery. How are you doing, sir?
Oh, I'm doing just fine. How about yourself?
It's a pleasure to have you here. We've talked a little bit off camera. I've had a couple of your tag partners on here. Got familiar with you at a local CSW show, so I'm excited to hear more about you.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, definitely. These are always fun. Before we get too into things, do you want to shout out any social medias or upcoming events?
Yeah. So if me and Axel Rico are about to take on a whole bunch of people, Avalon and Sierra, the Brothers of Funstruction, and Cypher and Adam Stallion at the next CSW show this upcoming Friday. It is December. The Friday
13th.
of this weekend, December 13th. From there, you can see me at a lot of the shows around the Midwest, CSW, Ultimate Combat Gauntlet, Janesville Wrestling Alliance. I run a lot of the conventions around here, a lot of the sci-fi fantasy anime conventions I'll be wrestling at. You can find me on Instagram at Doom Montgomery, Facebook at Wyatt Montgomery, but if you type in Doom Montgomery, that'll come up as well. Those are the 2 main ways you can get in touch with me. But yeah, those are the big ones, and perhaps most importantly of all, if you have a promotion in mind that doesn't mind a little blood and guts, send them my way, because I would be happy to work there.
Okay, I like it. With the podcast, I think it's just easy to always start at the beginning. And as we're all at the heart fans, so is there a time in your life where you remember just starting to watch wrestling or starting to get into wrestling?
Yeah, very distinctly. So my grandfather was a pretty big heavy hitter in Memphis. And my grandparents lived in Memphis. My father went to school in Memphis. It was sort of a omnipresent fixture in my household growing up. And then in my hometown of Asheville, North Carolina, WCW Monday Night Nitro came one time. And this was like right around the heyday, like Sting, Big Papa Pump, Hall and Nash, everybody. And in the Southeast, it was big. And so my granddad came down one time from Memphis and took me to go see it at what at the time was the Asheville Civic Center. And that was probably my first introduction And then I went like every year since. Anytime the E came, or there was any sort of show, I went. But that was I remember just seeing Scott Steiner get like absolutely beamed with a drink, and it was a profound moment in my life.
Oh. As a fan going to like shows, is there a difference going to a show back then when some would argue that the shows were the hottest compared to now?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I think. Oh man. So as like my number one goal as a wrestler is always going to be to sort of promote kind of a just a spectacle of violence. And I think that like back then there was a bit of a mystique surrounding like what you were going to see. And now with like the information superhighway, it's a lot harder to have that mystery. Alongside that, I think I don't know. There seems to be much more of a focus on what can we do to get like 30-second clips of some sort of large acrobatic thing I have done.
Yeah.
And that's perfectly understandable. Everyone's trying to market themselves, but there has to be a difference. The stadiums that were being filled up and are not being filled up present day means there is some sort of difference. Those fans didn't just disappear. There is something that they're looking for that they're not receiving. And I think, in my personal opinion, and what I primarily enjoy about wrestling is sort of larger than life people and characters that you are attracted to or repulsed by their personalities far more so than their perceived prowess as like combatants.
Yeah, definitely. So you said you grew up in the North Carolina area. Did
Yes.
you train down there, or did you move up towards Chicago before you trained?
So that's a good question. I started actually in I never fought professionally, but I was classically trained, if you will, in MMA, and then I sort of wanted to get back to pro wrestling because that's always what I was kind of attracted to. And then I briefly trained in Chuckey, Tennessee, at the School of Morton, very briefly. And then I moved up here under mysterious circumstances, and then started training up here at the Chicago Style Wrestling Academy. And I would say I started really training when I got up here. I was kind of playing around with it down there, but up here, I will say, like, I feel like it's just a far faster pace because there's so much competition. There's so many different shows happening.
Yeah.
So it's sink or swim, and you get pushed very quickly to just give it your all, or find something else to do.
100%. Yeah, definitely. When you came up here and went to CSW, was that still was the trainer at the time still Boz?
Oh yeah, and probably for many years in the future, it will be Steve Boz. But I think, when I started, Boz was and is the main teacher, but there were a bunch of before a person I respect like insanely, to an insane degree in this business, Sky Blue, like before she was traveling all around the world. She used to be there a lot, and she was tremendously helpful in helping me just learn about wrestling, and taught me a lot of things. Another one is he Hades X1X, or Jason Hades, whatever you want to. He was always super helpful. I mean, there were a ton of people that were just hugely helpful that I am still very, very privileged to be in contact with. And so it was definitely a collective effort, but they all under the proud tutelage of Steve Boz in one way or the other, for sure.
So, like, working underneath Boz, how long does he take to kind of help mold you before he puts you out in the ring in front of a live audience?
I mean, that depends on the person. There's some people that, have a background in competitive sports, or like extremely athletic, and they just have a natural affinity to it. They get put out very quickly. And I say put out, there's never a given time when you get told like you're ready or you're not ready. They like, one thing I really appreciate about like CSW and the training structure that they use is it's not a graduation based structure. Like, I still train there all the time. Like, you can always get better. And I mean, it's an excuse to come in and throw people around, and I'm never gonna like turn that down. But that really from very early on, you will be given opportunities, and really how you do in those opportunities, those are the people that are going to tell you, hey, maybe work on this and this, or like keep doing what you're doing. It's like the CSW Academy is really, really good about being like, we're doing these shows, we're having them at these dates, you're welcome to come. If you're Brandhammer new, there's some battle royal opportunities, or like there's some matches that we need to fill out, or things like that. There's not a lot of denial at CSW. It's a very positive atmosphere of promoting people's strengths. So like pretty early on, I was getting small roles in shows, and you work your way up, and you gain that confidence. And I'm still very much like climbing on the bottom of the ladder, climbing up. But yeah, there's not really any time, like any specific moment where they're told like, all right, you're going to the show. It's more based on, we've given you the tools to advance your career however far you want it to go. And if there's a challenge that you're facing, like, come on back and we'll get it figured out. But realistically, I think before you start just hammering out like working the roads and stuff like that, you'll probably it'll take around 6 months to get the basics down, and then all you've got to worry about is a lifetime of ironing out the finer details, and then finally becoming a good wrestler, maybe before you die.
Would you say like that the MMA or the combat sports background that you had prior helped you transition into the professional style?
Yeah, I mean, that it was sort of a gift and a curse, because I think I had a more ego than I needed when I first started training, and was convinced that I just nobody was going to step to me. And I've had several years of having habits just drilled into me of like staying small, covering up. If someone touches you, recoil. The idea of presenting yourself, and not only doing a move that is going to be harmful to the opponent, but also doing so in an aesthetically pleasing manner was something that I really struggled with. The impact I was great at, but actually doing so in something, nobody really likes watching grappling in the UFC. And I say this from someone who came from a grappling background. Like, it's not very fun to watch. So my biggest challenge was figuring out how to turn any of that into something that was enjoyable to watch. And a lot of it kind of got left on the cutting room floor. Some of it stayed, but I would say from a mindset perspective and a conditioning perspective, it helped a lot. From an actual like artistry perspective, there was a lot of things I had to unlearn just a little bit, because like there's so much like staying tight and just like never like falling back that you have to reverse when you're in the ring and you're trying to entertain people instead of fulfill just one specific goal.
Gotcha. This next question is going to be kind of like a two-parter. One, where did the name Doom come from? And two, is there any inspiration in your character from American Psycho?
Yeah. I mean, I would be remiss if I didn't say that there isn't for the easy one, part two. There's definitely a large inspiration. I think my goal initially with like the American Psycho comparison was to have the visual but differentiate myself just a little bit, and be a little bit wackier than the movie. And sort of create my own add my own personality to it. Because I don't really, I'm not a one-dimensional person, and I don't want to be one-dimensional out there. But as far as where I got the name from, I grew up loving the Doom games as a kid.
I knew it.
And then there is a really, really sick band called Church of Misery. They're like a stoner metal band, and they're like one of my favorite bands, and they play doom metal. So I was like, well, I like the game, I like the music, like I like the way it sounds, and so I just sort of went with that. It kind of just fell into itself just a little bit.
Okay, I like it. That was my guess. I wasn't going to come out and say it, but I was like, and it's a great game. Just throwing that out there.
I mean, it was just as pivotal to my upbringing as wrestling was, for sure.
Can I ask, are you still a game guy? You still partake in video games?
I am very much.
What do you find yourself playing lately?
So I normally avoid these games because I don't really like the walking sim type games, but I just finished Mouthwashing, and I cannot recommend that game highly enough. It will ruin your night. It's like $10 on Steam in like 3 hours, but it's an incredible game. One of the best like narrative experiences I've ever played. Outside of that, big into Helldivers 2 and Deep Rock Galactic, like a lot of the co-op stuff. I play with some of my friends back home. And then speaking of Doom, there is a pretty interesting first-person shooter called Heat on Bloodright that was actually done in GZ Doom. That is a lot of fun. But yeah, I play a lot of boomer shooters, and then trying to think of like the real, like the big heavy game that I've been playing by myself as of late. I played through Space Marine 2. But yeah, a lot of like action and adventure. Monster Hunter World is one I've been getting up in. I was on Final Fantasy 14 for a while, but it just ate up like way too much of my time. Yeah, I'm when I get a chance, which is not as much as I'd like anymore, but I definitely get up on the video games.
Is it a good like escape from not only your real world, but then wrestling can be stressful? Is it a good way to escape from all that and get into something different?
Yeah, absolutely. I apologize. My dog is running around here. He helps run people down for me. But yeah, it is. I think I very much think it is. It's I go back and forth because like sometimes I'll be like entirely single player and like not want to talk to everybody. It's
Yeah.
a little difficult right now because it's my Asheville got hit by a giant hurricane a while back, and it's I've been kind of keeping in touch with everybody through it. So I've been playing like mostly online games as of late. But yeah, there's a lot of times where I like to just zone out and just play some single player. I recently got all the Max Payne games from my
I love them. Those are the
yeah.
I like some of the first, like not first, but like best shooter games I've ever played was
Oh yeah.
Max
I'm
Payne.
very excited. I never finished I never played through the third one, so I'm excited to get to that one.
It'd be nice if we could get a part four of that series. Just they're just such fun games.
It is. Yeah, I mean, I was talking to some of my friends the other day of like why they never made another Splinter Cell because I guess Ubisoft's going under pretty soon.
Oh,
And we were going down memory lane a little bit, but yeah, it will not gonna. It's difficult to see a lot of great series just sitting on the
just
table.
fall off. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great time for indie games. It's a difficult time for like AAA developers, it would seem.
Yeah, I would agree because indie games they're everywhere and they're so easy to get
Yeah.
with all the different streaming services and online services. So like gaming community, it's time to step up, kind of like the wrestling community. There's no better time to get involved because the being an independent person and trying to get out there is easier probably now than ever.
Yes, there's never been a better time to express yourself, and possibly get yourself in trouble, but certainly express yourself than right now for sure.
Before we get into like some of the people you faced, some of the tag teams you've been with, another fun question. You have a variety of tattoos. I want to
Mhm.
ask about the NWO tattoo.
Yeah, yeah. So I was a bit of a troubled youth as a kid, and as teenagers are wont to do. Most of my tattoos I got, my NWO tattoo included, were done in various states of inebriation by various different people when I was like 18 or 19.
Okay.
And so the NWO was one of them. There's no story to it. I would love to say like, yeah, I got this as some sort of legacy, or like, no, I had one too many at like a high school party. I was like, hell yeah, let's go get a wrestling tattoo, man. And then that's the long and short of it. And I hope that if I ever wrestle on TV, they don't make me wear some weird sort of shoulder brace to cover it up, or make me get it lasered off or something. But and I mean, I like it. You just when I got them, I, I didn't plan on ever being a wrestler. I always dreamed about it and like fantasized about it, but I never thought it would actually like happen to me. So I get all these, idiotic tattoos with the understanding that very few people are ever going to see them, and then turns out I'm, shirtless every weekend, and jokes on me. So yeah, I've just kind of I've learned to appreciate the joke just a little bit.
Fair enough. Training up in the Chicagoland area, kind of Chicago legend, some would consider, is Colt Cabana. You
Yeah.
got to throw down with Colt in CSW, I believe.
Yep.
What was that
Yep.
experience like being able to be in there with somebody that has so much history, especially in this area?
Yeah. So I mean, first off, like uh, I have yet to meet a nicer person to work with. Uh, you know, would happily crack a bat over his back at any time. But also got some incredible feedback from him. But like there's such a gulf between myself, who is relatively new in the business, and people that have been in it for a long time. And, I show up and I am like extraordinarily nervous and like getting prepped. And, you can just feel, you can sort of just feel someone's aura when you're out there with them about like, this person is not at all concerned about this. Like they have done it a million times before and will do it a million times again. And you learn a lot from them, and their comfort sort of transfers to you, and you start thinking more clearly about what you're planning on doing. But it was a tremendously fun match. I don't think people, in my personal experience, respect how like hard that dude actually hits. I mean, I've been chopped by a lot of people. I remember being chopped by Colt Cabana. And that was quite the experience. And he was kind enough to expose my bare ass to the entirety of IWTV, and that was also very, very entertaining. But yeah, I have had nothing but respect for him. Have nothing but respect for him. I learned a ton from him, both before and after and during. It was a humbling experience. It really was. And moving up here, I'm not entirely well versed in the lore of Chicago wrestling. Like, I knew Colt Cabana from his time in New Japan primarily. And I think that's one of the beauties of Chicago wrestling is like it's like the Kevin Bacon of wrestling. Some way, somehow, most wrestlers have a tie to Chicago, and they come around some way, somehow. And Colt Cabana is a Chicago fixture. You see him on road signs all up and down the highway. And I was extraordinarily privileged to share his company. And the guy has just forgotten more about wrestling than I know. And I learned a ton from him, and still remember the chop specifically.
What would you say, like, after that match was your biggest takeaway?
After that match was my biggest takeaway was, I don't like the term gimmicky matches, but I like spectacle matches. Like,
Okay.
if I could do exploding barbed wire for every match, I would. I like matches where even if you're not a wrestling fan, you're gonna sit down, you're gonna watch, and you're gonna say, "What in the heck is going on here?" And be transfixed by it. And after like all was said and done, one of the lessons I was taught was like, it doesn't matter if you want to be a comedy wrestler. It doesn't matter if you want to be a deathmatch wrestler or somewhere in between or anything. You need to focus on being a good wrestler first. And don't just focus on like, okay, what kind of wrestling do I want to do? All right, I'm going to learn these moves, these moves, these moves. Like, no, you got to learn it all and then apply it in the way you wish to apply it. And that was my big takeaway from that match.
Okay.
Because I think like seeing how that guy worked and his ability to just like turn on the intensity and turn it off for as funny as he is, that was my big takeaway, was like, this person is a tremendous wrestler first and a very funny guy second.
Do you think he gets enough credibility for being so talented in the ring?
No, I don't. And I also, this was at the time when there was some controversy brewing. And
Yeah.
and again, I'm not versed in Chicago wrestling lore. And so I have tremendous respect for everybody involved. But you know, I don't think he has shown his due respect as far as like a just genuinely strong and very, very talented wrestler. And if you run back his matches from like his earlier indie days, you see that. Like before he kind of became like the goofy Bang Bang Colt Cabana, like that guy could stand and like just like stand on business for a while.
Especially if you go back and like watch early Ring of Honor.
Yes,
It's some
absolutely.
of the best work before everybody knew him as comedy, like part of the Second City Saints, stuff like that was just probably underrated and probably not looked at in the same light due to certain controversies. But
Yeah.
I think like I'm a fan of both guys on both ends of the controversy. So like I think it would be nice to be able to respect the work they did, not the spat they have outside of the ring.
That's the thing, and you know, I'm a million miles away from most wrestling controversies. Most, I mean, I really can't think of any locker room I've ever been in where I saw people like acting a fool or anything like that. If in the event that that happens, it's like always rectified. So, you know, I do my best to remain cordial and professional until someone's given me a reason not to. And, you know, it's easy to get wrapped up in stuff. And, you know, I do my absolute best to stay focused on the ring because Lord knows that I've got enough to handle there.
Yeah, I mean it's what you're there for. The stuff in the ring in front of the audience, what you're there for. So,
Yeah.
like you'd think as a performer, that'd be where the focus should be.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I love hitting the drama YouTube every once in a while. I'm not trying to cast myself as morally superior to anybody else. I'm all up on that, but you know, I do myself or I do my best to carry myself within a Doom Tech approved moral structure, and that's all I can do.
I respect it. Part of your career, you have done a variety of different tag team work. Two of those guys, I've had the privilege to talk to actually. One of them, first of all, being Maurice.
Yeah.
Great guy. And then also Axel Rico.
Yeah.
What was your time like with both of those guys? I know you're still connected with Axel.
Sure.
So if you want to start with Maurice and work your way through.
Well, Maurice, I'm gonna beat the living hell out of next year because they betrayed me at the last JWA show and sort of fed me to the dogs. So, you know, I would have tons of good things to say about him 1 month beforehand, but I will say that he is a tremendous competitor and a incredibly relentless opponent, and I fully intend on rising to the occasion and just training my ass off so I can face him for a rematch in the ring, you know, next year, hopefully at the next few shows, because there's a reckoning coming for that person. And, you know, I respect them as a competitor, but I don't respect the choices they've made. So I'm eagerly looking forward to facing them. As far as our time as a tag team goes, it was great. We were JWA tag team champions. You know, something kind of happens when I leave the like metropolitan Chicago area, and I kind of turn into a martial arts trained redneck. And me and at the time Moondog had a fantastic time. Then he had this identity crisis and turned into Maurice and sold me out. And so, you know, I wish them all the best on their further journeys, but I'm definitely coming for that SOB. And then yeah, Axel is one of my dearest, closest friends, and I have nothing but good things to say about him.
He's a great guy. somebody I've had on here. I had him on here right before the CSW show. Actually, the episode didn't air until after, but he was the reason I went. He told me about it. I live not far away from Chicago. I'm like an hour and a half. So it was just Axel. It was a great conversation.
Yeah.
He's such a smart human being and an inviting human being. And is honestly the reason we're having this conversation now is because he said, Justin, show up to this, and get your name out there, get your word out there. So just special thanks to Mr. Axel Rico.
Oh yeah. All my love to Rico. And he was another one of those people that I really wouldn't be where I'm at without, because when I moved up here in 2020, COVID was still hammering everything. Like, everything was locked down. Nobody was going to shows. And he was orchestrating almost single-handedly, doing these sort of like live TV tapings in front of like 3 people, just so we could keep getting work in. And I was able to train and hone my skills for almost a year extra because he was setting that stuff up. And so like he has been a fixture in, not just Midwest wrestling, but just about everywhere, but especially in like Chicagoland wrestling, for as really as long as he's been in it. And when he proposed the idea of us tagging, I was certainly surprised, but was very thankful for and have loved every minute of it. And there's it's not a work. Like the way we interact is like, I'm way over here as far as like, hey, like let's get very excessive with things, and he's way over here of like, hey, let's figure out a way to maybe make this a little more family friendly, and we meet in the middle, and it somehow it seemingly works very, very very beautifully. And I'm extremely thankful for that, because he'll come up with ideas that are just outside of my scope of not normal sanity, and it allows me to interact with the fans in a different way.
Just because we're talking about him, like we mentioned at the start of this, you do have your match where you're tagging with him against 3 other teams this Friday. Correct me if I'm wrong, it is for the CSW Tag Team Championships, correct?
Yes.
Could we see you guys walking out of CSW in Chicago with the straps?
I think that is a distinct probability. They like my biggest target for that show are Joey and Sierra. They jumped us in the Brothers of Funstruction last month. I was a little peeved about that. And, Joey Avalon and I, we've had matches before, and I certainly think in my mind that, he wants to be best friends like Axel and I are best friends, and is a little upset that we're not as close as we used to be. But, and I think that's probably why he went and tried to rough us all up. But, that couple is going to be extraordinarily dangerous. I have nothing but respect for Brothers of Funstruction and Cypher and Adam Stallion. They're huge threats as well. Cypher's kind of going through a bit of an identity crisis right now, and I know they have a lot to unpack, and I'm wondering if that's not going to hold them back just a little bit. Cypher's unmasked, dealing with that. Brothers of Funstruction took a devastating package pile driver apiece, if I recall correctly. They might not be coming in 110%. Axel and I are coming in strong. We're coming in there with single focus. And I think there is a distinct possibility we'll be walking out of there with the belts.
Is there any hesitation when it comes to the possibility of we saw in Cypher and his partner's match the mask come off and that mask be placed on somebody else, and it has some sort of, it seems kind of power, or it does something to a person. Is that something that you worry about going into a match like that?
Yeah, I mean, like, I have a lot of experience like placing things over other people's heads, and it always does to change them. But yeah, I think there's power in symbols, and the Cypher's mask holds a lot of weight in that. But it's not going to take you to any place that you didn't already want to go. And
Okay.
so this idea that it's going to turn someone who was just absolutely fine and dandy into something that they're not like, that's in there somewhere. Nothing surprises me in that regard.
Gotcha. Just before we wrap it up, got a couple more questions.
Ooh, please.
One is, well, I'll wait for that one.
Okay.
There's one more guy that I've had the privilege to talk to on the show that I've noticed you've got the chance to wrestle. His name is The Real Drago. Appears on the NWA quite frequently. What was your experience working with him? And like a two-part question, he is Russian. Is there any communication like difficulty when it comes to facing somebody with that kind of barrier?
Sure. No, that's a good question, and that's something that I wondered about before I started wrestling myself. And the answer to that is no. Oddly enough, and because I expected there to be a major, a conversational barrier. We spoke briefly before the match, and we're psyching each other out and things like that, and promoing on one another. And it's wrestling is fairly universal as far as like lariat's going to be a lariat, power bomb's going to be a power bomb. Those things are going to work fairly universally for everybody. And so you just you can express yourself in that way, and they'll typically understand. As far as what he was like to wrestle, I mean, very seldom have I had somebody like lift me up and almost put me into the ceiling. That was pretty cool. I was, again, very, very fortunate to learn a lot from him, and have such a tough competitor really put me to the test. And I think that was the main lesson I took from that match, was just that took just about all of my ability to make happen. And it was full send with Drago.
Gotcha. Is there any hopes on maybe, seeing him down the line?
Yeah, absolutely. My goal for this year is to make it international and make it down south again, because I've only wrestled one show in my hometown. And I would like to do more. There's obviously a big wrestling scene in like East Tennessee. Western North Carolina doesn't have a huge amount. There's Urban Combat Wrestling, which I highly recommend folks check out. But I would love to bring more wrestling down there. I would love to work more in the South. I know he's down in Florida a lot. I'd love to go down there if I can get into some warmer climates as this Illinois winter sets in. I'll be very happy. So I would love to run it back anytime.
Definitely. Before I send you off, I always end with the same, kind of wrap up question. And wrestling's one of the biggest like questions in wrestling is who is Mount Rushmore? Who's the top four? So who are your top four and why?
All right. Well, I'll give you sort of a mixture as far as of all time. First one comes to mind, Kenta Kobashi.
Okay.
Second, I would say I have more modern or I have more like contemporary memory of like Japanese wrestlers, just because like that's what I stopped watching wrestling in high school and then got back into it when I was in my 20s and like got really heavy into like New Japan and Noah and all that. So like I'm a little more well versed in those guys, and I'm actually on 1997 with Raw right now. So I'm
Okay.
like learning about a lot of the greats, but Kobashi's certainly up there. I would say as far as like longevity and staying power, and also really getting me worked up as a kid, I got to give it to The Rock. I would also say I'm trying just not to give you like the four pillars. Like
That's why I always throw it as like your personal, because
yeah.
Otherwise,
Well,
you get the same like 10 guys, really.
yeah. If we're talking personal, Kobashi, The Rock, just because he's one of my dream matches and would love to work him and still working today, Masashi Takeda. Big deathmatch guy, but also comes from an MMA background and is just an absolute monster. And then let's see, what about probably I mean he's not Onita, Hayabusa, some of the FMW guys. And then going back to the States, I would say trying to get a good solid ECW one, but maybe like maybe a Sabu on there as well.
I like it.
Yeah, those are my top, and then I also would say I got to put Tenryu on there as well, like Junichiro Tenryu. He's one of my favorites. And then there's Masato Tanaka. He was the
Everybody
last.
loves Tanaka.
Yeah. But yeah, top four. Kobashi's at the top. The Rock, Masashi Takeda, and then any of the extreme guys, Onita, Hayabusa, Sabu, they're up there as well.
Just a little sub question before I send you off. With Hayabusa, somebody who I feel like his career was shortened. Do you think if it wasn't shortened, we could still be seeing him, if not today, but like in the last decade?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you may not be able to tell on this camera, but there's a few extra holes in my head than there were last weekend because of a match over at Ultimate Combat Gauntlet with a person or animal by the name of Trash Panda. But like, I get asked the question a lot of like, why do you do this? Like, why do you do this to yourself? And the answer I always give is like, it is a lot easier for me to get hit with a trash can and bust my head open than it is to do a backflip and land on my neck. And have my career and possibly life cut short by something that could have been as simple as like the turnbuckles needed one extra circle
Right.
around
Yeah.
for tight to get tightened. And that's like, I have so much respect for like the high risk, high reward acrobatic maneuvers, but sometimes they can, like Takayama is another example. They can be rather sad if you aren't. I mean, just through no fault of your own, things just go kind of sideways. But I think absolutely, if I've seen several matches of Hayabusa, seen the one where he knocks his front teeth out, seen the one where he gets power bombed on his head and can't move for like a couple minutes and gets back up. Like, that career was a tremendous talent that was cut short far too soon.
100%.
But with that being said, you see a lot of large major wrestlers to this day coming out with like Hayabusa themed gear. So
Will Ospreay just did it like
yeah,
a couple months ago.
Exactly. So like like it or not, I happen to like it and think it's a great thing, but like his career lives on through other people for sure.
100%. Before we go, is there any advice that you'd give a wrestler or somebody who wants to be a wrestler just looking to get into this business?
Sure. Yeah, I would say just trust but verify everything you hear. Just because this is such a stupid way to describe it. It is a very esoteric business. It is a business that is going to be entirely reliant on how you portray yourself and how you put yourself out there. And at many times along the way, you're going to be told, no, don't do that, or no, that's a stupid idea. And a lot of the times they're going to be right. Sometimes they're going to be less than right, not because they're not trying to do the right thing by you, but just because they don't fully, they're not looking at things outside of their scope of view of what works for them. Like this is a business that is full of very, very colorful individuals and very large personalities, and you have to sort of rise to that occasion and become one yourself. And it's tough when you first start to do that, because we're all sort of taught to kind of just go with the flow a little bit. But like it is it is dependent on thinking that like, yeah, this is gonna work and I'm gonna fight for it. And that paired with you're probably gonna get some minor injuries in your first few months. Don't get too scared about that. Like I took a pretty bad stinger my first few weeks of training, had to take some time off, came back, was better than ever. You're gonna be extremely sore and you're gonna feel like the whole world's against you for just a brief period. Then it's gonna pass. Just like stay the course and you'll be all right. Just open your ears, listen to what people have to say, figure out how it applies to you, and make it happen. And it's as much of a cliche as it is, just don't give up. You'll be fine.
All right. Perfect. Doom, thank you once again. Really do appreciate you having you on here. I'm gonna leave the door open. If you ever want to come on for part 2, I feel like we scratched the surface. We got some more to talk about.
Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, I would love to come back on. Just let me know.
Sounds good. I'll leave this off with see you next time.
All right. See you next time, my friend.
Welcome, guys, to ILW Pod. I'm your host, as always, Justin Wright. Today we are here with the CSW World Heavyweight Champion, Conan Lycan. How we doing, man?
What's up, man? How we doing?
Excited. I really do appreciate you coming on here. Something we've talked about the last couple CSW events. Glad we could work it out at the start of the new year.
Yeah, of course, bro. Yeah, I was yeah, you're asking and everything like that. I was like, yeah, I gotta make sure I set some time aside to get this done. It's been busy with like the holidays and traveling and closing out the year and all that stuff, but we're good now. We got some time before a little downtime before the show starts next week, and then we'll be off to the races for 2025. So yeah, let's go.
Exciting stuff, I bet.
Yeah, definitely.
Before we get into any questions, is there any social medias or anything that you want to plug, get out of the way, that fun stuff?
It's just at Conan Lycan on everything, like all platforms and all that stuff. So at Conan Lycan, no spaces, no numbers, nothing.
Easy. I like it. I'll start where I always start. And the podcast is the I Love Wrestling podcast. So where did you find / fall in love with professional wrestling?
So when I was 3 years old, actually, so like my dad had a couple of nightclubs. So like he was never like home at night and everything like that. And like a thing that me and my mom would do, we would always watch it. We would watch Raw. And I remember like I would sit there and she'd put me in front of the TV and I'd have like a little elephant sippy cup and just watch Raw. And it was like every single week and SmackDown. And yeah, just ever since I was a little kid. And then I grew up, like, obviously, like I had friends in school that would watch it because it was huge, like the Attitude Era and all that stuff. And then I had a trampoline. So then I would always be the kid that I'd have all my friends at the house and make sure that they're having wrestling matches with me. And I would steal my sister's camera and put some music playing out the window for entrances. I'd do the whole thing. So yeah, I've been obsessed since I was a little kid. Yep.
So like would you say you was a sports kid growing up? Did you participate in like your football, basketball, stuff like that?
Yeah, so like I come from a pretty athletic background. Like, so my dad actually he played for the Yankees for a little bit. He got hurt. Um, my uncle played professional baseball. My brother played professional baseball, but I grew up playing football, baseball, and all that stuff. But like football was where it was at for me. And yeah, I played football all the way through college. I played Division I football. And yeah,
Where at?
University of Albany. I was committed. I was going to play at Coastal Carolina, and that's where I really wanted to go. And then stuff with like coaching and recruiting and all that stuff. So I was like, I'm going to stay home because we have a university right up the road in their Division I. So I was like, I'll stay home and play, and then everyone can come to my games. But then I was there for a bit, and then after a little bit of time, it was just one of those nights, man. I was watching WWE Network, and I was in my dorm. I was obsessing over it because I never grew out of wrestling, and I dropped out so I could do this. So yeah.
Okay. And is that where you went to Black and Brave, or was there any other schools in between then and there?
That was it. I did my research like everywhere though. I was looking at a bunch of different places and everything like that. But back then, in 2018, there wasn't really I couldn't like there wasn't a Nightmare Factory. There wasn't like certain things like that. And like Seth Rollins at that time, like he was one of my favorite wrestlers too. So I also had a connection. So when I was playing before, a buddy of mine when I was growing up, he went and played football at University of Iowa. And I always tell this story because this was like my connection into wrestling. But his teammate was Steve Manders. I don't know if you know one called Manders.
Yep.
His teammate was Steve Manders at Iowa, and he went to Black and Brave. So Jordan was talking to me about it, my buddy that played at Iowa, and he was like, I know a guy. So I called Steve, I asked him how it was, and I signed up for Black and Brave, paid him full, and packed my car up and moved cross country.
What was your experience like with Black and Brave, and how long were you with them?
So I was at Black and Brave at the end of 2018. The experience was really good. Very, very challenging and stuff like that. Like, I mean, I'm coming in, I'm playing sports my whole life, football my whole life, and all that stuff. But we do a conditioning test where you got to get into the school, like where you could like, just see if like you could handle like the physicality and everything like that. It was pretty taxing. Got through that. Did great all the way through. It was a pretty good experience, probably one of the best experiences of my life. Met one of my best friends in the whole world there, Nathan Fraser. He was my bunk mate. And then we're still close to this day. Very grateful for that. And then after I graduated there, I probably stuck around there for another 3 years, helping out coach all the classes that came through, helping everybody and trying to get all the new kids on the road once they graduate and all that stuff. So yeah, I was there for a bit.
How did you go about breaking out from like Black and Brave and getting into like the indie scene?
Just really, honestly, I gotta give credit where credit's due. Steve Manders was really big on that. Like at that time, especially, but like when COVID hit, kind of put like a little lull on like everyone's life. So like everybody's obviously. So GCW was running a lot, but Manders already built his name up like well before all this, and he was doing all these shows and all that stuff. So I didn't want to waste any time. So like even when everyone was during like lockdown and all that stuff, I was hopping in cars. We're driving across the country every other week and going everywhere, like literally back and forth between Iowa and New Jersey, Iowa, Philadelphia, stopping in Cleveland on the way, doing like 30+ hour round trips all the time. And then I just didn't want to be one of those guys, and it happens a lot. It happens a lot. They stick around and they think that they'll get to the next level in their career just by being in front of Seth Rollins, and it doesn't work that way. It takes a lot to get anything out of this business, and you get out of it what you put into it and all that stuff. And I realized that young, and I just hit the road, and I wrestled everywhere and anywhere. I wrestled for no money. I've wrestled for very little money. I've slept in my car countless nights, everything. So it's like you gotta. It's a risk. It's part of it, but I never wanted to be stagnant, and I feel like the more you learn to just like adjust, like you want to be in front of different crowds, people that like different things. You want to face different people in the ring that have different pacing, different styles, um just so you could be an all-around better performer and all that stuff. And I realized that, and that's all I've been trying to do for the past 5 years now. So yeah.
Where did you make your like debut at?
My debut is actually crazy. So when it's like it's kind of like a rough, like it's different of like when I actually started. So like I graduated Black and Brave at the end of 2018. I moved back to New York. I came back to New York, and there was this place in Massachusetts that was running. I think it was called Truly Independent Wrestling or something like that. And I would go up there, and I was like helping out with these shows. Never got like a real like shot, like straight up. And then eventually they were just like, all right, we're gonna give you a singles match. All right. So I was like, all right, cool. And this is already like, I don't know, probably 8 months after I graduated and all that stuff. And it's really hard to like get your first match under your belt. Just like you're in front of a crowd now. You gotta adjust and all that stuff. So I was remember tweaking about it. And I finally got my first match. Did really well. Everything went great. But then I didn't wrestle again. Like I was going to all these shows and helping out, but I didn't get a chance to wrestle again for months after that. So it was very sporadic going into COVID. And then when COVID hit and everything like shut down, because our school, Black and Brave, is a private gym, we were allowed to go in there and work out like certain times of the day and all that stuff. So I was like, all right, I'm moving back to Iowa. So then 2020, I moved back to Iowa with maybe 5 matches under my belt. And still for that whole year it was very sporadic because you could wrestle on those close tapings and stuff, but I moved back there so I could continue to go. So yeah, I started at this place in Massachusetts in like the Berkshire Mountains.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
And was you like, COVID hits, you decide to move back to Iowa? Was there any hesitation? Like, yeah, you just went back to New York and then going all the way back to Iowa. Was there like any
Nope.
nothing?
No,
Okay.
my friends were that moved back there or stayed there were consistently like working out and everything like that. New York was pretty strict, so like even I worked at a gym at that time, and I wasn't allowed to go into work or nothing. So I was like, damn, I gotta work out. So I packed my car up, moved right back out there, moved back into the bunkhouse, and I was with my friends. And honestly, like I know that everybody hated COVID. Hot take though, for about 2 years there, like 2020 and 2021, I had some of the greatest times with my boys just being out there because it was a double edged sword. You're in Iowa, there's nothing going on, and especially like the whole world shut down. So
Yeah.
nothing over wrestling, working out with your boys, eating food, and getting paid to do so. It was awesome. And yeah, I don't know. Like I progressed a lot, I think, in that time. Just because I got to experience it with them. So like I knew that I had to go out there, packed up, went out there, and yeah, I was with like three of my boys, and we just obsessed over wrestling, and then hit the ground running once everyone, like a lot of people stopped during COVID. Once like crowds started coming back and all that stuff, we were already going. So we just hit the ground running.
Okay. So it was just one of those. The trip to Iowa was more of a let's keep the ball going while the world shut down,
Yeah.
while other people are sitting back and waiting on it to open back up.
Yeah, yeah. It was, I mean, it was a hard time for a lot of people, but it's just like, it's just one of those things you got to try to you got to make the best out of it. And we had the opportunity to go to Seth's gym that like stayed open for us at like certain times. So like we would wake up, go down, work out, and then the rest of the day do what we had to do for wrestling and all that stuff. If that meant going back and working on promos and pinning up a black sheet on the wall and filming it and stuff like that, just to like see what we could do. Like we did everything, driving around, seeing what closed tapings we could go to, because there were certain places in I think Indiana that we went to. Yeah, Indiana, New Jersey, Philadelphia. We were on Fight Forever for GCW, and that was like a 24-hour show in Philly, and it was the night of my life. But yeah, driving back and forth, like we would literally drive from Iowa, go get there that night, do the show, drive right back to Iowa. It was tough, but when you're in the car with like 5 dudes, and I don't know, it was definitely a different experience. But I'm very grateful for it because I think it really put in perspective what I had to do once the world was back up and running. So
Okay.
yeah.
From doing some research, I realized that you got to experience WrestleMania 35 live and in person. Just as a fan, what was that like? Somewhat historic event, first women's main event. Rollins beat Brock Lesnar, things like that. What was that like being able to go there and just enjoy it as a fan?
The whole week was crazy because so I was with my best friend Nathan Fraser. So this is way before he was even signed. So he was Ben Carter. Before he was signed to WWE and all that stuff. And he flew up from Tennessee where he was going to college. And we had a whole week of stuff. So there was a Black and Brave seminar that we attended. We went to the Evolve tryout with Gabe Sapolsky. We went to a couple of indie shows, and then we went to Mania. So it was a whole week of things. It was really good. And then obviously our trainer comes out and beats Brock Lesnar in the first match. So we were losing our minds, but being in MetLife and just seeing everything, because that was my first ever Mania. That was incredible. So like, I don't know, it's just one of those things, like you see it and you're just like, I would do anything to make sure that in my lifetime I get to be in that ring in front of 80,000 people. So yeah, it was incredible.
Okay. I just, as a fan, I wanted to realize what that experience was like. So thanks for that insight. It's something I haven't got to do yet. I know there's countless others that never been to Mania. It's on the list of things I got to do.
So yeah, I went to 35. And then the one in Tampa at the Bucks Stadium during COVID.
Okay.
And because we wrestled on the GCW Collective that year down in Tampa, and then night 2 of Mania, it was raining out crazy, but we got to go to Mania for $30. So we were like, yeah, we're not gonna not go. So we went. It was a crazy experience though, because the whole stadium is filled with cardboard cutouts. So it's like 4 cardboard cutouts, and then like 3 of your buddies, and then another 4 cardboard cutouts. But like, it was still another amazing experience because it's such a production. And I remember they had like these drones that did like the Bray Wyatt logo in the sky, and yeah, it was insane. It was insane. You got to go to Mania.
Okay, it's in the plans for eventually to go to Mania. I'm waiting. It'd be nice if they'd come near the Chicago area, just make it easier. It's all the travel that makes it difficult.
Yeah. I think I think this year in Vegas, I think it's going to be really cool because the Raiders Stadium, I've been to Vegas for wrestling, and like that stadium's huge. Like it's ridiculous. I know that the Mania week this year is going to be absolutely insane. So yeah, if you ever get the opportunity, I would say do it. But I mean, I think that there'll be some close to Chicago in the near future for sure, especially if the Bears get that new stadium and everything and all that. I could see that.
I think it would, if there was any stadiums around here with a dome, it might make it easier.
Yeah. Yep.
I think that's what WWE's waiting for. You got to think a Chicago stadium crowd would be insane because wrestling, they love Chicago. We just need the right stadium so we're not freezing.
Yeah, because it was cold at MetLife. It was like a wind tunnel in there, ridiculous. we were sitting there and we were freezing, all huddled together. But it was just an amazing experience. So it's so incredible.
Um, before I get into like any specific matches or moments in your career, you've worked for a litany of different promotions. Something I do on here is I'll run down them. If you just want to give like a short explanation of what it was like to work with them and, any memories you'd like to share of that promotion.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll start with Black Craft.
Fuck. I mean,
You're good.
no comment.
Okay. Okay. I'll go next to JCW.
JCW was cool. Yeah, that was cool. That was another little side thing that GCW was doing in that carousel room in Atlantic City.
Yep.
I got to have a really good match with Manders actually at JCW. I enjoyed that. That was good.
What about, we'll move to GCW. What was working with them like?
It was cool because it was just I followed them around for a lot of time because my Nathan Fraser was wrestling there, Steve Manders was wrestling there, and I was just always in the car with them. And then I eventually got my opportunity, and I made friends with like Jimmy Lloyd and a couple of people and all that stuff that ended up putting me on, and it was a good experience while it lasted. Yeah, definitely.
Would you say that you'd like to go back?
Yeah, if the time is right and the right place, and they want to hit me up, then yeah, I'd be up for that.
Okay. What about Black Label Pro?
That was cool. Yeah, definitely. It was in one of my more favorite venues to wrestle in, Logan Square, when I was there, and yeah, definitely that would be another cool thing. I'm not there's yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it would be cool.
Okay. Lastly, I'll go with AEW. You've got to do a spot or two there. Well, was working with AEW like at all?
AEW?
Yeah.
It was all right. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, they had me down. I was at the Orlando tapings. They let me open up the show. This was a really cool experience. It used to be called the Pepsi Arena. It's called the MVP Arena now. It's the big arena in Albany where I went to all of the SmackDowns and Raws when I was a little kid, and like I've always wrestling there. And they let me open up the show there in that arena, and that was like a bucket list thing for me to do in the first place. So yeah, very incredible experience for that. But I haven't been back since. But yeah, it was awesome while I had the chance.
So like getting to wrestle in an arena where you went as, young, like when you were younger, a child, what's that like being in front of an audience that you were once a part of?
It's crazy because it's like a blur. Like I yeah, I don't know. I've been there. Like I used to beg for tickets every time they came to town and all that stuff, and I would get them, and we would go, and it was just like one of like the most fondest memories I've ever had. Like when I was like a little kid, and yeah, like when they called me up and they were like, yeah, like we want to do this or whatever. I was like, yeah, I'm jumping on that. And just like that whole day, for whatever reason, just went by so quick. I can't even tell you what it was like or what I was looking at when I was in the ring or anything, because it was like so surreal to even be in that position. My best friends growing up, they made it. They got tickets and everything like that, and they were in probably like, I don't know, the fifth row. And I remember looking at them, giving them a little point and all that stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I just remember it was incredible. Yeah.
Okay. We talked a little bit about Chicago. That's where I've met you. That's where I'm familiar with you. But you come here a lot. One of the promotions you work for, and like I mentioned, you were their current world heavyweight champion, CSW. What went into like joining like them, so to speak, or coming and working for them? And what does CSW mean to like your career so far?
So, I remember it sounds like a little bit weird, but I just remember seeing their logo all the time. Like, and I was still trying to, like, I was in that phase of my career. I'm just starting. I'm trying to reach out to everyone and anyone. And I just remember seeing their logo all the time. I was like, that's a pretty cool logo and all that stuff. And I knew a couple people that worked there. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna end up going and all that stuff. So I contacted the promoter. He saw I had some stuff that I've done prior where he could take a look and everything like that. He was like, yeah, definitely come out. And I went out there and I basically busted my ass for years. A lot of the Chicago guys don't understand like what goes into that just because it's in their backyard, but um, and that's not a knock on anybody. It's just it took a lot to go there every single month, and I have just because it is one of my most favorite places to work, and I have nothing but grateful praise for Jason Hades and Steve Boz, the two dudes that run the place, because they believed in me and they were one of the first promotions to believe in me and basically give me the ball and let me run with it and all that stuff and let me face notable names and put me in situations where I'm going to learn and get better. CSW means so much to me as a performer. Like when I sign my first contract and when I go and do the things that I will do in this business, it will always start with CSW and what they've done for me and the positions that they have put me in because they believed in me. And I'll always be grateful for that place. And someday I hope and pray that I am a gazillionaire from wrestling so I could just give back. Just because it's really done a lot for me and I don't know where I'd be without them.
You know, me and you talked off camera about the environment, the crowd, the stuff like that at CSW shows. Have there been like other promotions that you've worked for that had such a like strong connection with the audience?
This is not a knock on any other company. Absolutely not. Because I love so many, a variety of different promotions and all that stuff for so many different things. There's just nothing like CSW, and there's nothing that I've ever been really a part of that is kind of directed the same exact way. Just everything that goes into the storylines and how it's always 5 steps ahead and like what we're going to do and the plans that go into everything and all that stuff. It's in the production quality and everyone that helps out from top to bottom with the place to make it the way that it is. It's just, I don't know, when you're there it just feels special. And like even you said, like just being there and all that stuff opposed to like the other indies that you've seen and all that stuff, it's just different. And I've heard that from so many people, whether it's fans, workers, or anything like that. It is just, I don't know, it's a very well-oiled machine that is like, it knows what it's doing, it plans, it takes the time to do so. And I don't know. I'm just very happy to be a part of it, honestly. And then for the fact that I'm in the position of being the champion there, and being able to really help out anyone that needs it and be kind of raised to a certain level there and all that stuff. I'm just forever grateful. Like it is just a great place.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You've got to wrestle a ton of names while working with CSW. I'm gonna kind of like the promotions things. I'll run down the list a little bit. And if you want to just tell us a little bit about working with them guys, yeah, we'll just see how it goes.
Okay.
I'll start with somebody you've already mentioned, Ken Anderson. What was it like working him?
Crazy. It's like there's been so many like times in like my career so far that like I don't know. I sound like a little kid. That's just because I am at heart. And like, I don't know. It's watching him when I was like a little kid and everything like that. And then it's like, oh, guess what? You're going to face him now and all that. It was pretty crazy. And it's like, I know he's like older now and all that stuff. It was just very cool to talk to him, listen to what he had to say, any critiques, anything like that. So yeah, very, very great experience.
A Lucha Libre legend you got to face was Mecha Wolf. Very interesting character too. What was that like?
Oh, awesome. One of those matches that was like it was out of the blue. I didn't ask for. It was just like, yo, this is what we're gonna do, and I was all for it. And it was I want to face him again because it was awesome. He's good style. I think that we meshed really well and all that stuff. He was Mr. 450. I'm Mr. 450 now, so it was cool.
Is there any struggles facing somebody with like a language barrier, or was there a language barrier? I should
Oh,
say
no, there
also.
wasn't. Yeah, he speaks perfect. Yeah, he's good.
Okay.
But I've faced certain people that do, and I mean, there's a lot of pointing and stuff like that. But
Okay.
it's all like universal, so like everyone gets it. But yeah,
I know Mecha Wolf does a lot of work in the United States, so that was one of those things I wasn't sure if he was fluent or not. So
he's
it's
actually
cool that
former CSW champion.
okay, I didn't know that. I'll have to brush up on my history.
Like when they first started, I didn't even know
Okay.
that I was facing him. I was like, "What?" And he was like, "Yeah, he came there forever ago."
That's badass.
Yeah.
Somebody else that's there that has recently been tagging with Steve Boz is Marche Rocket. Like, what's it like working with him?
Marche, I can't again, like just another great person that I've met along the way and all that stuff. He has been very helpful to everything. Like I've gotten to work with him a few times now, and I don't know. He's one of my favorite people to wrestle. His chops suck. They're the hardest chop I've ever taken in my life. Like legitimately sounds like a baseball bat when he's swinging his hand at you. But he's a good dude, a lot of experience, and yeah, just a lot of talent and all that stuff. Again, we mesh well, two big dudes like to just go at it, and yeah, I love Marche Rocket. He's the man.
What about Leo Rush?
Leo, yeah, that was another one of those things where
Got to
it
be
was
fun.
out of the blue, and watched him a lot on TV, and then we finally got to go in there and have a match. It was cool. Yeah, I would love to run it back with him too in the near future. That'd be awesome.
And that was right before. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was right before his AEW signing. His
Yeah.
latest AEW signing.
Yep. It was,
Okay.
yeah.
Two more. So I'm just not running names at you, but Speedball Mike Bailey.
Yeah, one of my favorite people of all time. Speedball is, and I truly, and just because I've talked to a lot of people that are people in this business. I think he's got the greatest mind in professional wrestling out of anyone I've ever met in my entire life. And I think that he just is an encyclopedia for professional wrestling and all that stuff. And the way he explains certain things and the way he puts things together, I would love to just learn from him. And I do every time I'm around him and all that stuff. I learn something new. I think he is just a good person, an amazing wrestler. The match with him was awesome. Learned a lot. It was a long, painful experience, but came out on top. But he's just a great dude, and again, another one of those guys that like I'd work with him every day of the week and twice on Sunday if you let me. So it's just I don't know. He's one of those guys that you get in there with him, you're going to learn, you're going to get better, and it's scary because of the caliber of person that he is and the matches like him and Will Ospreay, one of the best matches I've ever seen in my entire life.
Insane.
It's like to be in there with people that are doing stuff like that, and it really puts you to the test. And again, just grateful, so grateful to be able to step in there with a guy like that.
You mentioned like he's got one of the best minds of the business, and that's something that I've heard universally. Like I've had some younger talent from CSW on here. I've had Jack Valor and Eddie Grayson, two great young upstart guys, but they did the seminar with him, and they was like they probably learned so much from Mike Bailey and just the seminar that it's just crazy. So definitely somebody that I'm gonna have to get on the podcast eventually, but. Great guy. Last but not least, I'm gonna go with Moose.
Moose, another again, like sounds like there's so many people that I'm running into that are just great. I'm very blessed for a lot of the people that I've crossed paths with. Moose, another guy that has taken the time he sees something in me. He believes in me, and we got to mix it up. I think that in the near future, that'll be something that we could revisit again. He is he's a good dude. He's a football guy just like myself. And he's got an eye for talent and everything. And I'm not saying that because I'm biased, because he has spotted it in me. He knows what he's talking about. Another good one to sit there and talk wrestling with. super grateful for the experience with him, and I think there'll be more to come for sure.
Okay. Before we get into your latest your latest CSW championship win, I want to talk a little bit about AAW. Another promotion, big promotion in Chicago. It's got some history with it. Can you tell us a little bit about your time with them? And, you just kind of recently had your loser leaves town match against Tupu.
Yeah.
Just can you tell us a little bit like that, and if we could ever see you back in AAW, or if that's the end of that chapter?
AAW, another one of those going to Black and Brave and everything like that, just because of Danny Daniels, of what he has done for like the people that train at Black and Brave and all that stuff. It's one of those things where it's like you definitely want to go to AAW after Black and Brave. So it was a bucket list thing for me. And obviously, if anyone knows anything about AAW, the talent that has come out of that place in the last 10 years, ridiculous.
Like,
everybody's on TV. So it was amazing that I got the opportunity to work there. I was extremely grateful for the years that I spent there, going to every show consistently without missing a single one. Like legitimately, I did everything that I could. I'm grateful for the place for sure. I know that I left. I know I lost my match, and Tupu was the better man that day, but it's professional wrestling. So again, never say never. I may be back. I may be back. You might have to keep your eyes peeled. You might have to look in the crowd. I don't know. You'll never know when I'm going to pop up there.
Okay. Just to give credit where credit's due, Tupu is another guy that is absolutely insane in the ring. I believe he's another Black and Brave.
Yeah. Yep. He was with me and Nathan Fraser. We all started together.
What's he like? And, as a fellow graduate, can we expect big things out of Tupu as well?
Big things, real big things. He's one of my best friends in the business too. Like we all started together. He's really, really finding his footing now with what he's doing, and he looks like he's having a lot of fun because he is. I love that dude. Even though I left AAW because of him, but I have a lot of praise and thanks for the things that he's done for me with other places. And I think that he's definitely one of those guys that you're gonna have to keep your eye on him, because he's got a lot of potential to do a lot of big things in this business. I think he will. And yeah, I don't know. He's a good dude. He's trucking along. And I think that he will get a shot somewhere big real soon.
I believe he has a shot for the CSW World Title, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Okay.
We are no strangers to each other. Honestly, if I faced, he is the number one person I think that I've faced in this bit. Like we've wrestled each other so many times, it's not even funny. So he's definitely someone I got to worry about, because he knows me just as good as I know him. Even though we're friends, the bell will ring, and we're gonna have to throw down. So I don't know when that's gonna be. It's all when he wants to cash in and all that stuff. But I don't know. I'll keep my head on a swivel.
Fair enough. Now I want to dive, before we get off here, into your CSW, your latest. What's going on with the CSW Championship. You just beat Warhorse for it not too long ago in a steel cage match. Phenomenal match. Can you tell us a little bit about that cage match, and what it's like to be able to compete in one of those matches with somebody like Warhorse?
Warhorse, another guy, has been around for a while. He's got a lot of experience. He's done a lot of cool things in the business. So crazy when you step in there with a guy like that, because they've been a lot of situations where they know how to adapt and overcome and all that stuff. I had to play his games for a while. He played a lot of mind games with me for months before all of that. But that cage is very unforgiving. A lot of people don't know I broke my hand in that match. I broke my hand in that match. I'm still dealing with it. and it was very just unforgiving. But I mean, it kept the riffraff out for the most part and got the job done and everything. So that's all I could say about that.
That was my first indie like steel cage match I've ever seen. Like I've seen them in person at like WWE and stuff, but it was a badass match. Actually, the first time me and you had a conversation was after that match.
Yeah, yeah,
So that was my first CSW show too. So it was a great match, great experience.
yep,
And that was one of the many matches of that night that got me hooked into CSW. So just as a fan, I want to give you your props on that.
yeah. I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Of course. And then the following month, you come out the gate hot and you defend your championship against Matt Cardona.
Yep.
What was that match like? Because the crowd was insane. They obviously would have much rather you fought Chelsea Green than Matt Cardona. But what was that match like?
Uh, I mean, man, he's a former Intercontinental Champion and was in the WWE forever, and very nerve wracking. But I got to go in there and work with a guy that's been around the block. He's faced a lot of people in the business. So he's an indie legend now. He's a deathmatch king, all that stuff. I learned a lot. I was having a tough time that day actually going into that match because of personal things. So just that day, the way that it ended was incredible for me just because I'm very proud of myself for being able to get through that and then being able to come out with the W2 at the end of that, especially because I didn't know how things were going to go that day for me. But stepping in there with a guy like that, being able to face someone that's done it all, I mean, incredible experience.
Definitely. Um, and then at the next show, January 17th, you defend your CSW championship against somebody who some would consider in the Chicago area to be a legend, Gringo Loco. Are you excited for that match? And what can we expect in that title defense?
Definitely. Yeah, I've never got to face him actually at all the AAWs, CSWs. I mean, we've been in the same locker room a lot, and we've never got to do anything together yet. So I'm very excited for it. What people can expect are probably a lot of aerial things. I think that'll be really good. He calls himself the base god. I mean, I'm 265 pounds, so I know that stuff works with all those other dudes. I don't know
I
what.
don't know if it's going to work with you.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see, but I think it'll be a good one regardless, and I don't think anyone wants to miss this show. So
Definitely. Before I ask you my final question, I'm going to ask you a little bit about TNA. Got to do 2 spots on TNA recently. One against Hammerstone, a massive individual, and another one against Japanese legend Kushida. What was it like working TNA Explosion, and what was it like working those guys?
TNA is amazing. I really enjoyed my time with TNA. It's another one of those things where I was a little kid flipping through the channels when I first discovered anything other than WWE. It was TNA, and just watching guys like AJ Styles, and then when Jeff Hardy made the leap over there, and he's my favorite of all time. It's insane to me because I'm in the locker room with my favorite wrestler of all time. I'm getting ready to wrestle for one of the biggest promotions in the world, and everything there is awesome. Being able to wrestle Hammerstone, a guy that I've been around on the indie shows and all that stuff, cool because we never got to do anything anywhere else. And then Kushida was just another learning experience, a guy that's got so much knowledge and has been around the block and has done everything and wrestled for every single company you can imagine. So very, very much so grateful that I've had my time with TNA. It won't be the last time that I'm there, and you guys got to kind of keep your eye out for that. So
Okay,
yep.
definitely excited. Great matches, and I'm looking forward to what's next and seeing if we can get you back on TNA because it looks like somewhere where you belong. You look like you belong in that environment.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's somewhere that I definitely want to be. Somewhere that I'll learn, and that's all I want to do. I want to be able to do this for the rest of my life. I love professional wrestling. I've been obsessed with it. It's been the most constant thing and consistent thing in my life. It's got me away from a lot of things that have been darker in my life, and I just want to be able to. I want to be able to make this business better. I want to be able to leave it better than the way that I found it, and contributing and being a great worker, a great person, a locker room guy, and TNA is definitely the place that I want to be able to do that. All the indie stuff is great. I love working for all these places, but I'm pretty sure in 2025, it's my time now. It's my time to show the world what I do and what I can do and what I will do. So, yeah.
Okay. My last question, and it's just how I end every show. If you had to pick 4 guys to be on your Mount Rushmore, who would those be?
Okay. All right. This is a very I mean, mine that this question is very tough because you got the guys where it's how could you not choose Hulk Hogan and stuff like I don't that was before me. I don't there's with me growing up, if I had to choose for just myself and what they've done for me, I'm gonna have to say Jeff Hardy because he's my favorite wrestler of all time. Okay. I'll say Triple H. I'll have to say, this is a tough one because I don't want to name some of the newer dudes just because I'm just strictly basing it off of when I was a little kid growing up. Jeff Hardy, Triple H, The Rock, and probably Rey Mysterio, to be completely honest.
Okay. I like that. And I appreciate you putting your personal into it. Some people just run off the top 4 guys.
Have to do the top 4. I guess you could. I mean, you have to say Hulk Hogan, Stone Cold, John Cena, and then Roman Reigns.
That's usually the 4 I get whenever.
I'm gonna replace Ray with Roman because Roman is the GOAT. He's my tribal chief. Let's get it.
Okay. I appreciate it, man. This was fun. We'll have to do it again. There's a whole lot more we could cover. I just want to say thank you for coming on the podcast, giving me your time. It was an experience.
Yeah, man. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. And definitely you coming out to the shows and supporting all of us. And I just thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course, I will see you January 17th. And as far as the podcast goes, maybe we can see you on here on down the line.
Yeah, we'll do it again sometime for sure.
Sounds good. I'll talk to you later, man.
Sounds.
Welcome, guys, back to ILW Pod. I'm your host, Justin Wright, as always. We are here welcomed with the CSW Women's Champion, Chicago Sweetheart, Misa Kate.
Hello. How's it going?
How we doing?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Excited.
We went from Chicago to East Coast, real quick.
Real quick. I'm actually from West Virginia, so maybe that's how we got there.
Yeah. Okay, so it comes a little natural to you. I gotcha.
It happens. Sometimes I talk real Chicago. Sometimes I talk real Southern. It just pops out whenever it wants.
Nice. There you go.
Before we get into questions, is there anything you want to plug? Social medias, upcoming events, things like that?
I know we're going to talk about some events. So real quick, social media, Missakate23, which is spelled Missakate, the number 23. Because I'm great like Jordan. I was born on the 23rd. I was born on Thanksgiving. Be thankful. But yeah, I mean, that for Instagram and Twitter. I think I'm a hootenanny on TikTok, which is Missakate. So feel free to follow that. That's all I can think of right now. I'll click links and you'll find merch and all that fun stuff.
Sounds good. Makes it short and sweet. I like it.
Okay.
This is the I Love Wrestling podcast. So the only natural start is to start with when you fell in love with wrestling or when you found wrestling. So when was that?
So I always say I had 2 first matches that I saw. And I guess those would be those moments. So the first is when I saw John Cena. Uh, it's a good time to like fall in love, right?
Of course.
John Cena, it was actually his debut against
Okay.
Kurt Angle in Chicago. To me, I'm a very, everything's connected, universe, all that fun stuff, right? And for it to be, that was his debut, and it was in Chicago. It's at the Allstate Arena, a place that I've been to multiple times, a place that my family's worked at. And I've been behind the curtain and like seen, some stuff. That sounds weird out of context, but yeah, so it was really cool. So when I saw him, and that was the first time I was introduced to wrestling, I was kind of like, "Who's this guy?" Again, I was
What
like,
was
"Well,
it about him?
it, it's John Cena, man. Like again,
Okay.
like when you see him, he has some kind of like the charisma. It was something
I
with
agree.
the whole, yeah, it was just something natural. Like, yeah, he was wearing like the dorky little trunks, whatever. But it was just like, I don't know, something about him. I was just like, oh, he's cool. I like him. And then I got terrified to never watch wrestling again because my grandfather said I'm gonna get a hole in my stomach and die. And I was like 7 years old, so I was like, I don't want to die. He was trying to say like I was gonna get an ulcer and stuff like that. Because again, when
Yeah.
he started watching, it was Gorgeous George, and they would bet and all that stuff. So he took it very serious. So anyway, I didn't want to die, so I didn't watch it again until when I saw, what was it? I don't know what year it is. It might have been 04 or 05. But yeah, it was a match. It was the Edge Hardy versus, I'm sorry, Edge Hardy. Matt Hardy versus Edge. Lita was ringside with Edge,
Okay.
and it was the ladder match. The winner stayed on Raw, loser
Okay.
got fired or whatever, right?
I remember that.
Yeah, and again, at the time, I didn't know anything about the storyline. I didn't know anything about the real life beef that was going on. I just saw Lita, and I was just like, oh, she's not afraid to get in there with the dudes. Like, she's getting in the ring, she's messing with the ladder. She's, you know what I mean? It was really cool. It reminded me of myself. Like, growing up, I had two older guy cousins. So I was the annoying little girl cousin that followed them and their friends around. Like, any sports that they would play, I would join in on, or they tease me, I tease them back harder and all that stuff. Because you're the little pipsqueak, you gotta hold your own.
I was that
So
kid too.
yeah, so that mixed with even like I played sports my whole life.
Okay.
So I would hang out with my guy friends, and when we would play after school, we'd play like softball or baseball or whatever. We'd always get like pop-ups in the cage, right? Everybody else was scared to grab the ball. While I was the little freaking, however old I was crawling up the freaking cage on top of it, popping all the balls through the holes and stuff and crawling back down. So kind of related. So between John Cena's charisma, and I feel like he's a giant dork, I'm a giant dork. So in retrospect, I was like, oh, maybe that's where that connection was. Mixed with Lita being the tomboy. It was a perfect recipe for me. So
Of course. So was there ever any like idea for you to go into any other sports other than wrestling?
so I played soccer for 20 years and some change.
Okay.
That was my number one sport. I played other sports also, but soccer was my main one. And I didn't know how to get to WWE other than, okay, they have to notice you. So I was like, okay,
Mhm.
I'll start small. I'll go to the Olympics for soccer. So,
Small.
you know,
Just a little
um,
bit. A little
just a
something.
little. Um, but yeah, so that was what I was planning on doing. I was like, okay, so soccer's my thing. I always got compliments and stuff like that. Um, there was to brag about myself a little. There was a point in time I played on a co-ed team, and I played on co-ed teams, I'm sorry, because I was at a park district, but it was co-ed up until eighth grade. And I played from kindergarten to eighth grade, and the coaches were picking me over the guys. Like I was always in the top 2 to 3 to get picked.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm kind of cool. And that mixed with I was a starter both years at my high school, or both years, all 4 years at my high school on varsity. Um, but yeah, and it just wasn't for me. It wasn't in the cards for me. So what happened, if it wasn't that, surprisingly enough, the high school that I went to, there was an indie show, and it was CSW. And I was like, what is this? I was like, I could like reach out and I'm like, is that my school? And if you
That's crazy.
go right, and if you went to the high school, you got in for free because
Oh,
it was your high school. And I was like, oh, I want to go. So I checked it out and they offered training and all that stuff and yada yada yada. Here we are, CSW Women's Champion. But but yeah, if it wasn't that, then I definitely would have tried soccer. I wish amateur wrestling was something that I thought of. I don't know why it wasn't. I think just at my high school there were no females on the team, so it was never crossed my mind. But that's something where I would play wrestle and beat the hell out of my older cousins all the time. So I would have been pretty good at it, I think.
that's something like as a fan, I did in high school was amateur wrestle. And like
Mhm.
going in, obviously I knew like it's completely different, but like in my head, it's like they still lock up, they still grapple, it's still the same thing. So like I hear a lot of people actually do the amateur wrestling thing. So it's cool though for you that you took soccer as or that route because it's completely different, which seems to be your theme is going the other way, the different way than other people throughout your career.
A little bit, just a little.
Uh,
Everyone's like,
um,
I'm going this way. Cool. Let me know how that goes. I'll be over here.
hey, it works. It sets you apart from the crowd.
Thank you.
You mentioned CSW, and at that time, whenever you was going to the high school and stuff, was Boz still or Steve Boz still the head trainer?
Yes, he was the head trainer at the time. He's still the head trainer. Um, I trained with him for I want to say a year and some change. I trained a total of probably I think 6 to 7 months before my first match, which to me
Okay.
was too soon. Was terrified. Um, but again, like I was the main girl there, and they wanted more women to be on the show, and I was able to pick things up quick. So they're like, okay, go figure it out. I was like, oh, thanks. No parachute? Love it.
What was your like initial reaction meeting Boz? Because he's an interesting guy.
He is the VOZ. Everyone does a clap. Yeah, I don't know. He again, like, yes, he has his character, the BOZ, right? But he also has himself, and it's Steve as a person is cool. I don't have an issue with Steve or Boz, right? But Steve as a person is cool, but yeah, he's definitely the BOZ brother. You can't get
He
away from
is.
the BOZ. Yeah,
No.
he's always BOZ. Like there's
There's
how's
a
it
very
going? All that stuff. Yeah.
thin line between the guy and the character too, because I've had conversations with him, very brief, but there's in line, and he's somebody
You've
that
seen it. Yeah. It's like
he's somebody that I'd like to talk to just because you can tell there's a lot there, and everybody always says you got to get it straight from the source.
100%. Yeah.
What was your training like for that 6 to 8 months? Like, was it all just basics, or did you get to dive into a little bit more? I heard now, like, for instance, like Axel Rico's there, so like sometimes he'll show you some lucha libre and things like that. Is that something that you was afforded, or what did it look like?
So Axel actually got there after me.
Okay,
I was there first. As far as like the show, I'm trying to think of who's on it now. I think I'm the oldest CSW student, we'll say, that I can remember. Yeah, because I remember Axel getting there and I helped train him a little bit.
that's great.
Yeah, because originally it was so how it is they train Tuesday, Thursdays. Tuesdays at the time would have different it would kind of be more the students. Like Boz would just like, hey, I want you guys to work on this. So the students would the elder students would teach the newbies and stuff like that. Or, you're leaving the kids unattended, we're gonna act out a little bit. So we're gonna, maybe try some things that probably weren't ready for. Um, but yeah, so he would just kind of be like, oh, I want you guys to work on these. Once we did that, then it was kind of like a free for all. Thursdays were his days, were more old school, very like by the book, basics, how you said fundamentals, all that stuff, very basic. And yeah, again, being me, on Tuesdays, how I said we'd have more free reign of stuff. There were a couple people that would come in and they would teach me stuff like head scissors for Karanas. I guess like a little bit more of the fancier stuff. And yeah, so I definitely say all the time I get a lot of old school from him. And when it comes to that, like the basics, and I'm happy I had that as my introduction because I feel like that helps me when it comes to storytelling and having matches. After I trained with him, the Lucha Libre, where I got that from, is Bryce Benjamin. He's now retired. But Bryce Benjamin used to train at Freelance. Before that, he trained at Gali under Discovery. He trained with like Mustafa Ali and Kalisto and Gringo Loco, like all of those, that whole group, like they all came up together. So a pretty good group to learn lucha from, right?
Definitely. Who
So
better, really, especially in this area? That like those are the three guys you'd want to learn that style from.
exactly. So yeah, I would say more of the lucha stuff from there than I did CSW.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, your first match was against Shotzi, correct?
You are correct.
What was it like wrestling Shotzi? And did you guys know at the time that she'd be where she is now?
I did, because I was like, oh, she's just as a person, like she's a very genuine person, and she is such a character. It's funny, and I told her this, I don't know if she remembers. So when I was younger and I realized, oh, I want to be a wrestler, I would write out different characters. And green is my favorite color, neon green.
Okay.
So I actually came up with this character. I don't know if you're familiar with Mischief. She was more like in like Shimmer, in the
Yeah,
day.
I've
She had
heard of
black
her.
and green. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's where Shotzi got some inspiration from, but that's where I got my inspiration for the character that I made. But the character was Miss Green, green hair, like the checkers, black. So pretty much what Shotzi is to an extent. So I told her, I was just like, yeah, it's really, again, poetic. Like I'm wrestling somebody who I actually wrote up as a character for myself. But her as a person, like she does it better than I could ever do. So it's good that I didn't follow through with it. But she's a great person. It was fun wrestling with her. She actually found out it was my debut match, and she offered to roll around in the ring ahead of time in the morning prior to the match, just to make me more comfortable. And again, she didn't have to do that. There's no reason for her to do that. And then on top of that, I remember she had a double shot, which in wrestling, a double shot is when you have more than one booking in a day.
Mm-hmm.
So after she wrestled me, she went straight to another show. So not only did she have a double shot that day, she came in the morning to train with me extra to make sure I was comfortable, wrestled me after the match. Before she even left, she literally had her suitcase. She was asking me, like, are you okay? Are you happy with everything? Like, and I'm just like, girl, you got another show. I was like, thank you. Yes, I'm ecstatic. But like, I understand you have to go. I couldn't have asked for a better debut in a wrestling. And I try to, ever since that, I always try to take that with me for the newer girls that I wrestle. I try to be as positive as Shotzi was for me because I know for a fact that not everyone has had that same experience for their debuts. I've heard of a lot of horror stories. So it was, yeah, I can't thank her enough.
Two other female talent that were there around the same time as you that I'm sure you've worked with are Sky Blue and Heather Reckless. Are those girls that you got to train with, and what was your experience like, working with them in that time frame?
So Sky technically started wrestling before I did, but she was at a different training place.
Okay.
But she started training at CSW, I think a couple months after I stopped training there or something like that. So we just missed each other. And Heather Reckless trained at Black and Brave, but Heather and I kind of, yeah, all three of us kind of were the women's division, and Sierra too. Like Sierra,
Yeah.
it was myself and Sierra, and another female, Vanessa Azure. She's no longer wrestling, but we're the main three females that would be the female locker room of CSW for the longest time. And then Sky came around and Heather came around. So then we were actually trying to build like a women's division. So we never necessarily trained together. Like I've gone to Black and Brave. I've trained with Heather a little bit, like once, I believe. I want to say once. I don't think more than once. And Sky and I have trained together a couple times, but yeah, it was never like, oh, we're at CSW training together. But coming up with them, it's cool and it's hard because between all three of us, I feel like we have different style. Like Sky and Heather, I think get each other better than they get me, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, their styles are more similar than mine and theirs, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
So it was fun, all of us like trying new things, and kind of using each other for test dummies for certain things and just trying to figure out this game called wrestling. So yeah, I would say most of our training, if you want to call it training, were the matches that we're having in front of
Yeah.
people. Which I count it. It's like people don't think about that, but getting reps and matches is also training. Like you could only go over moves so much. Like you have
Yeah.
to learn how to work a crowd in front of a crowd.
100%. That's something like I guess I can relate to in a smaller aspect from podcasting. Like I just started doing this not too long ago, but the reps make it better. Like learning
Yep.
how to frame questions is, I'm sure it's different, but similar to framing a match because you got to make it flow.
Yep.
So I understand.
Story.
Coming up at the next CSW show, which we'll dive into later, Heather actually makes her return. Is that something you're excited for, to be able to see somebody that, you know, you was wrestling with in 2018, 2019, and now she's back in 2025?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mess with her all the time. Like when she left, I'm like, you're gonna miss me. You just don't know it. I don't care. You can lie about it. No, she is, again, she's so good. Like I don't know what happened, and I remember telling her like, I don't know, like 2 years ago, like something snapped in her, like in a good way. Like she just like did a full 180, and I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, dude, you're so good. Like, do you realize how good you are?
She's crazy in the ring.
I love it. Yeah. And I wish I was like, how do you have so much energy? I was like, where can I get that? Like, she's like, oh, it's all the energy drinks. But she's only like yay big, so she drinks one. It's like all of her. But no, just kidding. But no, I'm excited to see what she's gonna do because she had a match with Gringo Loco. I think that was her last match, if I'm not mistaken, at CSW. I could be, don't quote me on it. But yeah, and it was fun watching that because of that dynamic. But she's someone who can do a lot, and I feel like there's more that she can offer that a lot of people don't know, and I'm very excited to see what that is and for everybody else to see it.
Definitely. Something recently I've started doing on the podcast, I call it a promotion rundown. You've worked with a litany of great promotions. Just because time-wise, it's hard to get through them all. I'll name them all, and if you just want to like tell us a little bit about your experience there, and you know, give us any little extra information that you want, I'll let you decide what tidbits you give us. But I'll start in Chicago.
Okay.
I will go AEW. AAW. Sorry.
Okay, that's what I was like. Wait, which one?
You're good.
Pass. No, I'm just kidding. No, because we're all beefing, right? Because it's like,
Fair enough.
CSW,
Yep.
right? No, but AAW, definitely. Again, they've been around for a long time. If you look at, you said short answer. I'm kind of trying to make it short. But if you look at all the promotions in wrestling or in Chicago, like I feel like everywhere brings something different. And AAW to me, for the longest time was something that a lot of the indie darlings went through, right? So they have it hung up on their wall. So you have like Seth Rollins, you have Ruby
Tommaso
Soho,
Ciampa,
Tommaso Ciampa,
Penta.
Yep. all those people. So it's just like, yeah, the indie holy grail has gone through there. But yeah, so definitely working there. Um, well, anytime you work a match at Berwyn is fun. Like no matter who's there, it's always a great venue. So
It's a
yeah,
great building too. I like I don't know what it is. It kind of reminds me of like the Allstate where it's all wood, so everything just bounces off of
you
you.
feel it. Yeah.
Yes. Um, Next, I'll go with another Chicago one in Freelance, another big
Mhm.
one up in the Chicago land area.
Yeah. I was there for a little bit because again, when I trained under Bryce, that's where he was the trainer at. And
Hmm.
so yeah, it definitely again is another one that was like I feel like AAW had more of the established indie wrestlers where Freelance was taking some of the new indie darlings and trying to show them off. Um, and now I know that they're really focusing on trying to showcase their students and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, it was definitely at the time at Logan Square when I wrestled there. We did the first ever She-Lance Scrabbles and the first and the second She-Lance Scramble. Um, which those that don't know what a She-Lance Scramble is, Freelance, what they do is they always start the show off with a scramble, which is six, I think it's like six people, five or six people. And if you don't know what a scramble is, Google it because I'm not going to explain it. So, um, this was the first, and they would have like women here and there, but this was the first time they called it She-Lance Scramble because it was the first time that all of the contenders were all female or all women. So that's what made it special. And the first one was myself, Blair Onyx, Elena Black, now known as Cora Jade, Lainey Luck, and Kira. I can't think of her last name. And there's one more, I believe. Oh my goodness, Jody Threat, and I can't and Kira, but Paranoia was her name at the time, I believe. But yeah, that was the first She-Lance, and then the second one pretty much had all of those except for Jody and Kara. Instead of Jody and Kara, it was Brooke Valentine and Kylie Ray. So, yeah.
Great group of girls.
Right? So needless to say, so that was really cool, and that's something that Freelance is like known for doing. They try to like do different things. So
Another one that showcases women's wrestling really well is Uprising.
yes, Uprising. Recently I've been on their Dreamwave the end of last year. We finally worked figured something out as far as like dates and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
I know in the Jay is the promoter there. I know in the past there was like something where I don't know how we couldn't get the date or like something. There's miscommunication. But now I'm there, and to me it's really cool because he's taking all these women. Like example, there was a all women's Royal Rumble that I entered at number 2, and I was one of the last 3 to get eliminated. So I was in there for. I need somebody to timestamp how long I was in there for because it had to be at least an hour. Somebody said it was at least an hour, which I was like, I'm glad I have like somewhat cardio. I'm like, I'm glad I didn't have some moments today. But yeah, it was definitely fun. Like Jordan Grace was in there, and he does a good job of like mixing that up. And that's something again Dreamwave does is they focus on story or they try to make sure that there's a story so the fans can follow it. So it's really cool to be a part of it. I know I'm going to be having a match against Kylie Ray coming up soon, February 9th, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely come check that out.
That was actually what I was going to ask about next. Are you excited to be able
I'm
to get back
psychic.
in the ring with Kylie?
Yeah, so I feel like we have this weird streak, excuse me, as I'm sitting awkwardly on this chair. I feel like we have this weird streak where it's like we wrestle each other in a singles once a year or something like that. Because the last time I wrestled her, I think was in like January or February of last year for Warrior. And then before that was, I think it was like 2 years. But anyway, yeah, I'm excited because again, it's like where she is now. She just got ID'd, which is awesome, great for her. And then where I am, I'm still trying to grow. Even compared to last year, where I was. I feel like I'm growing. So I'm very interested to see what story that we could tell, and I think it'll be a fun time.
Definitely, definitely. I got three more, and they're not getting
I'm
out of the
here.
Chicago area a little bit.
Okay.
Some of them might have took place in Chicago, but they're not known for just Chicago. I'll start with Ohio Valley Wrestling.
I wrestled there once with Sky Blue. I don't remember what year it was, but it was like
I
during
think it was like
quarantine.
2020. I think
Yeah, it was
2020 or
like
2021.
it was something coming out of quarantine. Because I remember they weren't at their regular venue for some reason. I think it was something COVID related, but yeah, they asked Sky and they said, "Hey, who would you want to wrestle?" And she brought me along.
It's great.
And yeah, we had a quick little match there. And yeah, it was definitely cool. It wasn't at the usual place where they wrestle, they have the shows, but that was pre what OVW is now. It was pre Netflix, all that stuff when they were starting to try to rebuild. I think that was right around the time when they started to get new owners or they were looking for new or something like that. So it was definitely
Was Al Snow there yet?
yeah, he was still there. Al
Okay.
Snow was there. I think he was there for I don't know how long, but he was there for a little bit, and that was the first time I met Haley J. But yeah, so yeah, it was a cool experience. It just isn't what it is now, so I don't have that much great
Fair
stuff
enough.
to talk about it.
Hey, it happened. You mentioned Warrior Wrestling. Was the Kyrie? I always mess up her name. The Kylie Ray match, was that the only match you got to wrestle for Warrior, or did you get to do any more stuff with them?
So I wrestled Rachel Ellering? No.
Ellering?
Is it no? Who's she's from Indiana. Has like very colorful clothes. Why can't I think of her name right now? I hit my head for a living, guys. Don't blame me.
You're
So
okay.
I oh, it's gonna pop in my head as soon as we get off. Watch. I'll be like, edit this in. I'm just gonna say the name and you can just edit it over.
I got you.
But yeah, Rachel, again, it was really we had a singles there, and that was when we had a match in Indiana. It was at the where it's not a typical venue. It's where it's like the ramp is where you come up and then it's just like it's like a little like weird stadium where
I know what
this
you're talking about.
yeah, I can't remember again, can't
It
remember the
looks
venue
really
name.
unique, but I can't remember the name either. But they do a lot of shows. Did a lot of shows there.
Yeah, that was my first match that I had with them. And then yeah, Kylie was my last. And I want to say I had another one, but I don't remember. I could be completely wrong. Because again, there were a lot of dates where I remember talking, I was just like, okay, did that go through? Did not? But no, yeah, Warrior is a fun place to work also. As far as they also try to bring in talent. I know they changed up now. They're not Warrior anymore. They're a Pro Wrestling Ventures. So they go to different venues, and I think that's their thing now is they try to have shows at different venues and whatnot.
Yeah.
It was cool. Again, can't really
Yeah.
complain. I'm pretty
For
easygoing, like for the most part. Unless you get in the ring with me, then I get annoyed easily. But like,
Warrior was always one that excited me just because I don't want to call it a super indie, but like the guys that would come through there, you had Brian Cage and Casey Navarro and Mike Bailey, Will Ospreay, like all these great talent came through there. So it's always one that's interested me because I know they changed the name, so you don't ever hear about it anymore. It's like it just disappeared. So I'm always excited to hear. That's one like personal is like just fun to figure out little stuff about.
yeah, no, I know that was a place that was a lot of people that they would want to come and they want to wrestle for Warrior.
Definitely. Recently you've got to do work with Ring of Honor and AEW. I'll get to AEW next, but what was the spot like with Ring of Honor? I know it was a tag match with Billy Starks and a couple other females. I remember Billy though. What was that like?
It was Billy and Athena against myself and Blair Onyx.
Okay.
And it's one of those, like, I get it. We're there for the story, to help with their
Mhm.
story and stuff. But I'm always like, why can't we help them with that story? You know what I mean? Like, I understand TV and the time and this, that, whatever. If I'm not mistaken, I think we were supposed to get more time and then something happened where they had to cut down our time. Um, but yeah, it's just one of those things where I'm just like, AEW is cool, right? It's supposed to give us an opportunity. I was like, then give us that opportunity. Like, let us show what we got. Like, let us help your talent.
Definitely.
But again, that's just my viewpoint on it. Because otherwise I feel like, well, we're just kind of there, you know? Cool,
Yeah.
thanks for catering. Like, I'm not mad.
And
Yeah, I take home good food, so.
I've noticed a lot of times, not disparaging anybody, but like with these Ring of Honor spots or AEW spots, the 3-4 minute matches aren't nearly enough time to tell a story and showcase women wrestling or wrestling in general. Like, you'd think sometimes maybe you could cut down on a 20-minute Jericho spot so you guys could maybe have 5 extra minutes.
You would think so, right?
You
Yeah.
would think, man.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, because especially I know like Tony Storm, she just had that long storyline that she did. And I was like, oh, this is cool. They're giving time to the women. And I was like, oh, kind of not really. But
It's hit or
yeah,
miss.
so yeah, right. But no, I mean, again, I can't really complain because I have had cool matches. Like, so prior to me being signed to NWA, which I'm now a free agent, but before I was signed to NWA, they did give me some time matches. Um, like I remember one week in particular where I had like two 6 to 7 minute matches or something like that, which was a lot for like a dark, you
Yeah.
know. And so I'm like, all right. I'm like, so is this kind of like evening me out? Because I was like, yeah, before like I had some time. Now it's like we cut your time. So I don't know.
Who knows? Because like sometimes it seems like, especially with them, that they're showcasing women's talent, and then other times it's like we're gonna put it on the back burner, which the start and stop, I think it just makes it difficult for anybody to grow.
Mhm.
You mentioned like working sorry, I
Kylie,
messed myself up. Kylie. I don't know if that was where I was gonna go. No, AEW Rampage. So sorry.
you good? No, you're
Um,
good.
you got to do two spots recently, more recently. Since some of your early work, you fought Queen Mamanata, who is somebody I
Mhm.
thought was, they was gonna boost her, send her to the moon. And then Mina Shirakawa, which that one's really interesting. Tell us a little bit about, Amanata, and then what's Mina like?
Mina's really cool.
Okay.
So really cool in the sense of like how do I say this? Her and I talked after the match too, and again, I was like picking her brain on some stuff, and it was just like she's a really cool person to pick her brain of. How she
Okay.
sees stuff again, and talking to her about Japan style versus
Here's
American style, stuff like that. Um, and just discussing that with her, she was like, "Oh yeah, I could tell you'd be like going to Japan. Like that's more, I feel like your style based on the conversation that we had." Because I was even like, "Yeah, like I get the American styles entertainment and stuff like that, but how do you still find a happy medium?" Because again, I grew up in the Attitude Era, and I'm sorry, not Attitude Era. I grew up in Ruthless Aggression, and then I
Yep.
went back and watched Attitude Era. But Ruthless Aggression to me was the perfect recipe for
Just a mix of
storytelling and wrestling. So I felt like that was, again, I was blessed, that's what I grew up and watched, so I kind of got spoiled in watching that, where now and today I feel like Attitude Era was all story, and the guys will even say this, no offense, like whatever, but like they didn't have the best matches, but everyone was just so into the matches, because if you really watch the matches back, they're really kind of very similar.
yeah.
um but they were so behind the characters. That's what made them different. That's what made the matches different.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go to the Ruthless Aggression era where it's like, okay, now we have characters and wrestling. But I feel like we were like, it was like here, and then we went up to having both, and now we're like, oh, let's focus on moves. And it's just like, no, it should have just stayed here.
It would be great if we could
Yeah.
have just kept both. Because
But I feel like with the move to like WWE to Netflix, because again, anybody could say anything that they want. Everyone follows what WWE does. Now, with it being on Netflix, they have to have some kind of story, right? Because that's the whole point of Netflix. So I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it. I'm like, oh, now's my chance. I was like, hopefully, because it's hard. Like for me, I got into wrestling for the story. I'm blessed that I am athletic and I could pull off to make it look like I know how to wrestle. And I have enough anger in me to make you believe it. But they, yeah, like I love wrestling for the storytelling. When you think about stuff, perfect example, Eddie Guerrero. Everyone knows who Eddie Guerrero is. Shawn Michaels. Everyone knows who Shawn Michaels is. Can you tell me how many times I mean, you might, because again, it's part of your job, but can you tell me how many times they've won the world title? Probably not. Can you tell me how many titles they won, or how many times they won it, when they won it? Again, possibly it's your job.
Maybe, give or take, yeah.
Right, but I'm like, what are you gonna remember? Are you gonna remember the moments? I'm not gonna remember if you trivia quiz me. Oh, in 2006, no, I don't give a crap about that. But if you say, hey, who had a custody battle over a child? I'm gonna say Eddie Guerrero and Rey Mysterio. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like that's the stuff that sticks with you. And like when I first started wrestling, and this is one of the reasons why I trained under Bryce, was when I first started wrestling, there was a promotion called Kaiju Attack Wrestling. It's not the Kaiju Attack that a lot of people know. It was a little indie show over here. And he was the heel. Myself and my tag partner were the good guys, the new guys on the block. Where he was the evil guy and he had evil followers called the Following. And Elena Black, Cora Jade was one of them, and another two that they no longer wrestle. But yeah, we just had this storyline, this like really like we made it like really intense, and we just used our phones and like edited stuff on our phones. But we just had it there in that one place. And I remember going to a freelance show. And again, this is when I started training there, whatever. I wasn't a part of the show, but again, you're new, so you help with setup, takedown, all that stuff. I was just hanging out, enjoying. And I would have fans come up with me asking to take pictures because they knew about the storyline. And this is like a year apart. So I'm like, they remembered that. And stuff like that, that's always what stuck with me. Because again, I can't, going back and watching the match, I can't tell you what I did in the matches, but I can tell you the goofy stuff. Like I was like in a cage, like I got kidnapped, like like stupid stuff like that. Elena Black like licked me, like I got she cut open my mouth and I had blood. So like stuff like that is remembered. But I don't remember your question. I went off on a tangent.
You're good, because it was good. You were talking about Mina Shirakawa and how.
Yes, thank you.
You're good.
Pretty off topic, but yeah, we're gonna go back. Yeah, needless to say, yes, she's very, and I wish that we could have had a longer match where, just because I more so want to have a longer match so that I can learn from her, and to be able to tell a story longer. She made sure that the match that we did have did make sense with the story. I try to have a little character in there. She tried to give me like a little bit.
It's tough to get character in 5-minute match though, like because the crowds can be tough, especially when a crowd is expecting a 5-minute match, so they're not invested.
And as a wrestler, and again, I don't know if everybody's like this or if it's just a me thing or just certain people, but when you feel like, again, when they do a bunch of tapings also, and I think that day in particular, I think they recorded both Rampage and Dynamite, or Collision and or whatever. They recorded 2 shows and some Ring of Honors, I think. that's a long day for a fan
Yeah.
to watch a lot of matches. So when you get out there and you kind of feel the crowd being exhausted, in a weird way, you turn into a little Energizer bunny because you're trying to wake them up.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like any moments that you might have to be a character, you fill that in with energy instead, which could help or hurt you, right?
Yeah.
Look at me pulling back the curtain. But yeah, so yeah, so when it comes to that, but yeah, I would definitely like to have another singles match with her and pick her brain about stuff because I think between her and I and knowing more about her now, because I'll be the first one to admit I'm very ignorant when it comes to who's hot in the indies or who's hot in wrestling and stuff like that. And I don't do it intentionally, but I also kind of do it intentionally because
It's probably smart.
I want to try to be in my own head. Or if I'm watching too many different things, without you knowing it, you kind of gear towards that. And I've noticed myself do that. So I'm like, okay, like do enough to keep track of what's going on, but don't get indulged in it, because I still, again, that's, I think, how you mentioned before. I was like, that's how I keep my identity. That's how I've always been able to be different.
I like that because like as a podcaster, I try to do something similar. Like I want to stay up to date with what's going on, but I don't want to be overly up to date because
Yes.
whenever I do a podcast, it's hard to pull information out of somebody if I already know it.
Yeah.
Like it makes this job not fun if I already know all the information going in. So
Yeah,
like
and it's not as organic. That's what I love. I love
exactly
organic like
a
moments
hundred
and yep.
yep, exactly
Mhm.
because I mean everybody wants to know the highlight things that everybody does. Like it's nice to talk about what somebody did on Raw, but we know what they did on Raw. I want to know what they did before they got to Raw, like what they did on the Indies or what they did to get to Raw or things
Yep.
like that. Um, so it's just nice that was relatable, I guess.
Thank you.
um, I don't want to go overly like into your NWA stuff. I've heard a lot of people go over your NWA career with you.
Okay.
There was a couple little things I just wanted to
Oh,
touch
for
up
sure.
on. Somebody that you were connected with a lot at the time, her name was Maddie, now known as Ren St. Clair.
Yeah.
Great talent. What was it like, working with her and being able to win those NWA Women's Tag Team Championships?
We didn't know. We didn't even really know we were gonna be a tag at the time. And then they're just like, we're
Okay.
gonna put the tag titles on you. We're like, okay.
That's kind of badass, though.
And then we held them for like 200 days. So it was like cool. It was like once when we started getting the hang of it, we're like, hey, then they took them off. We're like, oh, okay, cool. Got it. Thanks. Yeah, it was fun. Because at the time, I think both of our she's the one that pointed it out. I never even realized that both of our NWA debuts were in the same weekend, I believe on the same day. And so it's just funny how parallel that was, our time in NWA. The difference between our, I guess, situations or characters or whatever was, she kind of had more free reign. She wasn't given a lot of direction. They were just kind of like, yeah, you're doing great. With me, they're like, no, we want you to be very straight wrestler and this, you know what I mean? I'm just kind of like, okay, but like, I want to have fun. Like, can I do like some, I try to pitch ideas, stuff like that. Wasn't in the cards. It wasn't this, whatever. Cool. So a lot of times you see Maddie and and she's just being like her character, and I'm just like, sup, like, not really doing much. So I wish we had more moments, and I think once we started doing that, we started having more moments I was like, you know what, I'm kind of over this. I'm gonna start showing character because I'm getting bored. And I'm like, if I'm
Yeah.
getting bored, I'm not being happy. And then, they took the titles off of us, which whatever, and then she was no longer there, and I was like, okay, cool. But no,
Did you
like, and
have
that was like,
did you have any heads up that she was leaving, or did she just out of nowhere disappear?
no, if you ever talk to her, I'll let her tell you, if she
Okay.
wants. because yeah, I just remember finding out like, oh, Maddie's not going to be here. What I was like, okay, um, yeah. So not my story to tell, but
Fair enough.
yeah, not my business, not my problem. Just kidding. But yeah, it was definitely it sucked because at that point, her and I were rooming together, and we got comfortable to where it was like we're pretty similar, where we're cool hanging out with some of the boys, like like as they like in the hotel, kind of. Um, but also we would invite like some of the girls to our room because we didn't necessarily want to be with the guys. We want to have like girl time or whatever, like decompress away from everybody. And we were similar mindsets when it came to that stuff. And so yeah, it was funny. We literally turned into a tag team. So yeah, that kind of sucked. But yeah, behind the scenes, as far as like working with her and stuff, picking her brain and hearing what she thinks about the business and how she looks at it and character and stuff that she's done, and she's giving me tips on stuff. That was very helpful because again, it was at a time that I again wasn't a character. I was just a wrestler. So I was just kind of like, what do I do? So I kind of took what she said and now I'm trying to implement certain things. Don't tell her I said that though, because then she's gonna be like, oh, she complimented me, and yeah. But she's gonna be like, yeah, you're welcome. No, but I am. I'm very happy for her, and I'm really excited to see what she's gonna do. It's funny, I'll get tagged in random stuff that she posts and be like, oh, what are we gonna see M95 together again? I was like, well, she doesn't have an M in her name anymore, so I don't know about M95. But yeah, there was stuff I was like, oh, they would have just let us like have a little bit more fun. And even like I'm upset at myself where I'm like I should have pushed for more and I didn't. When it came to certain things.
Did it seem like they had like a strict idea for what they wanted from you and kind of gave her more free reign?
So it was kind of like because okay, when the difference was too also I was contracted, she was not.
Okay.
So that alone, when I'm contracted to a company, I'm like, okay, business, right? Okay, what can I contribute to here? You're paying me, you gave me a contract, what can I contribute? What can I contribute? So I would go to Billy and I talk to him like, hey, what can we do? This, that, whatever. So I don't know if it was like my fault where I'm like, hey, what can I do? You know what I
Were you
mean?
as
I don't know, put my
proactive
foot in my
about it?
mouth. Right. I'm trying to think. I'm like, oh yeah, let's, I'm ready here. I'm here ready to do stuff. Maybe it was like too pushy or like I was in a sights and now he's like, oh no, you gotta do this. But yeah, it was, I guess that's more so what it was.
Okay.
And Maddie was more so like, cool, I'm happy, I'm here, we got the tag belts, this is cool, like
Makes sense. Maybe she
yeah.
was more go with the flow and you was
Yes.
you was pitching, trying to get stuff, get more maybe.
Yeah, because I was like, her and I could do something. I kept seeing like I'm like, you have her. I remember they did this tournament thing one year, and we had a tag match against each other. I remember us just like in the back, we were trying to put together the match, whatever. We're just being dorks. I was like, let's put that in the match. We did it, and I was just like, damn. I was like, as a tag, I was like, we could have so much fun with this. And yeah, I'm sad because I feel like we could have made them some money, like personally. We because I remember when they came out with the M95 shirt, talking to the people at the time there that were in control of merch and keeping track of the numbers. Again, business. I'm trying to keep track of where, how are we flowing? How's the money? Are we selling good or are we not? We were the second at the time, we were the second highest pre-sale and the first highest pre-sale. They were the highest pre-sale because it was 4 men. It was and it was Thrill Billy, Kenny, and Alex, and I can't remember. The Southern Six. I'm sorry, it was a Southern Six. They were the first highest pre-sale. So I'm like, well, you got 2 chicks here that were the second highest pre-sale with the M95 shirt, like pretty quickly, you know what I mean? to me, I'm thinking business. I was like, okay. And then people were picking up on it and social media was picking up on it. I was like, okay, well, we have something here. Let's try to push. But what do I know, right?
Well, I mean, you're probably moving on to bigger and better things. So
I would say so. Yeah, I'm very there's stuff. Keep watching. Just wait.
definitely. Obviously, you wrestled for the NWA TV title. You wrestled for the NWA Women's Championship. Those are things we know. But something I was excited for that we didn't get to see a lot of was your Joker character at the end. I'm a huge
Yes.
Joker fan. I heard you talk a little bit about it with Sean from Sean Ross Sapp.
Yes.
Is there any little bit more that like you could tell us about that character? Maybe what you was thinking going into it. I know you did a vignette where you might have murdered somebody with a brick. We don't know.
Just
Like,
a little.
just if there's any insight to that Joker character, I would love it personally.
Yeah, no, it definitely again, I'm growing up, shocker, I was always a fan of the bad guys. And Joker to me, I just always interested me, right? I think it has something to do with um we always sympathize for some reason for the person who's nuts.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just saw and it's just like him being so outrageous and me maybe saying I am that nuts. But like it's just deep in there. Yeah, like it I don't know, I just found him so fascinating. And me being a dork and me playing pranks again, I wasn't murdering people that you're aware of. And
Not that anybody can
but
prove.
yeah, my record's clean. But yeah, he just always fascinated me. And if it wasn't him, it was Goblin from Spider-Man. And everyone's like Spider-Man. I was like, no, but Goblin's cool. There's something. And if you look at them, they're kind of parallel a little bit.
They are. They got similar characters, kind of.
Yes, and green's my favorite color, so if you're wearing green, anything like that, I'm kind of sold. Um, yeah, so with that being said, Joker character. Being a fan of it, Heath Ledger was my Joker, and then when they came out with the Suicide Squad, I was really upset that they cut out a lot of Harley and Joker scenes.
Yeah, the moments between them two. Yeah.
Exactly. And again, from learning about Joker, I started learning about Harley, but like Harley before Margot Robbie Harley. Not saying anything about Margot Robbie's Margot Robbie, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I was just like very fascinated with them. And there was a Halloween show for NWA. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna be a Joker. Nobody's done the Joker, whatever. And then I show up and there's two other Jokers. I was like, what the hell? Yeah, so I showed up to the Halloween show as Joker, and I did my entire entrance gear, all that. I implemented every single Joker from Jared Leto, Heath Ledger, the head Joker. I can't think of his name right now. Nicholson.
Yeah, Jack
Right?
Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson, thank you. So say Mike. I was like, his name is not Mike. Yeah, like I tried implementing everybody and even like just all of them. You know the names. And so yeah, from like having like the M tattoo, instead of like a J tattoo, right?
That's cool.
So I had
That's
that.
different.
I had the ha 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 on my neck. I had my hair wet for Heath Ledger. And then on my blazer, I had, and here we go for Nicholson. So yeah, I tried to combine all that. And then the Jared Leto was when I turned around and I did the smile thing. Or not Jared Leto. Joaquin Phoenix. That was the last one. Joaquin Phoenix.
Okay.
And yeah, and I loved it. And Billy actually saw it and he was like, that was cool. What, can we do something with that? I was like, yes, please.
Anything,
anyway.
please.
Yeah, so I was like, yeah, let's go. Like, let's run with it. Let's do something. And we'd pitch ideas back and forth. And Sal the Pale, somebody who's there, also has a crazy character, is somebody that I would pick the brain of. Aaron Stevens is another one. But yeah, we would always try to find trying to figure out different promos to do. Like they did end up airing because I thought they weren't going to. My last 2 matches there, they just didn't advertise me on it. Whatever. And in those 2 matches, it's kind of like cranking up the character a little bit. So there's like little things and me like laughing more, acting a little crazy. Like we're trying to give snippets, and then we're gonna try to even go more to where maybe, um, you know, Joker-esque, like I'm playing pranks on people, like I'm maybe hurting myself, like just people just anything you think of Joker related to
Enhance the character.
enhance the character, but to also we're trying to figure out how can I show this in the ring, because a lot of it would have to be done with like promos, vignettes, and um behind the scenes or whatever.
Definitely.
So it was kind of like it sucks, but right when we're like, okay, cool, we're starting to like chip away at it. Right when we're getting to like the meat and potatoes a little bit, that's when they're, not there anymore. It's like,
Yeah.
right when we're trying to figure it out. So nothing too crazy. There was gonna be, I had a lot of fun gear ideas. I should maybe try to share them. If I could find them. They're in my room somewhere. Just a lot of crazy, like little fun, like ideas.
Could we
I
ever see
wanted
them?
to. So I don't have the gear made, but I think I have the
Oh, okay.
drawings made.
Okay.
And yeah, but there's just like stuff like that, like just like weird promos, like maybe I'm tying somebody up or I'm locking somebody, or it's like I'm pushing somebody out of a window, like crazy stuff, like, stuff that the Joker would do.
Better.
At one point I wanted to get like a water gun, but not let people know it's a water gun.
Okay.
Little intense. So it went from like 0 to 100. But
with the NWA at the time, like it could have probably made it to TV. There was other things that made it to TV that probably shouldn't have. But the water gun, though, I mean, Austin brought a gun and did the bang thing, which was cool. It could have been something like that.
yeah. No, it could have been really, yeah. So that's where I'm like, oh, there could have been so many different ways we could have went with it. But yeah, I just put a stop to it. And then I was
Fair enough.
trying at CSW a little bit. And it's still like they're kind of people are questioning it. So yeah, I'd say keep an eye on CSW a little bit.
Fair enough. That's a great transition for where I was going for the end of this.
It's almost like I know what I'm doing.
You're a natural. This, I believe, is your second CSW Women's Championship title reign, correct?
Correct. And I was the first ever CSW Women's Champion also.
Shout out to that.
Yes.
How do you think this reign has gone so far? I know your last match was against Haley J, which was quite the match. I was there. So like throughout the title reign, how have you seen it? Like, have you thought it's lived up to its standards? And what was that last match like with Haley?
I think that this title reign is better than the last because the first title reign that I had, again, that was us trying to build the women's division. And at the time, it was only myself, Heather, and Sky, essentially. They would try to bring in other women here and there, like Sierra here and there also, like before she became like another staple. But other than that, it was like us 3 to 4 all the time, and you can only do so much. Whereas this time around, we had more female talent that we could bring in, and I could wrestle. And I am not a green kid anymore. Like I'm still learning, of course. You're always still learning, but
You're
I'm
seasoned.
Exactly. I'm a little more seasoned. One thing that I wish that I like had figured out just slightly more is a little bit more storyline, a little bit more character, and that's more so on my end. Just because of a lot of different moving parts of CSW, like again, like just trying to figure out where I overthink, if you can't tell.
You're good.
And I'm a perfectionist. So instead of just like going with it and running with it, I'll be like, okay, but then if we do that, you know what I mean? So wish I learned to relax a little bit more and had more fun with the storylines and stuff like that. But it's not ending. I don't know why I'm talking like it's ending. And that's something where I'm like, okay, from this point on, that's something at CSW that I want to do. It's like, okay, I want to continue to grow that character. I want to Mysticate has so many different layers. And now what layer does Mysticate have now that she's past just being the wrestler? Like, I feel like I'm that, what's the Pokemon? It's like Eve Pokemon, right? There's like 12 different of her.
I
That's
think I
me
know
as a
what you're talking about.
Pokemon. Yeah, that's literally me. If I was a Pokemon, that would be me.
Okay.
I don't involve, and so, two different things. I'm literally like all over the damn place. Yeah, so it's just like, yeah, it was typical baby face when I was the first time around. And then I came back and I was still kind of baby face, but again, more seasoned, a little bit more character. And again, my character is more based off of a heel, so
Yeah.
trying to transition that to baby face was new. And so now it's like, again, after sitting and thinking and studying and relaxing and stuff like that, I have a better game plan of a lot of different things. But now going to Haley, her and I have never had a singles. We actually never even had a match together. I remember talking to her that day, excuse me, and I was like, yeah, I remember like we had that match like once, but we didn't even touch. She's like, I managed. It wasn't even in the match. And I was like, oh crap. So she wasn't even in the ring.
That's
She
crazy.
was on the side. Yeah. So yeah, it was like a 6-woman elimination or something. I don't know. Something. Like, oh, let's all throw women together. It was one of those matches. And so that was fun. And Haley and I have, even though our characters are different, we're both similar in the sense of we're both just outrageous a little bit in our own rights.
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities, but major differences between the
Right,
two. Yeah.
that's where it's like, and that's where I was always excited to work her. And it's, one thing I think would be very interesting, and I want somebody to make it happen, is if Haley and I tagged and her and I are both heels. I feel like that would be a really fun match. And
That could be
God
good.
bless who was ever on the receiving end of that.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough night.
A little bit, yeah, right. But no, Haley and I think we both have a similar view of the business, and we understand it from a different perspective than a lot of other people on the indies. Again, no disrespect to anybody, it's just people aren't taught things. And either, she was taught things, I was taught things, or we learn from our mistakes, or, it's just for whatever reason we get things in a different way that people do. We understand the entertainment, the fun aspect of it.
Yeah.
And that's what we want. We understand, like, hey, if we're not having fun, the crowd's not going to have fun. And moves are cool, but is somebody going to really remember us doing these 3 things, or are they going to remember, a child slapping her in the face, which did happen?
That's what I was gonna say. I was like, you probably made that little girl remember that for the rest of her life.
Yeah, she so no, that was not planned. People asked me if it was planned. It was not. For those that don't know, when Haley and I had the match, we went around to the outside and I was holding Haley so this little girl could chop her. And she did that at first. And Haley, it was kind of Haley's fault. It was all Haley's fault, actually. Haley's like, and she's like, oh, that didn't even hurt or whatever. And the girl just went smack. Mind you, this little girl is like, I don't know, 7 years old.
She's a real tiny little girl.
Yeah, and like cute little pigtails.
Yep.
And I just hear Haley go, like, you hear her mouth. And I just let her go, and I was just like, did I just see that? I was like, that was great. But again, moments, right? So to me, I'm like, that was really fun, and that's something, again, Haley and I created organically because how we view wrestling. And it's something that other people message me about, and I would even say other veterans might have said some things where compliments and stuff like that. So yeah, so people see it and I'm like, okay, thank you. Like that to me, sometimes in wrestling, it's very easy again because I'm a perfectionist and overthink those moments, and that's why I was like, I have to like post that because I'm like to remember for myself, like, no, that at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Like I want to be that little, I was that little girl, being entertained. So I'm like, if I can do that, then I'm doing my job. I'm doing the storytelling that I wanted, and I'm being able to take you out of, for all we know, that little girl could have been going through something at home. And
Yeah.
me and Haley acting like idiots,
And
for
made that
like
little girl's
10
probably a
minutes.
year.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So I'm
Yeah.
like, yeah, that's why, well, again, that's not why everybody does it, but that's why I do it. So
It's nice to see things like that still happen because like when I was a kid, I remember I don't remember who he fought, but it was a match with Sabu and he went to a table and after the match, I got a piece of the table and he signed it. Like I don't even remember who he fought, but I remember he went through this table, he signed it, and like it's just that moment is there, and I don't have the table piece no more, but I'll forever remember that piece of
mhm.
the history that I remember that only I could resonate with, and you guys created that for that little girl,
Mhm.
which is, I mean, it's what this business is about, is those moments.
Yeah.
Um, before we get off here, I do want to talk about your next match, your next CSW championship match, Three
Mhm.
Stages of Hell, which is exciting.
Mhm.
I've never seen one in person, so excited to be there. But it's against Amina Belmont, who's gone through a little bit of a character change herself lately. Are you
Mhm.
excited to get in there and maybe teach her a lesson?
Oh, 100%. She's a little brat. That's coming from me. Like, I'm the OG brat. You can't out brat the OG brat. But no, I'm excited because again, like, when Amina first started having matches, I think, and again, don't quote me. She would have to tell you. Um, but in her first year of having matches, I think I was in there. I was one of her first 10 or something like that matches.
Okay.
So from there to see where she is now, and she is growing into her own and becoming her own character, I'm really excited to see where she is even like a year from now because she's figuring herself out.
Mm-hmm.
As we all do, we make mistakes, but then we learn from them and then we grow from them. And I think she's coming into her own. And even though I'm gonna beat her ass, and teach her another lesson, right? Um, I'm excited to see where she's gonna be. And yeah, I think we're gonna have a really kick-ass match. I've never been in a Three Stages of Hell match. Um, it is going to be a pinfall, submission, and then first blood. I have never bled in a match before. Or I've never had a first blood match. Um,
I'm guessing you're
so
not
I don't
planning on it.
know. Took the words out of my mouth. Yeah, I was not planning on it.
Okay.
Her bleeding, 100%. Like her little pink outfit's gonna be turned red real quick. I got red hair, you know what I mean? I gotta make everything else red. So yeah, definitely I would say check it out. Come to CSW. It's the first time CSW's ever had, I think, that type of match, not even for women, I think in general, if I'm not
Okay.
mistaken. Let alone for a women's title match. And
Excited.
they haven't really had a lot of special stipulations for women's title matches, again, to my knowledge. So again, there's a lot of firsts going out here, and I think it's gonna be a good one. I'm gonna have to put my thinking cap on. Um, I'm gonna have to put my foot in her face a couple times, and then yeah, I think I'll be okay.
Okay. I'm excited to see it. Um, my last question before we get off here, I always end with a fun one. There's a debate of Mount Rushmore. Um, who are your personal top four of all time? You know, not what everybody else would say, but who is Misa Kate's top four, Mount Rushmore?
Um, Obviously it's gonna be John Cena, Lita, because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be wrestling. So knock
Okay.
two out right away. The last two are always so hard because for so many different reasons. It's one thing when you're a fan and you're a fan of people. It's different when you become a part of the business. Now you look through a completely different lens, and now you're a fan of them for other reasons that you weren't before. Example, Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels is cool, right?
Yep.
But I wasn't really not saying I wasn't a fan of him. I was just like, oh yeah, he's cool. But then again, I got the
He
Shawn
was there at
Michaels.
that time.
Yeah, like I got exactly. I got
We
2006
didn't
Shawn
get
Michaels. I didn't get
Attitude Era. We got
exactly
Ruthless Aggression Michaels with no
right. Like
championships, no heel persona, really. I
Right. I thought
understand.
he was funny. I thought he was funny because, again, I got DX, the PG version. So I thought it was funny that Triple H was like being the smartass and Shawn Michaels is like, oh, my ears and my, you know what I mean? So I
Yeah,
was like,
it's
oh, that's cute.
funny, but it's not the same thing.
Exactly. So I can't say I was a Shawn Michaels fan until I became a part of the business, and then I researched him, and then I
Okay.
I'm like studying. I'm like, how do I be like Shawn Michaels? You know what I mean? It's like a completely
Yeah.
different switch. So we could do this. I'll do a fan Mount Rushmore, and I can't even do a work like a wrestling. I'm so screwed. Well, Jeff Hardy is another person that I'm
He's
a
on
fan of.
mine. I love it.
Yes. Yes. Jeff Hardy's somebody that I was a big fan of, and still am, obviously. And here's a little inside scoop. When I worked for TNA, I was actually there watching Matt and Jeff put the ladder match together. I think it was like the triple threat tag or something like that, TLC, whatever it was, where Jeff painted the ladders.
Yep.
And I'm like, again, I was like in the stands, so I'm trying to make out what they're saying, but it was just so interesting that like watching the stuff that they were doing, because they were trying to make like I don't want to say, because if they do it, I'm gonna ruin the surprise, but they were trying to make certain things work where I was like, how is that gonna work? And it didn't, but I liked watching the effort, and it was just fun watching their brains. Like, I was like, oh, I never would have thought of that. So
Was that when you fought Zaya Brookside?
yeah, it was that weekend, I believe. Yeah.
Real quick before that's something I meant to talk about. Well, we got lost in it. What was that? What was
I talk a
TNA
lot.
like? You're good. I was in there and we got talking, and what was it like working at TNA and Zaya Brookside?
So Zaya, I met before at a signing. We met at WrestleCon. The same vendor brought us in. So we sat next together and we spent some time together.
Okay.
Zaya was cool. She's pretty to herself, not in a bad way. She was like very chill to herself. I'm loud, obnoxious, out there, very a little
It
bit of
meshes
different.
well together.
Yeah, right. But yeah, no, putting the match together with her was fun. Um, because we just did like some like fun moments because, trying to figure out if I could face certain things or like where my strength level is. Because again, this is the first time we're interacting in a ring.
Yeah.
So that was fun. That was a fun process. And then Gail Kim putting in her info, or her expertise. So yeah, it was definitely a fun experience. Again, another one that I was like, damn, I wish we had like a little bit more time. Maybe next time.
Do you think you'll be back at TNA?
I would like to say I would like to go back. Yes.
Okay, fair enough. I like that you don't give a definitive, yeah, I'll be there, or because you leave it open. Because then if
Yeah.
let's say if you don't have something falls through, you didn't lie. I like it. I appreciate it.
Well, plus
But
I'm just like, it's a fun surprise because it's like, oh, she didn't know, but did she know
there's
the whole
no
time?
there's no surprises in wrestling.
But yeah, I'm not gonna
That's
finish this Mount Rushmore. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's just not gonna happen. I appreciate
okay.
it. It's too
I
hard.
want
It's too hard.
that. Fair enough. Misa, thank you one more time. I really do appreciate having you on here. We'll have to do it again. There's a lot I kind of glanced over just for time wise, but love to get you on here so we can get into some more. I want to know more about this indie run that you've been on. That's been great.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm excited. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a good time. I appreciate you having me on, and I think we're gonna be talking in the future.
Sounds good. I will leave this at not only see you next Friday, but I will talk to you soon.
Hey, I like it.
Sounds good. LW Pod. I'm your host, as always, Justin Wright. Today I'm welcomed here with the Diamond in the Rough, Quintero. How we doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, man. How about you?
Blessed to be here. Something I'm excited for. We've chatted a little bit, tried to work this out. Finally, we got through both of our schedules, so we're here.
Yep, I'm excited. I'm excited.
Before we get into the thick of the questions, Is there any social media accounts or like merchandise, anything like that you want to shout out?
All my merch is on my Big Cartel website. There's a link to it on my Instagram and my Facebook. My Facebook's is just Rafael Quintero. My Instagram is the Rafael Quintero, and my Twitter is the Real Quintero. Other than that, yeah, that's all my socials.
Okay. I always start in the same place when it comes to these podcasts, especially with wrestlers. We all fell in love with wrestling along the way somewhere. What's your story? When did you find it?
So I grew up in a home with a bunch of my cousins when I was growing up, and I had a cousin who was older than me, and she was like, "Yeah, there's this guy named John Cena on TV. He wrestles," and I didn't know what wrestling was, and she put on the USA Network, and it was Monday Night Raw, and he was a WWE champion at that time. He had the spinner belt, and that was like my first ever glance at wrestling. Before that, I would see a couple of like lucha libre stuff, like La Parca and all of them, but I didn't get into it until I saw like John Cena and like Raw and WWE and all that. So that was my first ever like look into wrestling. That's kind of where I got attached to it ever since then.
Okay. Upon doing some research, it said that you was born in Mexico. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was born in Mexico.
So when did you move to the U.S.?
Right when I was born, it was pretty fast. I wasn't there for
Okay.
that.
So all your like wrestling experience has been pretty much in the United States then?
Yeah, my whole life has been over here. I was barely over there.
Okay. Um, what was it like growing up in the, Chicagoland area and, being a fan?
Yeah. So I grew up in Belvedere in the Rockford area, in the 115 area. I was there my whole life until I moved out, and because before wrestling, I was a BMX rider, and I was like sponsored and everything, and that was like what I did for a long time. And I've done sports my whole life, but BMX is the one that kind of took me a little far, and I moved out closer to Chicago so I can be in the bigger scene of BMX, and that's when I ended up getting sponsored and stuff and getting hooked up by brands, and yeah, man. Then I ended up deciding I wanted to pursue wrestling because I always loved wrestling. I just never thought I'd do it, and then yeah, now we're here.
What's it like trying to figure out the world of BMXing? Because it's definitely in that extreme sports category. So like it's got to be a challenge trying to figure out and navigate that sort of sporting environment.
Yeah. To me, man, it was just like a freedom thing. I just like doing it because all the kids in my neighborhood used to do it. And when I would do it, it was like, I guess, like a moment of freedom. Like I wasn't home. I got to go be a kid and ride my bike as fast as I can and do crazy stuff with it. So like, I just liked it. It was like it was a form of freedom for me, I guess, as a young kid until I got older.
Did you ever get to do like any competitions or win
Yeah.
any sort of competitions or anything like that?
Yeah, I did a lot of competitions in like BMX jams, which is like a form of a competition basically, and I actually won pretty most of them that I've gotten. And but yeah, man, that was kind of all I did with BMX. And I used to just film edits, which is like a little video, like montage of you riding, and that's what I used to do a lot. I used to just film and release edits, and that's like all I did. Like before wrestling, my Instagram was legit just in BMX videos. That's all I would do.
Excuse me. When did you know like that you wanted to wrestle? Like what changed you from BMX to now I'm going to go into a wrestling ring?
Uh, so when I moved out to here where I live at now, I live in Berwyn, near close to Chicago. Um, I was living with a roommate of mine, who was like my friend for years. Me and him both BMX. He was like he'd film for me and edit my videos, and it came to a point where I was kind of just like not happy with BMXing anymore. I was far away from home, and like the reason why I started BMXing was like with my friends, and those friends were gone now, and I was out an hour away from home, and there was just a moment where I had a convo with my roommate about how I just always wanted to take my mom out and take care of my family and stuff, and I knew that BMXing really wasn't going to help me with that, and I was like, you know what, I think it's time for me to pursue something that I really wanted to do since I was a kid, and because before that wrestling was like in talks, I just didn't know I was going to do it. And now I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go do it. I want to go do it because I feel like I could become good at this. And then now we're here. That's legit. It was just one conversation with my roommate. If it wasn't for my roommate Kyler, shout out him, I would have never pursued this.
Definitely. Um, when going into training, did you start training at the CSW Academy?
Yeah, I'm freshly from CSW, Chicago Style
Okay.
Wrestling. I'm trained by Steve Boz, Jason Hades, and Axel Rico as well.
Okay. I've actually had Axel on here. Great guy. I love Axel. What was it like, that going in and talking to them guys about, starting your training, and what was your probably first interaction with Boz?
I emailed the CSW, but then Boz gave me his number and he's like, "Let me call you." And we talked, and it was like having a conversation with like that dude I've known for years. I didn't even know him. He was just very friendly, and we were talking because we related on some stuff because his parents lived out in the Rockford area. And we related in that. And I was like, "Yeah, my family lives out there too." And yeah, man, I showed up one day and I remember seeing them train. I legit was like, my mind, I was like, yeah, I can do this. I can do this. I was born for this. And that's kind of the mentality I came into when I first started wrestling. I was just like, I feel like I could do this. I was born for this.
How long did you spend in like your doing your formative training before you actually started doing matches?
I only trained for like 2 months, and then I had my first match.
Was it for CSW or is it for somewhere else?
It was for Galley.
Galley? Okay.
I had my first match at Galley Lucha Libre.
Do you remember who it was against and what that was like?
Yes, it was a 6-man tag. It was me with Funebre and Lady Tigres versus Ricky Cruz, Abba, and El Hijo del Enigma. And I was so scared because I was like, oh, I hope my first match one day is with people I know, and it's a singles match. And it was a 6-man tag with nobody that I knew. So, great moment. And it was like a last minute, like, hey, kid, you got a spot. And yeah, that was that, man. And it was like such an easy, fun match. And I really appreciate all those people, especially Ricky Cruz, because he's a vet from St. Louis, Missouri. And shout out him, man, because he's a very cool guy. I think he made it very easy. And I think he was just a very nice guy that made me feel, I guess, comfortable in that match. And I was very, very scared. I didn't know any of these people in the ring with me.
Working a 6-man tag for your first match, does that present some challenges, especially of like communication?
A little bit, but not that much. I feel like I was just very comfortable and I just knew what I was going to do. And I also just trusted myself. Like there was a moment of fear, but the moment I was out there in that ring and that crowd was around me, I was kind of like, I got this. Like, this is me. Just focus on me. Yeah.
Remembering that experience, is it something that like now maybe helps, like if somebody comes up to you that's young and getting into the business and going in their first match, does like that experience help you maybe ease their feelings?
Yeah, definitely. Because I feel like we all relate in that one thing of like, oh, I'm scared. I'm nervous. I feel like every wrestler goes through that. Even now, I'm about to complete like 2 years wrestling. And even now, I'm still like, I still get nervous to go wrestle. I still get nervous and stuff. So, yeah.
So you mentioned you're about 2 years in, maybe a little bit more, less, give or take. You've already been able to accomplish so much in such little time. Like, do you feel that the sky is the limits when it comes to Quintero?
I feel like anything is possible in this world, man. I feel like if you believe that you can do something, you can do it as long as you put your mind to it and work hard for it. And I think anything is possible for Quintero, man. I've always put my mind into it. I dedicate my life to this, and I believe Quintero will be something one day.
Definitely. As from seeing you in person, I have no doubt about it. That's why once I saw you in person, because I messaged you originally before I'd actually realized I've seen you. I saw you years ago, probably when you first started.
Yeah.
And then now I like, as soon as I saw you, I was like, time out, I got to message him back. I got to get him on there because he's much better than I even realized. So just giving you some flowers while we're here.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Of course. Speaking of Galley, though, it's somewhere like CSW you've been for, the bulk of your career, if not the whole time. Would you consider both of them kind of like home?
Yeah, I always Galley gave my first match, even though I was trained at CSW, but CSW and Galley are always home for me. Those are the two places where like I love those places, man. I'll forever shout out those places because Quintero wouldn't be Quintero if it wasn't for Gale or if it wasn't for CSW.
Okay. Were you given any kind of like additional training with Galley, or was your training just fundamentally from CSW?
I would go and train with Galley once in a while when I had free days. I'd go and train there, but that was like a little bit after I trained at CSW. This is when I started debuting at Galley, started having matches with them. I started training with them here and there. Once in a while, I still go, but not as much now. But yeah, I've learned a lot from Galley as well.
Do they teach more of like the lucha libre style?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Um, how long was it after your start at CSW of training until your debut, and what was that like?
Oh man, I think I was already a couple of months in. Some people weren't able to make the show, and I was supposed to have like a pre-show match or something, and then I get told like, "Hey, you're gonna debut tonight on the main card." And I remember I was like, "Oh crap! Like this is real, man." I was like so nervous and excited, but I knew like this is like I remember I kept telling myself before I went out, before my music hit, I was like, "This is what we trained for, man. This is what we wanted our whole life. Let's do it." And yeah, man, it was very nerve-wracking. And now it's easy. So I mean, like, but it took a while to get on that CSW stuff. But now that I'm there, I'm like, it's awesome to see myself here, especially now that I'm their Metro Division champion. It's cool to see like the evolve.
Yeah. And it's been quite the road for you to get that title, which we'll get into, but you've definitely fought long and hard for that division championship, which it's great to see it. It has it's where it should be, I guess.
Definitely.
I upon doing research, it looks like early on in your career you did get to face some pretty big names, especially in the lucha libre community.
Yes.
You got to tag with Laredo Kid against Black Taurus and Azteca. What was
Yeah.
that like? Getting in there with Azteca, who's a legend, Black Taurus, who is now on AEW, and Laredo Kid, who's been everywhere.
Yeah. Dude, it was awesome, man. I always knew about Black Taurus, and I thought he was so awesome. And I'm always like, man, I want to face him one day. But I always told myself one day. I never thought it was gonna be that day. And teaming up with Laredo Kid, he's a legend. I've always known about Laredo Kid even since when I was younger. So like to be able to team up with him was awesome. But to be able to in the ring, like to this day, when I see those photos of me with like short hair and Black Taurus, which is Beast Mortis now, I was like, well, this is wild. This is insane to even look at this happen at one point in my life. And this was before even like I don't even think I was a year in yet. So I think that's cool to be able to do that.
Was you able to pick any minds before or after that?
Afterwards, yeah, I was talking to like Laredo Kid and Beast Mortis and just talking about like lucha and wrestling and stuff like that. And it was really cool, man. It was really cool because before that, I have met Beast Mortis before that, but I didn't get to talk to him as much. Same with Laredo Kid, but then it was that day when I was able to talk to him more.
That's great. That's good stuff. Being somebody from the Chicagoland area, one of our big arenas is, of course, Wrigley Field. You got to do a show there.
Yes.
What was that like as, not only a fan of wrestling, but being kind of like a hometown, home area type guy going into that show?
That was really cool, man. To this day, I still flex that all the time. Like when I meet new people, I'm always like, I wrestle for Wrigley. I wrestle in front of Wrigley Field, and like, or usually if I meet someone and I see like a Cubs like poster or something, I'll be like, I wrestled in front of the Cubs before they played, and they're always like, really? I always think it's such a cool thing to talk about. I still have the shirt I wore that day and everything. Yeah, and that's always a cool moment to look at because I think it's crazy to even think about it.
How did that come about? Was it just something that the Cubs wanted to do, or like what did that look like?
It was like a wrestling night or something, like WWE night or something for the Cubs, and they hit up something with Galley, and that became that. And then yeah, we got to wrestle in front of Wrigley Field, and yeah, man, it was really cool because like where we changed was like in the offices or whatever, and it was really cool because like I'm passing for like the trophy they won, which I thought was really awesome. I actually don't know that much about baseball, but like I feel like every time I tell any baseball fans, they're like, "No way, you did that," and I was like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
But to me, I'm like, I didn't even know I didn't even know this.
That's great. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a huge baseball guy, but I mean, being from Chicago, it's something like it's like wrestling in the United Center. Like it's
Yeah.
check it off the box, or in the Allstate Arena. Like it's a big building for where we're at. And it's cool to, I mean, it's even in your area, just being able to be like, yeah, I wrestled there. That's a
Yeah.
flex.
Yeah, I think that's to even say that.
Also early on, you got to get in the ring with all of Lucha House Party.
Mm.
What was that like? All these guys have been on TV, all of them have been in, the WWE. And were you able to have any interactions with those guys?
Yeah, so that was insane because I always tell myself I cried a lot before I went out. It was just nerve wracking because I was talking to Axel because Axel's the one that brought me to Galley, and I told him like, yeah, I remember my first ever show was Big Lucha show at that same venue. I wanted to go set up that day, and a year later when we go back there, I main event against the Lucha House Party. So to me, it was just like a circle, a moment of like life circle moment where we just connected back. And I remember I told Axel like, dude, I can't believe like, thank you for taking me here, and to be able to main event there, and like I came out and I was wrestling Kalisto at one point, and I think the moment when we stood off and looked at each other, the crowd was chanting my name louder, even though I was in a ring with someone who was a bigger name than me and was in WWE. Like my name was getting chanted louder, and that was insane to me to this day. And Kalisto, someone who was trained by Steve Boz back in the day, so to be able to be in a ring with someone who was trained by my trainer who made it everywhere, to be able to step up in the ring with him, that's awesome as well. And this isn't the only time I've wrestled Kalisto. I've done a triple threat with him at CSW, but to be in the ring with all former Lucha House Party, all former WWE stars, and Lucha House Party members was awesome.
Speaking of you facing Kalisto in CSW, you got to face him in a three-way with Inestra.
Yeah.
Wasn't it for the Metro Division Championship? I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What was that match like? And also, like I guess, two-part question. Would you say Inestra is maybe your biggest rival as far as CSW goes?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the biggest rivalry I've had so far. I've had a rivalry with Sabrina Azteca at Galley, but I think the rivalry with Inestra has been the hardest one that we ended up in we went through so many matches. So like I think that's the biggest rivalry I've had to date. Yeah, man, facing Kalisto and Inestra at a triple threat match. I think even a lot of people from Galley came to see that show at CSW, which is different from Galley because it's not a lucha show. Because they wanted to see like three high flying Mexican cruiserweights just go at it, and that's exactly what they got. And I think it was like everyone went home happy that day, and it was cool to see money thrown in a CSW ring because that's usually like a lucha libre thing, and it was awesome to see that.
Okay. Speaking of Axel and yourself were in a match with Psycho Clown.
Yes.
Another, legend as far as Lucha Libre goes. And what was it like, battling him and being in there with Axel, somebody that, you're pretty comfortable with, being from CSW? What was that whole experience like?
That was awesome, man. I think I've always known about Psycho Clown when I was a kid. Because of when I was a kid, I used to send tapes of WWE to a cousin of mine in Mexico, and he would send me AAA stuff and CMLL stuff. So I knew about like La Parca, Psycho Clown, all these people, and like I would go to other shows with Galley, and Psycho Clown would be there. My uncle would stay and watch the main event because he'd be like, "Oh, Psycho Clown's on," because that's like a legend. And to be able to share that ring with him, I remember I was so like I even took a photo with him after that. I was like, "Man, can I get a photo with you?" Because it meant a lot to me, man. That's like taking a photo with John Cena. And like, yeah, I remember I even sent the photo to my uncle, and I was like, "Look who I wrestled," and he was like, "Oh my god, I'm so happy for you." So that was really awesome, man. Because I'd love to wrestle Psycho Clown too, 1-on-1. I think that'd be insane. But to be in the ring with him that's awesome.
We've gone through so far a lot of a big name Lucha Libre talent that you've been able to face. Is there any Lucha Libre talent that you haven't yet got to face that you like to?
My dream match, until that happens, it will always be Bandito. I'm a big, big Mark and fan for Bandito, and I would love to wrestle him. That's legit my dream match to this day. If once that happens, I don't know what else dream matches are there to be, but that's it. I love Bandito.
Okay.
Bernie
I was I was expecting a Rey Mysterio, so Bandito came out of left field. I'm not gonna lie, but it's a
Really?
good
Oh,
one.
pretty cool, but I feel like that one's a
It,
little impossible. Like I'm going for like Jeff Hardy would be the other one, but that's like he's also like getting old. So like, but Bandito right now is like since I started, I was like that's my dream match right there, Bandito.
is that where you get the like slingshot into the power bomb? Is that from Bandito?
No, so I actually got that from Master Dorada 2.0. He did it once, and I don't never saw him do it again. I was like, I was start doing it, and yeah, everyone thinks I got it from them, but no. There is a German I do though that's similar to the 21 Plex, but I just kind of switched it around. But yeah,
Okay. Has there been any more like inspirations that you've taken on as far as like your character goes?
Bandito's honestly one that's like big. I take a lot of inspiration from him. People like Jeff Hardy, Rey Mysterio, all the cruiserweights. I just look at Kota Ibushi. I really like him. Yeah, man, it just all goes around from like the people that I really look up to.
What about Hardy or Jeff Hardy has stuck out to you the most? Because I mean, as a Jeff Hardy fan myself, there's countless things, but I'm always curious.
So when I first started watching wrestling with John Cena, that I kind of got onto. But the moment I saw Jeff Hardy, everything changed. It was his high flight moves, the way he came out, like he has aura, and like seeing him do all that crazy stuff, and just he looked cool, man. He like stood out. He was an outcast. And I don't know why. As a kid seeing that, I don't know, I connected to him, and I thought he was awesome, man. He was just himself. He was different from every other wrestler at that time, and to this day, I think he kind of just built that road for everybody else.
Yeah. I mean, and from doing the podcast, I'd say like a lot of people from like my generation, I'd assume your generation, all put him in the like category of guys that inspire them. So it's
Yeah,
just crazy to see how our generation has just been so captivated by Jeff Hardy.
yeah, definitely. I do. That dude's a legend, man.
It's I have never got the privilege to meet him. I saw you. I had a couple pictures with him and Matt, so that's I'm
Yeah,
envious because that's one guy I'd love to get a picture with.
yeah, that meant a lot to me, man. Because I met Matt Hardy twice, but I met Jeff once, and it was unreal, dude. Because I was like, holy shit, these are like guys I looked up to as a kid, man. So like to be able to do that was awesome. And actually, Matt Hardy has a vlog where I'm like the cover of it, and it's me and him. It's me like taking a photo with him, and it's in his like vlog when he came to Rockford, and I was able to catch a video, man. And like I'm in the video and everything. And you
That's
can see how it
badass.
was.
um, how did the Jeff Hardy Matt Hardy thing just come about?
So like when every time I come to live events in Rockford, I always go early to go see the show just to see them park so I can take a photo with them. Because there's like
Okay.
security that lets them walk into the building where they park. Because like the BMO Harris Center in Rockford, it's like across the street from the parking lot. So like where they park, they have to walk. And like obviously you can wait outside and you can get a photo with people if they're nice enough. And that's legit what I did. I legit just waited, and the moment I saw them, then people were like, "Oh, it's the Hardys." I was like, "No way!" And after that, I left. I didn't even go to the show. I was like, I was BMXing downtown Rockford when that happened. I just knew they were gonna be there, and I was like, "Yo, let's stop real quick." I was with me and my couple of friends, and that's how I met the Hardy Boys. I didn't even watch the show. I just wanted to meet them.
That's badass. That's crazy.
Yeah,
I've met a couple of guys like that, but just I've never heard of somebody going up and just getting a photo and then just like, okay, I've had my moment. It's
yeah. Still, I
badass.
want. Dude, if I could meet the Hardy Boys, that's the one thing I'm
um, I noticed you were wearing an NWA shirt,
Hmm.
which leads me into my next question. You've been able to work with the NWA, especially in their Chicago territory.
Yeah.
What's it like to be able to be given that kind of platform, and where do you see that going in the future?
Uh, I was first given the platform when they first came to the NWA Chicago territory. I was on there and I've been ever since. I wasn't in the last one, but oh yeah, I did that, and wrestling on their stuff kind of opened the eyes for me, and I was able to do a taping for them for the Back to the Territories in Louisville, and I was able to wrestle for the NWA Junior Heavyweight Championship belt, which is pretty cool to say that I wrestled for it. I had a title match for an NWA belt. Obviously, we didn't get the win, but like to be able to be on TV, not anymore, because they don't have a TV thing. But like to be able to say that's really cool, especially because that was when I was a year and a couple of months in.
Yeah.
So that's still awesome. And yeah, man, I've done stuff with the NWA, and hopefully we keep doing more. So there's a new year starting, and hopefully bigger doors open for me. So yeah.
For them, you got to tag with Trevor Murdoch, former, tag team champion in the WWE, former NWA champion. Going in, did he give you any advice? And what was it like being on that platform with somebody who's accomplished those things in wrestling so far?
He was just like, man, do what you want, kid. Do what you do, kid. And after
Okay.
that, yeah, man, it was really cool though because like after the match, he legit told me like stand in the ring, man, get your standing ovation, and it was awesome, man. I remember I told him like, dude, I used to watch you wrestle the Hardy Boys when I was a kid, and like to be able to team up with someone I saw on TV. I used to have a Backlash DVD when it was him and his partner versus the Hardy Boys for the tag belts, and that's the person that came to my mind. I was like, no way, I'm teaming up with this dude.
That's badass.
Yeah, cool.
Another legend you've got to get in the ring with is Homicide, also for the NWA.
Yes.
Homicide is one of the baddest men on the planet, and one of the kindest dudes I've ever like briefly talked to. What was it like getting in there with former LAX member Homicide?
That was a cool moment, man. I was supposed to be in some other match. Things changed, and they told me, "Yeah, you're gonna face Homicide," and I was like, "No way!" And I went out there, and it didn't really hit me until I heard his theme song hit. Because when I was a kid, I used to love LAX, and I used to think Homicide was cool as shit. And I used to be a little kid. I used to put bandanas on and do the LAX thing. And I remember when that music came, he came out. I was like, "No way, I'm facing Homicide." And afterwards, like people were like, "Dude, you don't know the legend that you just wrestled. Like you wrestled one of the legends." And it was an awesome, easy match. And to be able to say I wrestled someone like Homicide, especially because he's older now, I'm very thankful that I got to wrestle him.
Um, you've also had the privilege to wrestle. Some might call him, a Chicago legend. Others might just call him a Chicago standout. But you've been in the ring with Gringo Loco, and
Mm.
then it was a triple threat with Shane Hollister.
Yes.
What was that match like? And somebody like Gringo, I know he is really he's been around this area. He's really helped mold this area. Was you able to get any solid advice from Gringo?
Yeah, he just told me that. He's like, my stuff was solid, man, and to keep. He actually we text each other like not all the time, but he was hitting me up a couple of times, and he was just telling me like, man, your clips are going like your clips are insane, man. Like you should keep going out there more and getting your name out there. And I've actually I've wrestled at that 6-man. I wrestled him in that triple threat, and then I did a 6-man tag with him and Axel against other people. And then now at Dreamwave, I'm making my Dreamwave debut, and I'm wrestling him, Myron Reed, and Marcus Mathers, a WWE ID talent. And yeah, man, Gringo. Actually, what's funny though too about Gringo Loco. My first ever wrestling show as a kid that I ever saw live was a Galley show in Belvedere at the fairgrounds, and there was a guy throwing tortillas, and that ended up being Gringo Loco later on. I just never knew it. And it was cool to be like before we went wrestled. I told him like, dude, I legit saw you as a little kid once, and he was like, oh, that's awesome, man. I was like, yeah, dude.
It's crazy you bring that up because like earlier today, like I don't know if I told you this on or off camera, but I mentioned how I saw you at a galley show
Mm.
out on a farm. I was actually for my little brother's birthday, and I was telling him I was getting to talk to you. And he at first he was like, "Who?" And I was like, "Remember the guy that beat the frat boy at the?" And he was like, "Really? You're talking to him?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he pulls out autographs and stuff. So like, I can let you know you're also giving people those moments.
Oh, thank you, man. I really appreciate it, dude. Sometimes I always tell myself like I used to always want to be like I used to like have posters of like wrestlers, and I'm always like I wish I hope it turns around where like someone's looking up to me or going like, oh, dude, that Quintero kid, and like to hear that, man, that really means a lot, man. Seriously.
Of course, and I know that's why you guys do this, why you put your bodies on the line. And you're definitely, I could tell you from what I've seen, you have a way to get the crowd around you that's kind of, it's surreal, especially in an arena. Like you come out and the reaction is insane. Is like as a competitor, do you get used to that, or is it something that every time. Is it's not the same.
Lately, I feel like everywhere I go, I do get it, but like it feels cool, man. I think it's more cooler when my music hits, or even before my music hits, and I'm not even out there, and I hear people going King J-Ro. That's so awesome to me because I'm like, damn, like they're already chanting for me. I'm not even out there yet. And to when I get out there and ring, people start cheering my name, and they're not even cheering the opponent's names. That's so awesome to me, man. Because I'm like, yeah, these people know who I am.
Um, some guys that I've been able to talk to from like the CSW roster, two of them are, Jack Fowler, Eddie Grayson, two young guys in this sport, and they've both mentioned you as somebody that maybe they consider. I don't want to put words in their mouth, but somewhere along the lines of a big brother.
Yeah, definitely. They're like little brothers to me. Those are two kids I travel with a lot. I take them with me as much as I can. So, like, yeah, those are like my little brothers to me.
How does that feel to, for one, you're still pretty young into your wrestling career, but to have people that look at you that way, how does that make you feel?
It makes me feel really good because I feel like, wrestling's a brotherhood, man. We're all family members. But I feel like when you get a group of, because at the end of the day, they're my friends as well, but like, we're so close with each other and we go everywhere together where it's kind of like, yeah, these are like, they're like family to me, man. Like, they can always rely on me to give them advice and help them out on stuff. And it's the same backwards.
Definitely. I guess a shout out to them too.
Yeah, shout out to Jack and Eddie. I think they're a
Yeah.
team. They're very talented kids, and they're a team that's on the come up in Chicago lately. And I feel like they're in the talks of everyone, and everyone wants to face them. And I know one day they'll be out there and everywhere. I can see them going everywhere as well.
I could tell you from the last CSW show, um, they had the street fight, and it was one of the hottest matches of the night. Everybody just really wanted to see um, Jack and Eddie beat Black Sheep and Chris Miller. It's
Yeah.
probably because nobody likes Chris Miller, but but they tore the house down. What was it like trying to follow that?
Uh, I was kind of like, I already kind of knew what they were gonna do because like they had the street fight and they were gonna use the weapons that we were gonna use. So I feel like it was just a different vibe of a match. But I think them being way before us was a good thing.
Yeah, I would, and then I do want to talk about your match. I'll get into that later.
Mhm.
Um, there's a couple more things I want to cover first.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
One is, an indie talent that has been everywhere and done everything, who recently has kind of done a complete 180 on his character work, his Warhorse.
Yes.
Um, and he's somebody that's been in CSW for quite some time. What was it like being able to battle him in what seemed to be maybe the start or the beginning of that shift of his character?
It was really cool, man. I was when I first ever saw who Warhorse was, I saw him as a good guy and as his old character, and I thought that was the most coolest character ever.
Yeah.
Marked for it, and then he turned into like this bad guy, and even seeing his bad guy I was like, oh, this is awesome too. So I got to wrestle him at CSW, and I also raced like legit last week. No, not last week. Man, maybe 2 weeks ago or last week, I wrestled him at second again in a really, really good match that was better than the first one at CSW. So like Warhorse is an awesome guy, and yeah, man, he's awesome. I think his character work is insane, and he's a badass theme song too.
I always caught like his original character captivated me because like I was a big Macho Man guy,
Yeah,
and like it reminded me of the Snap into the Slim Jim thing, which I think was the point. I'd have to get him on here to talk about it, but like when I saw him in person for the first time was at the last CSW show when he fought Conan for the belt.
oh, okay, yeah, Steel Cage, yeah,
So like seeing him in person, he's a completely different guy. So it threw me completely off because I was like, yeah, my dad wasn't really sure who he was. He kind of keeps his ear on the indie scene, but not really. So I was like, Dad, and I was showing him clips, and then he comes out and he's like, that's not him. And I was like, yeah, that's him, but it's not him. It was just crazy. But is like, I think that maybe that drastic of a character change could it hinder a career?
I think Wrestling is a thing where you just can't be afraid to try things. You can't be afraid to fail. That was one thing that was told by me by Jason Hades, which is like one of my trainers. And I think that is very true. You can never be afraid of trying new things in wrestling.
Definitely. And with him, it's definitely succeeded. Like he's taken
Yeah,
it and ran with it.
I also think he's just a very talented guy and knows what he's doing with his character. Like him doing the embrace nihilism stuff. I think it's really cool. And he went from being like a really great good guy to a really great bad guy. And he just knows what he's doing.
Definitely. Has it ever been something that's crossed your mind, maybe to go to the dark side?
Uh yeah, but I think not anytime soon. I think Quintero's a great good guy, and I think I want to keep doing that for a while.
You're definitely like, especially if, for instance, just your rivalry with Anistra, it you guys clash so well because he's like the perfect bad guy and you're the perfect good guy for him. It's almost like Batman and the Joker, kind of, because you just complement each other so well because you're so similar but so opposite at the same time. It's very captivating.
Yeah.
Um, Something you have been able to accomplish. Forgive me if I say the name of the title wrong, but uh, the Galley Goal
Gladiator belt, you can just say, yeah.
Gladiator belt. Yeah, you was able to accomplish grabbing that gold. What was that like? And you know, does it shift how you got to present yourself when it goes to being behind the curtain? Do you got to become locker room leader?
No, not really, but getting that belt meant a lot to me because that was my first ever singles belt, and when I won that belt, like I cried real tears because that just meant a lot to me. I got my start in Galley, and to be able to win a belt at Galley was a lot, meant a lot to me. And to this day, like that belt's right over here, but like it was cool to have that belt, that moment of like, yeah, I did it. And even like the fans are so into it when I won. Hearing that pop when I won was awesome. And yeah, man, to be at Galley at my home promotion as a champion is really awesome.
Are you still currently the Gladiator champion?
Yep, to this day.
How long have you held the belt for now? Do you think?
I don't know, to be honest. It's my longest belt. I have 4 belts at the moment. Like,
Okay.
yeah, right now, I don't know. That's my longest belt. It goes that, CSW, then MCW belt, and then Squirt Circle belt. So, yeah.
Okay. So you got some gold.
Yeah, right now I do.
Would you consider yourself a belt collector?
I think at the moment, when I was winning those belts, yes, because I won them pretty quick. Right now, I haven't been winning anything. I'm just chilling. Like, other
Okay.
than
You're just holding them, keeping them.
holding them right now, but like, who to say I have 4 belts?
That's especially like you said. There's guys that have been in this business for years, without ever holding gold yet. So to have four, and you're 2 years in, and you you're quite the expert as far as your craft. So it speaks volumes to the level you've been able to grow since your beginning.
Thank you, man.
Do you think, you mentioned having a sports background and a BMX background. Do you think that's helped you maybe learn so quickly in this business?
Actually, Axel Rico once said that. He was like, he believes that's what helped me a lot. Every sport I've done sports my whole life. So like not to be sound cocky, but like every sport I ever did, I was just really good at it. The first sport I ever did was soccer, and I was horrible at it. But then I got really good because I used to get picked on because they were like, "Oh, you suck." But then I got really good at it, and like ever since then, like every sport I do, I was just really, really good. But I also was been one that like when I do a sport, I put my all into it. I never like to like half-ass my stuff. And like to that day, I still have this mentality of like, if you're gonna do something, you do it your best. There's no point if you're gonna not even try your best, then don't do it at all. You're wasting your time. If you're gonna do something, do it your fullest because you never know what you can lead to with that.
Definitely. Another thing you've been able to accomplish in this career of yours is you've been on TNA.
Yeah.
How did that come about, and what was your experience like working with TNA Wrestling?
Yeah, I did a TNA Explosion. It was something with Galley because they were helping promote it, and they kind of just gave some Galley guys an opportunity, and they chose me and my partner Torero and El Torero, and yeah, we got to wrestle Judas Icarus and Travis Williams, which is Sinner and Saint, part of TNA, And yeah, man, we got to face them. We were the first match of the night, and we were at TNA Explosion, and that was a cool thing to do because like wrestling, coming out of that tunnel where I used to watch on TV as a kid. I used to see Jeff Hardy, LAX, and all these people like AJ Styles, Samoa Joe come out of that tunnel, and to be able to come out of that tunnel and seeing also like I don't know how to say the word, the triathlon or whatever. The screen had my name Quintero, and like that meant a lot to me because I was like, man, I used to be a kid and I used to see like Jeff Hardy have his name on the screen, and now I have that. Now I'm on a stage. Now I'm on a ring, and there's cameras following me. That was an awesome feeling to come out that tunnel and do my pose. Like it was a different feeling, and I hope to be there again, man. That was an awesome feeling.
Um, was that before Jeff Hardy went back to the TNA?
He debuted the night before that.
Okay, was he there for that at all, or
No, they weren't there.
no?
I was hoping there. I was hoping the same thing, but nah, they weren't there.
Was there anybody else backstage that you saw growing up, or you got to that you got to pick a mind a little bit at all?
There was one it was Santino Morella, and I remember how I was like, "Oh no way, it's Santino Morella," because I used to see him as a kid. But he was there. Speedball was there, and I met him before, and he remembered who I was. So we just started talking, and he took me down to the ring, me and my partner, and it was really awesome to do that. Yeah, that's the one guy I was talking to the whole night, and then like Rhino was there and Tommy Dreamer, and they knew about me because of my trainer Boz, and it was really cool to them go like, "Yeah, you're Boz's kid, aren't you?" And I'm like, "Yeah," and he's like, "Yeah, he told me you're gonna be here," and it was really cool.
Speaking of Boz, is working with him. Does he give you shout outs like that often? Like if you go off somewhere and he knows somebody, is he always uh, advocating for you guys or giving you guys a shout out, trying to help get you guys noticed?
Yeah, Boz always shouts out his kids because we're his kids at the end of the day. But one thing, Boz actually gave me the name the Diamond in the Rough. That became from him. When I first started training, he'd be like, "Man, this kid's catching on, man. He's like Diamond in the Rough." That's legit where that came from. But Boz is always putting in a good word for me and always giving me a shout out. So like, yeah, shout out to Steve Boz as well.
Definitely. Um, Speaking of Boz, we're going to go back to CSW. Um, After countless times of trying, you finally took the Metro Championship off of Inestra.
Mm.
What was that like, and how do you think that changed the momentum of your guys' rivalry?
I think beating him was kind of a really cool feeling because I won a belt at my home promotion, and the promotion where it's wild because that same show where I won the belt a year ago was the day I debuted on CSW. So like a year later, I won the belt, and that was really cool to me because I wasn't even in. That was like a year and a couple of months in, and I was already champion in my home promotion, and that was a cool feeling because like when I walked up back, everyone was clapping for me. Like I was trained at CSW and I won. Now I'm a champion there, so that was really cool.
You've been able to defend the championship quite a few times. One time though was against Axel Rico and uh, Eriz.
Yeah,
I don't want to say his name wrong, but which was quite the fun match, triple threat. Axel did his Eddie Guerrero tribute. What was that match like? And once again, you're fighting, Axel, who you're comfortable with, and then Erez is quite the name also in Lucha Libre. So what was that experience like?
that was an awesome match. It was really really fun match. Very lucha. Crowd got to see a bunch of cool stuff done. I got to hit a lot of cool stuff done, and I retained my belt. It was my first defense, and that was cool. And I've met hours before at Galley. Always talked to him. He's a very very cool guy. But that was the first time I got to be in the ring with him, and that was really awesome.
Um, was there any sort of pride being able to walk out of a match like that was still holding the championship?
Yeah, it was definitely cool, and people were applauding for that match afterwards. And I think that people got what they wanted. I think that was a cool match, and it was exactly what you expect from those three names in one ring.
Okay. Um, the last couple times you've defended have both been against Anestra, and one was a 2 out of 3 falls match, which the finish was quite interesting. With the cutter spot, you guys kind of collide in some might consider a very gnarly landing.
Yes.
And it was very kind of confusing ending, but we got the point. It led to the TLC match. What was the 2 out of 3 falls match, and how did you feel about the ending after it happened?
I think we were both in our heads and we're just very angry at each other, and we were kind of like, you know what, we're gonna end it all here, and then we just collided, and then we were ended, and then I think that was exactly what happens when people just hate and dislike each other, and it led to this TLC match where we also did the same thing. We just kind of tried just killing each other basically.
Um, in that match, in the TLC, there was quite a few, crazy bumps. The Canadian Destroyer off the apron, which I'm not gonna lie, seeing that as a fan, I definitely thought somebody was hurt. Very glad nobody was injured by that. And then the power bomb, the sunset flip, which was amazing, through the ladder. But at the end of that, the belt falls.
Yes.
What goes through your mind as a competitor whenever something like that happens? Because it's definitely got to change the whole way you planned or talked about having this match.
Yeah. We just kind of stood there like, oh, what now? Because the ref told us like, hey, that belt fell. But then right away they announced it was a singles match, and we're just like, oh, game on now. Yeah, that was basically it. We're just like, keep going.
Okay. And then right after that, you do the swanton off the top of a ladder through an extra with the table. Was that a callback to Jeff Hardy at all?
Yeah, that was legit just me being a Jeff Hardy fan as a kid. I'll forever say that was the coolest feeling ever, is being on top of that ladder, standing up completely. That was the coolest feeling ever, and it was just a throwback to Jeff Hardy because that was my biggest idol as a kid, man.
Okay. And then afterwards, Inestra does receive an injury. What's the interaction like between you guys, if any, after a situation like that?
We were both just hoping for each other to be safe. That was the biggest important thing. Obviously, things went wrong, and he was knocked out unconscious. And right now, he's doing fine though. He's just kind of just back to normal. Basically, he's just healing on his shoulder because obviously, a 200-pound man landing on him from that high is gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt something. He hurt his shoulder a little bit, nothing serious. He just has to do physical therapy, so he's fine. To be able to speak to him, and I think he told me one thing. He was like, "Hey, man, at the end of the day, we're both safe. We could have both been very injured, so we're both safe. And that's all that matters."
Are you looking forward to maybe getting in there and doing it again to get a definitive, finish?
Yeah, I feel like I'd expect that to happen, but I don't know what will happen. CSW starts up again in January, and I think CSW is very hot at the moment, and you never know what's going to happen. So I don't know what's going to happen. All I know is that whatever it is, it's going to be something great.
Definitely. Before we carry on, I do want to say the GoFundMe for Inestra, I will put in the description. So anybody watching this, if they want to support him, I'll throw it in there just to help him out, especially if there's a recovery.
Most definitely.
Getting into some fun questions before I get you off here. One thing I always like to ask because it's fun: do you prefer working tag team or in a singles action?
I prefer singles just because I get to be more me.
Okay. Does it help you kind of guide that journey through your high flying style, being able to hit the spots that you want to definitely hone in on in the match?
Yeah, most definitely. That's kind of why I like just get to be me more. When you're with a tag partner, you got to rely on your tag partner. When you're on yourself, you rely on you only.
How many tag teams have you, official tag teams, have you been in?
At Galley, I was just with Torero. At JWA, which was my first belt. I just don't talk about it as much. I was a JWA tag team champion with Poncho. We were part of the Top Latinos, which is just a faction. I was a bad guy. I don't really talk about that one as much. But other than that, me and Lizardman, Nathan Nile have been teaming up a lot. Not a lot, but a couple of times. And we recently just had a really good match last night with the Bang Bros, August and Davey Matthews, and Jag and Eddie. So that was a really cool match too. We got a lot of money thrown in at the ring, and everyone was pretty pleased with that match. So yeah, right now it's just Nathan Lizardman, Nathan Nile has been teaming up with me lately.
Okay. You mentioned Jack and Eddie again. Um, what's it like being able to get in the ring with somebody or those guys that you consider maybe little brothers? Is it fun getting in there and throwing down with them?
Oh, it's always fun. That's an easy. I know everything they do, and they know everything I do, so it's very easy and very, very fun. I've actually wrestled Eddie once in a one-on-one match at HAW, which is Under Armour Wrestling. It was a last-minute thing, and that was a really great match. And Eddie always says how that was like that's his best singles match to this day because he doesn't have any singles match because he's a tag team. Jack is the only one I have not wrestled yet a singles match, but one day that'll happen. One day I think that'll be an awesome match as well. But those are kids that I can wrestle any day with a blindfold on. Yeah, I know everything they do, and they know everything I do. So like that'd be one day we'll have a triple threat match that everyone will talk about. Don't know when, but one day it will happen.
Definitely. Um, as far as Quintero goes, what would you say like your goals for 2025 are?
My first year wrestling, it was just me trying to get out there more as much as I could, and I was able to get everywhere. This year, it was me making debuts in big promotions where I can be seen and making debuts for like TV companies like NWA and TNA. And this year, I've already had one goal. I just want to get on a bigger stage like AEW or WWE or get signed or get a contract because that's always the ultimate goal. But I believe that could happen next year.
Okay, I like it. Something like recently in news that's happened, especially with like the WWE and the WWE ID system. Is that something that you think helps somebody like yourself on the independent circuit get seen quicker?
Yeah, I think so. I think it just helps out everybody. I think it's cool for WWE to be interested in the indies, not as much as like, they want the college athletes, but for them to be wanting the independent scene is really awesome.
Um, is it something that you pay a lot of like attention to, or is it something that if it happens kind of thing?
When it was first getting announced, I was like, oh, no way, he got announced. Now it's more kind of like, oh, that's cool, but like right now, I feel like my goal is just to be on there, just to be on WWE or AEW or in a stage where I'm like, I can get bigger up there and be doing what I want to do is wrestling on TV.
Have you been able to do any like extra work or anything for like a company like that?
Yes, I have done extra work once for WWE when they came to the All-State Arena for SmackDown when Jacob Fatu debuted.
Oh, I was there actually.
Yeah, I
I
was back.
was,
It was really cool.
that's badass. Did you get to do anything on screen, or was you just backstage?
I actually was on screen, but you have to look closely. I was next to Cody Rhodes when he's walking to go talk to Kevin Owens and Randy Orton, but you see me as a security guard next to the white six sign, which is really cool. But
That's
he like
badass.
some people saw me and they tagged me on Facebook. They're like, "Is that Quintero?" Like, yeah, it's like very hard to look at.
Nah, that was one of actually my first live shows in a couple years was that. And the Fatu thing was really cool, especially in Chicago.
Yeah, I actually got to see him before he went out, and I was like, "Yo, I met you at CSW," because my first ever CSW show was when he wrestled Axel Rico.
Oh, did you get to talk to him anymore, or was it just a brief encounter?
It was just a brief "What's up, man?" and that was it. And then like, yeah.
Did you get to talk to anybody else backstage at all at WWE?
No, not really. We said hi to William Regal. That was it.
Okay. Um, I've talked to a couple other guys that's done extra work. Is the extra work something that you reach out for, or is it something maybe they contact the CSW and ask for extras?
I got reached out by someone at AAW, and then that's kind of how they reached out to me. But yeah, they got reached out.
Okay. Um, couple more questions before I get going, we get you going. Um, there's always a dispute on whether like who the four Mount Rushmore guys is.
Hmm.
Do you have your personal Mount Rushmore, and why would you pick them guys?
For me, it'd be a me thing. It's not more of like the best in the world. It's more of just like, oh, these are my favorites. I'd
Yeah,
always say, how many is it? Like four, right?
four. Yep.
I'd say Jeff Hardy, Rey Mysterio, John Cena, and who was somebody else I liked as a kid? I'd either say I'd say Randy Orton, because those are like people that I like. To me, that comes to mind. Like Jeff Hardy was a high flyer kid I liked as a kid. He was cool. He was creative in his own way. He was the underdog. Same with Rey Mysterio. He was a short dude, and I kind of felt related to that. And he was Hispanic, so I related to that as well. John Cena is like the GOAT. He was the best. And Randy Orton was like the best bad guy. And like anytime I remember Randy Orton and John Cena, I remember their feud when I was a little kid. Like he punted his dad's head. So like that always comes to mind.
Definitely. I being a kid from the same generation, I would have picked similar guys. Definitely, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Maybe not all the same, but I probably two or three the same.
Yeah. I was kind of
Uh,
struggling with the last one because I was like, who would I put in that position? But I was like Randy Orton because I feel like Randy Orton's him, man. He's him. He's that guy that I think anyone who doesn't even know wrestling knows who Randy Orton is.
yeah, definitely. Especially with the RKO. Like,
Yeah, just like with that meme was like going hard. Like
yeah,
everyone knows who Randy Orton is.
everybody does. Everybody's tried to hit an RKO
Yeah,
out
definitely.
of nowhere.
Yeah.
Before I get you going, is there any advice that you'd like to give? Maybe somebody like an Eddie or a Jack who are just getting started, or somebody who hasn't started yet.
I'd say chase your dreams, man. Anything is possible in this life. You just gotta believe in yourself. You gotta believe in yourself before anyone else believes in it. Because anything is possible in this life, man. As long as you put your mind to it, focus on what you want, what you need to do to get there, and believe in yourself. How could you believe how can somebody else believe in you if you don't believe in yourself? And that's what I mean by you gotta believe in yourself. You gotta believe that you're that man before you even become that man. You gotta believe you're the GOAT before you even become the GOAT. You gotta believe anything is possible in this world. And manifest everything you can. Anything's possible in this world, though, man.
Like it. I like that you brought up manifest, because that's something that I find is very important. Like, some of my dad's always taught me his words are powerful.
Yeah, definitely.
So anything you say can and more than likely will become a reality. So
Man.
see it, believe it, speak it, believe it, whatever you want to say. I couldn't agree with your words more. But Quintero, I will leave it at I'll leave the door open if you ever want to come on here for part two. You have so many great things to talk about. I'd love to have you on here again. So I'm gonna leave the door open.
Yeah, you let me know when, man. I'm always available. I really like doing interviews. I think it's fun, and yeah, man, we can even keep going if you want to, man. This is fun to me, dude.
Definitely. You know, we'll keep going. Screw it. With growing up, you mentioned being, watching in the, Ruthless Aggression era when John Cena started. What was like your first memory as far as like a match goes, if you can remember?
Oh, dude, there was one match. If someone were to ask me, what's one match that you always remember? I was a big Jeff Hardy fan, but the only other guy I knew was John Cena, and they once faced at a main event for Raw, the Monday Night Raw. And I remember my cousin, everyone else in my family in that house that I lived in, because it was me and a bunch of my cousins, they all like John Cena, and I like Jeff Hardy. And I was like, Jeff Hardy's going to beat John Cena because he's better, and he lost. And I remember that, and I was so mad about that. That match always comes to mind because that was that match that actually made me be very, very interested in wrestling.
That match was on the Jeff Hardy DVD, and it was like one of my favorite matches off the whole DVD. That one,
video DVD thing.
Yep. And then that one, and then he did the false count anywhere with Umaga.
Yes, when he did this
where
one.
he slides down the rail and he's on. That's also like one of my favorite Jeff Hardy matches for no reason. It's not nothing like crazy or special, but it's just something about Hardy and the things he utilizes his environment in a way that's just captivating. I don't know what it was, but that match got me.
Definitely. I know exactly what you're talking about because I used to have that DVD as well. And I used to always rewatch that match, especially. I always thought it was cool when he did that swanton at the end and sliding down the thing. It's funny because I have a video of me recreating that sliding down the thing with me and my friends just messing around.
Um, Another like DVD that he was on all the time was the ladder match DVDs, which I had both the sets. They did two of like I don't know if you remember they had like the three disc like sets back in the day.
Yeah.
But like Hardy was on all of those, and like those are I remember it was right after the VHS stopped. Like for those who don't know what a VHS tape is, but like right after they stopped making the VHS tapes. So like I had my dad for Christmas buy me the big like DVD VHS set player, and that the first one had like all the Hardy's TLC matches on it, and that disc never left the set at all. He's
Yeah.
like, "Where's the disc?" I'm like, "You know where it is. It's in the DVD player."
Yeah.
Um, I've noticed you have been fiddling with the toy ladder.
Oh,
I'm a huge action figure guy, so I
oh,
gotta ask:
collection.
are you an action figure guy?
Yeah, I collect them. I just don't. I don't. I know Jack and Daddy used to have like fig collections, and they have way more figures than me. But yeah, I legit have like a big ladder over here, a little one. I have a table, a ring next to me. So like, yeah, I'm still a big fig collection to this day.
It's one of the honestly, it's probably the foundation of my channel. So it goes up on YouTube, but like foundation of it is actually figure fed. Um, it's so like collecting for you, is it just something you do as a hobby, or is it something you've done for a long time?
I've just done it as a kid, man. I still play with my figures to this day, man. I've always wanted to do a fig, like a Fed, like I know Jack used to do it. So like I always want to do it that way where they film it and post it on YouTube. I just never got to do it. I was a kid, and to this day I thought about doing it, but I'm like I feel like I just don't have time for it. And but I still play with
It's
my figures.
tough. I mean, I can tell you, even doing interviews, like I do, I probably record six, seven, eight of these a week. It's tough trying to maintain living, filming, and interviews. Like it's just if you don't have time, don't try to crunch it in there because it takes so much time.
Yeah, definitely.
Um, what would you say your favorite figure is?
Right now, uh, dude, that's a hard question. I don't know, man. I feel like I have this cool Rey Mysterio figure that I got that I just like it because I think the details to it are really cool. And I was always just as I just remembered, I bought the 2-pack of the Hardy Boys when they returned at WrestleMania. That came with the big letter and the small one with the raw belts. That was cool to me because I always had their Jax figures and I always wanted to get their new figures. But with the newer Jeff Hardys, so the moment that got posted on Ringside Collectibles, I remember I bought it right away, and to this day, I have them to this day.
I'd say for me, it's kind of a recent one. But back in the day, when Mattel first started, they did the CM Punk for Money in the Bank,
Mm.
and I was never able to get that figure. But recently, Ringside dropped the Ultimate Edition one, and that's probably like my favorite figure. I can't ever put it down. Like I'm always fiddling with it. My fiance is like, "Can you put the damn toy down?"
Yeah, dude,
uh,
I've been wanting a Dragon Lee figure lately. I'm just waiting for it to come out in stores. I don't really
yeah,
own figures as much. It's more of like if I see it, I'm like, oh, I'll buy it. But Dragon Lee, I really want a Dragon Lee just because I'm a big fan of the Luchas, and Dragon Lee's awesome.
Dragon Lee is one that I'm really glad they brought it out so quick because usually it takes them forever.
Yeah,
But I haven't got the Dragon Lee figure yet, but it's definitely one that I'm excited to get. Just like I remember even watching him before like AEW and
yeah,
thinking like, man, this would be cool to have a Dragon Lee. So like the second I saw like prototype images and stuff, I was like, I can't wait to get that.
yeah. Him and like Jacob, the Jacob Fatu figure, I really want as well. I saw
Definitely.
they released the what's it called, the prototype for that, where I was like, oh hell yeah, that's something that was fast too. Same with like I know they have a Will Ospreay figure now too. That's another one I'd get. If Bandito gets a figure, I'll get that. But like yeah,
You know, like so another line I kind of pay attention to is the Legends of Lucha Libre. I've been able to get a couple figures from them. Like they did a Ray Phoenix, which is super badass. But they made a Black Taurus which
Yeah, is that the one that released the Taurus figure then?
yeah, that's the one that's evaded me because I like out of that collection, I got their Vampiro, their Ultimate Dragon, but I missed the Taurus, and I was like,
Really?
come on.
I had an opportunity to buy that figure, and then I just never not get it. But now I'm like, I should have goddamn got it. I just didn't get it.
It was right before he got signed too, so I was like, damn. And then another one that was in like that series was Taya Valkyrie, um, and I didn't get that one either, and I wish
Which,
I would have because now she's everywhere. She's been on TNA, and then
yeah.
she's been on AEW. So like that would be a cool one, I guess. Um, as you know, a collector, do you ever hope to maybe get an action figure?
Oh, that'd be a dream come true, man. I think it'd be cool, and also for like my family to see that. They'd probably my mom would be like, "No way," because she used to see me. She used to buy me figures, so I think for her to one day able to see her son as a figure would be awesome. But for me, it'd be more of a Mark thing for me because I'd be like, "Hell yeah, I got my own figure!" Like it'd be awesome to do that.
Have you ever tried to make your own figure of you?
I actually have a custom figure of me that Jack made me when I first met Jack, so I still
Okay.
have it today.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's something else I really enjoy doing. I don't, it takes so much time, so it's not something I get to do a lot,
yeah.
but making figures is always a
Totally does.
blast. What was that?
Jack does a lot of customizing with figures. I don't know how the hell he does that. That just seems hard and stressful.
It takes so much time and energy, and I don't know, man. I just, maybe with normal life, it's just difficult. But
Dude,
shout
yeah,
out to him for being able to have the time to do that shit because it's rough.
yeah. I tried it once by myself and I gave up. So like, I don't know how people do it.
It it's one of those, honestly, it takes a lot of practice, a lot of you got to have parts to mess up because you're going
Yeah,
to mess them up. Something about heating up plastic, it never wants to work the way you want it to work. It's just the way it is. So like it's all practice, and I honestly don't have the money to just sit here and boil figures until something works.
yeah.
Um, Something else, I guess, you know, being of a Latino heritage,
Hmm.
who would you say like are your biggest inspirations from that side of wrestling?
Rey Mysterio was always the one. That was the one that I kind of noticed right away off the bat. When
Okay.
I first found out about wrestling, Eddie Guerrero already have passed away. I found out about Eddie Guerrero later on because of a SmackDown best of thing DVD I bought. They had like
Hmm.
4 CDs, I think, in it. And that's how I found out about Eddie Guerrero. Same with like Kurt Angle. I didn't know about Kurt Angle. I knew a Perk Angle because I watched TNA. I knew that Kurt Angle. I never knew he was part of WWE at one point. I only knew about him in TNA. But like back to Rey Mysterio has always been one. Um, I'm a big fan of Bandito. The Lucha Bros are awesome. I'm a big fan of Lucha, and that's kind of why I do a lot of Lucha stuff still because I think a lot of Lucha is cool, and I think I can do it. So I mean, might as well do it.
Definitely. Is there hopes to travel down and maybe go to a CMLL or a AAA?
Oh, that would be awesome, man. I think it'd be cool to wrestle for AAA or CMLL because, or I want to go to my goals. I want to wrestle in Mexico, and I feel like it's very, very possible. But I one day want to wrestle in where my mom was born in Mexico, which is Guanajuato. And I think it'd be a dream come true to wrestle in a place where my mom came from.
Have you ever been able to leave the U.S.
Yeah.
to wrestle?
No, I haven't wrestled outside of the United States yet, but I used to travel a lot to Mexico all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, I used to actually
Um,
all the time, and then when I moved out of my parents' house, I was like, I don't want to buy a ticket anymore, and then I just stopped going.
what's like the biggest difference in cultures between, the United States and Mexico?
It's just different. It's very different. I don't even know how to explain it. I feel like I think I don't know. Like I think the vibe's just different, man. I don't even know how to explain it. Like if you went through, you'd be like, oh shit, I see it. But like, yeah, man. But I will say when I used to go to Mexico a lot for vacation, I really enjoyed it. It was beautiful, and I felt comfortable, and it's just like something part of my culture. Where I'm kind of like, oh, this is cool to see this side too, because I was in America my whole life, so like to me, it's different. Like I wasn't raised the way that people that were raised down there because I was raised over here.
Okay. You mentioned having family down there. Would you go down there to visit them?
Yeah, I used to go there all the time. I used to bring my bike with me, and I would just BMX down there because it was warm over there while it was cold over here and snowy. I'd be still riding outside.
Was it ever a clash of cultures? You know, being you raised here, them raised there. Was there ever any? I don't want to say issues, but like, was there any conflict? Maybe.
No, not really. It was kind of just
No.
normal. You can always tell though in Mexico, the guys that weren't from Mexico, you can always tell the Mexicans that aren't from Mexico. Uh, just the way they dress, the way they speak, because they speak differently over there. It's still Spanish, but it's just different.
Okay. Has um being bilingual helped you at all, especially like in the wrestling world?
Oh, it does help a lot, especially because I can call a match in Spanish, and like other people can't, and I can do that. I can. It's always, yo, Ralph, can you help me speak this? I gotta talk to this guy. I'm gonna wrestle this dude. I don't know Spanish, and it's easy for me. So I mean, that's pretty cool. And I can also talk to fans in Spanish, and I can get a crowd that only like a lucha crowd's usually like of Hispanic or Latin community. So and I can talk to them in Spanish, and like not everybody else can.
Is there any like hopes of being able to go like maybe to Europe and try their style or maybe a Japan, something like that?
Oh, Japan's one of my goals. But one of my goals is just to wrestle all over the world. But Japan is that's legit on my bucket list of just me, of like Raphael's life. I just want to go to Japan somehow one day, Tokyo, Japan.
Is it like, do you want to be on like a New Japan show? Is there anybody like there that speaks to you that, hey, I want to wrestle that guy?
Well, I'd always say like Kenny Omega or something, or like Will Ospreay, but like I would just like to wrestle in Japan. I think that'd be cool as hell to be able to be like, yeah, wrestle in a different country, and it was Japan, and to see like their culture and to experience that. I think it's something that's very beautiful, and I'd love to wrestle there, and I'd like to witness that one day. Even if I just went to just vacation, that would be cool. But to wrestle there would be awesome too. It'd be a different style, and it'd be wrestling someone who does not probably speak English like me. So I mean, it'd be kind of wild.
Definitely. Um, I had a mind fart. Do you predominantly just wrestle like in the Illinois area, or have you been able to travel like further out in the US? I know you mentioned, didn't you say you went out to like Kentucky?
Yeah, I went to Louisville. I've wrestled all over the Midwest. I still haven't gone anywhere farther, like West Coast or East Coast, but I know one day we will, and yeah, hopefully 2025 is that. Can you hear me?
Cut out. One of my AirPod died. My
Uh,
bad. So you said predominantly just in the Midwest?
yeah, basically.
Okay. Like there any states like that speak to you that you'd like to go to, like in New York or Los Angeles or something like that?
Texas is one of them, California, and New York. I feel like,
Okay.
or those areas, you know what I mean? Or Canada. Canada's another one too that I feel like is possible, but I just haven't had the chance. But Canada, I'd love to wrestle in Canada.
Okay. Um, I think we've gotten to the point where
Yeah,
I'm
you're
gonna have to do some more research before I
yeah.
ask you anything else.
Thank you for even having me here longer, man. This is cool as hell.
Of course, Quintero, I really do appreciate it. You're super chill. I can't wait to have you on here again. Um, I'll have to. I guess I'll have to have more questions for you.
Yeah, let me know, man. We'll make it happen again, man. I like doing interviews, man. This is really cool.
Of course. Will you be at the next AEW show?
Yes, on the 28th.
Yep.
Yes, I will be there. I'm pretty sure
I'll
it's my
see.
December.
I'll see you there.
I'll see you there, man. AEW is also an awesome show. I think those are definitely worth going to.
Definitely, especially in the Chicago area. They're great.
Yeah.
And then I actually I know the January date. I don't know if it's been announced for CSW, but I am planning to go to that one too. So I'll see at both of them.
Definitely.
Definitely excited to see what comes next for Quintero and
That's
what next. What next we can talk about, because
Yeah.
I'll have you on here all the time talking about shit.
Yeah.
All right, you have a good night, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right, you too, man. Thank you.
Thank you.